Chapter 1. The Siren Intelligence Group. Jinling, Military Intelligence Bureau. A young second lieutenant, his eyes glimmering with indignation, stood in the office. He was a proud graduate of the Army Officer Academy, a bona fide soldier, yet due to his exceptional shooting skills, he had been transferred here by an order from the military. Intelligence Bureau. After a brief 3-day training session, his superiors assigned him a mission to infiltrate Shanghai under the auspices of the Siren Intelligence Group. It was mid-July, and according to historical projections, war would erupt within a month. At that time, these so-called infiltrators would become mere cannon fodder for the Military Intelligence Bureau in Shanghai. Despite his deep dissatisfaction, Li Ji was acutely aware of his own insignificance. He was but a fresh graduate from the military academy. To defy the orders of the higher-ups in the Military Intelligence Bureau would yield consequences far beyond his current capacity to endure. He gathered his personal belongings, a Zhongshan suit, a fountain pen, a small notebook, 20 francs in cash, and a train ticket. The following day, he set off for the Bund in Shanghai, laden with his meager possessions. Shanghai. Beneath the sweltering summer sun, the streets were alive with the vibrant attire of women clad in kipeos and high heels, as well as those in stylish short dresses. As Li Ji cast a glance at the fashionable ladies strolling by, a flicker of desire stirred within him. Having traversed into the Republic of China over a month ago, he had yet to indulge in any carnal pleasures. The sight of these women awakened a dormant yearning deep within his soul. However, he was acutely aware of his circumstances. He possessed but 20 francs and had no stable place to stay. Reining in his thoughts, he hailed a rickshaw to take him to the meeting point. The Military Intelligence Bureau had instructed him to head directly to Yang's silk shop on Baogus Road in the French concession to rendezvous with a certain Mr. Yang. He had rehearsed the meeting code in secret countless times. At Yang's silk shop, an elderly man wearing stone glasses stood respectfully before a woman clad in a white qipao. "Commander, a telegram has arrived from headquarters. To bolster our group's operational strength, they have dispatched an operative to Shanghai. Given the timing, he should arrive today," the old man reported with deference. An operative from headquarters? Was his background? The woman's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. A fresh graduate from the military academy, noted for his outstanding performance. "Beyond that, I am unaware," the old man replied. A military academy graduate? The woman's tone dripped with discontent. "Headquarters has sent us another fool. What are your instructions upon his arrival, Commander?" The old man inquired respectfully. "First, have him secure lodging. After a few days, we will arrange his operations. With someone so inexperienced as a recent military graduate, keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not cause any trouble," the woman instructed decisively. "Understood, Commander," the old man responded with utmost respect. At that moment, a tall and striking young man entered the silk shop. "Sir, what garments would you like to order? What type of fabric do you require?" The shop assistant greeted him enthusiastically. "Oh, I am a distant relative of your employer, just passing by to take a look." Li Ji, though inexperienced in espionage, possessed an inherently cautious nature. "Please wait a moment, I will fetch the owner." The attendant promptly turned to locate the proprietor. After a brief interval, an elderly gentleman clad in a silk robe approached Li Ji with a warm smile and inquired, "Who might you be?" "I have just arrived from my hometown," replied Li Ji. "Please, let us converse inside." The old man beckoned Li Ji into the back room of the silk shop. "On the western side of Fenwa City stands a 100-foot tower, where I find myself alone in the autumn breeze at dusk." Li Ji promptly recited the code. With the pipas dance, new melodies arise, yet the sentiments of parting remain unchanged amidst mountains and rivers. The old man nodded, seamlessly continuing the code. "The headquarters has instructed me to heed your guidance." Li Ji scrutinized the old man, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, adorned with stone-framed glasses, his hair peppered with gray, his figure slightly stooped, and his visage amiable. "From now on, I shall be your superior. All your actions in Shanghai must align with my directives." The old man produced a bundle of yuan from his pocket, the coins totaling around 10. He stuffed the money into Li Ji's pocket and advised, "Use this to rent a nearby room and familiarize yourself with the local transport routes." "Understood." Li Ji mused that the seductive Serpent Intelligence Group was rather stingy, providing such a meager budget comprised of small change. While in a concession, endeavor to avoid trouble, whether with foreigners, constables, or members of gangs. Not provoke anyone. Be vigilant in concealing your identity. Ensure that no one discovers who you are. After imparting these cautions, the old man signaled that Li Ji could take his leave. The encounter lacked the anticipated thrill and was devoid of the impenetrable secrecy depicted in films. It was an utterly mundane meeting, resembling two acquaintances sharing a brief conversation on the street before parting ways. Exiting Yang's silk shop, Li Ji walked a few hundred meters forward and handed 2 dimes to a rickshaw puller, requesting information about nearby accommodations. Lee Family Lane, number 16. It was a somewhat dilapidated two-story wooden loft. The landlord was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, a local of Shanghai. Sir, among all the houses in this lane, ours is the cleanest and most well-kept, unlike the others, which are in disarray, with cockroaches in summer and mice in winter. As she, Ledley G., she boasted about her property. However, the house was indeed quite tidy, featuring a small living room, a bedroom, a private bathing area, and a flush toilet. How much? 12 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, Li Ji raised an eyebrow. The price seemed exorbitant, considering a rickshaw puller earned only about 10 to 20 yuan a month. His total available funds barely exceeded 40 yuan. Sir, a house as good as ours, at such a reasonable price, is unparalleled in this entire lane, the landlord's wife bragged. Very well, I shall rent it. Li Ji extracted the yuan from his pocket, paid 3 months' rent in one go, and signed the lease. The landlord's wife, pleased, took the money and left. Li Ji's rented accommodation was on the second floor, comprising 6 rooms, all occupied by tenants. In the alley, there existed a variety of establishments, general stores, tailoring shops, and breakfast vendors, evoking a striking resemblance to the urban villages of later generations, brimming with the warmth of human existence. Li Ji, utilizing the remaining funds in his pocket, procured several household items and commenced his exploration of the surrounding terrain. Each morning, he ventured out, traversing the streets and alleys, immersing himself in the ambience of the Republican-era concessions while diligently committing the nearby thoroughfares to memory. Chapter 2. Masterful disguise. A few days later, Li Ji returned to Yang's silk shop. He was clad in a flowing azure robe, adorned with a black, oval-shaped top hat. And perched upon his prominent nose were a pair of black-framed spectacles, giving him the appearance of a refined scholar. Inside the shop's secret chamber, the elderly Yang retrieved a black-and-white photograph from a drawer and stated, "This man is Yamamoto Yuichiro, a lieutenant commander at the Honko Naval Headquarters. Starting tomorrow, you are tasked with closely monitoring him. Record every person he meets and every place he visits without fail. The higher-ups have specifically instructed that this individual possesses a keen sense of counter-surveillance. Utmost caution is imperative. Moreover, should you be apprehended during the surveillance, you are well aware of the consequences." Li Ji glanced at the photograph, nodding slowly. The higher-ups had assigned him, a mere military academy student, to track a Japanese naval officer, which felt akin to using him as cannon fodder. Those in the intelligence field understood that surveillance tasks were generally assigned to inconsequential players. Should they encounter mishaps, it would not jeopardize the safety of core intelligence personnel. "I will exercise caution," he replied. As a time traveler, possessing a unique advantage was indispensable. His extraordinary ability was a masterful disguise technique, enabling him to alter his appearance at will, transforming himself instantaneously, or even augmenting any part of his body in the blink of an eye. "The higher-ups have allocated you a meager budget of 10 yuan, Yang remarked, handing Li Ji a crumpled bill. As he held the wrinkled currency, Li Ji felt a sense of unreality. The Military Intelligence Bureau was notoriously affluent, and his intelligence unit, the Sirens, was directly under headquarters, thus should not be lacking in funds. Yet, this paltry sum seemed exceedingly parsimonious, especially considering the perilous task of surveilling a Japanese naval officer. The higher-ups mentioned that the headquarters funds have yet to arrive. Hence, the field operations budget must be tightened for the time being. Once the funds are received, they will compensate everyone, the old man added. As if sensing the unfairness of the situation, Li Ji nodded, thinking to himself what a flimsy excuse this was. As if he were an inexperienced newcomer oblivious to the realities of the situation, he exited the silk shop clutching the crumpled 10 yuan and summoned a rickshaw, heading towards the Honko International Settlement. An hour later, in the Honko International Settlement, opposite the Shanghai Naval Headquarters, an unassuming tea house stood. A frail old man with a goat-like beard, clad in a long robe, sat leisurely at an outdoor tea table, savoring his tea. This elderly gentleman was none other than Li Ji himself. His masterful disguise technique allowed him to assume various ages, elderly, young, middle-aged, and even youthful appearances, and he could even transform into a modern woman of the bustling streets. However, unless a specific mission required it, he would seldom disguise himself as a woman. He lingered at the tea house for quite some time, sipping 2 or 3 cups of tea, yet the target did not emerge from the headquarters. Nevertheless, such was the nature of surveillance. It was entirely possible to spend an entire day waiting without ever catching sight of the target, a reality one must accept. Afternoon. A tricycle motorcycle emerged from the gates of the naval headquarters. Li Ji instantly recognized that the officer seated upon it, a major, was none other than his target, Yamamoto Yuichiro. After paying 2 dimes for tea, he summoned a rickshaw, instructing the driver to hasten in pursuit, for the Japanese officer sped away on his 3-wheeled contraption. "Sir, how could my 2 legs possibly keep pace with that motorcycle?" the rickshaw puller lamented. "If you can keep up with that motorcycle, I shall reward you with $5. Li Ji declared resolutely, extending 5 fingers. Very well, please hold on tight, the rickshaw driver replied, and off they went. The motorcycle's speed was not excessively rapid, allowing the driver to exert all his strength in the chase. Although he could not catch up, he was equally not left behind. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a Japanese restaurant named Fujika. A 3-wheeled motorcycle was parked outside. Across the street, the driver, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, thought to himself that for the sake of $5, he nearly ran his legs off. In the future, he would accept such jobs without hesitation, as one fare equated to several days' earnings. Li Ji reluctantly handed the driver $5 from his pocket. Thank you, sir. Until we meet again, the driver beamed. Taking the money and departing, Li Ji concealed himself at the alleyway diagonally opposite the Fujika restaurant, seizing an opportunity when no one was watching to disguise himself once more, this time transforming into a middle-aged man with a square face. Hours passed, and as night descended, Yamamoto Yuichiro emerged from the restaurant. Arm in arm with a woman clad in a traditional Japanese kimono, they mounted the motorcycle and rode off into the night, leaving Li Ji with an expression of resigned dismay. Clearly, Yamamoto Yuichiro had taken the woman to a hotel. Inwardly, he cursed, what a fool. Riding a motorcycle to a hotel, does he not fear the throttle causing smoke? Counting the remaining coins in his pocket, he found just over $3, enough for a simple meal of Japanese cuisine. He then moved toward the Fujika restaurant, where, welcomed by a Japanese waitress, he ordered the simplest dish, spending $2. His command of the Japanese language was rudimentary, yet he managed to communicate without much difficulty. Half an hour later, he exited the restaurant, having spent $2 on his meal while also learning that the woman who left with Yamamoto was named Shizuyuin Yoshiko, a waitress at Fujika. Though little else was known about her, he waved for a rickshaw to return to the Lee family lane in the French concession. In just a day, he had exhausted the $10 provided by old Yang. Now, his pockets were emptier than his face. Seated in the rickshaw, he gazed upon the illuminated streets, pondering potential avenues for earning money. Given his current status, engaging in business was ill-advised, and lacking capital, he could only pursue ventures requiring no investment. Upon returning to his rented room in the Lee family lane, Li Ji began to strategize on no-cost enterprises. After all, without funds, progress was painfully slow. Over the next 2 days, he monitored Yamamoto Yuichiro while simultaneously seeking pathways to enter into no-cost businesses. On that evening, at a department store in Honko, owned by a Japanese gentleman in his 40s, 2 clerks busied themselves with arranging and selling goods while the proprietor managed the finances. Taro Yamaguchi emerged from the establishment, his face aglow, for his store had recently enjoyed modest profits, filling him with a buoyant spirit. Each night, he would venture to the nearby Japanese tavern, and tonight was no exception. Across the street stood a man whose attire and demeanor mirrored that of Taro Yamaguchi, even down to their strikingly similar features. Should they stand side by side, they would appear more like twin brothers, indistinguishable from one another. Li Ji bore a subtle smile as Taro Yamaguchi's figure vanished into the distance. He stepped out from the shadows and strode confidently into the department store. The 2 clerks, occupied with their tasks, acknowledged the return of their employer without question, continuing their work. Li Ji approached the counter and opened the cash drawer, revealing stacks of Japanese yen, French francs, and other currencies. He selected 2 bundles of 20-franc notes, along with 2 bundles of yen, totaling approximately 4,000 to 5,000, and placed the money into his satchel before swaggering out of the store. Throughout the entire episode, the clerks posed no inquiries, harboring no suspicions whatsoever. After all, Li Ji, disguised as Taro Yamaguchi, bore an uncanny resemblance to the genuine article, making it nearly impossible for even the closest of companions to discern any discrepancies based solely on appearance. Chapter 3. The Cheongsam woman as the chief on the bustling streets. Li Ji sat in a rickshaw, crossing his legs nonchalantly, 2 fingers pinching a cigarette as he exhaled wisps of smoke, his eyes betraying a hint of delight. He had borrowed a substantial sum from a Japanese trading firm, approximately $6,000 or $7,000 when converted into silver dollars. He intended to utilize this money to rent an apartment near Honko and purchase a bicycle to facilitate his surveillance of Yamamoto Yuichiro. In the French concession, Li Ji indulged in a bowl of plain noodles at the alley's entrance before returning to his rented accommodation. At the stairway, he encountered a young woman clad in a cheongsam, her high heels clicking against the floor, and her hair styled in glamorous waves. She was Lu Jiahui, a celebrated dancer at the Palette Danse, reportedly earning a handsome sum of French currency each night. Mr. Li has returned, Lu Jiahui greeted as she descended the stairs, her heels echoing with each step. Li Ji nodded subtly, recalling that he had seen a black sedan parked at the alley earlier, likely waiting to escort Lu Jiahui. As she gracefully departed, he cast a lingering glance at her alluring silhouette, shaking his head inwardly, lamenting the waste of such a splendid figure. Upon returning to his room, he concealed the borrowed funds within the bed's wooden slats, reserving a mere 1,000 francs for his daily expenses. The following day, He procured a bicycle and rented a room near Yamamoto Yuichiro's residence, acquiring several outfits specifically for the purpose of surveillance. Yamamoto Yuichiro, that scoundrel, spent his days at the naval headquarters, dined at Japanese restaurants in the afternoons, and consorted with various Japanese women each night, his routine devoid of any remarkable variation. During his surveillance, Li Ji noted that Yamamoto was not financially secure, frequently visiting pawnshops in Hongkou to hawk his watch and jade, exchanging them for money to sustain his living expenses. Days later, at the East Asia restaurant in Hongkou, Yamamoto Yuichiro entered a room with a tall, statuesque white Russian woman in his embrace. Li Ji, disguised as a middle-aged man, rented a room adjacent to theirs. The soundproofing was mediocre. He pressed his ear against the wall, faintly capturing the conversation from the neighboring room. Money is short. The items are missing. The Empire's plan has commenced. More funds are needed. Li Ji meticulously transcribed every word he overheard in his notebook. After a brief exchange, a series of rustling sounds ensued, and soon, silence enveloped the room. Li Ji furrowed his brow, realizing that Yamamoto Yuichiro's singular vice was women. The next day at Old Yang's silk shop, Li Ji, donned in a black Zhongshan suit, strode into the establishment with an air of authority. Old Yang, busy cutting fabric, paused his work upon noticing a customer, promptly setting aside his tasks. "What can I assist you with, sir?" he inquired. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that this was no ordinary customer but rather Li Ji, an operative of the Siren Group. "Come inside," Old Yang said, glancing around to ensure the coast was clear before ushering Li Ji into the back room. Once in the inner chamber, Old Yang lowered his voice and asked, "What brings you here?" Li Ji extracted a small notebook, which contained his surveillance records from recent days. The contents detailed the activities of Yamamoto Yuichiro, who followed a predictable routine of work, leisure, and indulgence in the company of women. Last night, he had met with a white Russian woman. Though the specifics of their conversation were unclear, Li Ji faintly overheard phrases suggesting that the imperial plans were underway and references to financial incentives. Li Ji had grown weary of monitoring Yamamoto Yuichiro. If his suspicions were correct, Yamamoto was selling Japanese naval intelligence to foreign agents for profit. It was likely that his superiors had assigned him this task with intentions of bribing Yamamoto. This suspicion was confirmed when Old Yang reviewed Li Ji's records and, after listening to his report, nodded slowly in acknowledgement. He then produced a wad of cash from his pocket. "You've worked hard during this period. Take this money and enjoy a good meal. I will report your findings to our superiors, and you may await further instructions." "Understood." Li Ji accepted the crumpled bills, around 10 yuan, and, adhering to the philosophy that even the smallest morsel holds value, tucked the money into his pocket. "Avoid coming here unless absolutely necessary. Should there be a task for you, I will leave a pair of black canvas shoes at the entrance," Old Yang advised. Although Shanghai was under national control, the French concession was rife with intrigue, and he urged Li Ji to minimize his visits to the silk shop to avoid drawing attention. Acknowledging the advice, Li Ji stretched lazily and exited the inner room, secretly hoping his superiors would refrain from assigning him further tasks, as surveillance was a task even dogs would shy away from. At the entrance of Li's Lane, the wonton stall exuded a rich aroma. Several small tables were occupied by patrons. The proprietor, an elderly man in his 50s who limped due to a disability, was affectionately referred to as Old Zhang the Lame. Li Ji relished the wontons from Old Zhang's stall and made it a point to enjoy a bowl each morning. Today was no exception. As he savored the steaming wontons, he perused the day's newspaper. The domestic situation was increasingly tense. Reports of student strikes and labor unrest erupted across various districts: the French concession, the international settlement, the Japanese concession, and the Chinese quarters. Just yesterday, in a street within the Japanese concession, students had taken to the streets in protest, only to be met with brutal arrests by the local police and military, resulting in the deaths of 3 students during the chaos. "The world is growing ever more perilous," one patron remarked. "Who knows when conflict might erupt in Shanghai?" Another added, "Wealthy individuals in the concessions are beginning to relocate their assets to the countryside. It seems likely that war is imminent. If hostilities break out, I must take my wife and children to safety in the rural areas." As the patrons discussed the impending turmoil, Li Ji mused that even the common folk were aware of the looming conflict. Surely the officials in the government were equally cognizant. Calculating the time, he realized that only about 2 weeks remained until the outbreak of the war. In Old Yang silk shop, a young woman clad in a qipao and perched on high heels entered. She scanned the room, noted that Old Yang was the sole occupant, nodded gently, and gracefully made her way into the inner chamber. Old Yang peered outside for a moment, hung the closed sign, and then closed the shop door before entering the inner chamber. "Commander, this is the surveillance report sent by Li Ji," he said, presenting a notebook that meticulously detailed Yamamoto Yuichiro's habits, the individuals he met, and the places he frequented. The report was exceedingly thorough. The woman in the cheongsam accepted the notebook, flipping through its pages with great care. "It seems the intelligence from headquarters is indeed credible." Yamamoto Yuichiro is, without a doubt, selling information to foreign spies. This could present a potential opportunity for us. Old Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Are you suggesting we bribe Yamamoto Yuichiro? Based on Li Ji's surveillance report combined with the intelligence from headquarters, it can be concluded that Yamamoto Yuichiro is a shameless libertine. For someone like him, beauty and wealth would be sufficient to lead him astray, the woman in the Cheongsam remarked, a glint of confidence shining in her eyes. Chapter 4. The Porcelain Doll and the Harbinger of Joy. Commander, have you forgotten that our last attempt to bribe the Japanese naval officer failed, resulting in the capture of 2 members of our team? Old Yang's expression bore a hint of hesitation. We were careless last time. The woman in the Cheongsam's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of coldness as she spoke. Currently, there are rampant rumors circulating, and headquarters urgently requires intelligence on the Japanese naval fleet stationed in Shanghai. If we can ensnare Yamamoto Yuichiro, we could acquire the latest information from the naval command in Shanghai, which holds extraordinary significance for headquarters in assessing the strength of the Japanese Navy. Commander, could you reconsider this matter with greater caution? Old Yang was apprehensive that the Siren intelligence team might repeat their previous mistakes. In these extraordinary times, we cannot afford to delay. The woman in the Cheongsam commanded decisively. Arrange for the Harbinger of Joy to approach Yamamoto Yuichiro, using her allure to entice him. When the moment is right, she can confront him directly. If he is capable of selling information to foreign intelligence agencies, he could certainly sell it to us as well. Have the new operative provide cover for the Harbinger and relay the intelligence. Old Yang furrowed his brow and said, Commander, should we consider replacing the operative? He is inexperienced and new to our line of work. I fear he may not be able to handle the situation, potentially jeopardizing our mission. Old Yang, you underestimate him. The woman in the Cheongsam remarked, her lips curling into a sensual smile as she held a surveillance notebook. A newcomer who has managed to monitor Yamamoto Yuichiro for several days without detection and has gathered such intriguing information is no ordinary rookie. Furthermore, our team currently consists of only 2 operatives, both occupied with their missions. We must utilize the newcomer to cover the Harbinger of Joy. Understood, Commander. Old Yang ceased his objections, recognizing that as a subordinate, he could offer suggestions but could not contravene the orders of his superior. Li Family Lane, number 16. Early morning. Li Ji was awakened by the creaking of the bed boards from the adjacent room. It was evident that Lu Jiahui had brought a man home the previous night. He bore no judgment nor complaint. In this era where human life is often disregarded, ordinary individuals, in their struggle for survival, are compelled to forsake their dignity. Much like Lu Jiahui. In the current landscape of Shanghai, there are countless dancers akin to Lu Jiahui, numbering in the tens of thousands, including outsiders such as the white Russian dancers from the concessions. As was his routine, he rose, freshened up, donned his neatly pressed black Zhongshan suit, and stepped out of his room. Just then, the door next door swung open, revealing a man in a suit exiting Lu Jiahui's room, humming a tune. Exuding an air of self-satisfaction, Li Ji cast a brief glance at the man in the suit, who appeared to be around 30, adorned in tailored attire and leather shoes, with a gold chain peeking from his breast pocket, likely a scion of a wealthy family. He paid little mind and turned to descend the stairs, intent on having breakfast. At the staircase, he encountered another resident, a bespectacled young man with a somewhat frail physique, giving off an impression of fragility. His name was Zhang Guiping, a journalist at a newspaper in the French concession. Good morning, Mr. Li, Zhang greeted with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Off to work? Li Ji nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, off to work. Li Ji nonchalantly uttered a remark before descending the stairs with purpose. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, he observed that Zhang Keizi's wonton stall was bustling with activity, with a dozen patrons seated at the modest street-side establishment. Li Ji chose a discreet spot to settle down, ordering a bowl of wontons and a steamer of meat buns, savoring his meal at a leisurely pace. As he enjoyed his breakfast, he listened to the discussions among the customers regarding the current state of affairs. It was undeniable that wisdom often resides among the populace. A middle-aged man in his 40s predicted an imminent outbreak of war in Shanghai within the month. His foresight was remarkably precise. Barring any unforeseen historical deviations, conflict would erupt in a fortnight, leaving the land ravaged and millions subjected to the yoke of Japanese colonial rule, with countless innocents falling victim to the enemy's artillery. After finishing his meal, Li Ji strolled through the streets, as was his custom, casually stopping by the entrance of Old Yang's silk shop to glance inside. If Old Yang had not signaled a meeting, he could once again enjoy a fleeting respite from the burdens of life. Upon arriving at the shop's entrance, he noticed a pair of worn canvas shoes placed conspicuously outside, an unmistakable sign of an impending meeting. A flicker of contemplation crossed Li Ji's eyes. He had just submitted his surveillance reports yesterday, and now Old Yang had issued a meeting signal, suggesting that the higher-ups had likely entrusted him with the task concerning Yamamoto Yuichiro. With a measured gait, he entered the silk shop, where Old Yang was the sole occupant. Upon seeing Li Ji, Old Yang gestured for him to enter the inner chamber and wait. A few minutes later, within the confines of the back room, Old Yang solemnly outlined the mission. The higher-ups had assigned a new task to recruit Yamamoto Yuichiro, with the specifics to be executed by the informant known as Singing Bird. It was Li Ji's responsibility to provide cover for Singing Bird and relay intelligence. Singing Bird? Li Ji mused, momentarily furrowing his brow, choosing not to voice his thoughts. She was an elite intelligence officer from their group, professionally trained, and her loyalty and capabilities were beyond reproach. Old Yang presented him with Singing Bird's contact details, instructing him to meet her at Peace Park, where she would delineate the particulars of the operation. He emphasized the importance of safeguarding Singing Bird and closely monitoring Yamamoto Yuichiro, urging immediate protective measures should any danger arise. Upon concluding the briefing, Old Yang retrieved a bundle of currency from his pocket, this time not a mere scattering of bills, but a substantial stack of 10-yuan notes, totaling over 200. This is your operational budget for the month. Spend it wisely, as our group's finances are rather constrained. However, should you require additional funds, do not hesitate to call me, and I will request more from the higher-ups. After providing Li Ji with a phone number for emergencies, he observed as Li Ji memorized it and promptly incinerated the note. This display of caution did not escape Old Yang's notice, who felt a sense of admiration for the young man's prudence, indicative of his suitability for this line of work. What strategy do the higher-ups intend to employ to recruit Yamamoto Yuichiro? Li Ji inquired. You shall learn once you meet with Singing Bird, Old Yang replied, refraining from elaborating further, as discussing the nuances of seduction in person felt somewhat awkward. Understood, Li Ji said, pocketing the funds and preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment. Old Yang hurriedly called out to him. By the way, the higher-ups have assigned you a code name, Ghost Fox. Ghost Fox? Li Ji nodded slightly. He found the code name rather acceptable. Exiting the silk shop, he gestured for a rickshaw and headed towards Peace Park, situated near the Bund in the French concession. Peace Park is a riverside haven that rarely attracts visitors. However, under the sweltering summer sun, a few students and idle individuals meandered through the park. Upon arriving at Peace Park, Li Ji made his way to the designated meeting spot provided by Old Yang. Beneath a white poplar tree sat a woman clad in a blue dress. Her skin was alabaster, her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented a face of exquisite beauty, resembling that of a porcelain doll, and her figure was slender and elongated. Chapter 5. What book is the young lady reading? She held a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms in her hands, engrossed in its pages. Li Ji approached with a confident stride and took a seat beside her. What book are you reading? He inquired. The Three Kingdoms, the young lady in the blue dress replied without lifting her gaze. Which character from the Three Kingdoms do you favor? Jinmi, she answered, closing her book as she posed a question of her own. Do you also enjoy the Three Kingdoms, sir? No, I prefer Journey to the West, Li Ji responded, adhering to the covert signal given by Old Yang. Which segment of Journey to the West do you like best? The three battles against the White Bone Spirit. During the Republican era, a director named Do not only filmed the Spider Lair segment of Journey to the West, but also the three battles against the White Bone Spirit. However, due to certain inappropriate scenes, the Jinling government prohibited its screening in cinemas. Yet, the common folk were well acquainted with the tales of the three battles and the Spider Lair. Reporting Joybird, she said, I need information on Yamamoto Yuichiro. Yamamoto Yuichiro, male, approximately 27 or 28 years old, was a major staff officer stationed at the Shanghai Navy headquarters. He was known for his lecherous tendencies, frequently consorting with dancers and Japanese women. Recently, he had been particularly strapped for cash, pawning numerous valuable items. He might be supplying intelligence to some foreign nation. Li Ji shared everything he knew for her reference. Where will he go tonight? Reporting Joy Bird asked directly. According to his routine, he will first dine at the Tingxiang restaurant after work, then take a woman to the Far East Hotel or to the Navy Club for drinks, followed by lodging at a nearby hotel with a dancer. Through days of surveillance, Li Ji had gleaned Yamamoto Yuichiro's post-work habits. I will prepare and meet you at the Bolai Tea House at 5 this afternoon. Reporting Joybird needed to make ample preparations, as her superiors had given her the task of capturing Yamamoto Yuichiro at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing her own body. Li Ji nodded and stood to leave. Reporting Joybird glanced at his departing figure, a smile gracing her lips before she turned on her high heels and exited. Li Ji returned home to gather a stack of yen, as the currency for transactions in the Hongkou Japanese concession was yen. In the afternoon at Bolai Tea House, the establishment was quite deserted. Reporting Joybird was exquisitely adorned, wearing a golden peacock-embroidered qipao that perfectly accentuated her figure. With a delicate porcelain doll-like face lightly adorned with makeup, she appeared as stunning as a lotus emerging from water. Seated in a private room on the second floor, she donned a pair of sunglasses, affording her a view of the Navy headquarters entrance. Shortly after, Li Ji pushed open the door to the private room and entered. After a brief discussion, they noticed a three-wheeled motorcycle emerging from the Navy headquarters. He has come out. Let us go. Li Ji immediately recognized the figure riding the motorcycle as Yamamoto Yuichiro. Indeed, The bird of good news retrieved a banknote from her handbag, placing it on the table as a tip for tea. The two emerged from the tea house, and the bird of good news gestured towards a car parked by the roadside. Li Ji mused to himself about the privileges of an intelligence agent, who could complete assignments in a vehicle, unlike himself, who had to purchase even a rickety bicycle out of his own pocket. They both entered the car, and Li Ji pressed the accelerator to pursue. As he had anticipated, that scoundrel Yamamoto Yuichiro had indeed gone to the Fengxiang restaurant. The car came to a halt, and the bird of good news took out a makeup kit, touched up her appearance, and then stepped out of the car, swaying her voluptuous figure into the restaurant. Li Ji sat in the car, lighting a cigarette and drawing on it thoughtfully. After about an hour, the bird of good news exited the restaurant, followed closely by Yamamoto Yuichiro, with a young man trailing behind, excitedly gesturing with his hands. The bird of good news laughed and chatted with Yamamoto while hailing a rickshaw. A moment later, a rickshaw came to a stop, and she climbed aboard, leaving Yamamoto Yuichiro standing there, gazing dreamily at her departing figure. A smirk of derision crossed Li Ji's lips. The young man had clearly fallen for her charms. However, given the bird of good news's porcelain doll-like appearance, it was understandable that an ordinary man would find it hard to resist. Shortly thereafter, Yamamoto Yuichiro turned back into the restaurant. Li Ji drove in the direction the rickshaw had taken. Indeed, on the next street, he spotted the bird of good news waiting by the roadside and halted his vehicle. Once she entered the car, she stated, "The groundwork has been laid. You are responsible for continued surveillance. He will call me for dinner tomorrow afternoon. Is it safe to talk on the phone?" Li Ji inquired. "It is safe," she replied. "As you mentioned, he is indeed a lecher, having just met. He already attempted to make advances, indicating that capturing him should not be difficult. The challenge lies in how to ensnare him. As an intelligence officer, she did not wish to incur great costs only to yield no information. I suspect he may soon engage in transactions with other intelligence agencies. When that time comes, procure a camera for me. Capturing photos of him interacting with foreign spies, coupled with the temptation of profit, could greatly increase the chances of bringing him down." Li Ji was acutely aware that their superiors had assigned the bird of good news to approach Yamamoto Yuichiro with the intention of seduction. "I will arrange for a camera for you tomorrow," he assured her. The bird of good news deemed Li Ji's strategy feasible. If she could threaten him with incriminating evidence and entice him with profit, along with employing a few additional tactics, she was confident he would not resist. "Tonight, I will continue to monitor him," she concluded. After speaking, Li Ji handed the car over to her and returned on foot to the Fengxiang restaurant. At the Fengxiang restaurant, as usual, Yamamoto Yuichiro emerged with Jingyuan Fangzi, riding a three-wheeled motorcycle to a nearby inn. Li Ji followed on foot and soon arrived at the entrance of a Japanese-owned inn, where he discreetly entered and paid the proprietor with a wad of yen to secure a room. Fortune smiled upon him, as his room happened to be right next to that of Yamamoto Yuichiro. Upon entering the room, he was immediately met with the desperate, piercing screams of Shizuyuan Fangzi, accompanied by the crack of a whip. That vile creature, Yamamoto Yuichiro, truly relished in his depravity. The soundproofing of the room left much to be desired, allowing him to distinctly hear Yamamoto's nearly maniacal laughter mingled with Fangzi's anguished cries. After listening for a while and gleaning no useful intelligence, Li Ji resigned himself to rest, donning his clothes once more. That night, however, he found himself unable to sleep. The wretched Yamamoto Yuichiro was relentless, alternating between whipping and delivering resounding slaps, tormenting her for the better part of the night. Li Ji pondered whether this scoundrel had completely lost his mind. Otherwise, what could possibly justify such brutal violence? Chapter 6. Yang Xingya captured in the early morning, Yamamoto Yuichiro emerged from the inn, his legs awkwardly splayed, as he mounted his three-wheeled motorcycle. Jiang Yuan Fangzi limped out of the establishment, a sight that filled the innkeeper with envy. Truly, Yamamoto was a man among men. Yet, only Jiang Yuan Fangzi knew the truth. Yamamoto Yuichiro was no longer capable. To assert his virility, he resorted to wielding a belt and delivering slaps. She endured his humiliations merely for the sake of his generosity. Otherwise, she would have no desire to suffer such indignities. Li Ji exited the inn and summoned a rickshaw to return to his rented residence in Hongkou for some rest, lamenting that the wretched Yamamoto had disturbed his sleep so early in the day. In the afternoon, Li Ji and Bao Xinyan convened at the Bolai tea house. Bao Xinyan handed him a camera, explaining that Yamamoto Yuichiro had called at noon, requesting a meeting at the Yamato Hotel at 6 o'clock. She intended to leverage this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship, instilling in him a sense of hope for success. "From the moment I enter the Yamato Hotel, you will call the establishment half an hour later, claiming that there is an emergency at home, allowing me to extricate myself," she outlined her plan. "What if Yamamoto Yutaro resorts to force?" Li Ji inquired. The Yamato Hotel is an upscale establishment in the Japanese concession, frequented by prominent figures. Yamamoto Yuichiro would not dare to act against me. Bao Xinyan had meticulously calculated every detail. Li Ji nodded in agreement before driving Bao Xinyan to the Yamato Hotel. They exchanged idle chatter during the ride, discussing Yamamoto Yuichiro's audacious exploits from the previous night, which left Bao Xinyan's delicate doll-like face adorned with a mix of astonishment and disgust. Around 5:50 p.m., Yamamoto Yuichiro arrived at the Yamato Hotel, clad in a suit and holding a fresh flower, seated in a rickshaw. As he entered the hotel, Li Ji observed his silhouette through the car window. Noting the incongruity of his splayed legs in a suit, standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, short and unimposing. "I will enter in 5 minutes," Bao Xinyan remarked. Glancing at her watch, "I will call the Yamato Hotel promptly at 6:30, Li Ji assured her. The 5 minutes elapsed swiftly. Bao Xinyan gracefully alighted from the vehicle and entered the hotel. Li Ji lit a cigarette, exhaling tendrils of smoke. Yet his mind was burdened with an abundance of intelligence regarding the Japanese military. He was aware, for instance, that in a few days, a Japanese naval captain would crash into Hangzhou Airport, subsequently leading to the outbreak of the Songhu War, as well as the deployment of Japanese Marine forces in Shanghai. He was prepared to report this intelligence at the opportune moment, indifferent to whether his superiors would believe him. Half an hour passed before Li Ji disembarked and approached a public telephone booth, dialing the front desk of the Yamato Hotel. "Please connect me to Miss Yang Qingya," he requested. Yang Qingya was Bao Xinyan's alias. Shortly thereafter, the staff informed him that no Miss Yang Qingya was registered at the hotel, and the call was disconnected. How could this be possible? He witnessed the arrival of the harbinger of joy with his own eyes. After hanging up the phone, Li Ji hurried into the day restaurant. Upon entering the dining hall, he scanned the surroundings and confirmed that neither Yamamoto Yuichiro nor the harbinger of joy were present among the diners. However, he noticed a waitress clearing a table, where 2 sets of used cutlery indicated the presence of 2 patrons. Approaching the waitress, he awkwardly inquired in broken Japanese, "Excuse me, where have Mr. Yamamoto and Miss Yang gone?" The waitress shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Li Ji fished out several yen bills from his pocket and handed them directly to her. "I am a friend of Mr. Yamamoto and urgently need to find him. Please assist me." The waitress glanced at the yen in her hand and whispered, "Room 4023. "Thank you." Li Ji frowned slightly. What was going on with the harbinger of joy? Hadn't she claimed she would not fall into Yamamoto's hands? Why, then, was she in a room with Yamamoto Yuichiro? Li Ji couldn't dwell on these thoughts for long. He needed to ascertain whether the harbinger was there willingly or under duress. If it were the former, he would refrain from interfering. If it were the latter, as a colleague and a fellow descendant of Yan and Huang, he could not stand idly by. Li Ji took the elevator to the 4th floor and walked down the corridor for over 20 meters until he reached the door of room 4023. He leaned against the door to eavesdrop and faintly heard the sound of Yamamoto Yuichiro's boisterous laughter from within. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, Yamamoto Yuichiro had just unbuckled his belt, preparing to give the lovely Miss Yang a harsh lesson, when he was interrupted by the knocking at the door. Cursing under his breath, he grabbed his belt and went to open the door, assuming it was likely a compatriot and thus unprepared for any threat. As the door swung open, just as Yamamoto was about to speak, Li Ji delivered a swift punch to his eye, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling back into the room. Yamamoto let out a cry, one hand clutching his eye while the other reached for his gun. Li Ji was quick to respond, delivering a hard blow to Yamamoto's forehead. Just as Yamamoto's hand grazed the firearm, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed unconscious. Li Ji crouched down, relieved Yamamoto of his sidearm, and turned to glance at the harbinger of joy, who lay in a stupor on the bed. Her eyes were glazed, clearly indicating she had fallen victim to some vile substance, yet her clothing remained intact. He filled a glass with water from the tap and offered it to her. Regardless of the foul play involved, ample hydration would mitigate any severe consequences. After administering several glasses of water, she gradually began to regain consciousness. She narrowly escaped disaster. A flicker of rage crossed the harbinger's eyes. As a graduate of the elite intelligence training program in Hangzhou, the thought of nearly falling prey to Yamamoto Yuichiro filled her with indignation and fury. "I have temporarily incapacitated him," Li Ji assessed. "Now we must devise a plan to ensnare him. Otherwise, if our superiors discover any discrepancies in our operation, we will face dire consequences." The harbinger recognized the truth in Li Ji's words. The military intelligence department is a place devoid of sentiment. The commanders prioritize results, indifferent to the intricacies of the process. One must devise a plan to extricate him from the restaurant and find a secure location to employ coercion. Should he refuse to cooperate, he must be eliminated. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Baok Sinio's eyes. Li Ji, pondering briefly, suggested, "You should first descend to the vehicle. I will carry him out. If anyone inquires, we shall claim he suffered a heart attack and requires urgent medical attention. Is that feasible?" Baok Sinio contemplated, apprehensive of the potential repercussions if their ruse were uncovered, especially since they were within the day restaurant, teeming with Japanese patrons. Yet, the possibility of success warranted a trial. Li Ji deemed the situation manageable, provided Yamamoto Yuichiro remained unconscious. "Very well, let us proceed with this tentative plan. Should danger arise, we shall eliminate him first." Byakushino cast a cold glance at the unconscious Yamamoto Yuhikiro, a chilling resolve glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 7. Yamamoto is not a good person at the Yamato Hotel. Li Ji hurriedly carried the unconscious Yamamoto Yuhikiro, weaving through the crowd. "Excuse us, we need to get to the hospital." Exiting the elevator, he briskly made his way through the hotel lobby and dashed out onto the street, directly boarding a car on the opposite side, speeding away. The hotel manager's eyes flickered with suspicion. He and Yamamoto hailed from the same hometown, and the latter had always been in good health. Why the sudden rush to the hospital? In the French concession, an abandoned factory stood. Baushini drove swiftly to the exterior of the derelict building. This factory had been deserted for many years, making it an ideal location for interrogation. Li Ji retrieved a flashlight from his pocket and handed it to Baushini, grasping Yamamoto by his collar. He dragged him from the vehicle, treating him like a lifeless pig as they approached the abandoned factory. Baushini led the way with the flashlight. Yamamoto Yuhikiro emitted pain cries. Li Ji hurled him to the ground and kicked him several times, eliciting shrill screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Who are you? Yamamoto Yuhikiro gasped through the pain, indignantly asserting, "I am a lieutenant commander in the Imperial Japanese Navy." A resounding slap met his words. Baushini coldly retorted, "Yamamoto Yuhikiro, do you wish to live or die?" At this, Yamamoto suddenly realized that the woman he had drugged was none other than Yang Qingya. His eyes widened in disbelief as he followed the beam of the flashlight, confirming it was indeed Miss Yang. "Miss Yang, it's you," he exclaimed, his expression one of utter incredulity. "You scoundrel." Baushini delivered a fierce kick, causing Yamamoto to let out a piercing scream, as if his worthless pride had been shattered. Minutes later, the pain on Yamamoto's face gradually faded as he struggled to rise from the ground. "Miss Yang, kidnapping an officer of the Imperial Japanese Navy will cost you your life," he threatened. At that moment, Li Ji landed a punch that sent Yamamoto sprawling again, placing his foot firmly on the latter's forehead, coldly stating, "If the Empire learns that you sold naval intelligence to a white Russian woman, what do you think will happen to you? Will they send you to a military tribunal or execute you?" Yamamoto's heart raced like a tempest at the thought. The fact that someone knew of his betrayal to the Imperial Navy was a dire predicament. The Navy's intelligence division had been on the hunt for traitors, and the commander had even vowed that should an informant be discovered, they would face the most brutal of fates, flaying and burning. "Who are you?" Yamamoto trembled as he inquired. "I am now questioning you. The white Russian woman you traded intelligence with, what country is she from, and what is her name?" Li Ji demanded. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Yamamoto stubbornly denied, unwilling to confess that he had sold naval secrets for beauty and riches. Li Ji retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, struck a match to ignite it, and inhaled deeply before turning to Byakushino. "He is now in your hands, as long as he remains alive. You may proceed as you wish." With that, he turned away, cigarette in hand. A cold smirk crept across Byakushino's lips. Had it not been for Gue, whose quick thinking that evening, rushing in to rescue her, she could only imagine the torment she would have endured at the hands of Yamamoto Yuhikiro. In a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of punches directed at Yamamoto's chest. Despite his resilience, Yamamoto was soon spewing blood, his insides ablaze with pain. Li Ji paid no heed to Yamamoto's wails, waiting until he had finished his cigarette before glancing back at the man sprawled on the ground, rendered motionless and resembling a lifeless swine. "Yamamoto, I present you with two options. We can either send the photographs of your dealings with the white Russian woman to the Naval Command in Shanghai, or you can disclose her identity," Li Ji stated. Yamamoto, gasping for breath, feigned ignorance to Li Ji's words. Apparently, that was insufficient. "Let us continue," Li Ji chuckled, turning to Byakushino. "Very well," she replied, lifting her stiletto heel and delivering a fierce kick. Yamamoto's cries echoed like a wounded animal. It was only after his legs were riddled with bloodied punctures from her heels that he began to sob and confess. "Her name is Louise. She is a white Russian noblewoman. I truly do not know which country she is associated with. We merely engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. I provide intelligence, and she compensates me." Yamamoto lamented. "Is that all?" Li Ji inquired, frowning slightly. "That is all. No. She does accompany me to bed twice a month," Yamamoto added. "When is your next meeting? How much does she pay you each time?" Li Ji pressed. "The next transaction is on the 15th of August. She pays me not much, around 2 to 300 yen, Yamamoto replied. 2 to 300 yen. And you are willing to betray Japan and willingly sell naval intelligence? This man surely undervalues himself," Li Ji mused. I, Yamamoto stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. As a naval lieutenant commander, he earned only 130 yen a month. This sum was hardly sufficient for his expenses, especially considering his nightly indulgences in the company of women. "Yamamoto, I offer you a lucrative opportunity. If you provide us with intelligence from the Naval Command in Shanghai, we shall grant you 2,000 yen per month, and your betrayal of the Japanese Empire will remain a secret," Li Ji contemplated, envisioning the profitable venture of bribing a naval lieutenant commander. Who are you? Yamamoto, despite his dim-wittedness, could sense that Yang Qingye was a spy with ulterior motives. The party investigation department, Li Ji stated, withholding his true affiliation, aware that Yamamoto's words could be dubious. The party investigation department? Yamamoto furrowed his brow, surprised to learn that Yang Qingye was associated with this man from the Jinling government. Yamamoto, this opportunity is singular. Your choice to cooperate rests solely with you. After Li Ji finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with the joyful bird. The latter, comprehending the unspoken intent, remarked, Yamamoto, is it not true that your desires revolve around beautiful women and wealth? We can certainly fulfill both of these wishes for you. A monthly sum of 2,000 yen. And I shall arrange for the most exquisite French beauties to accompany you. What say you? Yamamoto Yuichiro felt a stirring within him. He acknowledged that he was not a virtuous man, being both avaricious and lecherous. Miss Yang, I hold you in high esteem. If you so desire, I can diligently provide you with intelligence from the Imperial Navy of Japan. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yamamoto Yuichiro's panda-like eyes. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the joyful bird delivered a resounding slap, causing Yamamoto Yuichiro to see stars before his eyes. Chapter 8. The Siren Commander. Human nature is inherently greedy and selfish. Under the intricate web of money, beauty, and threats, Yamamoto Yuichiro divulged a portion of the Naval Command's affairs as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The remaining significant portion, however, he intended to sell at a premium. Li Ji understood that the ensuing matters were beyond his and Baioxinio's control. He discreetly pulled Baioxinio aside, instructing her to contact their superiors nearby and request someone to come and negotiate with Yamamoto Yuichiro. Baioxinio nodded and exited the dilapidated factory. During her absence, Li Ji inquired about personnel within the Naval Command, such as the names of Yamamoto Yuichiro's colleagues, who were close to him, who harbored animosities towards him, and various regulations governing the Naval Command. Half an hour later, Baioxinio returned to the factory and communicated the situation through coded language, stating that their superiors were en route to handle the matter. Li Ji offered a cigarette to Yamamoto Yuichiro, continuing their discussion about the Naval Command. Yamamoto Yuichiro, unreserved, shared insights as the affairs of the Naval Command were not particularly secretive. Since he was inclined to inquire, it was a timely opportunity to extend a favor. After all, he anticipated a long-term collaboration with the party coordination, and providing some trivial intelligence would serve as a gesture of goodwill. Around dawn, two commanders from the Siren Intelligence Group arrived at the abandoned factory. The premises were dimly lit, with a small bonfire flickering on the floor. Through the feeble glow, Li Ji discerned the silhouettes of the two commanders. One was a woman, clad in a black knee-length leather coat, her figure graceful, wearing a hat and a scarf that obscured half of her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. However, her statuesque form suggested she possessed remarkable beauty. The male commander was robust and tall, donning a flat cap, his face shrouded in shadow. Baioxinio whispered her report to the female commander for a brief moment. You may wait outside. The female commander's voice was cool and tinged with detachment. Li Ji recognized that the forthcoming discussions were confidential, and without a word, he exited the factory alongside Baioxinio. Outside, they entered a vehicle. Thank you for today, Ghost Fox, Baioxinio remarked. It was nothing, Li Ji replied nonchalantly. He had merely fulfilled his duty, as his superiors had tasked him with protecting Baioxinio and relaying intelligence. I hope we will have future opportunities for collaboration. Baioxinio found Ghost Fox to be rather commendable. He was genuinely involved when needed, unlike certain partners who fled like startled rabbits at the first hint of trouble. There will be, Li Ji thought, reflecting on how, after the outbreak of war, the first wave of intelligence operatives lurking in Shanghai had faced brutal extermination. Individuals like him and Baioxinio, mere fodder for intelligence agencies, could be easily discarded or betrayed at any moment, with the hope of witnessing victory and the resistance seeming exceedingly slim. Following this exchange, both fell into silence, each immersed in their thoughts. As intelligence operatives, they had no need to know each other's names or backgrounds. Indeed, they would actively choose to forget each other's appearances. The two officers from the Siren Group emerged from the abandoned factory. They had engaged in a thorough discussion with Yamamoto Yuichiro for over 2 hours, finalizing the steps of their collaboration. Kitsune, you may leave, the female officer's cold voice resonated. Understood. Li Ji said nothing further, turning to vanish into the shadows. If he was not mistaken, the Harbinger would become Yamamoto Yuichiro's sole point of contact. The female officer's icy tone sounded again. Harbinger, you will be responsible for liaising with Yamamoto Yuichiro from now on. Understood. Harbinger felt a twinge of reluctance. She was all too aware of Yamamoto Yuichiro's nature. Being assigned to connect with him was akin to leading a lamb into the jaws of a tiger. Nevertheless, orders from superiors must be obeyed. It was a fundamental tenet of an intelligence officer's ethics. You handled tonight's matters ineffectively, the female officer remarked coldly. If any ill-intentioned individuals suspect us, Yamamoto Yuichiro's identity within the naval headquarters could be at risk of exposure at any moment. Yes, it was my failure in handling the situation. Harbinger readily accepted the blame. From now on, you shall make amends. If Yamamoto Yuichiro has further requests, you must find a way to address them, provided it does not interfere with our intelligence transactions. The meaning behind her words was unmistakable. Should Yamamoto Yuichiro make unreasonable demands, it would be Harbinger's responsibility to resolve them. As for how to resolve the situation, that would depend on Harbinger's ingenuity. Understood. A wave of melancholy washed over Harbinger. This was the lament of female intelligence officers. There was nothing that could not be sacrificed for the sake of information. In the dim night, Li Ji walked for over half an hour before finally emerging from the vicinity of the abandoned factory. After nearly another 20 minutes, he arrived at a secluded street in Hongkou. The Japanese concession, unlike the French concession and the international settlement, became desolate by night. Starkly contrasting with the vibrant lights of the French concession, Li Ji hailed a rickshaw to return to his rented accommodation in the Japanese concession, planning to endure the night there before returning to the French concession the following day. The next day, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, with a fine drizzle falling in a soft patter. The ground was damp, and the atmosphere was stifling, as though it heralded an impending storm. On the streets, pedestrians hurried along, some wielding oil paper umbrellas while others braved the rain. Young newsboys, donning straw hats and carrying small cloth bags, called out crisply, their voices echoing through the streets and alleyways. Extra! Extra! Japanese forces have occupied Beiping, ruthlessly slaughtering captured soldiers of the Northwest Army. Extra! Extra! The Jinling government concludes its fifth negotiation with Shaanxi, with the Shaanxi army restructured into the 8th Route Army of the National Revolutionary Army. Extra! Extra! The Northeast Volunteer Army faces suppression from the Guangdong Army, suffering over 3,000 casualties. Extra! Extra! Renowned patriot Mr. Yang Wanga donates 2 million French francs to the Northwest Army. Extra! Extra! Lu Haiyuan, a reporter from the Red Star News Agency, was shot and tragically killed. The newsboys traversed the streets and alleys, their bright, resonant voices forming a picturesque scene amidst the misty drizzle. Li Ji informed his landlord of his intention to go out, stating he might be away for a month or so before cycling into the street. With the mission of Yamamoto Yuichiro concluded, he is set to visit Yang's silk shop today to ascertain whether there are new assignments from his superiors. Should there be no tasks at hand, he may indulge in a few days of respite, while also surveying the area to engage in some low-risk ventures. After all, with the impending outbreak of war, it is prudent for him to stockpile essential supplies such as food, oil, analgesics, bandages, and sulfa drugs. As he braves the gentle drizzle, he rides his bicycle from the Japanese concession back to the French concession. At the entrance of Lies Lane, the wonton stall run by the Limping Zhang is open as usual, though the clientele has significantly dwindled to a mere handful. Li Ji parks his bicycle beside the stall and orders a bowl of wontons and a steamer of buns, savoring his meal by the roadside. Chapter 9. The Fox Spirit receives a new assignment after breakfast. Li Ji rode his bicycle to Yang's silk shop. Outside the shop lay a pair of black canvas shoes. He raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that his superiors were indeed oblivious to the well-being of their subordinates, having just concluded a mission the previous night. He was already summoned today, undoubtedly signaling a new assignment. He secured his bicycle, locking it carefully. In these tumultuous times, with rampant crime and countless ruffians, leaving a bicycle unlocked for even 5 minutes could result in its theft. Once he locked his bike, Li Ji entered the silk shop. Old Yang, wielding a feather duster, delicately wiped away the fine dust from the fabrics. The shop was devoid of customers, casting an air of desolation. Noticing Li Ji's arrival, Old Yang nodded slightly, gesturing for him to proceed into the inner chamber. Li Ji settled into a chair in the inner room and waited for a considerable time before Old Yang finally entered. Fox Spirit, there is a new task for you, Old Yang announced. What task? Li Ji replied curtly, feeling exasperated. After tirelessly working for the seductress intelligence team for several days, he had hoped for some form of reward, yet upon meeting, he was immediately assigned a new task. The headquarters, in collaboration with Mr. Du of the Qing Gang, aimed to recruit a group of robust individuals from the gang and the workforce to form a regular army capable of combat. Should war erupt in Shanghai, this force would be deployed. You are a graduate of the Army Officer School, and the superiors intend for you to serve as a military instructor, responsible for training Qing Gang members and workers, Old Yang continued. Before Old Yang could finish, a serious expression crossed Li Ji's chiseled face. Although it appeared that his superiors intended to place significant trust in him, it felt little different from being cannon fodder. Historically, when war broke out, the Military Intelligence Office, led by Boss Dai, collaborated with Boss Du of the Qing Gang to establish a special operations unit, comprising soldiers from the gang and workers, with the officer corps filled by military academy graduates and political oversight by intelligence officers from the Hangzhou Special Police School. Li Ji pondered the implications of joining this special unit. It was certain he would be thrust into the battlefield, where bullets were indiscriminate. How could he ensure his survival? This is a testament to your superior's trust in you. They hope you will diligently fulfill your duties and remain loyal to the organization, Old Yang extolled. Am I allowed to refuse? Li Ji scoffed inwardly, recognizing his lowly status. If he were of greater significance, his superiors would not dare to assign him as mere cannon fodder. This is an order, Old Yang declared solemnly. You are not alone. Most military academy graduates from the Shanghai Military Command will be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Fine, I understand, Li Ji conceded, knowing he could not refuse. He nodded in agreement, planning to assess the situation on the battlefield when the time came. You are to go to this location and seek out our group leader. The specifics of your assignment will be determined by him. Old Yang handed him a slip of paper. Li Ji glanced at the note, struck a match, and lit it. War may soon erupt. I too have received orders to serve elsewhere. Before departing, Old Yang presented him with a token, saying, consider this a keepsake. From his pocket, he produced a silver dollar, which bore a concave mark in its center, as if it had been struck by a bullet. This coin of the ocean has saved my life, and now I present it to you. Old Yang received a deployment order. His superiors have assigned him to the north to serve as the head of the intelligence team, departing tomorrow. Today marks his last day with the beautiful Snake Intelligence Group. Thank you. Li Ji tucked the coin into his pocket, a fleeting expression of contemplation crossing his face as he remarked, while tracking Yamamoto Yuhikiro. I inadvertently overheard several officers at the Navy Club discussing plans to send an officer to attack Hangzhou Airport, igniting the flames of war. Is the intelligence reliable? Old Yang inquired, taken aback. The intelligence is highly credible, Li Ji continued. While surveilling Yamamoto, I also discreetly assessed the situation of the Station Marine Corps in Shanghai. They are fully prepared for war. I will report your intelligence to my superiors, hoping it garners their attention. Old Yang nodded. Take care. He rose and exited the inner room. From his words, it was evident that he would be leaving Shanghai for other locales. This silk shop would most likely be shutting down. Once outside, he mounted his bicycle and returned to his residence, extracting a portion of the money hidden within the bed slats, intending to purchase some essential supplies to stock up. Arriving at the alley's entrance, he bought a substantial amount of goods from the local grocery store, then shouldered a bag of rice and a bag of millet from the grain shop. Mr. Li, buying so much food today? Are you planning to cook? The landlady exclaimed in surprise. Times are tight lately. I can only prepare my meals, Li Ji replied dismissively. Oh. Mr. Li is too modest. In the landlady's eyes, Li Ji was a promising young man, handsome and courteous. Unlike the lecherous old men on the first floor who did nothing but scheme all day, Li Ji carried the provisions back, planning to venture out again to purchase some clothing. He could not rely solely on his Zhongshan suit and Western attire, occasionally needing to don a long gown or a leather jacket. As he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Lu Jiahui, who should have been heading to work at the dance hall at this hour. Mr. Li, she greeted, her expression slightly unnatural. Perhaps due to the ruckus from the young man she had brought home the previous night, which might have been overheard by Li Ji. Ms. Lu, off to work? Li Ji responded with a smile. Yes, Lu Jiahui nodded. You seem to have purchased quite a lot today? I heard from the neighbors that the situation in Shanghai is tense. There is a possibility of conflict erupting at any moment. It's prudent to stockpile supplies to avoid being caught without food or water when war breaks out, Li Ji explained. Is it really that serious? Lu Jiahui frowned, regarding Li Ji's words as somewhat alarmist. If the situation were indeed so dire, the business at the Bellpock would undoubtedly be affected. However, it had been thriving lately, with patrons flocking in abundance. Who can say for sure about hearsay? Li Ji certainly would not assert with certainty that war was imminent, especially not within these few days. The two exchanged a few casual remarks before reaching the entrance. Lu Jiahui, in her high heels and qipao, swayed her slender waist as she stepped out of the alley. Li Ji picked up a discarded newspaper at the entrance and casually flipped through its pages. At the bottom corner of the back page, he noticed a small line of text announcing a house for sale, located in a lane near Huaihai Middle Road in the French Concession, priced remarkably low at 4,500 silver dollars. After contemplating for a moment, he dismissed the idea of purchasing the property. During the Republic of China era, the trend was not to buy houses but rather to rent them. The focus was on the size and opulence of one's residence. Social standing was determined not by ownership but by the grandeur of one's home. In social gatherings, no one would regard you highly simply for owning a house, rather. They would assess the scale and prestige of your dwelling. The prominent figures of the time preferred renting, often opting for quaint villas or upscale apartments in affluent residential areas such as Yangtze-Fang, Tongrenli, and Guangmingli. Chapter 10. The enchanting leader of the Serpent Intelligence Group. As night descended upon Shanghai, the vibrant nightlife flourished, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colorful lights and neon signs. Cars sped by on the bustling streets, where throngs of people surged like a tide. In the French Concession, on Zifi Road, Li Ji rode his bicycle along the damp pavement, arriving at an upscale apartment building. He secured his bicycle and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he knocked twice on the door and waited outside. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a stunning woman clad in a white qipao. Li Ji was momentarily captivated, unable to believe that the leader of the Serpent Intelligence Group was a woman, and a breathtakingly beautiful young one at that. "Come in," she beckoned. The young woman glanced at Li Ji with a hint of coolness in her voice. As he entered the room, he was greeted by the warm glow of an ornate crystal chandelier, complemented by European-style furniture and a marble coffee table. A unique fragrance lingered in the air. Delightful and refreshing. "Would you like something to drink?" she inquired. "Just plain water," Li Ji replied, studying his superior closely. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with an alluring figure and graceful curves. Her oval face was exquisitely delicate, and her eyes sparkled like stars. The young woman paid no heed to his response. Instead, she retrieved a bottle of red wine and poured a small amount into 2 glasses. She elegantly settled onto the sofa, placing 1 glass before Li Ji. "Please, sit down." Li Ji took a seat across from her and said, "Old Yang sent me to find you, awaiting your instructions." Taking a sip of her wine, she spoke softly. "Boss Du has recently recruited a group of young men for intensive training in a warehouse within the French concession. You are to serve as their instructor, responsible for military training." Understood, Li Ji thought to himself, pondering what he, as a military academy graduate, could impart to these individuals. The art of warfare was best learned on the battlefield. Nevertheless, he could not refuse the orders from his superiors. He would take it one step at a time. "The boss has requested that we expedite their training, as these men are to cooperate with the national army in the event of conflict. Currently, over 2,000 personnel have been organized in Shanghai, distributed across the international settlement, French concession, and Chinese areas. I will take you to the warehouse shortly. You are to train them to become competent soldiers in a brief time." The young woman's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. In a bid to consolidate military power, the higher-ups not only reassigned numerous military academy graduates from the Military Intelligence Bureau, but also selected personnel from previous Special Police Academy graduates to serve as political officers, of which she was one. Of course, she continued to oversee the Serpent Intelligence Group. "Commander, there is something I feel compelled to mention," Li Ji said, believing it wise to address any potential issues up front, lest these individuals falter on the battlefield, leading to blame for inadequate training. "Speak," the young woman replied. The time was exceedingly brief, and in such a limited span, they could only instruct them in basic tactics such as assembly, shooting, providing cover, and launching attacks. More profound teachings could not be accomplished in a mere moment, Li Ji remarked. The young woman remained silent for a brief, while before she softly spoke. "Do your best, and leave the rest to fate." As the leader of the venomous Serpent Intelligence team, she was well informed. She had heard that the higher-ups were already formulating a battle plan, and war might erupt within half a month. When that time came, the newly trained individuals would undoubtedly be thrust into the fray as cannon fodder. Li Ji exhaled a sigh of relief. Her words were reassuring, alleviating concerns that he might be blamed for any misfortune that might arise. "Wait for me a moment. I shall change my attire, and then we shall depart." The young woman took a sip of red wine before rising to change her clothes in the bedroom. A fleeting, inappropriate thought crossed Li Ji's mind. After all, it was rare to encounter someone as strikingly beautiful as her. However, this thought was as transient as it was swift. Not only was she his superior, but the aura she exuded indicated that she was undoubtedly a formidable individual. After all, her position as the leader of the venomous Serpent Intelligence team spoke volumes about her exceptional capabilities. Moments later, the young woman emerged from the bedroom clad in a black trench coat, black trousers, and black flat-soled boots, which concealed her alluring figure. Yet her graceful posture still hinted at her enviable physique. After descending the stairs, she glanced at Li Ji and inquired, "How did you arrive?" Li Ji pointed to the bicycle leaning against the wall. "All right, you shall take me," she replied. Li Ji was taken aback. As an officer, she had opted not to secure a car for transportation and instead chose to ride with him on a bicycle. However, one must consider that, in these times, automobiles were quite costly. A second-hand car in Shanghai typically cost at least $2,000 to $3,000. Although the salaries of intelligence agents in the military were somewhat higher than those of regular soldiers, the difference was not substantial. For instance, Li Ji himself earned a monthly salary of $20, with additional funds allocated for operations as needed. On the vibrant streets, Li Ji pedaled the bicycle with vigor, akin to a wild bull restrained by a bridle, while the young woman sat behind him, enjoying the scenery that whizzed by. Under her guidance, he pedaled for a full 2 hours until they arrived at a warehouse near the river in the French concession. Rumor had it that this warehouse belonged to Boss Du of the Green Gang, ensuring that no one would come to investigate. Furthermore, its proximity to the river and the sparse population made it an ideal location for training new recruits. At the warehouse entrance, 2 men clad in burlap stood guard. Upon seeing the bicycle approach, they quickly drew their pistols and shouted, "What business do you have here? Call Tiger out." The young woman commanded as she dismounted from the bicycle. "Tiger?" The guard quickly holstered his weapon, while the other hurriedly pushed open the warehouse door and dashed inside. 2 minutes later, a burly man with a dark complexion emerged and stood at attention, addressing her. "Commander, you have arrived. Come inside," the young woman replied, leading the way into the warehouse. Li Ji secured his bicycle and followed suit into the warehouse. After a brief moment, within the dimly lit space illuminated by flickering torches, approximately 70 to 80 men stood in 6 orderly rows. The individuals varied in stature, ranging from those of 1.60 m to those towering at 1.80 m. Their attire was a colorful array. Some donned suits, others wore coarse linen garments, and a few were clad in long robes. At first glance, one might mistake them for a group of refugees. At the forefront, a burly man with a black face, known as Huzi, boomed. "Gentlemen, this is Commissioner Wu, dispatched to our 4th squad by the higher authorities." A young woman stepped forward, her voice resonating clearly. "Brothers, in this time of national peril, I urge you to train diligently and earnestly master the art of combat, to pledge your loyalty to our leaders, and to serve our nation." Li Ji cast a glance at the young woman standing before him, noting her surname was Wu. Huzi continued with a loud introduction. "This is Instructor Li, assigned to our 4th squad by the higher authorities. In the days to come, he will be responsible for training you all in the art of battle." Li Ji stepped forward, adopting a serious expression. "Brothers, in this time of national crisis, it is our duty as men to achieve greatness." In his heart, he mused that among this group, a significant portion would likely be mere cannon fodder, himself included. Chapter 11. Li Ji's promotion to army captain. After a brief introduction, Huzi announced the dissolution of the assembly, allowing everyone to take a rest. Li Ji's dormitory was assigned to the southeast corner of the warehouse, partitioned by wooden boards into a small room. The so-called bed consisted of a wooden plank topped with a layer of bedding and a quilt. To his left resided Huzi, while to his right was a female superior with the surname Wu. Li Ji sighed inwardly, resigning himself to sleep here. It was certainly better than slumbering on the streets. The following day, he filled a basin with water and performed a simple wash before gathering the new recruits for a roll call. A mere roll call training consumed the entire morning, with some still struggling to comprehend it, primarily due to the illiteracy among many who could not distinguish between the numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. After a brief respite following lunch, training resumed, focusing on the essentials of marksmanship. For several consecutive days, he dedicated himself to training this motley crew, progressing from the initial roll call to the current shooting stances. His teaching was thorough, incorporating methods from his past military experience to create a training regimen suitable for these novices. That afternoon, having just completed tactical movement training, he received a summons from Wu Yukuan to visit the office. Wu Yukuan, the enchanting leader of the beautiful serpent intelligence team, was his immediate superior. Upon discovering her name, Li Ji resolved to speak less in her presence. It was evident that she was no ordinary individual, a graduate of the prestigious Hangzhou Special Police Academy, colloquially known as a school for professional spies. She bore the moniker Venomous Beauty. Li Ji even suspected that her codename was indeed Beautiful Serpent. He tidied his appearance and made his way to the so-called office, a small room partitioned by wooden boards, furnished with a desk upon which lay a thick stack of documents, a bottle of ink, and a fountain pen. Wu Yukuan, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with her flowing hair tied in a ponytail, sat poised at the desk, her strikingly beautiful face belying her lethal reputation as a cunning female agent. "Commander, you called for me?" Li Ji inquired directly, omitting any pleasantries. "Through connections, Boss Du has secured a batch of firearms for us. You will accompany a few skilled marksmen with me shortly," Wu Yukuan instructed. "Understood, Commander." Li Ji nodded. The 4th squad consisted of 76 men. Yet there were only 27 rifles available, meaning that, on average, 3 individuals had to share a single weapon, complicating his efforts to teach shooting. Moreover, their ammunition was scarce, with only 500 rounds of rifle bullets allocated from above. Accelerate the training pace. According to the latest intelligence from the higher-ups, the situation in Shanghai is exceedingly tense, with several elite Wehrmacht divisions advancing towards the city. War is imminent. Wu Yukuan's voice carried a hint of concern. "Yes, I have already expedited the training process, however. These recruits are starting from a disadvantage, having had little prior experience with firearms." Li Ji found himself at a loss for words. Unable to comprehend why Boss Dai was so intent on seizing military power, he believed it would be more prudent to focus on intelligence matters. However, he knew better than to voice such opinions. After all, he was merely a low-ranking officer in the military intelligence department, unqualified to question the decisions of his superiors. He resolved to do his best. Wu Yukuan sighed softly, feeling equally helpless. The higher-ups had appointed her as a special commissioner, concurrently serving as the political instructor for the 4th Squadron. Yet, upon interacting with the personnel, she discovered they were nothing but a bunch of seasoned opportunists, utterly illiterate, professing loyalty to the leader and dedication to the party, yet only recognizing hard currency and legal tender. Furthermore, a communique from headquarters had arrived, assigning her as the captain of the 4th Squadron with the rank of captain. while Wang Hu was appointed as the deputy captain with the rank of lieutenant. A fleeting smile graced Wu Yuquan's alabaster complexion. You are fortunate. The boss is favoring military academy graduates, and you have been promoted 2 ranks. Ascending directly from second lieutenant to captain, Li Ji could only smile wryly at the thought, for this promotion felt more like a death sentence. Although he had gained a military title and the status of a junior officer, he was still destined to be cannon fodder. Historically, in his quest for military dominance, Boss Dai had dispatched numerous military academy graduates into the Special Operations Unit, where they served as the backbone of the loyal and righteous army. The outcome of the Battle of Shanghai had resulted in the majority of these graduates sacrificing their lives for the nation. Thank you, General. I will certainly devote myself to serving the party and the nation, remaining loyal to the leader. Li Ji shouted slogans with fervor. Prepare yourself and select a few sharpshooters to accompany you. Wu Yuquan gently nodded in response. Understood. Li Ji turned to depart, while Wu Yuquan observed his straight posture. A flicker of contemplation crossing her beautiful eyes. She prided herself on her ability to read people well, yet Li Ji remained an enigma. He was undeniably talented but possessed strong opinions, making him rather difficult to manage. To the north of the warehouse, the new recruits lay lazily on the ground. For them, as long as they received their pay, they were willing to do anything. At this moment, the new recruits were engaged in idle chatter, with one particularly rotund individual boasting the loudest. Did you see how Wu Yuquan looked at me? It was such a tender gaze, akin to a wife looking at her husband, brimming with affection. Nonsense. With your physique, even if Wu Yuquan were searching for a beggar, it would never be you. No, this is called being robust. Wu Yuquan has a preference for someone like me. If I could marry her, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Speaking of which, Shanghai is vast, and I've encountered many beautiful women, such as the star performers from the Paleta Dance and Lido. When I had money, I was their esteemed guest, yet they pale in comparison to Wu Yuquan. Indeed, how is it that Wu Yuquan is so stunning? If she were to perform at the Paleta Dance, she could easily earn $3,000 to $5,000 in a single night. Li Ji stood at the back, listening to their frivolous banter, and could not help but feel exasperated. These fellows, at the slightest opportunity, would gawk at Wu Yuquan, often earning a beating from Wang Hu for their indiscretion. Ahem. As Li Ji listened to their increasingly outrageous claims, reaching the point of discussing earning $3,000 to $5,000 in a night, he felt an urgent need to intervene before they could utter anything more absurd. The recruits promptly stood to attention, their spirits invigorated, and swiftly arranged themselves in formation. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to slander their superior behind his back, they should not blame the reckoning of my firearm. Li Ji had their best interests at heart. If he did not rein in their loose tongues, they might one day find themselves at the mercy of Wang Hu's bullet, with no recourse for justification. It is essential to recognize that Wang Hu is a devoted admirer of Wu Yuquan. It is said he was once a notorious bandit, possessing formidable martial prowess. And out of admiration for Wu Yuquan's beauty, he willingly serves the military intelligence agency. Su Jingyan, Zhou Fengyan, Gao Dalong, Lin Xiaolu, Zhang Kongheng, Xiu Ergu. You 6 shall each receive a pistol and accompany me on an outing. The rest shall remain and engage in physical training. Li Ji called out, noting that these 6 exhibited commendable marksmanship, particularly Su Jingyan, who, hailing from a hunting background, possessed remarkable accuracy, rivaling even his own skills. Chapter 12. The femme fatale Wu Yuquan at the Riverside Dock. Within a dilapidated warehouse, Wu Yuquan donned a black trench coat, her feet encased in flat black boots, and her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulder. An air of chilling beauty enveloped her exquisite visage. Commander Wu, we have brought the goods as agreed. According to the rules, a token of appreciation for the brothers would be in order, wouldn't it? Spoke Chen Ankong, a leader of the Qing gang. A man in his 30s, lean yet formidable, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. A token of appreciation? The corners of Wu Yuquan's sensuous lips curled into a sardonic smile, as she regarded these shameless leeches daring to demand money from her. The brothers require little, just $300 to $500 will suffice. Chen Ankong, having learned from the higher echelons of the Qing gang that war loomed imminent, sought refuge in Hong Kong while his funds were running low, thus resorting to borrowing from the military intelligence office. If I were to give you that sum, your head would be at risk. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes glinted with a fleeting murderous intent. Commander Wu, inquire around the bond. I, Chen Ankong, am not one to be trifled with. Chen Ankong smirked inwardly, unafraid of any potential repercussions. At that moment, Li Ji stepped forward and whispered into Wu Yuquan's ear, Commander, they have ambushed us in the warehouse, with approximately 20 men present. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuquan instinctively reached for her sidearm. Commander, it would be unwise to escalate matters over such a trifling sum. Li Ji quickly interjected, allow me to handle this situation. Is this merely a matter of money? Wu Yuquan raised her delicate eyebrows and scoffed. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Let us first secure our weapons, and we can settle the score later, Li Ji suggested, though infuriated. Wu Yuquan recognized the wisdom in Li Ji's words. It was not the time to confront these individuals, and she slowly withdrew her hand from her firearm. Li Ji stepped forward with a smile. Brother Chun, the brother's expenses are with us, but we were in such a rush that we didn't bring much cash. He rummaged through his pockets, producing a total of over 30 yuan in legal tender and 7 or 8 silver dollars. Chen Ankong frowned. This paltry sum is hardly sufficient. Li Ji cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yuquan, silently urging her to contribute. Wu Yuquan let out a cold snort. Extracting a wad of legal tender from her coat pocket, approximately over 100 yuan, and thrust it into Li Ji's hands. Together with Commander Wu, Wei gathered around 200. The brothers can take this for tea, and we shall send the remaining balance later, Li Ji thought to himself, smirking inwardly at the notion that Chen Ankong's life would soon be in jeopardy. Chen Ankong frowned, having believed the military intelligence personnel to be substantial players, only to discover they were merely a bunch of impoverished souls, gathering a mere 200 yuan. The woman named Wu was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, igniting a fire of envy within him. Nonetheless, he understood that managing to extract some tea money from these individuals was commendable, should he provoke the female commander. He doubted even Mr. Du could save him. Out of respect for Mr. Du, I will accept this tea money and hand over the goods to you. Chen Ankong signaled to his underlings to retrieve the money. A young gang member rushed over and took money from Li Ji's hands. Subsequently, Chen Ankong instructed the gang member to bring out the weaponry. The goods are yours, farewell. Chen Ankong gestured with his hands and withdrew with his subordinates. Li Ji turned and ordered his men to open the boxes and inspect the firearms. There were a total of 6 large crates, each containing 10 brand new rifles, along with a newly acquired light machine gun. The bottom of the crates was lined with a layer of ammunition, approximately 5,000 rounds in total. Load them onto the vehicle. Li Ji waved his hand, urging his men to hastily load the crates and depart, lest they attract the attention of the concession patrol, leading to yet another troublesome affair. Li Ji, what are you thinking? Wu Yuquan's voice carried a hint of anger. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Our goal is to obtain the arms. As for that dog Chen Ankong, if the commander cannot swallow this grievance, we shall deal with him tonight. Li Ji made a slashing motion across his throat. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes glinted with a trace of murderous intent. Li Ji's words resonated with her. For the Military Intelligence Bureau was not to be trifled with by just anyone. You take the arms back. I'll return for a while. Wu Yuquan stated before turning on her heel. Li Ji watched her tall, graceful silhouette, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. He oversaw the loading of the arms onto the vehicle and returned to the warehouse. Once back, he summoned the new recruits and distributed a new rifle to each one who lacked a weapon. Each rifle contained only a single bullet for emergencies, as he would later send someone to distribute ammunition for training exercises. Once his tasks were completed, Li Ji intended to rest. Captain Li, Deputy Captain Wang who approached, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Where has Officer Wu gone?" "Officer Wu has returned to the concession to attend to some matters," Li Ji replied. His interactions with Wang Hu were minimal. He was responsible for military training, while Wang Hu managed combat instruction, and they rarely engaged in casual conversation. Oh, Wang Hu nodded, turning to bellow at the new recruits. "Form up, pair off for sparring. The winners will receive extra rations, while the losers will train harder." Li Ji silently shook his head and turned to leave. He had observed Wang Hu's combat instruction, which was somewhat formulaic and fundamentally different from assassination techniques. However, considering that this was training soldiers rather than assassins, he felt at ease. During these days, whenever he had free time, he would also practice diligently, focusing on assassination techniques and intensity, as these were his areas of weakness. That night, when Wu Yuquan returned, it was quite late. Li Ji asked nothing, as the femme fatale had taken matters into her own hands, and the chances of Chen Ankong surviving were exceedingly slim. On the night of August 9th, a captain from the Station Marine Corps in Shanghai, intoxicated, intruded upon Hangzhou Airport, only to be shot dead by the airport security troops. The following day, the station Japanese forces formally demanded that the nationalist government withdraw its troops from the Shanghai area. The general headquarters, naturally, would not acquiesce. Shanghai stands as the foremost city in the Far East, and relinquishing it would undoubtedly incite public outrage. Consequently, the general headquarters issued a declaration of self-defense and resistance to the domestic and international community, firmly asserting that not a single inch of territory would be surrendered. On that day, after extensive deliberation, the general headquarters resolved to engage in a decisive battle against the Japanese forces in Shanghai, subsequently mobilizing the 88th and 87th German-equipped divisions into the city, compelling the Station Marine Corps to withdraw to the sea. On August 12th, various units of the 9th Army set out towards Hongkou, clashing with the Japanese naval landing forces. The following day, August 13th, the national government's air force entered the fray, marking the commencement of an unprecedented offensive. The nationalist forces amassed nearly 3 German-equipped divisions and 2 security brigades, totaling approximately 60 to 70,000 troops, who launched a vigorous assault on the Hongkou area under the cover of aircraft and artillery. As the citizens of Shanghai lay in slumber, the sound of gunfire erupted abruptly. Chapter 13. Order to the battlefield. Morning. The sky is shrouded in dark, roiling clouds. Rain cascades down, transforming the ground into rivulets. At the entrance of the warehouse, Li Ji holds an umbrella, taking a deep breath as he retrieves a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply. The war has erupted, although he is situated in the French concession. The distant sounds of artillery from the direction of the Japanese concession serve as a stark reminder to the citizens of Shanghai. The conflict has commenced. This is an unprecedented and brutal war, with countless soldiers rushing to the front lines, sacrificing their flesh and blood to fend off the invasion. Li Ji harbors no desire to become mere cannon fodder, yet he is far from being a coward. Should his superiors command him to lead the ragtag 4th Squadron into battle, he would not hesitate. Naturally, he intends to survive this war to the best of his abilities. What are you contemplating? A cold voice pierces the air behind him. The war has begun. Li Ji refrains from turning around, knowing the voice belongs to Wu Yuquan. Last night, the 9th Army launched an offensive towards Hongkou. Wu Yuquan steps forward, sharing the umbrella, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Ji at the entrance. The advance towards the warehouse seems fraught with little chance of success. Li Ji is aware of the specifics of this grand conflict. The nationalist forces, fighting on their homeland, possess superior numbers and weaponry compared to the Japanese, yet they still face defeat. The reasons for this failure are manifold. During combat, tanks charge ahead without infantry support, leading to their destruction at the hands of the enemy, only for infantry to follow up, offering their lives in vain. The most significant factor, however, lies in the erratic directives from the Supreme Commander, who naively hopes that foreign intervention will halt the Japanese onslaught, resulting in missed opportunities for engagement. May the nationalists not falter, Wu Yuquan murmurs. Li Ji muses that defeat is an inevitability. No one can alter this fate. The two stand outside for a while, and Li Ji discards his nearly extinguished cigarette, preparing to turn back into the warehouse. Our superiors have dispatched a batch of nationalist uniforms for us, arriving this afternoon, Wu Yuquan informs. At this, Li Ji's eyebrows twitch slightly. With the war just commencing, could it be that his motley crew of fewer than 100 is being sent forth as expendable soldiers? He nods subtly and enters the warehouse to continue training these new recruits. Afternoon. A truck halts at the warehouse entrance. Wu Yuquan has sent a few men to unload supplies from the vehicle. Uniforms, boots, cloth shoes, gaiters, water bottles, belts, and more. After having lunch, the new recruits, who have been training in the warehouse for over 10 days, begin to don their uniforms. Once clad in the earthy-toned military attire, they form neat ranks. Should their long rifles, their expressions solemn, gradually embodying the semblance of soldiers. Wu Yuquan, adorned in captain's attire and tall riding boots, exudes a gallant yet alluring presence. Li Ji, too, dons his captain's uniform, standing tall and imposing, embodying the spirit of a leader prepared to lead his men into battle at any moment. According to Wu Yuquan, the Special Operations Forces being established in Shanghai are nearing 4,000 personnel and continue to expand. Brothers, we have received communication from our superiors. War has erupted. Our 4th Squad is prepared to deploy to the battlefield at any moment. It is imperative that we diligently hone our skills in combat to serve our nation and honor our families. Wu Yuquan, as the military intelligence officer assigned to the 4th Squad, is responsible for the pre-war mobilization, encouraging morale, and pledging loyalty to our leaders. Upon hearing of the outbreak of war, the new recruits whispered among themselves, many already wavering at the prospect of facing the battlefield. Brothers, if you wish to avoid death on the front lines, you must train earnestly. We shall now commence tactical drills in groups of 3. Li Ji, sensing the urgency of the approaching conflict, decided to conduct additional tactical training, unwilling to let this ragtag group lose their lives in battle. In the ensuing days, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the 4th Squad. Even Wu Yuquan, who typically refrained from military training, observed the new recruits closely and occasionally attempted to familiarize herself with a firearm. Deputy Squad Leader Wang, who trained alongside the recruits, despite his formidable external martial arts skills, he remained a mortal man, vulnerable to the perils of war. Throughout their training, several telegrams arrived from headquarters. The first announced the formal establishment of the Suzhou detachment, with the 4th Squad now under the command of the 2nd Brigade. The second telegram informed that a fund of approximately 5,000 francs had been allocated to the 4th Squad. Wu Yuquan distributed 4,000 francs among the new recruits, ensuring each received over 60 francs, equivalent to 3 months' wages for laborers in Shanghai. Wu Yuquan, Li Ji, and Wang, who each retained 100 francs, with the remainder set aside for future needs. Li Ji understood well that this allocation was essentially life insurance for all involved. The following day, Wu Yuquan instructed everyone to send their money back home, for they were soon to face the battlefield, where currency would hold little value. On September 1st, Li Ji sensed that the 4th squad was likely to be deployed. He conferred with Wu Yuquan and Wang Hu, organizing the squad into 4 teams of 18, each led by a captain and a vice captain. In accordance with the detachment S structure, team leaders would serve as sergeants, squad leaders as lieutenants, and brigade leaders as captains. The leaders were designated as follows: Su Jingyan for the first team, Gao Dalong for the second, Wan Hai for the third, and Wang Hu would take on the leadership of the 4th team. Subsequently, they appointed leaders for each class. On September 3rd, a telegram from the military intelligence headquarters ordered the 4th squad to the battlefield in Pudong to assist Commander Zhang's 8th Army in repelling Japanese forces. Upon receiving the orders, Wu Yuquan instructed the cook to prepare a large pot of pork to ensure everyone was well fed and ready. That night, all members of the 4th squad clandestinely boarded small boats, departing from the French concession under the guidance of members of the Green Gang, arriving at the battlefield in Pudong. At that moment, the battlefield was akin to hell on earth, shrouded in smoke, engulfed in flames, littered with the remnants of defeated soldiers, and stained with blood across the yellow sands. Li Ji and his contingent of over 100 personnel from the 4th Squadron arrived at the command center of the 181st Division, situated on the right flank of the battlefield in Pudong. At that moment, the 181st Division was engaged in fierce combat with the enemy, suffering significant losses as their forces dwindled from over 8,000 to merely 3,000, creating an urgent need for reinforcements. Although the group led by Li Ji was a motley crew affiliated with the Military Intelligence Department's Special Operations Unit, they came equipped with their own weapons and ammunition and had undergone a brief period of military training. Captain Li, the Chief of Staff of the 181st Division, pointed to a location on the map. The 3rd Battalion defending Huishan Dock has sustained heavy casualties. Take your men to provide support. Understood, Commander. Upon hearing that the assignment was to Huishan Dock, Li Ji's heart sank. It was well known that this location was a focal point of the Japanese assault, a place where survival was nearly impossible. Chapter 14. The battlefield of gunfire at the station of the 181st Division. Japanese aircraft relentlessly dropped bombs, the thunderous explosions deafening. Li Ji and his soldiers shared a modest meal of steamed buns and radishes. After their meal, they, under the guidance of the liaison officer of the 181st Division, proceeded toward Huishan Wharf. As Li Ji adjusted his mindset, he marched urgently. His new recruits appeared anxious. None had anticipated the sudden onset of war. Wu Yuquan, serving as a special envoy, wore a grave expression. Just yesterday, she had received a telegram from headquarters instructing her to assess the battlefield situation and, while aiding the regular troops of the National Army, to conserve their strength. If the enemy proved overwhelmingly strong, she was permitted to detach herself from the unit and return to the concession. Commander, on the battlefield, artillery knows no mercy. Once you enter, please be cautious. Wang Hu said solemnly. You too, take care, Wu Yuquan replied with a slight nod, fully aware of Wang Hu's concern, though she had never acknowledged it directly. Wang Hu had already devised a plan. With their mere 100 or so men, they would hardly influence the battle. If the situation grew dire, he intended to lead his small squad to escort Wu Yuquan back to the concession, for it remained the only safe haven on the Bund. Hours later, under the guidance of the liaison officer, Li Ji and his group arrived at the position at Huishan Wharf. The defending 3rd Battalion had suffered catastrophic losses. The battalion commander, the deputy commander, the 1st Company commander, and the 3rd Company commander had all perished, leaving only around 80 soldiers, comparable to the strength of Li Ji's 4th Squad. Currently, the 2nd Company commander was acting as the commanding officer, steadfastly holding the position with the remaining soldiers. Captain Li, according to the enemy's attack rhythm, the next wave will likely come in about 15 minutes. Secure the southern position with your men, the 2nd Company commander said, his confidence bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements. If the Japanese did not reinforce their ranks, he believed they could hold their ground for another 7 or 8 hours. Understood, Li Ji replied without hesitation. On the battlefield, military orders superseded all else. Moreover, he held great admiration for this unit, despite the deaths of their leaders. The remaining soldiers resolutely clung to their positions without faltering or abandoning their posts, truly deserving of their soldierly title. Let us move, Li Ji commanded, leading his men toward the southern position. In the trenches, bodies lay strewn haphazardly, blood staining the scorched earth, while severed limbs littered the ground. The nationalist soldiers defending the southern position, numbering around 20 to 30, upon seeing the reinforcements, relinquished their post and returned to the main position. Li Ji ordered his men to immediately occupy the trench fortifications, checking their weapons and ammunition in preparation for battle. However, after his orders were given, his men stood frozen. Pallid faces, several crouching and retching violently. He softened his expression. Such reactions were not surprising for those encountering combat for the first time. Even Wu Yuquan, often referred to as the venomous beauty, wore a frown, a hint of distress evident on her fair visage. Everyone, Check your firearms and ammunition with alacrity. When the enemy assaults, do not extend your heads beyond the trench. Their marksmanship is commendable, and we must not fall victim to a single shot. Under Li Ji's command, this disorganized throng began to inspect their weapons, subsequently crawling to the trench's edge under the guidance of the squad leaders. Li Ji held a standard-issue rifle, its chamber loaded. Internally, he was quite anxious, for as a military academy student, this was his inaugural experience in combat. Nevertheless, his psychological fortitude was remarkably robust, even amidst inner turmoil. His exterior betrayed nothing. Moments later, the thunderous roar of artillery erupted. A shell landed on the position, sending a plume of dust skyward. And a hapless soldier was hurled away, wailing in agony within the trench. The other soldiers glanced back, witnessing the unfortunate soul, bloodied and grotesquely disfigured. Who's he? Go check on him. Li Ji gestured for his deputy squad leader, Wang Hu, to assess the injured man, and if possible, render aid. Understood. Wang Hu turned and made his way through the trench to examine the wounded soldier. Blood gushed from the man's chest and mouth, indicating a likely fatal injury from shrapnel. He shook his head slightly and returned to his post. His internal organs are ruptured. He is beyond saving, Wang Hu murmured. Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Li Ji's eyes. The unfortunate man was Ma Dali, a former worker at a Japanese factory who had eagerly joined the Qing gang for a monthly wage of 12 francs. The Japanese are attacking, Wu Yukuan, who had been observing the outside, announced. Li Ji peered out. The enemy launched another wave of assault, targeting the main position rather than the southern heights. Captain Su, Li Ji called. Here. Su Jingyan responded loudly from within the trench. Take your squad to support them. Remember, repel this wave of the enemy and return immediately, Li Ji commanded. Yes, Su Jingyan rallied his squad and moved through the trench towards the main position. Wu Yukuan, observing Li Ji's orders to send Su Jingyan's squad to reinforce the main position, slightly parted her alluring red lips, but refrained from speaking. On the battlefield, Li Ji was the commanding officer of this unit, and despite her status as a special envoy, she had no authority to alter his commands. The Japanese were relentlessly bombarding the main position. From Li Ji's vantage point, smoke billowed above, with shells exploding in rapid succession. Shortly thereafter, the enemy advanced to within 200 meters of the main position, where gunfire erupted and the staccato of machine guns pierced the air. Conversely, the southern position remained eerily silent. The Japanese had chosen the main position as their focal point for a breakthrough, leaving the southern position temporarily secure. Li Ji extracted a cigarette from his pocket, struck a match, and inhaled deeply. The cacophony of gunfire and artillery at the main position signified a fierce battle. After approximately 10 minutes, the enemy's assault was repelled. Based on the Japanese's pattern of attack, the next wave would likely be forthcoming in half an hour. On the main stronghold, the wounded company commander directed his soldiers to reinforce the fortifications and tended to the injuries of the soldiers. The squad led by Su Jingyan, dispatched to support the main position, returned bearing heavy losses. 4 had perished and 3 were injured. Li Ji refrained from uttering any words of comfort. Such is the nature of war. Once one takes up arms and steps onto the battlefield, the fates of life and death are left to destiny. Seizing the moment, he and his motley crew bolstered the defenses of the southern position, collected the scattered weapons, and uncovered 2 crates of grenades, a crate of standard rifle ammunition, and a mortar, though regrettably, only 2 shells were available. Chapter 15. The battlefield unfolds. Half an hour later, the Japanese forces launched another assault, with their primary focus still on the main stronghold. However, they did allocate a small squad to attack the southern position. Li Ji commanded everyone to remain still, instructing them to wait until the enemy drew closer before they engaged. Firing from 500 meters away with his inexperienced troops would merely be a waste of ammunition. Tension hung thick in the air, yet Su Jingyan's first squad exhibited a calm demeanor, having already endured a minor skirmish. 300 meters, 200 meters. Fire. Li Ji raised his standard-issue rifle, taking aim at a Japanese lieutenant, and decisively pulled the trigger. The sharp crack of the gun echoed as the lieutenant fell to the ground. The new recruits watched in astonishment. Their commanding officer was not only striking in appearance but also remarkably precise, having dispatched the enemy officer with a single shot. Gunfire erupted across the position, and under Li Ji's encouragement, the recruits began to pull their triggers, firing at the advancing Japanese troops. Idiot, aim before shooting. Old Zhang, your gun's pointing to the sky. You're just shooting into thin air. Little Taylor, keep your head down. Be wary of the enemy's fire. Li Ji, aware that his men would inevitably falter, chose to ignore the chaos. Such trials were essential for both new and seasoned soldiers. He continued to fire his rifle, taking down 3 more Japanese soldiers in quick succession. Beside him, Wu Yukuan's eyes glimmered with admiration. Prepare the grenades, Li Ji shouted amidst the gunfire. The enemy was now only 70 to 80 meters away, and it was imperative to halt their advance. If the Japanese managed to breach the trenches, they would all fall victim to the enemy's bayonets. After all, the Japanese were adept at close combat. While his men struggled with marksmanship, let alone hand-to-hand fighting. Several strong soldiers pulled the pins from their grenades and hurled them 3 seconds later. One soldier, gripped by fear, inadvertently threw his grenade behind the trench. Upon hearing the explosion behind him, Li Ji's expression darkened. Nevertheless, 2 grenades did detonate among the Japanese ranks, claiming the lives of 6 or 7 soldiers. Suppress them with machine gun fire. Continue to throw grenades. Li Ji commanded loudly. Yes, sir. The light machine gun rattled as bullets flew forth. The capable soldiers launched another round of grenades, this time with better accuracy, resulting in 3 grenades exploding amidst the enemy, taking down several more Japanese soldiers. Li Ji, with his standard-issue rifle, methodically fired, each shot finding its mark. The momentum of the Japanese advance was stifled as they began to retreat under the cover of alternating fire. Li Ji let out a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, the main thrust of the enemy was not directed at the southern position. Had it been, they would have struggled to withstand even a single wave of attack. As the Japanese began to withdraw, Li Ji took 2 more shots, eliminating 2 additional soldiers. Once the enemy retreated, silence returned to the battlefield. The main stronghold was engulfed in fierce gunfire, with smoke billowing high as the battle raged on with fervor. Li Ji commanded the second squad to reinforce the main position. He understood clearly that if the main stronghold fell, the southern positions would also be compromised. Subsequently, he dispatched several agile soldiers to retrieve the Japanese ammunition scattered outside the stronghold. Minutes later, the gunfire from the main position abruptly ceased, signaling that the Japanese assault had once again been repelled. Upon returning from the main stronghold, the second squad reported that the casualties among the nationalist soldiers were severe. With only 40 remaining, it was to be hoped that the next wave of Japanese attacks would not target the main stronghold. Otherwise, even if these 40 men were to fight valiantly, they could not hold the position. Li Ji and his comrades took a brief respite in the trench, sipping some water to regain their strength. Soon, another wave of Japanese assaults commenced, marked by an overwhelming vigor. As they advanced towards the main stronghold under the cover of 2 tanks, observing the Japanese formation, Li Ji realized their intent was to seize the main position in one decisive blow. Should the main stronghold be breached, the southern defenses would be left vulnerable. Wu, you lead the 1st and 4th squads to hold the position. I will take the 2nd and 3rd squads to support the main stronghold. If the Japanese break through. Li Ji glanced at Wu Yuquan, murmuring softly, if the main stronghold falls to the Japanese, withdraw with the men and find a way back to the French concession. Li Ji, take care, Wu Yu sighed, fully aware of his implication. If the main stronghold was lost, their small contingent would be incapable of holding the southern position. Rather than perish in vain, retreating to the concession would at least preserve some lives. Take care, Li Ji nodded, leading the 2nd and 3rd squads towards the main stronghold for support. At the main stronghold, the Japanese soldiers, shielded by tanks, advanced swiftly, closing in to within 100 meters of the nationalist defenders, who stood resolutely like nails in the ground. The 2nd Company commander, wounded in multiple places, refused to retreat, fervently firing a light machine gun at the advancing Japanese. Boom! A tank shell exploded near the 2nd Company commander, sending him hurtling into the trench like a kite severed from its string, resulting in his immediate demise. When Li Ji and his reinforcements arrived, the 2nd Company commander had already succumbed. He quickly directed his men to enter the fortifications and counter the Japanese assault. The Japanese tanks proved to be formidable weapons, bombarding the main stronghold incessantly, causing nationalist soldiers to fall one after another into pools of blood. A shell detonated nearby Li Ji, showering him in dirt and causing his eardrums to ring painfully. Shaking off the grime, he steadied his Type 38 rifle, continuing to pick off Japanese soldiers. Hand grenades, he shouted. Several soldiers pulled the pins and hurled grenades into the fray, launching every explosive available while providing cover with their light and heavy machine guns. Li Ji knew that if they could not repel this wave of Japanese assaults, their position would be lost, and they might all perish on the battlefield. Yes, the soldiers eagerly unfastened their grenades and threw them into the chaos. Dozens of grenades detonated in succession outside the stronghold, the force of the explosions resulting in the immediate loss of 20 to 30 Japanese soldiers. Following the cacophony, the Japanese tanks continued to provide cover for their advancing infantry. Damn it, we must neutralize those 2 armored behemoths. Li Ji's brows furrowed in determination. To repel the Japanese assault, it was imperative to disable those 2 iron monsters. Brothers, do we have any explosives? Sir, we possess none of that. What about shells? We are left with only 2 mortar rounds. Li Ji fell silent, pondering how to destroy the Japanese tanks without explosives. Meanwhile, the Japanese forces had already advanced to within 50 to 60 meters of the main stronghold. Chapter 16, The Retreat of the Cannon Fodder on the Main Position. Approximately 30 individuals remained able to breathe. Among them, the 2 squads led by Li Ji had suffered over 50% casualties, and the commander of the 3rd squad, Wan Hai, had fallen. Japanese tanks had already encroached upon the forefront of the position, now merely 20 to 30 meters away. Eager Japanese soldiers, armed with long rifles, surged forth from behind the tanks in a frenzied rush. "Brothers, exhaust your ammunition and retreat," Li Ji decisively commanded, recognizing the untenable nature of their main position, particularly in the face of the advancing tanks and the 100 or so Japanese soldiers following closely behind. Even if he resolved to hold the position with the remaining troops, it would bear little significance. "Commander, I will cover your retreat," shouted an injured soldier from the Nationalist Army, clutching a light machine gun. His shoulder and arm bore the marks of bullet wounds, blood gushing forth, rendering him incapable of retreat. "Commander, I'll also stay behind to provide cover." "You all must withdraw," called another soldier, his head bandaged. Li Ji cast a glance at the two men and bellowed, "Give them the remaining grenades and retreat." He understood that if they did not withdraw now, it would soon be too late. With that, he led the remaining 20 to 30 soldiers southward. As the Japanese forces stormed the position, they pursued the retreating nationalist soldiers. The two injured soldiers, pulling the pins from their grenades, detonated them amidst 7 or 8 Japanese soldiers, momentarily stalling the enemy's advance. Li Ji, gripping his standard-issue rifle, summoned every ounce of strength to run. The Japanese soldiers pursued along the trenches, bullets whistling past him, and several retreating soldiers, unfortunately, fell victim to gunfire. "Commander, I'll provide cover." A soldier, taking advantage of a small hillock in the trench, fired twice at the pursuing Japanese, slowing their advance. Li Ji pressed on with the remaining soldiers, not daring to look back. He feared not death nor the sacrifice for his country, but rather the thought of dying without purpose. After a brief while, he and the remaining troops reached the southern position. At that moment, the southern position was also on the brink of being breached, with 2 squads having suffered heavy losses, leaving only 7 or 8 gasping for breath. Wu Yukuin remained unharmed, but Wang Hu had been struck by 2 bullets and lay fallen on the ground. "Commissioner Wu, the main position has been taken by the Japanese. We must retreat immediately," Li Ji urged. "Carry him." Wu Yukuin glanced at the barely breathing Wang Hu. Li Ji knelt to assess Wang Hu's wounds. Both bullets had pierced his chest, blood gushing forth, and it was evident that his condition was dire. "Shoulder Captain Wang and retreat," Li Ji ordered, pointing to a robust soldier. "Understood." The soldier hurriedly complied, lifting Wang Hu onto his back. "Commissioner, the Japanese are closing in. We must hurry," Li Ji declared, leaving those words behind as he and the soldiers hastily retreated. The group ran approximately several hundred meters along the southern position before plunging into the forest. The pursuing Japanese soldiers, witnessing the retreating troops vanish into the trees, opened fire indiscriminately while cursing as they turned back. Within the forest, Li Ji and the 30 or so defeated soldiers ran for 3 to 4 kilometers without stopping, ensuring that the Japanese had not followed before finally pausing to rest. He counted the numbers, 29 in total, comprising 20 new recruits under his command and 9 regular soldiers from the Nationalist Army, including himself, Wu Yukuin, and the barely conscious Wang Hu. This ragtag group amounted to 32. Everyone inspected their firearms and ammunition, tending to any wounds. After giving his orders, Li Ji cast a glance at Wang Hu, who, after the tumultuous retreat, was barely clinging to life. It seemed he would not survive much longer. A doctor was needed to save him. Wu Yukuin looked at the near-lifeless Wang Hu, a flash of sorrow crossing his eyes. Since joining her, Wang Hu had been unwaveringly loyal and diligent. The closest unit was the 181st Division, which likely had a makeshift hospital. Li Ji's words were merely a form of consolation, given the state of the war. It was uncertain if the 181st Division even remained, let alone a temporary hospital. "Rest for 5 minutes. Then we shall continue," Wu Yukuin declared. Li Ji nodded in agreement. Despite being the squadron leader, Wu Yukuin, as a special commissioner, held a higher rank. Shortly thereafter, Li Ji led over 20 soldiers deeper into the woods. In less than a day's time, his 4th squadron had suffered heavy casualties. Out of 4 squad leaders, 2 were dead, 1 severely injured and clinging to life, leaving only Su Jingyan alive. Such was the nature of war. As they marched, Li Ji contemplated the dire state of his 4th squadron, now reduced to so few. He surmised that higher command would likely reassign them to frontline combat units, ultimately sealing their fate as cannon fodder. "Commissioner, what should be our next step?" Li Ji inquired. "What do you propose?" Wu Yukuin admitted her uncertainty. Having left the French concession, they lacked a radio to communicate with headquarters for further instructions. "With so few of us, we can only lie in ambush along the highway to attack passing Japanese military vehicles, thereby providing support to the Nationalist Army." Li Ji thought that rather than being absorbed into another unit as cannon fodder, it would be wiser to position themselves along the roadside to ambush isolated enemy vehicles, both to buy time and seek opportunities for merit. After all, the higher-ups had dispatched the 4th Squadron to assist the Nationalist Army in defending the Huishan Wharf position. And having lost that ground, they would surely place the blame squarely on him. "Are you suggesting a passive avoidance of battle?" Wu Yukuin, perceptive and astute, quickly grasped Li Ji's underlying meaning. "Commissioner, with our meager numbers, do you think we should hide rather than face the battlefield as cannon fodder?" Li Ji replied with a bitter smile. Wu Yuquan pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement with Li Ji's suggestion. The purpose of her appointment as a special commissioner by Boss Dai was to leverage the war to expand the army if her entire force were to be annihilated. It would be difficult for her to justify it to her superiors. The group traversed the woods for quite some time. Hours later, they arrived near the encampment of the 181st Division. According to fleeing soldiers, Japanese aircraft had attacked the Division S base, resulting in the death of the Chief of Staff and Deputy Division Commander, while the remaining personnel scattered in retreat. At this moment, the night was deep, and gunfire echoed continuously around them, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Li Jisun made a resolute decision to lead his subordinates into the deep forest, prioritizing the immediate challenges of the night before contemplating their future plans on the morrow. Commander, Captain Wang, has breathed his last. A soldier bearing Wang Hu's lifeless form announced. Li Jisun approached to check for signs of life and confirmed the unfortunate news. He instructed several soldiers to wield their bayonets and dig a small grave in the woods, where they laid Wang Hu to rest with a semblance of dignity. Though the burial was modest, it was far more fortunate than the fates of many fallen soldiers who were left to the elements, ravaged by wild dogs and ants. Wu Yuquan fashioned a wooden headstone for Wang Hu, inscribing upon it, Tomb of Wang Hu. Once the solemn task was completed, the group settled on the forest floor to rest. In September, the woods were relatively free from mosquitoes and venomous creatures, allowing the soldiers to enjoy a peaceful night of slumber. Chapter 17. Capturing a plump rabbit the following day, as dawn broke. A large contingent of Japanese troops advanced along the highway. Li Ji, equipped with binoculars, meticulously observed the formation of the enemy forces. This battalion comprised no fewer than 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers, armed with a portion of heavy weaponry, and their trajectory suggested they were heading towards a significant location. A shadow of gravity crossed his features. The audacity of the Japanese to march openly on the road signified the absence of the main nationalist forces in the vicinity. What shall we do? Wu Yuquan inquired, her delicate face betraying a hint of seriousness. Although lacking military knowledge, she could discern that the area had already fallen under Japanese control. Li Ji contemplated their predicament, realizing their only option was to remain concealed within the forest. Until when? Wu Yuquan pressed. Until we achieve merit, he replied with a faint smile. The passage of the Japanese main force indicated that their supply vehicles would follow suit. As long as they remained hidden in the woods, opportunities for distinction would inevitably present themselves. Wu Yuquan nodded slightly, recognizing that they had no alternative but to heed his judgment. Outside, the multitude of Japanese soldiers posed a grave threat. Should they be discovered, their small unit would face certain annihilation. For the next 2 days, Li Ji led over 20 soldiers in hiding among the trees, subsisting on rations and foraged wild fruits to stave off hunger, while sending scouts to the stream for water in the evenings. It was not until midday on the 3rd day that a soldier assigned to reconnaissance reported the sighting of a Japanese 3-wheeled motorcycle and a large truck on the highway. Li Ji swiftly raised his binoculars for a closer inspection, confirming the presence of only one motorcycle and one truck. Prepare for combat. Artillerymen, get ready, he commanded. All personnel took their positions, for soldiers readying grenades, awaiting his signal to pull the pins. As the 3-wheeled motorcycle approached the lower highway, Li Ji ordered them to open fire. The sound of 2 machine guns erupted first, followed by the crack of several rifles. At the moment the gunfire commenced, for grenades were hurled from the soldiers' hands. Boom! The deafening explosions echoed. The Japanese 3-wheeled motorcycle was instantly overturned, sending 3 Japanese soldiers to meet their fate. Meanwhile, upon being ambushed, the driver of the large truck revved the engine in a desperate attempt to flee. Li Ji, aiming his standard-issue rifle at the truck's tire, squeezed the trigger. The shot rang true, puncturing the tire and causing it to deflate immediately. The sudden blowout caused the truck to crash violently into a nearby tree. You and the special agent stay here. The rest, follow me. Li Ji rallied, charging from the forest with a group of soldiers to encircle the large truck. One soldier yanked open the driver's door, startling the driver into raising his hands in surrender. In the passenger seat sat a Japanese major general, clutching a briefcase. Get out, commanded the soldiers, their weapons trained on the cab. The terrified driver disembarked, while the hesitant major general was roughly pulled from his seat by the soldiers. Li Ji cast a glance at the captured Japanese general, elation swelling within him. A mere ambush had yielded the capture of a Japanese major general. Captain, the truck is filled with provisions, a soldier exclaimed joyfully as he inspected the cargo. Unload everything, Li Ji commanded. He had been hiding in the forest for 2 or 3 days, nearly starving. The soldiers began to unload the truck, revealing flour, rice, 2 slabs of pork, and 2 crates of beef canned goods, among other supplies. Take the canned beef and discard the rest, Li Ji ordered. The soldiers complied, carrying the crates into the woods while the others collected weapons and ammunition. Li Ji personally escorted the Japanese major general back into the forest, instructing his men to distribute the canned beef. Special agent, we have caught a big fish, Li Ji remarked. Wu Yukuin glanced at the Japanese major general, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of delight. The gunfire has attracted nearby Japanese attention. We must depart swiftly, Li Ji said, urgency lacing his voice. Wu Yukuin nodded in agreement. Thus, Li Ji led his men deeper into the woods, while the Japanese major general protested loudly in incomprehensible Japanese. Among their small unit, only Wu Yukuin and Li Ji understood the language. Wu Yukuin had learned Japanese at the Hangzhou Police Academy. Though not perfectly, she could manage simple conversations. Li Ji's grasp of the language was rudimentary at best, limited to basic vocabulary. As he was forcefully moved forward, the major general shouted angrily in Japanese, "You scoundrels! I am an officer of the Greater Japanese Empire. You must treat me humanely, without abuse or violence." Yet, no one paid him any mind. Some impulsive soldiers were eager to execute him on the spot. Li Ji was too preoccupied with leading the way to concern himself with the general's outbursts. And Wu Yukuin preferred to ignore him, as they were amidst a march. After 6 or 7 hours of traversing mountains and narrow paths, they reached a secluded and desolate area before nightfall. According to the map, they were near Shaonan village in Pudong. The group halted to rest. "I will take him for interrogation," Wu Yukuin announced, signaling to 2 soldiers to escort the Japanese general away. Shortly thereafter, his frantic cries echoed through the forest. About 10 minutes later, after Wu Yukuin had completed the interrogation, she pulled Li Ji aside, her expression serious. "His name is Sato Kenjiro, the chief of staff for the Japanese 3rd Division. He was traveling with the supply truck to assume command of the 29th Infantry Brigade. The documents in his briefcase contain the military offensive plans just established by the Shanghai Expeditionary Army Command yesterday." Upon hearing this, Li Ji felt a rush of excitement. After hiding for days, he had captured a significant target. "We must immediately report this to headquarters. His intelligence is crucial to the entire battle strategy," Wu Yukuin insisted. "This area should be under nationalist control. If we locate the garrison command, we can use their radio to contact higher command." Li Ji thought that with Sato Kenjiro as his big catch, he should not be held accountable for losing the position. After all, it had become commonplace for nationalist generals to abandon their posts on the entire Songhu battlefield. Without delay, they set off to swiftly locate the nearby military command. Wu Yukuin, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, understood that as an intelligence officer, she must transmit the information to headquarters with utmost urgency. "Assemble," Li Ji called out. And once everyone had gathered, he led the small contingent onward. Nightfall arrived, around 3 or 4 in the morning, when Li Ji and his unit reached a brigade stationed along the right flank of Pudong. This brigade was originally the security regiment of the Suzhou-Zhejiang border region, and upon the onset of war, it had been restructured into the 35th Brigade of the 8th Army Group, comprising approximately 4,000 personnel. The brigade had only recently been relocated from the southern bank of the Suzhou River. The brigade headquarters was equipped with a radio station, enabling direct communication with the military intelligence headquarters. Li Ji, accompanied by his entourage, arrived at the entrance of the 35th Brigade Command, instructing the soldiers to announce their presence. Chapter 18. The boss designates me as cannon fodder. Moments later, Brigadier General Zhang of the 35th Brigade personally came out to greet them. After all, the name presented by Li Ji was that of the Military Intelligence Department. With a warm smile, Brigadier General Zhang approached and inquired, "What brings the brothers from the Intelligence Department to seek out Zhang?" "Sir, we have uncovered valuable intelligence on the battlefield and need to use your department's radio to contact our superiors," Li Ji replied earnestly. "Of course, you may proceed," Brigadier General Zhang said, secretly relieved, and promptly granted permission. Under Brigadier General Zhang's guidance, Li Ji and Wu Yukuin made their way to the telegraph room of the 35th Brigade. Given the gravity of the situation, Wu Yukuin instructed the telegraph operator to step outside, leaving only Li Ji. She took her seat before the radio, switched it on, and began transmitting. Beep, beep. This continued for nearly 20 minutes as the telegram was dispatched to the headquarters in Jinling. In Jinling, at the Military Intelligence Department, since the outbreak of war, Director Dai had been working tirelessly, delegating tasks to his subordinates while recruiting military academy students and key personnel to bolster the strength of the Special Operations Team. However, the Special Operations Team, hastily assembled, proved to be fragile in combat, yielding disappointing results despite the influx of military academy graduates at the grassroots level. Yet, Director Dai remained undeterred. He even instructed Du, a leader from the Green Gang, to continue expanding their ranks while he selected graduates from military academies and special police officers. Through his personal connections, he also provided the Special Operations Team with a substantial supply of firearms and ammunition. "Director, we have just received a telegram from the Serpent Woman," reported the headquarters secretary, Mao Chiwu, his eyes reddened from exhaustion after days without rest. "Oh, the Serpent Woman?" Director Dai squinted slightly and asked, "What does she say?" The Serpent Woman conveyed that the 4th Squad had engaged in fierce combat at the Suwei Wharf, battling the Japanese for a full day and inflicting over 100 casualties upon the enemy. However, they suffered more than 50 fatalities themselves. Squad leader Li Ji led the surviving 20 or so troops in retreat and, during their march, ambushed a Japanese military vehicle, capturing Major General Sato Kinjiro of the Japanese 3rd Division. According to the telegram, Sato was carrying a briefcase containing the latest operational plans devised by the Japanese Shanghai Expeditionary Army Headquarters. Once Mao Chi-woo relayed the contents of the telegram, Director Dai was momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the implications. Major General Sato Kinjiro, carrying the latest military operational plans from the Shanghai Expeditionary Army Headquarters? This is nothing short of a windfall. With hundreds of thousands engaged in battle at the Sunghu front, claiming thousands of lives daily, the command urgently required intelligence from the Japanese side. Where's the Serpent Woman? Through what means was the telegram sent? Director Dai regained his composure and inquired. The Serpent Woman's group is stationed at the 35th Brigade, and the telegram was sent via their radio. Mao Chi-woo replied respectfully. Hurry. Send someone to bring Major General Sato Kinjiro to Jinling immediately, Director Dai commanded. Then seemingly recalling something added, no. Inform the Serpent Woman to take Sato Kinjiro away from the battlefield to Hangzhou. The investigative team will accompany me to Hangzhou. I must personally meet with Sato Kinjiro. Boss Dai realized the gravity of the situation, deeming it imperative that he take matters into his own hands. Boss, the situation in Songhu is tense. You cannot put yourself at risk, Mao Chi-woo urged. Nonsense. Hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops are fighting valiantly at the front. As a soldier, can I die? Disregard national affairs for personal safety? He commanded. Immediately contact Chief Tang of the Attendant Office and inform the principal that the 4th Detachment of the Suzhou Zhujiang Special Task Force has captured a Japanese major general during their retreat, who possesses the latest operational plans of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army. I am en route to the Songhu battlefield. Please await further news. Afterward, Boss Dai inquired. What is the background of the 4th Detachment's commander, Li Ji? Mao Chi-woo responded. Li Ji graduated from the Army Officer Academy and was recently assigned to the intelligence team, Beauty Snake, as an operative. When the 4th Detachment was established, you indicated that military academy graduates would serve as military commanders and police academy graduates as political officers. Recently, Old Yang from the Beauty Snake team sent a classified telegram to headquarters containing intelligence about the Japanese Navy's plot to attack Hangzhou Airport, which Li Ji obtained. As a secretary, Mao Chi-woo was well acquainted with personnel matters in the Military Intelligence Department and was thoroughly familiar with every piece of intelligence submitted. He is quite talented. A graduate of the Army Officer Academy and could be of great use in the future. Boss Dai nodded in agreement. The 4th Detachment has suffered significant losses, now reduced to just over 20 members. Should we integrate them into other units? Mao Chi-woo suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Boss Dai replied. Reassign a group of soldiers from the Special Task Force to reinforce the 4th Detachment and send them to assist the nationalist troops in southern Suzhou. Understood. Mao Chi-woo respectfully acknowledged. In Pudong, at the command center of the Nationalist Army's 35th Brigade, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan waited in the telegraph room for nearly 2 hours until the headquarters response finally arrived. The telegram was straightforward. Wu Yuquan was to escort Sato Kinjiro to Hangzhou, while Li Ji would proceed to the Special Task Force headquarters to reinforce the troops and continue the fight. Upon receiving this message, a bitter smile crossed Li Ji's lips. Despite having caught such a significant prize, he could not escape the fate of a pawn. The battle was intensifying, with the Japanese frequently redeploying troops from their homeland to engage in combat in Shanghai, resulting in heavy casualties across the nationalist fronts. According to Brigade Commander Zhang, troops from the Northeast Army, Northwest Army, and Sichuan Army were rushing to the Songhu region to participate in the conflict. The forthcoming battles promised to be even more brutal, with entire units being annihilated daily, leading to scenes of carnage and despair. For junior officers like him, the risk of sacrificing their lives for the nation loomed large. Commissioner, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours to reach Hangzhou. There are bandits, local militias, and small groups of Japanese troops along the way. Please take care, Li Ji said calmly. Wu Yuquan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, battles raged everywhere, and the roads were rife with bandits and outlaws, posing a grave risk to their mission. Captain Li, gather your men. We are heading to Hangzhou, Wu Yuquan stated decisively. Commissioner, I have received orders to proceed to the headquarters of the Special Forces to replenish our soldiers, and then to advance to the southern bank of the Suzhou River to continue assisting the National Army in combat. This, on the surface, Li Ji displayed a hint of embarrassment, yet internally, he felt a surge of delight. I shall explain this matter to my superiors, Wu Yuquan stated. Since the commissioner has expressed it so, I shall accompany you. Li Ji thought to himself that going to Hangzhou was far safer than heading to the battlefield. Wu Yuquan nodded and said, I will send another telegram to headquarters. You should communicate with Commander Zhang to request 2 military vehicles and additional ammunition, just in case we encounter unforeseen circumstances on the way. Chapter 19. The toy soldiers on the battlefield at dawn, Li Ji led his contingent of over 20 individuals, traversing towards Hangzhou in 2 military vehicles. He personally commandeered a canvas jeep, with Wu Yuquan occupying the front passenger seat and Sato Kinjiro positioned in the back, flanked by soldiers on either side. For safety, Wu Yuquan had ordered the binding of Sato Kinjiro's limbs and stuffed a rag into his mouth, while also removing his general's coat. The road to Hangzhou was riddled with potholes, scarred by the remnants of artillery shells. Along the way, he observed troops from various factions: the straw-sandal-clad Sichuan army, the steel-helmeted Guangxi forces, and the Northwest Army, armed with large blades. They had journeyed from afar, driven by the urgency of national peril. As they passed a muddy thoroughfare, they encountered a youthful battalion, their average age a mere 13 or 14 years. Clad in gray military uniforms and wearing straw sandals, they marched in unison, carrying long rifles. The sight stirred a deep discomfort within Li Ji. The deployment of child soldiers to the front lines starkly illustrated the dire circumstances of the Shanghai battlefield. The nation was in crisis, and even the young were thrust into combat. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, wishing for their survival amidst the chaos. Li Ji inwardly cursed the incompetence of the nationalist command, lamenting the lost opportunities on the Shanghai front. No amount of reinforcements, especially not those comprised of such young soldiers, could amend the situation. Throughout their journey, they encountered no disturbances, for their vehicles bore the emblem of the blue sky with a white sun, which deterred any would-be aggressors. By 2 in the afternoon, Li Ji maneuvered the jeep into the city of Hangzhou. Although the flames of war had not reached the city, it bore an air of desolation. Many citizens had fled to the countryside, shops stood shuttered, and groups of beggars and refugees clustered along the streets. At the Military Intelligence Bureau, Hangzhou Station, Boss Dai stood anxiously at the entrance, having awaited the arrival of Wu Yuquan for several hours. According to the journey's timeline, they should have arrived by now. Were they facing unforeseen troubles on the road? The station master and deputy station master stood by in silence, acutely aware of the respect and fear Boss Dai commanded within the bureau. Moments later, 2 military vehicles halted at the station's entrance. A man and a woman emerged from the jeep, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan, advancing with disciplined strides towards Boss Dai. "Sir," they saluted in unison, their uniforms crisp and formal. Boss Dai assessed them with a keen eye and inquired, "Have you brought Sato Kinjiro?" "He's in the vehicle." Wu Yuquan gestured for the soldiers to escort Sato Kinjiro from the car, handing over his briefcase with both hands. "You both have done well," Boss Dai commended them, then subtly signaled to the personnel at Hangzhou Station, who promptly took Sato Kinjiro and his briefcase away. With their task concluded, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan, along with their subordinates, settled into the guest house adjacent to Hangzhou Station, awaiting further instructions. The following day, a messenger arrived from Hangzhou Station to convey Boss Dai's orders. Wu Yuquan and Li Ji captured the Japanese Major General Sato Kinjiro and intercepted highly confidential documents from the Japanese army, achieving a significant victory that earned them each a reward of $200. The Military Intelligence Department would commend them to the command. Wu Yuquan returned to Shanghai Beach to continue his work in intelligence. Meanwhile, Li Ji led his soldiers to the Suzhou Detachment headquarters to replenish their ranks and persist in combat against the Japanese forces. Li Ji felt as though a dark cloud loomed over him. Despite his notable contributions to the Military Intelligence Department, he remained trapped in the fate of being cannon fodder. On the current battlefield of Songhu, the horrors surpassed that of a slaughterhouse. Leading a disorganized crowd into battle, the only outcome seemed to be a noble sacrifice, perhaps leaving him with nothing but a nameless corpse. Li Ji was determined not to become a faceless casualty on the battlefield, nor did he wish to perish for his country. He resolved to seek an opportunity to converse with Wu Yuquan. 2 vehicles emerged from the city of Hangzhou. Li Ji parked the jeep by the roadside and invited Wu Yuquan to step out for a discussion. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes flickered with skepticism. Yet she complied and engaged in a brief conversation with Li Ji on the roadside. "Commissioner, to be candid, while monitoring Yamamoto Yuichiro, I secretly persuaded a significant Japanese naval officer to defect. He has access to core secrets of the Japanese Navy. I have arranged to meet him monthly, during which he will relay crucial information regarding the naval fleet to me." In an effort to avoid becoming cannon fodder, Li Ji concocted an outrageous lie on the spot. "You persuaded a Japanese naval officer?" Wu Yuquan's delicate brows furrowed, her enchanting eyes glimmering with doubt. "Indeed, I assigned him a code name, Weasel, and only I am privy to his identity." Li Ji implied that if he were to fall in battle, no one would know who Weasel was. Such an important matter, why not report it to the superiors? Wu Yuquan found herself unable to discern the veracity of Li Ji's claims. "I am still a member of the Siren Intelligence Group. Reporting beyond my level would violate our regulations," Li Ji replied, his words meticulously crafted. "What do you mean?" Wu Yuquan pressed, her brows still knitted. If Li Ji's assertion were true, then the Weasel he held would become a vital asset for the Military Intelligence Department within the Japanese naval fleet. I wish to return to Shanghai to rendezvous with Weasel and acquire vital intelligence regarding the Japanese naval fleet. Li Ji articulated his intent. Rendezvous? Wu Yuquan pondered silently for a moment. She found Li Ji's words to be highly credible. After all, the information about a Japanese naval officer crashing into Hangzhou airport had originated from Li Ji through Old Yang's channels to headquarters. The subsequent Hangzhou incident confirmed the legitimacy of the intelligence he had provided. Commissioner, if possible, I would like to return to Shanghai with the remaining brothers. They are life-and-death comrades who have fought alongside us. If they are assigned to the detachment, their chances of survival will be slim. Li Ji had already formulated a plan. With a bit of training, the remaining 20 or so men could become an effective action team, ready for operations such as sabotage and assassination. Then, are you unwilling to go to the battlefield? Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. If the commissioner holds such a belief, I have nothing further to say. I merely feel that this war is destined for defeat, rather than becoming mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. It would be far more prudent to engage vigorously in the realm of intelligence. Furthermore, the Siren Intelligence Group is in dire need of a capable action team. Li Ji is fervently persuading Wu Yuquan, assuring her that once she consents, the obstacle presented by Boss Dai will be surmountable. After all, Wu Yuquan is a graduate of the Special Police Academy and a protégé of Boss Dai. His words plunge Wu Yuquan into deep contemplation. The Siren Intelligence Group indeed requires an action team for effective collaboration. More importantly, Li Ji possesses critical information regarding the Weasel connection. Additionally, having fought alongside Li Ji and others on the battlefield, she has witnessed its brutal reality firsthand. With over 80 members in the 4th Squad now reduced to just a handful, as a commissioner, she is reluctant to witness these familiar faces perish as mere pawns in this war. Chapter 20. The formation of a special operations team. I can plead with the boss on your behalf, but you must ensure that the intelligence conveyed to you by the Weasel is relayed to me. I shall report it to the higher-ups under the auspices of the Siren Intelligence Group, Wu Yuquan stipulated. She was willing to intercede for Li Ji with the boss, on the condition that the Weasel's intelligence be reported in the name of the Siren Intelligence Group. Very well, Li Ji nodded in agreement. The so-called Weasel was merely a fabrication of his own making. He could utilize the Weasel's guise to pass on Japanese military intelligence to Wu Yuquan without raising any suspicions from above. This would also count as a modest contribution to the war effort. Furthermore, your operations team will be affiliated with the Siren Intelligence Group and will operate under my direct command. Wu Yuquan had long harbored the intention of forming an operations team, but she had refrained from acting independently due to the lack of directives from higher authorities. Agreed. Li Ji recognized that this was not the moment for negotiation and readily acquiesced. The two then discussed a few more details, including how to report to the boss and the funding issues for the operations team in Shanghai. On the Bund of Shanghai, the sudden outbreak of war had left the grand city in ruins, with shattered walls and debris strewn about, particularly in the Chinese and Japanese concessions, where the remnants of bombed structures were ubiquitous. In a fleeting moment, refugees surged forth, with hundreds of thousands pouring into the French concession, leading to overcrowding in the area, where streets and alleys were filled with displaced souls. By the riverside docks, Li Ji and his companions successfully infiltrated the French concession with the assistance of the Qing gang smugglers from the outskirts. Wu Yuquan temporarily housed Li Ji and the others in the original training warehouse. She then returned to the city alone to report their arrival in the French concession to Boss Dai via the Siren Intelligence Group's radio. They had concocted a plausible excuse together, claiming that they had been ambushed by a small unit of Japanese troops on their way back, resulting in the injury of Captain Li Ji, who required a period of recuperation. His soldiers could be temporarily organized into an operations team to assist the Siren Intelligence Group in executing covert assassination missions against traitors in Shanghai. Boss Dai, preoccupied with pressing military matters, paid little heed to such trivialities, responding that Li Ji should focus on his recovery in Shanghai, with the hope of serving the nation once more. With this reply from Boss Dai, Li Ji's clandestine return to the Bund was effectively swept under the rug. Subsequently, Wu Yuquan sought suitable accommodations for Li Ji's soldiers in the French concession. In the training warehouse, 28 soldiers assembled in formation. Among them, only 3 bore minor injuries, while the rest were unscathed. Brothers, the world outside is engulfed in flames of war, with the Japanese relentlessly reinforcing their ranks from the homeland, and our national army retreating steadily. As soldiers, we ought to take up arms and defend our country. However, with our limited numbers, we cannot alter the tide of battle. Therefore, I have decided to organize everyone into a special operations team under the Military Intelligence Office stationed in Shanghai, tasked specifically with the assassination of Japanese officers and traitorous collaborators. Those who wish to follow me, I, Li Ji, shall lead you in a vigorous campaign against the Japanese. For those who do not wish to stay, I shall not compel you. You may take 10 francs and depart. Li Ji's special operations team was established without coercion. Those unwilling to participate were free to leave with a monetary fare from his own pocket. Sir, I am a conscript captured by the security team. I have an elderly mother and a sister at home, and I wish to return, a soldier lamented, his head hanging low. Very well, Li Ji replied, extracting a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and placing it in the soldier's hand. You may leave, but you must relinquish your uniform and weapons. Yes, thank you, sir. The soldier, astonished at the young officer's generosity, hurriedly disarmed himself, stepping aside to change into civilian clothes. Sir, I too wish to return home. Sir, I want to go back. For soldiers expressed their desire to depart, bringing the total to 5. These 5 were soldiers from the 181st Division stationed at Huishan, who had joined Li Ji and his group after the Japanese forces occupied their position. Li Ji provided each of them with 10 yuan and a set of civilian attire before they left. Is there anyone else wishing to depart? Li Ji inquired, surveying the remaining 23. Sir, we will continue to fight the Japanese alongside you, Su Jingyan declared, and others echoed his sentiments. Li Ji had looked after them on the battlefield. Otherwise, this ragtag group would have been obliterated by the Japanese forces long ago. Since the others chose to remain, Li Ji assured them that they would not be shortchanged, announcing an increase of 5 yuan in their monthly military pay. Having concluded his address, Li Ji organized the remaining 23 into 2 operational teams. The first team, led by Su Jingyan, comprised 12 members, while the second team, led by Ma Peng, had 11. They had entered with ample weapons and ammunition, 36 rifles, 11 pistols, several captured grenades, 2 light machine guns, 1 submachine gun, and over 4,000 rounds of ammunition. After the teams were formed, Li Ji summoned Su Jingyan and Ma Peng, instructing them to train their respective groups in tactical maneuvers and various assassination techniques. The following afternoon, Wu Yuquan arrived at the training warehouse clad in a qipao. As she stepped in, her high heels echoing, all eyes fell upon her. Some members of the action team unable to conceal their drooling. Continue training, Li Ji muttered, irritation evident as he observed the lecherous stares directed at Wu Yuquan. Did they not fear retribution for their indiscretion? Boss is called back, instructing you to recuperate in Shanghai, with the hope of serving the nation in the future. Wu Yuquan said, a sly smile gracing her alluring lips. Yes, I shall certainly heed the boss's instructions, Li Ji replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He would no longer be fodder on the battlefield. Wu Yuquan produced a note from her handbag and handed it to Li Ji. This is a location I found for the action team to settle. Afterward, please escort them there. Your subordinates are a mixed lot. I will send a skilled operative to instruct them in assassination and combat techniques. Additionally, I hope you can connect with the weasel soon to retrieve useful intelligence. Understood. Li Ji chuckled internally. There was no weasel to speak of, but he did possess some intelligence that he could pass off under that guise to Wu Yuquan. For the time being, the action team would have no missions, and he was to ensure they trained diligently. Should you need to reach me, feel free to come directly to my residence. If any neighbors inquire, simply tell them you are my cousin, engaged in a modest business in Shanghai. Once Wu Yuquan had conveyed his instructions, he selected a meticulously crafted Browning pistol from an array of weapons and gracefully exited the warehouse, with his slender waist and curvaceous figure accentuated. That evening, Li Ji escorted 2 operational teams to their designated safe havens, as arranged by Wu Yuquan. Su Jingyan's first team was stationed at a lumber mill in the east suburb alley of the French concession, posing as laborers of the mill. Ma Peng's second team was positioned at warehouse number 18 at pier number 7 of the French concession, presenting themselves as workers of that warehouse. Li Ji distributed the handguns and ammunition to both teams, while rifles, light machine guns, and submachine guns were carefully packed into wooden crates, concealed in a corner of the training warehouse to be retrieved when necessary. Chapter 21. The Enchantress Seeks My Presence. Li Family Lane, number 16. After attending to various trifles, Li Ji returned to his residence at Li Family Lane. Mr. Li, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. I thought you had departed from Shanghai. The landlady remarked with a smile. I was conducting business in the southern market, but who could have anticipated the outbreak of conflict? Had fortune not favored me, I might not have returned at all, Li Ji replied with a chuckle. Mr. Li, you are truly blessed. May you live a long and prosperous life, the landlady complimented. Before shifting the conversation, the rent for the next quarter is approaching. Please do not forget. I shan't forget, Li Ji responded with a smile, then ascended the stairs. He had crafted an identity for himself among the neighbors as a businessman engaged in foreign trade, frequently traveling to the southern market, Jiabei, and Kunshan. This way, should he be absent for any reason, the neighbors would harbor no suspicions. Oh, Mr. Li has returned, Lu Jiahui exclaimed, dressed elegantly in a qipao, clutching a small handbag. Her hair styled in glamorous waves, adorned with a jade bracelet and a necklace of large pearls. It seemed that during his absence, Lu Jiahui had found herself in the company of a wealthy suitor. Miss Lu, Li Ji greeted politely with a nod. Mr. Li, many refugees have arrived in the neighborhood, including some pickpockets. You must be cautious when you go out, Lu Jiahui kindly warned, recounting how a pickpocket had stolen several dance tickets from her last night, leaving her restless for much of the night. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Lu. I will be careful, Li Ji acknowledged with a slight nod, passing by her. Lu Jiahui glanced at Li Ji's retreating figure, finding him quite appealing, a handsome man engaged in business, certainly a worthy prospect. After all, the men she encountered at the dance hall were all enamored by her beauty, and whenever the subject of marriage arose, they scurried away faster than rabbits. Were Li Ji to learn of Lu Jiahui's calculations, he would likely be both amused and perplexed. In these tumultuous times, he was too preoccupied with survival to entertain thoughts of romance. Moreover, if a matter could be resolved with money, why bother with marriage? Upon returning to his room, he tidied up, dusted off his suits, and hung them back neatly. For the following period, Li Ji's life was marked by a strict routine. He ventured out early and returned late, embodying the busy persona of a businessman. Mornings were spent savoring wontons at Zhang Keizi's home at the alley's entrance, followed by supervising the training of the first action group at the timber factory. Wu Yuquan had indeed kept his promise, sending an action instructor to teach the first action group skills in assassination, combat, and surveillance. Likewise, the second action group at the dock warehouses was under the guidance of an action instructor for training. Before long, half a month had slipped by. The conflict in Shanghai raged on, with nearly 1 million troops engaged, resulting in a horrific and devastating battle centered around the city. Although the Japanese forces continually reinforced their ranks from the homeland, the nationalist forces were also mobilizing troops from across the nation to the Songhu area, leading to a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, far away in Jinling, Boss Dai suddenly recalled the former commander of the 4th Special Operations Team, Li Ji, who was purportedly recovering in Shanghai. He conveyed crucial intelligence to the Siren Intelligence Group, commissioning a significant assassination mission designated for the operational team led by Li Ji. On this day, Li Ji received a signal from Wu Yuquan, summoning him for a meeting. He then took a rickshaw to an upscale apartment building on Zafei Road in the French concession. Clad in a sleek black Zhongshan suit, with polished leather shoes gleaming brightly, his neatly cropped hair exuded vitality. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he lightly tapped on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Wu Yuquan in gray plaid overalls and a white shirt, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her figure alluring and gracefully curved. "Come in," she beckoned, her lips curling into a captivating smile. Li Ji steadied his nerves. Wu Yuquan's enchanting smile was dangerously alluring for a young man bursting with vigor. He settled onto the sofa, awaiting her further words. The boss called, assigning your team to undertake the task. Wu Yuquan handed Li Ji the transcribed telegram. He glanced at the telegram, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. The boss truly holds me in high regard, assigning me to assassinate the military attaché of the Japanese consulate. He tossed the telegram aside, his voice tinged with indignation. The boss is left with no choice. Shanghai is a chaotic mix, and the operations department is under Boss Zheng's control, who does not support the assassination of Tian Zhongliang. Hence, the boss thought of you. Wu Yuquan divulged certain secrets. Boss Zheng, from the 2nd class of Huangpu, ranked just below Boss Dai in the military intelligence office, with a significant portion of Shanghai Station being Boss Zheng's loyalists. After pondering for a moment, Li Ji declared, "I will accept this task, but I have one condition." "Speak." Wu Yuquan thought to herself that as long as he eliminated Tian Zhongliang, even 10 conditions would be met without hesitation. It is crucial to note that Tian Zhongliang is not only the military attaché of the Japanese consulate, but also the chief of their espionage efforts, responsible for gathering military intelligence on the nationalist forces. Reports indicate that the Jinling authorities have uncovered a Japanese espionage case, with evidence proving that Tian Zhongliang bribed a junior officer of the nationalist army to obtain troop deployment maps in Luodian, leading to the annihilation of over 8,000 soldiers of the nationalist army within 2 days, inciting outrage in the command headquarters, which subsequently ordered the military intelligence office to send someone to assassinate Tian Zhongliang, avenging the fallen nationalist soldiers in Luodian. The current state of warfare is exceedingly unfavorable for our forces. I plan to prepare for a prolonged infiltration in Shanghai, starting next month. My 2 operational teams will act separately. One will infiltrate the Chinese and international concessions, while the other will seek livelihoods in the French concession. We cannot perpetually rely on the funding from the Siren Intelligence Group. They too must find ways to be self-sustaining, as each of my subordinates has families to support. Li Ji's request was quite clear. He intended to firmly grasp the reins of the operational team, desiring autonomy from Wu Yuquan's influence. Agreed. Wu Yuquan pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Maintaining a team of over 20 solely on the funding from the Siren Intelligence Group was indeed a challenge. There is one more matter. Li Ji gazed at Wu Yuquan's exquisite and enchanting visage, remarking that the weasel had provided a significant piece of intelligence. The Japanese military was secretly forming the 10th Army on their home soil, preparing to reinforce the Shanghai Expeditionary Army. Oh, Wu Yuquan's flawless, delicate face momentarily reflected a hint of gravity. This was indeed a matter of considerable importance that required immediate communication to headquarters, as they were notably deficient in intelligence regarding the Japanese military's troop movements within their homeland. According to the Weasel, the Naval High Command had recommended Lu Chuanpingzu, the commander of the Japanese garrison on the Treasure Island, to lead the 10th Army. A man proficient in flanking maneuvers. Li Ji asserted, I shall expedite the transmission of this intelligence to headquarters. Should the information prove accurate, you shall receive the reward you rightfully deserve. Wu Yukuan pondered the value of this intelligence, which was undoubtedly on par with the naval fleet information conveyed by Yamamoto Yuhikuro through the Harbinger of Joy just days prior. Chapter 22. The task assigned by the boss. I require all information regarding Takano Takamasa. Since Li Ji accepted this task, he must prepare meticulously. After all, assassination is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. You may collect it tomorrow afternoon, Wu Yukuan remarked with a graceful smile. Reclining on the sofa. I also need to know about Takano's social connections. For instance, who in the consulate is he close to? Li Ji's remarkable ability for disguise is akin to divine mastery. If he can transform himself into one of Takano's most familiar friends, he may seize the opportunity for a decisive strike when least expected. Certainly, Wu Yukuan replied with a slight nod. To her knowledge, the Shanghai station has informants within the consulate, making it a mere trifle to ascertain Takano's social affiliations and background. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Ji concluded the business at hand, eager to depart from Wu Yukuan's presence. After all, she exuded an alluring charm that posed a considerable temptation to a young man brimming with vigor. Upon exiting the apartment, Li Ji hailed a rickshaw to return to the Li family alley. Once home, he lit a cigarette, contemplating that to remain undercover in Shanghai for an extended period, he must establish a legitimate source of income. Otherwise, supporting over 20 mouths, each requiring sustenance, living expenses, and monthly wages, would amount to a significant financial burden. Though he occasionally earned a little fortune through his disguises, it was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. The following day, Li Ji revisited Wu Yukuan's upscale apartment to collect the information on Takano Takamasa. Takano, age 38, serves as the military attaché at the Japanese consulate in Shanghai, holding the rank of lieutenant colonel. This, of course, is his public persona. In truth, he is the head of intelligence for the Army General Staff, tasked with gathering information on the nationalist forces in Shanghai and its vicinity under the guise of his diplomatic role. Takano leads a covert team dedicated to subverting pro-Japanese elements, including wealthy merchants, officials, military personnel, and local gangsters. He possesses an array of interests: horseback riding, archery, martial arts, dancing, indulging in extravagant parties, and engaging with women. Due to the war, Takano has been largely reclusive, spending most of his time within the Japanese consulate. The dossier is remarkably thorough, detailing his preferences, such as a fondness for Japanese salmon, and his amicable relations with figures like Secretary Morita and Deputy Officer Ono. The file includes 2 black and white photographs, one of Takano himself and another of a group photo at the consulate, accompanied by a schematic of the consulate's layout. After reviewing the information, Li Ji incinerated all documents, retaining only the 2 photographs. The Military Intelligence Department likely procured Takano's extensive background details by infiltrating the Japanese consulate with intelligence operatives. However, this was of no concern to him. Boss Dai had specifically tasked him with eliminating Takano, and he intended to use this opportunity to demonstrate his value, ensuring he would not be relegated to the status of expendable pawn in the future. For this mission, he planned to operate solo, armed with his skill in disguise. Regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or failed, he had a considerable chance of evading capture. Should he involve his subordinates in the operation, even if they were fortunate enough to succeed, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to escape back to the French concession. To know, the Japanese consulate in Shanghai is situated on Dongjiaominxiang in Hongkou, an area where various nations maintain their consulates, heavily guarded with patrols continuously on the move. He would not risk his subordinates without necessity, as they were still in training, far from becoming true operatives. That evening, Li Ji donned a raincoat and, holding an umbrella, exited the Li family lane. 200 meters from the lane's entrance, he hailed a rickshaw to Dongjiaominxiang. The rickshaw driver was momentarily taken aback and grimaced, saying, "Sir, there is fighting outside, and I've heard that the road to Dongjiaominxiang is blocked by the National Army, with no one permitted to pass." Li Ji retrieved $2 silver from his pocket and stated, "Take me to Dongjiaominxiang, and these $2 silver will be yours." The driver hesitated, slightly tempted, as $2 silver exceeded his earnings for a week of labor. However, he shook his head in refusal. The risk was too great. And if misfortune struck and he were shot, how would his family survive? $5 silver, Li Ji proposed. He firmly believed that greed drives men to peril, and as long as the reward was substantial, the driver would be swayed. "Sir, please take your seat." The driver reluctantly relented, biting the bullet on the $5 silver. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If luck smiled upon him, a single trip could yield a month's worth of income, allowing him to stockpile flour for his family. The rickshaw driver was well acquainted with the terrain of Shanghai and knew a narrow alley that led directly to the rear of Dongjiaominxiang. Amidst the pouring rain, National Army soldiers, armed with rifles, were either heading towards the combat zones or returning from the front lines. Civilians in the area spontaneously organized stretcher teams to assist the National Army in transporting the wounded. Various civic groups in Shanghai rallied to form delegations to offer their support to the soldiers at the front. Since the war commenced on August 13th, it had persisted for over a month, with the National Army transforming their offensive into a stalemate, repeatedly contesting control of the streets against the Japanese forces. It must be said that the Japanese soldiers exhibited formidable combat prowess, their marksmanship and tactics inflicting substantial hardships on the National Army. The 9th Group S German-equipped division suffered severe losses, particularly the 88th Division, which, fully staffed, numbered over 10,000, with casualties reportedly exceeding 4,000. As Li Ji observed the street-side buildings devastated by shelling, the wounded on stretchers, the civilians pushing carts laden with supplies towards the front in the downpour, and students clad in Zhongshan suits and blue skirts fundraising for the National Army, his emotions were profoundly complex. It was a time of promise yet marred by despair. "Stop," Li Ji commanded, alighting from the rickshaw. He produced a stack of currency, approximately several dozen notes, and deposited them into the donation box. "Gentlemen of virtue, the National Army shall surely triumph over the Japanese invaders. Victory is ours," exclaimed a round-faced female student. Her small fist raised in enthusiasm upon witnessing Li Ji's generous contribution. Without a moment's pause, Li Ji turned and reboarded the rickshaw. Almost an hour later, the driver brought Li Ji to a dead-end alley. Seated in the rickshaw, he squinted slightly, his hand delving into his pocket, where it encountered a sharp blade. "Sir, we have arrived." The driver gestured towards a 2-meter-high wall, saying, "If you scale this wall and walk 20 meters forward, you will reach Dongjimen Lane." Li Ji's expression softened a touch as he glanced at the wall. With his agility, he could easily surmount it. He retrieved $5 from his pocket and handed them to the driver. "Sir, may I assist you?" the driver offered, bending slightly to suggest that Li Ji step on his back to ascend. "Let us proceed," Li Ji replied impatiently, waving his hand. Although he lacked the prowess of a master thief, a 2-meter wall posed no challenge for him. Once the driver departed, he exerted force with his legs, propelling himself upward. One foot pressed against the wall for leverage, and with both hands grasping the top, he gracefully vaulted over. Chapter 23. The noble Miss Takeda. Li Ji leapt down from the wall, casting a swift glance around to ensure the area was deserted before hastening onto the main street. Huangpu Road, the most bustling thoroughfare of the Bund, is also the street with the highest concentration of foreigners, frequently graced by diplomatic vehicles adorned with foreign flags. Along Huangpu Road, one finds the renowned Shanghai landmark, the Puxiang Hotel, as well as various CAFs and taverns established by expatriates. Despite the fierce clashes between the nationalist and Japanese troops on the Bund, both sides exhibited remarkable restraint, refraining from allowing the flames of war to encroach upon Dongjiaominxiang, where numerous consulates from different nations are gathered. The street buzzed with life, its shops illuminated by vibrant lights, particularly a dance hall whose dazzling radiance was almost blinding. After strolling for a while, Li Ji arrived at the entrance of the Japanese consulate in Shanghai. He lingered not, passing by as any ordinary pedestrian would, even avoiding a glance inside. Directly across from the consulate stood a luxurious establishment known as the Yamato Hotel, catering exclusively to Japanese patrons, with no admission for Chinese guests. Adjacent to the Yamato Hotel were a Japanese tavern and a culinary establishment. Upon surveying the surroundings, Li Ji deduced that residing on the 4th floor of the Yamato Hotel would provide an advantageous vantage point to observe the consulate. However, the exclusionary policy against Chinese patrons posed a dilemma. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, spending 10 French francs to procure a residency permit from a local currency dealer in the French concession, posing as a Japanese expatriate. One additional challenge remained. His Japanese language skills had grown somewhat rusty. After careful deliberation, Li Ji resolved to check into the Yamato Hotel. Its prominent location was advantageous for monitoring Tanaka Risei, making the risk worthwhile. Should his cover be compromised, he could always alter his appearance to escape. Prior to entering the hotel, he donned the guise of a middle-aged man in his 30s, maintaining a height of approximately 1.7 meters. With slightly tanned skin and sharp features that suggested a rather unsavory character. Carrying a briefcase, he entered the Yamato Hotel and approached the front desk, presenting his expatriate permit while placing several yen notes before the Japanese attendant. In a low voice, he requested a room on the 4th floor. "Please hold on a moment," the attendant replied, quickly registering his information after examining his permit. Within 2 minutes, Li Ji received the key to his 4th floor room and took the elevator up. Upon entering his accommodation, he drew the curtains, leaving only a narrow slit. From his briefcase, he retrieved a pair of binoculars, a reliable tool he had brought back from the battlefield. Peering through the window's crevice, he surveyed the Japanese consulate building in its entirety. In the ensuing days, Li Ji remained at the Yamato Hotel, venturing downstairs only for meals, otherwise cloistered within his room. During this time, Tanaka Rise made only a single appearance, departing in a vehicle, which left Li Ji feeling somewhat helpless. Should Tanaka choose to remain sequestered within the consulate, Li Ji would be at a loss. Although his disguise skills could effectively blur the line between reality and illusion, he dared not impersonate a consulate official without absolute certainty. Moreover, his proficiency in Japanese was a significant flaw. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was easy for others to discern his inexperience. Li Ji silently resolved that upon the conclusion of this mission, he would diligently study the language, ideally mastering the refined dialect of Japanese nobility to facilitate his movements in the Japanese concession. That evening, a man emerged from the consulate's entrance, clad in a suit and leather shoes, appearing to be around 30 years old and approximately 1.60 meters in height. He crossed the street and headed towards the Yamato Hotel. According to the pertinent information provided to him by Wu Yukuin, this individual was named Morita Ikiro, the secretary to the Japanese consul in Shanghai, and he enjoyed a cordial relationship with Tanaka Ryosho. A spark of intrigue flickered in Li Ji's eyes. With Tanaka Ryosho sequestered within the consulate, he found no opportunity to act. Perhaps he could approach Morita Ikiro instead. After deliberating, he deemed this strategy worthy of consideration. He promptly concealed his binoculars beneath the bed and exited his room. At the Yamato Hotel, in the lobby, Morita Ikiro entered with a heart full of anticipation. He had been working at the Shanghai consulate for 2 years, without returning to his homeland. His parents, residing far away, had arranged a marriage for him with a young lady from the Takeda family, a striking beauty of the Yamato ethnicity. Recently, his father had sent a letter via the consulate staff, informing him that the Takeda lady had graduated and become an intern at a military hospital, soon to be dispatched to Shanghai with the Imperial Army. He was encouraged to meet her, with hopes of solidifying this union quickly. It is worth noting that the Morita family did not belong to the nobility. They had gained some renown in Songsan County through his father's successful business endeavors. In contrast, the Takeda family was of noble descent, albeit somewhat fallen from grace in modern times, yet within the Japanese Empire. Even a fallen noble held a higher status than a merchant. Today, the Takeda lady had called from the Japanese concession to arrange a meeting at the Yamato Hotel's consulate entrance. Morita Ikiro had taken special care in his appearance for this occasion, donning brand new shoes, a tailored suit, and meticulously styled hair. Upon arriving in the lobby, he scanned the room and quickly spotted the Takeda lady amidst the crowd. His eyes brightened, and a smile graced his features as he hastened towards her. Seated elegantly on a sofa, a woman in a brown trench coat held a magazine in her hands. Miss Takeda. Morita Ikiro approached her, bowing respectfully before introducing himself. I am Morita Ikiro. It is a pleasure to meet you. Takeda Sakura promptly rose from the sofa, nodding gently as she replied, Morita-kun, please take a seat. Morita Ikiro exhibited utmost courtesy. Although Japanese women held a relatively low social status, Takeda Sakura belonged to the nobility, and as a commoner, he needed to ingratiate himself to secure her hand in marriage. Miss Takeda, I did not anticipate that our first meeting would take place in Shanghai. Morita Ikiro remarked warmly with a smile. Shanghai is indeed quite delightful, she responded. Sakurako Takeda possesses a striking beauty, likely in her early 20s, standing at approximately 1.65 meters tall, which categorizes her as one of the taller types among Japanese women. Her attire distinctly deviates from that of the average Japanese woman, embodying a clear Western style. Ever since receiving a letter from her father, I have eagerly anticipated my meeting with Miss Takeda, and today my wish has been fulfilled. I feel immensely honored. Morita Ikiro remarked, I am equally honored. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sakurako Takeda's beautiful eyes. She harbored deep reservations about the marriage arranged by her family, and meeting Morita Ikiro only intensified her reluctance. In her imagination, she envisioned Morita Ikiro as a tall, handsome man working at the embassy, possessing the valor of a soldier and the wisdom and charm of a diplomat. However, the reality presented a stark contrast. Morita Ikiro stood at a mere 1.60 meters, slightly shorter than her, with an unremarkable appearance. Were it not for his suit, he would scarcely draw a second glance in a crowd. Chapter 24. Takeda Sakurako looks down on Miss Takeda. I have often envisioned our meeting beneath the cherry blossom trees, indulging in pastries and sipping fine tea while admiring the blooming sakura. Morita Ikiru's gaze shimmered with longing. Morikuin, Takeda Sakurako interjected, her tone direct. Shanghai is engulfed in war. Daily, valiant soldiers of the empire are met with injury or worse. As a military doctor, my time is exceedingly precious. I fully comprehend, Miss Takeda. As an angel of the empire, you bear the sacred duty of healing its warriors. I should not squander your time, Morita Ikiru hastily replied. I have reserved a private room on the second floor of the restaurant to welcome you. With an elegant nod, Takeda Sakurako rose gracefully, her slender legs carrying her toward the elevator, while Morita Ikiru followed closely behind, almost servilely. He was taken aback by the striking beauty of the Takeda heiress, a gift from the sun goddess Amaterasu herself. He felt compelled to seize this opportunity to win her heart and solidify their union. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes watched him intently from behind. Li Ji's lips curled into a cold smirk. His command of Japanese was mediocre, yet he discerned that this was the first meeting between Takeda Sakurako and Morita Ikaru. From Sakurako's demeanor, it was clear she held Morita Ikaru in low regard. After all, given Morita Ikaru's appearance, it was no surprise that a woman of even modest beauty would overlook him. The disparity was stark. One was a slender and graceful figure, while the other resembled a dark, squat gourd. Li Ji remained motionless until Morita Ikaru and Takeda Sakurako entered the elevator. He then rose slowly, purchasing a pack of cigarettes at the front desk before re-entering the elevator, returning to his room on the 4th floor. Once inside, he locked the door behind him and retrieved a small packet of powder from beneath the bed, a soporific, a tool for the unscrupulous. To ensure the success of his assassination mission against Tanaka Takamasa, he had procured various substances: sleeping powder, rat poison, loquat powder, and laxatives. He poured the soporific into a small vial, concealed it within his sleeve, and ventured out once more, descending the stairs to the 2nd floor. The eastern side of the 2nd floor was designated for the reception of esteemed guests. As Li Ji navigated the corridor, he listened intently at the doors of each private room, gauging the location of Morita Ikaru and Takeda Sakurako. "Whom do you seek?" inquired a woman clad in a kimono. Bowing politely, "I require a private room for 2 ladies," Li Ji replied, his expression stern. "Certainly," the kimono-clad woman stammered, bowing again. "Please follow me." With hurried, delicate steps, she led him to a private room, the wooden clogs she wore creaking softly against the floorboards. After placing an order for several Japanese dishes, Li Ji dismissed her with a wave. Once she departed, he opened the door to the room, straining to listen. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Morita Ikaru and Takeda Sakurako were indeed in the adjacent room. A short while later, 2 Japanese geishas clad in kimono entered, their wooden clogs clacking softly against the floor. Li Ji cast a fleeting glance at them, his brow furrowing in disapproval. What a sight, 2 women in their 30s. Their makeup grotesquely exaggerated. He found it difficult to appreciate the aesthetic sensibilities of the Japanese. In contrast, he held a deep admiration for the elegance and beauty of women like Takeda Sakura. "You too." Li Ji rummaged through his pocket, producing 2 banknotes in yen, gesturing for them to leave. The geishas accepted the yen with a respectful bow and retreated gracefully. He seized a bottle of Japanese sake from the coffee table, downing several hearty gulps, feigning a semblance of inebriation as he approached the door of the private room to steal a glance outside. A short while later, a kimono-clad waitress approached, balancing a bowl of miso soup. Just as she was about to enter the next room, a sudden splash of liquor drenched her neck and collar. "I deeply apologize." Li Ji slurred, pretending to be intoxicated. He hastily took the miso soup from her hands, adding, "Please clean yourself. I shall compensate you." Upon hearing the word compensate, a glimmer of hope flickered in the waitress's eyes. She promptly turned to wipe the spilled sake from her neck with her sleeve. When she turned back, Li Ji held the miso soup in one hand and a 20-yen note in the other. She eagerly accepted the bill, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you very much." With that, she reclaimed the miso soup and bowed once more, knowing that 20 yen equated to a month's wages at the Yamato Hotel. Watching her deliver the miso soup to Morita Ichimura's room, a cold smirk crept across Li Ji's face before he turned back into his own private chamber. Shortly after, the dishes he had ordered began to arrive. He sipped his drink and savored the Japanese cuisine. The effects of the soporific he had administered typically took about half an hour to manifest, contrary to the dramatic portrayals on television, where one would faint immediately after ingestion. Such depictions were mere fabrications to entertain the audience. 40 minutes later, he pushed open the door to the adjacent room, finding Morita Ichimura and Takeda Sakura both sprawled on the tatami mats. He closed the door behind him and searched Morita Ichimura, discovering a handgun, identification papers, and yen, nothing more. He then hoisted Morita Ichimura onto his shoulder, glancing towards the hallway to ensure the waitress had entered another room before swiftly making his way up the stairs to the 4th floor. Upon returning to his room, he unceremoniously dropped Morita Ichimura onto the floor, pried his mouth open, and administered a dose of the soporific, ensuring he would remain unconscious for several hours. Next, he proceeded to the 2nd floor room, where he carried the unconscious Takeda Sakura back, following the same procedure with her. While ascending the stairs with Takeda Sakura in tow, a Japanese waitress caught sight of him. However, Li Ji paid her no mind. His identity was fabricated, as was his appearance. Even if the Japanese were to investigate later, they would find nothing amiss. He changed his disguise once more, transforming into Morita Ichimura. If Takeda Sakura were to awaken at that moment, she would surely faint at the sight of 2 identical Morita Ichimuras, their appearances, heights, and even hairstyles perfectly synchronized. Li Ji gazed into the mirror at the reflection of Morita Ichimura, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. The likeness was indeed striking, devoid of any flaws. He tucked Morita's credentials, handgun, and yin securely on his person, then retrieved a handkerchief, applying a specially formulated sedative from the Military Intelligence Bureau. The effects of this soporific were remarkably swift. Once the scent wafted into the nostrils, the victim would succumb to unconsciousness within mere seconds. Next, he coated his dagger with a deadly poison. This marked his inaugural execution of an assassination mission since joining the Military Intelligence Bureau. And given the gravity of infiltrating the Japanese consulate for such a purpose, he exercised utmost caution, meticulously scrutinizing every detail to ensure that nothing was amiss. Before finally opening the door and stepping outside. Chapter 25, Assassination at the Consulate. Yamato Hotel. Li Ji, clad in a tailored suit, emerged from the lobby and made his way directly to the Japanese consulate in Shanghai. A row of soldiers, armed with rifles, stood sentinel at the entrance. As Li Ji approached the consulate's grand doors, they remained motionless, as if accustomed to his presence. In the eyes of the Japanese soldiers, he was none other than Mr. Morita, the secretary to the esteemed consul, and thus, no inquiry was deemed necessary. Upon entering the consulate's administrative building, Li Ji recalled the layout he had studied, which marked the location of Takamura Ryachang's office. "Mr. Morita, what brings you back?" A bespectacled gentleman in a suit inquired with a smile. "Ah, Kato Akihiro," Li Ji acknowledged, recognizing him as the man before him, though his specific title remained unclear. "How fares your fiancée? Is she as beautiful as the cherry blossoms?" Kato continued jovially. "My apologies, but I am pressed for time. We shall converse later," Li Ji replied, cautious of his words, and with a slight nod, ascended the staircase to the second floor. Kato Akihiro watched his retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Mr. Morita was typically so polite. What could possibly be amiss today? Yet, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to Morita's apparent displeasure. On the second floor, guided by memory, Li Ji approached Takamura Ryachang's office. Moments later, he stood before the door of the military-attached office, Takamura's domain. He slipped a hand into his pocket, clutching the drug-laced handkerchief tightly, steadying his breath to maintain composure. Takamura Ryachang, the head of the Japanese Army's intelligence division, was known for his heightened vigilance. Thus, to eliminate him, one must strike when least expected. Knock, knock. Li Ji rapped on the office door. "Enter," a robust voice resonated from within. Pushing the door open, Li Ji stepped inside. At his desk, Takamura, donned in his military uniform, was engrossed in an important document. He glanced up, recognizing his secretary. "Mr. Morita, your timing is impeccable." "I have matters to discuss," Takamura said, simultaneously opening a drawer to retrieve some papers. A surge of elation coursed through Li Ji. An optimal opportunity had presented itself. He swiftly approached the desk, pressing the handkerchief firmly over Takamura's mouth and nose. In his moment of distraction, Takamura fell prey to the surprise. A fleeting thought crossing his mind. "Mr. Morita is my dear friend." Indeed, the potent sedative developed by the military intelligence was formidable. Takamura emitted no sound, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fearing the protraction of his endeavor, Li Ji, upon confirming Takamura's demise, swiftly twisted his neck with a decisive crack. Satisfied that Takamura was irrevocably gone, he glanced at the briefcase on the desk, a daring idea igniting in his mind. Now, as Morita Ichimuro, carrying a briefcase for official business, he would surely raise no suspicions. He opened the briefcase and filled it with the leather-bound documents from Takamura's drawer, then, deftly extracting the key to the safe from Takamura's person, he unlocked the safe and stuffed it with the classified files contained within. Due to the overwhelming number of documents, his briefcase was bulging, and venturing out in such a state would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the consulate staff. Reluctantly, he extracted several papers to restore the briefcase to a more inconspicuous state. He meticulously calculated the time it took from his entry to the elimination of Takamasa Tanaka, and the subsequent opening of the safe to stow the documents, which amounted to a little over 40 seconds. Li Ji dared not linger, for this was the Japanese consulate, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. He exited the office, ensuring the door was securely closed, and hurriedly traversed the corridor, descending the stairs. "Morita-kun, the consul requests that you find him once you have completed your tasks," announced a man in a suit. Li Ji did not recognize the individual, but he nodded slightly and strode purposefully out of the consulate. The suited man harbored no doubts. After all, Morita Kichiro was the consul's secretary, and a degree of arrogance was to be expected. Upon stepping outside the consulate, Li Ji took a deep breath, relieved to have navigated the perilous situation unscathed. He walked along the street adjacent to the consulate for approximately 300 meters before turning into an alley. After walking about 20 meters, he encountered a 2-meter-high wall blocking his path. With a determined push, he vaulted over the wall, and taking advantage of the solitude, he transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man in his 40s before exiting the alleyway. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, a lieutenant officer knocked on the door of the military-attached office, but received no response. Cautiously, he pushed the door open a crack and peered inside. Only to be struck with terror, He hastily entered the office and checked Takamasa Tanaka's pulse, only to discover that he was deceased. "Someone, come quickly. Commander Tanaka has been murdered. Hurry, Commander Tanaka has met a tragic end." The commotion drew a number of Japanese personnel from the corridor, and they were momentarily at a loss as they gazed upon Tanaka's lifeless body. A man in military uniform examined the corpse but found no fatal wounds or signs of struggle. He began to suspect that Tanaka may have succumbed to a sudden illness. However, lacking medical expertise, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. "Quickly, fetch Dr. Okawa." 2 minutes later, Dr. Okawa arrived at the consulate office. After examining Tanaka's body, he sadly shook his head, stating, "Tanaka-kun has been asphyxiated. His neck was forcefully broken." The staff at the consulate were left in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom how someone could infiltrate the heavily guarded consulate and assassinate the military attaché of the Empire of Japan. In the foreign concessions, Li Ji arrived at a telephone booth. He dialed the number for Wu Yukuin's residence. After ringing for several seconds, the call connected. "I just caught a basket of fish by the river. Would you like some?" "Yes. What's the address?" "Nailing Road, Jingjiang Hotel." After concluding the conversation, Li Ji hung up. The briefcase he had taken from Tanaka's office was filled with various top-secret documents. Thus, he could not return directly to the French concession, as inspections had become exceedingly stringent in that area. 2 hours later, at the Jingjiang Hotel, a rickshaw came to a halt at the entrance. A woman clad in a sapphire blue qipao gracefully alighted from the vehicle. Through the dim light, one could discern her alluring figure, with voluptuous curves, a slender waist, and long, straight legs. Li Ji, regaining his composure, emerged from a narrow alley, clutching a briefcase. He crossed the street and approached Wu Yukuin. "What is it?" Wu Yukuin inquired, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. Why had Li Ji summoned her here late at night? Could it be that the assassination attempt on Tianzong Longchang had gone awry? Yet, it was not surprising, as the military attaché of the consulate in Shanghai. Tianzong Longchang led a reclusive life, making it quite normal for Li Ji to struggle in finding an opportunity to strike. In fact, the military intelligence department held little faith in this assassination mission, but it was a directive from their superior, which could not be defied. Thus the task was entrusted to Li Ji. "Tianzong Longchang is dead," Li Ji stated, his tone devoid of any emotion, cold and detached. At these words, Wu Yukuin raised her delicate brow, her beautiful eyes lighting up with a glimmer of joy. "Really? This bag I carry contains classified documents from Tianzong Longchang's office." Li Ji lowered his voice. "You should book a room at the Jingjiang Hotel. We need to discuss our next steps." "All right," Wu Yukuin replied without hesitation, her high heels clicking as she turned and entered the Jingjiang Hotel. She was exceedingly curious about how Li Ji had managed to eliminate Tianzong Longchang and extract the documents from his office. Of course, the answers would soon unfold. She approached the front desk, presenting false identification to secure a suite. Li Ji followed closely behind with his briefcase, and together they ascended the staircase to the suite on the 3rd floor. Once the door was closed, an air of silence enveloped them as they began to meticulously inspect the room. Although the likelihood of surveillance devices was minimal, they conducted a thorough check nonetheless. Chapter 26. Boss Dai personally arrives in Shanghai in the bathing room. The faucet gushed water. Li Ji extracted a top-secret document from his briefcase and presented it to Wu Yukuin for her perusal. His command of Japanese was woefully inadequate. He recognized the characters on the document, but could not decipher the intricate script that resembled tadpoles. Wu Yukuin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate, slender fingers trembled slightly as she grasped the document, which detailed a special assassination operation devised by the Japanese military intelligence, targeting the highest commander of the general headquarters. The document indicated that the commander would visit the Army Officer Academy in late October to address the new cadets, while the Japanese Army Air Force would deploy 3 fighter planes and 2 bombers for extensive bombing and strafing of the Jinling Army Officer Academy. Another document revealed that the Japanese military intelligence had learned of Chief Bai's inspection visit to Jinling, during which he would stay on the 2nd floor of the East Asia Hotel. Considering the numerous guards surrounding Chief Bai, they decided to collaborate with the Navy intelligence to deploy naval aircraft to bomb the East Asia Hotel. Yet another document contained extensive information gathered by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on pro-Japanese elements in the Suqiao Shanghai region, with intentions to recruit these individuals to serve the Japanese military. One more document listed names of local Shanghai residents who had provided intelligence to the Japanese military, detailing the bounties they received and their attitudes toward the Japanese Empire. As Wu Yukuin read on, her shock deepened. The significance of these documents was overwhelming, rendering her hesitant to continue, particularly with the intelligence assessments of the high-ranking officials within the general headquarters, identifying who among them were pro-Japanese and who were staunch anti-Japanese figures. Li Ji, the documents you brought back are of utmost importance. Wu Yukuin found herself at a loss, realizing why Li Ji had summoned her in the dead of night. Such critical intelligence, especially concerning the highest commander, could lead to catastrophic consequences if leaked. Contact the boss and ask him to come to the bund. Li Ji contemplated, recognizing that only Boss Dai could be entrusted with escorting such vital confidential information to Jinling. Any mishap during the transfer could lead to insurmountable repercussions for him. I will reach out to the boss. You stay here with the documents, he instructed, noting the unprecedented gravity etched on Wu Yuquan's enchanting face. Also, get in touch with Su Jingyan's first action team and have them come to Huajia. At that moment, the only individuals Li Ji could rely on were the two action teams he had personally withdrawn from the battlefield. Understood, Wu Yuquan nodded solemnly, adding, "This is a matter of great significance. While I am away, you must safeguard the briefcase. If anything goes awry, both our lives would be forfeit." Of course, Li Ji acknowledged, fully aware of the stakes involved, which was precisely why he had reached out to Wu Yuquan first, especially since she had direct communication with the Jinling headquarters. After Wu Yuquan departed, Li Ji stood by the window, watching her cross the street and vanish into the stormy night. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. In the world of espionage, the greatest folly was to trust others, even someone like Wu Yuquan, of whom he remained cautiously wary. Immediately, he stepped out of the Jingjiang Hotel, briefcase in hand, facing a dark and narrow alley across the street. In Jinling, at the Military Intelligence Office, Secretary Mao Chiwu received a telegram from the Beauty Snake team that nearly left him dumbfounded. Such confidential information, communicated via telegram by Beauty Snake, could lead to catastrophic consequences should it be deciphered by the Japanese military radio. Without delay, he hurried to find Boss Dai. Due to the ongoing war, Boss Dai had scarcely returned home these days, residing instead in the small red building within the military intelligence compound. Typically, at this hour, Boss Dai would likely have already retired for the night. Understanding the gravity of the telegram, which pertained to national security and the safety of the Supreme Commander, Mao Chiwu felt compelled to knock on the door despite the late hour. Knock, 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 knock. After several persistent knocks, a languid female voice emerged from the bedroom. Who is it? So lacking in manners. Secretary Zhou, it's me, Chiwu. Mao Chiwu thought to himself, filled with disdain for this insufferable woman who presumed to act so arrogantly simply because she was close to the boss. Secretary Mao, the boss is asleep. Please come back tomorrow if you have matters to discuss, the languid voice replied once more. This is of utmost importance. I kindly request you to relay the message to Secretary Zhou, Mao Chiwu insisted at the bedroom door. Moments later, the bedroom door opened, revealing Boss Dai in a bathrobe, his eyes bloodshot and brows furrowed. What is it? He inquired, irritation evident in his tone. Sensing the anger in his boss's voice, Mao Chiwu promptly handed over the telegram. Reporting, the Beauty Snake team has sent a telegram. Ghost Fox has infiltrated the Japanese consulate and eliminated military attached Tanaka RCH, extracting highly classified documents from Tanaka's office safe. These documents are of critical importance, detailing Japan's detrimental plans against our commander, assassination plots against other high-ranking officials, and correspondence between the Shanghai and Peking consulates. Upon hearing this, Boss Dai was profoundly shocked. Ghost Fox had indeed succeeded in eliminating Tanaka RCH, a momentous triumph. It was known that the order to assassinate Tanaka had been issued by the commander himself, and many senior officials at the Military Intelligence Office had opposed the assassination, deeming it exceedingly difficult and nearly impossible. Boss Dai, however, had taken a chance by assigning the task to Ghost Fox, who was recuperating in Shanghai. To his astonishment, not only had Ghost Fox succeeded, but he had also managed to secure such vital classified documents from Tanaka's safe. Boss Dai scrutinized the telegram from the Beauty Snake intelligence team several times, pondering, reply immediately. I shall set out for Shanghai without delay, and the documents must remain secure until my arrival. Sir, you have not rested properly for several days. Perhaps it would be wise for headquarters to dispatch a task force to Shanghai to retrieve the briefcase, Mao Chiwu suggested, flattering him. In times of national crisis, how can I, as the principal's eyes and ears, afford to be negligent? Moreover, this matter directly concerns the safety of the principal and numerous high-ranking officials. I must attend to it personally. Boss Dai was a far-sighted intelligence officer. He understood the immense value of the classified documents in Tanaka's safe. He stated without reservation, as long as these documents are delivered to the principal, the Military Intelligence Office will be able to gain a significant advantage over the Party Affairs Investigation Department. Understood. Mao Chi nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Arrange for the second squad from headquarters to accompany me. Remember, this matter must remain absolutely confidential, and no one must be informed. Boss Dai's expression was grave. Recently, there had been a series of leaks among the high-ranking officials of the command, clearly indicating that Japanese spies had infiltrated the upper echelons. As the head of the Military Intelligence Bureau, he was also on the assassination list of these spies, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Yes, rest assured, boss, Mao Chi replied, nodding eagerly like a devoted puppy. Chapter 27. Bestowing the Order of the Blue Sky and White Sun Shanghai Bund. Jingjiang Hotel. At dawn, Wu Yukuan, adorned in a qipao and elegant high heels, entered the Jingjiang Hotel. Outside, Li Ji observed her enchanting figure as she stepped inside, brushed off the raindrops from his attire, and scrutinized his surroundings. Satisfied that all was well, he followed her into the hotel. Upon reaching the door of her room, Wu Yukuan knocked lightly, but no response came. She knocked again. Yet silence persisted. A flicker of doubt crossed her beautiful eyes. Could something have gone awry? At that moment, she heard footsteps behind her and turned to find Li Ji approaching with a briefcase in hand. Wu Yukuan, being astutely intelligent, quickly deduced the reason for Li Ji's absence from the room. Clever as she was, she refrained from inquiring about his whereabouts. Li Ji, too, had no intention of divulging that information. Instead, he unlocked the door and handed the briefcase to Wu Yukuan, saying, "I will rest for a moment. You hold this. Are you not concerned I might claim your credit?" Wu Yukuan's captivating face broke into a beguiling smile. "This is no credit. It is a hot potato that could cost us dearly." Li Ji shed his damp outer garment and removed his shoes, proceeding to the bed for a brief respite. Headquarters called. The boss is en route to Shanghai. We must safeguard the briefcase. Wu Yukuan, cradling the briefcase, reclined languidly on the sofa. Weariness evident after a night of turmoil. Until the boss arrives, neither of us should leave the room. Li Ji, having little faith in human nature, understood the significance of the documents within the briefcase. Should they fall into the hands of the Japanese, their worth would be immeasurable. Notably, some documents contain names of personnel in Shanghai who were susceptible to seduction, including students, businessmen, and gang leaders, individuals the Japanese would invest heavily to corrupt. Agreed. Wu Yukuan shared the sentiment, adding, "I have already dispatched word to the first action team. They will be on guard outside the Jingjiang Hotel at dawn." Good. Li Ji exhaled quietly, beginning to ponder in a feigned slumber. He believed that, given his performance this time, as long as Boss Dai was not a fool, he would no longer be treated as cannon fodder. His role on the intelligence front far surpassed that of the battlefield. Morning. The first action team, led by Su Jingyan, arrived outside the Jingjiang Hotel. Li Ji approached the window to signal them for outer vigilance. He then resumed his rest, while Wu Yukuan, still embracing the briefcase, languidly leaned against the sofa. Both were preoccupied with their thoughts, engaging in minimal conversation. Afternoon. Shortly after 3 o'clock, the phone in the bedroom rang abruptly. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Wu Yukuan's eyes as she eagerly answered. "It's me. Please inform the boss that we will bring the goods over shortly." Understood. After hanging up, Wu Yukuan glanced at Li Ji and said, "The boss has arrived and is staying at the Jingyan Hotel. We must take the briefcase to him." Li Ji rose from his bed, donned his coat, and finally prepared to relinquish this troublesome burden. The documents in his and Wu Yukuan's possession loomed over them like a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in its potential to detonate. Exiting the Jingjiang Hotel, he gestured towards Su Jingyan at the entrance. The latter approached with quick steps, inquiring, "Captain, is there a mission?" "From this moment on, escort Miss Wu and ensure the utmost protection of her bag," Li Ji instructed. Understood. Su Jingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Li Ji and his team hailed several rickshaws at the entrance, embarking towards the Jingyan Hotel on Shuangchuan Road. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived safely at the hotel, safeguarding the briefcase in Wu Yukuan's possession. At the entrance stood 2 rows of men clad in Zhongshan suits, exuding an air of authority. "The boss has instructed you two to proceed upstairs. The rest shall remain here," a hawk-nosed man stated coldly. Li Ji turned to Su Jingyan and the others, signaling for them to disperse and conceal themselves before entering the hotel alongside Wu Yukuan. Guided by one of the men in Zhongshan suits, they ascended to a suite on the 3rd floor. Inside, Boss Dai lounged on the sofa, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, appearing to rest, the journey having nearly taken its toll on him. "Boss," Wu Yukuan proactively placed the briefcase before him. "The briefcase has not left our sight." "Very well." Boss Dai glanced at them, nodding. "Open the briefcase." "Yes." Wu Yukuan complied, unzipping the case to reveal the vital documents within. All items sealed with wax indicated they had remained untouched. "Come in," Boss Dai called out, and 2 suited individuals entered. He promptly commanded, "You two will begin translating the documents immediately. I will wait here." Understood. The translators each took a selection of documents and commenced their work. Li Ji scrutinized Boss Dai for a moment. His thick eyebrows and prominent eyes, along with a square face, exuded an aura of authority even in repose. "You two have accomplished a significant feat this time, especially you. Well done. You have brought honor to our military intelligence department." Allowing me to stand tall before the CC faction, Boss Dai remarked, assessing Li Ji. The latter appeared youthful and vigorous, embodying both military resolve and the acumen of an intelligence officer, a rare talent indeed. "Your praise is unwarranted, sir. This is merely our duty," Wu Yukuan replied with clarity. Li Ji remained silent, as he was not well acquainted with Boss Dai. The latter nodded slowly, directing his gaze towards Li Ji. "Please describe the specifics of the operation." "Certainly." Li Ji recounted the fabricated operation process from memory. The fact that he possessed exceptional disguise skills remained a closely guarded secret, known only to him. During my stay in Dongjiao, I discreetly seized the opportunity to infiltrate a procurement vehicle of the Japanese embassy, blending in seamlessly with the staff of the Japanese consulate. I remained hidden until dusk, at which point I incapacitated a consulate employee and donned their attire to gain access to the consulate building. The entire process was rather unremarkable, lacking any thrill or excitement. Yet I found no flaws in my execution. With courage, cunning, meticulous planning, and decisive action, I received a commendable evaluation from Boss Dai. "Thank you for the praise," replied Li Jizhong. "The Japanese Major General you captured last time provided us with invaluable military intelligence. Headquarters has recognized your efforts and the commander has granted you both a special reward, a blue sky and white sun medal and $500 each. After this," Boss Dai continued, "you two will accompany me back to Jinling, where Director Lin of the attendant office will personally bestow the honors upon you." Wu Yukuan's exquisite features revealed a hint of excitement. She was aware that even Boss Dai had not been awarded the blue sky and white sun medal, making this a significant honor. "Boss, in these perilous times for our nation, I believe we should keep things modest," Li Ji expressed, reluctant to participate in any award ceremony in Jinling. After all, in the realm of espionage, being remembered by face is an utmost risk. While the blue sky and white sun medal held considerable prestige at the onset of the war, by its later stages, over 200 had been awarded, diminishing its value significantly. Chapter 28. The beauty desires to divide my merits. Boss Dai furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of Li Ji's reluctance to attend the commendation ceremony. It is essential to recognize that the esteemed ranks of the second-level generals and army commanders within the national government had not been bestowed such honors. This rare acknowledgement was granted due to their capture of a Japanese major general and the provision of significant military intelligence to the command headquarters. The commendation was officiated by Chief Lin of the Imperial Attendant's Office, a close confidant of the Emperor, who himself had to curry favor. This was an order from the command headquarters, and dissent was not an option. "Indeed," Li Ji replied, feeling somewhat helpless. What was the value of such a commendation amidst national peril? Medals held no currency, nor could they serve as weapons. Furthermore, in a decade or so, when the national government inevitably crumbled, the medals would serve only as mere relics. "You have brought honor to the headquarters by eliminating Tianzong Longchang. Do you have any requests?" Boss Dai inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. He sought to gauge Li Ji's desires. Was it wealth, beauty, or power? After all, such a capable subordinate was worth cultivating, as loyalty could lead to greater accomplishments in the future. "Boss, I fear we cannot win this war. The disparity in strength is too vast, and the Japanese continually reinforce their ranks from the homeland. Meanwhile, we have nearly exhausted our forces across the nation in the Battle of Songhu. If this continues, the scales of war will tip in favor of the Japanese. Our military intelligence department must prepare for the worst, should Shanghai fall. We can remain covert and serve the national government from the shadows. I, though unworthy, wish to stay in Shanghai and operate undercover." Li Ji had no desire to become cannon fodder on the battlefield or retreat to the southwest to languish idly. He sought to remain in Shanghai, leveraging his unique abilities to gather intelligence for the national army and support the resistance from another front. Truly commendable for a graduate of the Army Academy, Boss Dai remarked with a smile. "In these dire times, your resolve to save the nation is indeed admirable." Li Ji thought that mere verbal praise was not enough. He desired tangible rewards. "Boss, I have 2 action groups under my command, composed of elite personnel who have withdrawn from the battlefield. Should Shanghai fall, they could prove invaluable. I kindly request that you allocate a supply of weapons for them to prepare for future encounters with the Japanese." "Weapons?" Boss Dai furrowed his brow. "How many do you require?" 10 submachine guns, 5 Mauser 98K rifles, 20 pistols, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 crates of grenades, and 200 pounds of explosives." Li Ji calculated. He was confident that this modest request would be granted, especially considering Boss Dai's willingness to invest significantly in forming a special operations unit. "Very well," Boss Dai replied without hesitation. Li Ji's request was reasonable, and moreover, it was in the service of the resistance. "Thank you, boss. My subordinates and I will not disappoint your expectations." With his goals achieved, Li Ji offered a few words of gratitude. Although he was not adept at flattery, he recognized the necessity of praise, particularly for someone of Dai's stature in the intelligence community. Boss Dai nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the young Li Ji was a candidate worthy of cultivation, destined to become a formidable asset within the military intelligence department. He then turned his gaze towards his prideful student, Wu Yukuan, and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "Boss, I humbly request your approval to appoint Li Ji as the deputy leader of the Siren intelligence team," Wu Yukuan replied softly. Her request stemmed purely from self-interest. During her time spent with Li Ji, she discovered that he was not only adept in operational capabilities, but also exceptionally skilled in intelligence work. Particularly noteworthy was his covert recruitment of the Weasel, which had become an indispensable source of intelligence for the Siren team. Thus, by securing Li Ji's position, she could bask in the glory of his future accomplishments, as she was the leader of the Siren intelligence team. Li Ji thought to himself how ruthless Wu Yuquan was, seeking to secure a position for him in order to claim a share of his future accolades. He maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Boss, I have only recently joined the military intelligence department and am not well versed in intelligence matters. I would hesitate to lead in the intelligence group without proper experience." "You are being modest, Captain Li. The intelligence you reported through Old Yang to headquarters previously allowed them to preemptively grasp the Japanese army schemes. I believe that should you engage in intelligence work, you would undoubtedly excel as an intelligence officer," Wu Yuquan praised with a light laugh. "You flatter me, group leader. I am but a rough individual suited for combat. Delving into intelligence would be quite challenging for me." Li Ji reflected that she was trying to tether him firmly to the Siren intelligence team for her own gain, which he found unacceptable. While he did not mind sharing some credit with Wu Yuquan, he was wary of becoming too entangled with the personnel of the military intelligence department. Boss Dai observed their exchange with some confusion. One was requesting a position, while the other was declining. Li Ji possesses a natural aptitude for intelligence work. Allowing him to take on the role of deputy in the Siren intelligence team would undoubtedly bring great merit to you and headquarters, Wu Yuquan asserted. "Boss, I am not suited for intelligence work. Furthermore, I am accustomed to making decisions independently and am not fond of being directed by others. So I fear that I cannot collaborate effectively with group leader Wu," Li Ji insisted resolutely. "Enough," Boss Dai interjected, raising his hand. "You both should step outside to discuss this matter. Present your conclusions to me once you have reached an agreement." "Understood." Wu Yuquan and Li Ji stepped back and exited the room. Once outside, Wu Yuquan flashed a charming smile. "Captain Li, the Siren intelligence team is directly governed by headquarters and greatly valued by the boss, with ample operational funds. We are not strangers. Let us speak candidly." Li Ji slightly turned away, avoiding Wu Yuquan's enchanting smile, which made his resolve waver ever so slightly. "As the captain of the action team and the deputy leader of the seductive Serpent intelligence unit, you are tasked with facilitating the collaborative execution of missions between the action team and the intelligence group. Naturally, any requests you may have can be presented." Wu Yuquan mused that had it not been for Li Ji's excessively brilliant performance, she would not have appointed an additional deputy leader to the intelligence unit for no apparent reason. It is well known that the last deputy leader sent to her by headquarters had met a grim fate, devoured entirely by the fish of the Huangpu River. "I truly have no desire to engage in intelligence work," Li Ji thought with a bitter smile. He was not foolish enough to collaborate with her. Given Wu Yuquan's formidable reputation as the femme fatale whose ruthlessness had earned her such notoriety, the seductive Serpent intelligence unit comprises 4 lines of intelligence. I can allocate 2 of those lines to you. Wu Yuquan realized that without demonstrating some sincerity, she would likely fail to persuade Li Ji to join her. "Wu team leader, you are putting me in a difficult position," Li Ji expressed, showing little interest in her intelligence lines. Additionally, $1,000. Wu Yuquan was making a significant investment, determined to bind Li Ji and the seductive Serpent intelligence unit together. Should Li Ji achieve great merit in the future, she would not miss out on her share. No, Li Ji thought, dismissing the notion that a mere $1,000 could entitle her to a share of his accomplishments. Did she think so little of him? With a simple change of appearance, he could easily procure several $1,000s from the foreign firms in the French or Japanese concessions. A flicker of indignation crossed Wu Yuquan's face as she realized that Li Ji was adamantly resisting her attempts to claim his credit. "If Wu team leader could." Li Ji's piercing gaze slowly swept over her enchanting figure, filled with an unspoken tension. "You, get lost." Wu Yuquan raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of menace. She was not a seductress for hire and would never compromise herself for the sake of business. With that, she swayed her curvaceous hips and departed in search of Boss Dai. Chapter 29. The principal bestows the Zhongjing sword after a brief interval. Wu Yuquan, her enchanting visage alight with joy, emerged from the room. "Congratulations, Deputy Leader Li. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the deputy leader of the beautiful Serpent intelligence group." Her captivating eyes sparkled with pride, for she had just visited Boss Dai and successfully influenced him to permit Li Ji to assume the additional role. Li Ji, however, harbored a cold smirk within. Policies from above are often met with countermeasures below, even if the boss consented. He could easily excuse himself from the position by citing the myriad trivialities of the action team. "If you dare to decline, I shall persuade the boss to appoint a new leader in your stead," Wu Yuquan teased, a sly smile playing on her alluring lips. Li Ji regarded her with a knowing glance. Her persuasive prowess before the boss made him wonder if there was more to their relationship than met the eye. As a graduate of a prestigious police academy and a skilled intelligence officer, Wu Yuquan was adept at reading subtle cues. Li Ji's peculiar gaze stirred a hint of unease within her. "By the way, I forgot to mention that I am a student of the boss," she remarked. "I am aware," he replied. Wu Yukuan hesitated, wishing to clarify that her relationship with the boss was not as Li Ji suspected, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Realizing that any explanation might only complicate matters further, I shall step out for a moment. Reach out if you need me. His first action team awaited him outside the restaurant, necessitating his departure to assign tasks. Once outside, he summoned Su Jingyan, a cautious fellow with a background in the hunting profession, renowned for his marksmanship and agility, ideal qualities for an operative. I have matters to attend to. You may return with your team, Li Ji instructed, producing a handful of currency, approximately 50 to 60 units. Take this money and procure some tobacco, spirits, and provisions for the brothers. Captain, this is too much. We won't require such a sum, Su Jingyan protested, believing it his duty to alleviate the officer's burdens without accepting his money. Take it, Li Ji insisted, placing the money into his hands. He proceeded to outline a task: rent a residence in the international settlement. Ensure it is neither too secluded nor overly bustling, ideally a private courtyard that remains inconspicuous. Also, investigate the local businesses such as dance halls, silk shops, and taverns. As for your subordinate, He Changju, he possesses a shrewdness about him and understands the intricacies of human relations. Once I conclude my current affairs, I will find him a suitable position. Understood, Su Jingyan replied. Nodding earnestly, Li Ji conveyed additional important instructions before gesturing for him to depart. Once Su Jingyan and his team had left, Li Ji lit a cigarette at the entrance of the restaurant, savoring the crisp autumn breeze. Pondering how to secure a significant achievement that would solidify his control over the action team and prevent Wu Yukuan from undermining him before boss Dai. Half an hour later, Wu Yukuan emerged from the restaurant, exuding charisma. The boss has commanded that we depart for Jinling in 10 minutes. Shall we both return? Li Ji inquired. Certainly. The command headquarters intends to confer honors upon us, a testament to our intelligence work and the greatest honor of our lives as intelligence personnel. Wu Yukuan holds honor above all, even beyond life itself. Li Ji nodded. Since the higher-ups wished to bestow the honor upon him, he could only accept. He exchanged a few words with Wu Yukuan at the entrance and learned that Boss Dai had brought 2 translators who had deciphered an important military intelligence report. The boss, not daring to delay, needed to return to Jinling immediately to report to the Supreme Commander. 10 minutes passed, and Boss Dai's convoy set off, with Li Ji and Wu Yukuan seated in a jeep at the rear. That evening, around 8 o'clock, Boss Dai's convoy arrived back in Jinling. The boss was headed to the official residence to report on military matters, while Li Ji and Wu Yukuan alighted at Jiali, checking into the Military Intelligence Office's guest house. Though named a guest house, it was not open to the public, serving only personnel from the Military Intelligence Office, along with some high-ranking generals and officials. The guest house surpassed ordinary hotels in luxury. The lobby was splendidly decorated, and it was said that every weekend, various departments within the Military Intelligence Office hosted ballroom dances in the hall. The following day, Boss Dai sent word for Wu Yukuan and Li Ji to visit his office. The two, clad in pristine captain's uniforms and tall leather boots, arrived at Boss Dai's office. Inside, Boss Dai rubbed his throbbing head and gestured for them to sit. They sat down in unison, chests out and heads held high, their expressions solemn. The intelligence retrieved from Tianzong Longchang's office had incited the old man's fury. Yet he praised both of them, particularly Li Ji, about whom he spoke highly and inquired about his background. Upon learning of Li Ji's graduation from the Army Officer School, he decided to reward him with a Zhongjing sword. After speaking, Boss Dai waved for Secretary Zhou to bring forth the sword. Secretary Zhou, in his 20s, tall and handsome, was reputed to be the boss's personal secretary. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Boss. Li Ji stood at attention, saluting Boss Dai with a grave expression as he accepted the Zhongjing sword. The sword he received was distinct from the one he had been gifted upon graduating from military school. It bore the inscription, "Loyalty to the country, heart of devotion," along with a personalized note from a certain individual. The short sword gifted by the principal carried significant weight. Before him, 26 had received this sword, all without exception military personnel from Huangpu, of whom 21 were generals of the rank of Major General and above. Boss Dai's remarks were meant to convey that the principal held him in high regard. However, Li Ji's thoughts diverged. In just over a month, Shanghai would fall to the enemy, rendering the Zhongjing sword of little use to him. Yes, I am grateful for the principal's favor and the boss's nurturing, and I shall surely serve my country loyally in the future, Li Ji declared loudly. Boss Dai nodded in satisfaction and continued, "You both should rest well today. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the military command building where Director Lin will represent the command headquarters in conferring honors upon you both." Understood, they replied in unison. At that moment, a bald major briskly entered, exclaiming urgently, "Sir, there is grave news. The content of yesterday's high-level meeting has already been disclosed to the Japanese forces." "Damn it, Mr. Dai erupted in fury. "Investigate immediately, deploy all personnel, and ensure we uncover the wretched traitor." Understood. The bald major nodded eagerly like an obedient puppy. Sir, since Wu and I find ourselves with idle hands, why not allow us to take a crack at this? Li Ji smirked inwardly, recognizing the opportunity for merit that had conveniently presented itself. While others were oblivious to the identity of the high-level informant, he, as a time traveler, was acutely aware. The architect of this leak was none other than Huang, the secretary-director of the executive yuan, who had studied at Waseda University and was a classmate of the Japanese consul in Jinling. Beside him, Wu Yuquan gently tugged at Li Ji's sleeve. Pondering the futility of his bravado, investigating such a high-level breach was a daunting task, and with the headquarters teeming with elite intelligence personnel unable to identify the traitor, how could they, two solitary figures, succeed? Very well, Mr. Dai waved dismissively. Chi Wu, provide them with the relevant documents. Yes, sir. Mao Chi Wu turned to Li Ji and Wu Yuquan with a genial smile. Follow me, if you please. Li Ji nodded slightly, if his conjecture was correct. This bald major was none other than Mao Chi Wu, known as the Smiling Tiger and Green-Haired Turtle, a compatriot of Mr. Dai and a key member of the Military Intelligence Department's faction. Chapter 30. A fortuitous opportunity in the secretary's office. Mao Chi Wu presented the list of participants for the high-level meeting to Li Ji and Wu Yuquan, offering a wry smile. He remarked that similar incidents of leaks had occurred multiple times, with the Gendarmerie Headquarters, Party Disciplinary Committee, and our Military Intelligence Department all conducting investigations. Yet the source of the leaks remained elusive. You two were trusted by the boss. I believe you will uncover the truth behind this breach and alleviate the boss's concerns. Wu Yuquan and Mao Chi Wu were old acquaintances. During her training as a special officer in Hangzhou, Mao Chi Wu had served as the secretary of the police academy. Director Mao, you overestimate us, Wu Yuquan thought to herself, bemused, unsure why Li Ji had taken the initiative to investigate such a significant leak, dragging her into it as well. You are an elite in the department. The boss has praised you on numerous occasions, stating that you are a woman of remarkable talent, destined for great achievements. Mao Chi Wu continued. Known for his affable nature, he was well liked at headquarters, always smiling and charming everyone. I do not deserve such praise, Wu Yuquan replied, fully aware of Mao Chi Wu's character, not believing a word he said. Director Mao, I have noted the list. You may continue with your duties. We shall take our leave, Li Ji said, setting down the document, exchanging pleasantries with Mao Chi Wu, and exiting the secretary's office alongside Wu Yuquan. Outside, Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. Why did you volunteer in front of the boss? She inquired. Intuition, Li Ji replied, aware that he would not disclose that this was an opportunity for him to gain credit without effort. If he did not seize it, someone else would claim the merit. Hence, it was better for him to take the credit. Do you have a suspect? Wu Yuquan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, Li Ji stated earnestly. Identifying the source of the leak is, in fact, a straightforward task. By determining which individuals on the list studied in Japan and hold lower positions, we can pinpoint a suspect, subsequently monitoring them for results. Who do you suspect? Wu Yuquan pondered, considering that if it were truly so simple, multiple departments would not have failed to uncover the source. Huang Jun, Li Ji mentioned. To my knowledge, he graduated from Waseda University and is both a classmate and friend of the Japanese consul in Nanjing. How do you know they are classmates? A hint of skepticism flashed in Wu Yuquan's eyes. A fellow student of mine from the Army NCO school is a distant cousin of Huang Jun. He once mentioned that Huang Jun and the consul were classmates. Li Ji fabricated a plausible explanation. Oh, Wu Yuquan thought to herself that it was rather tenuous to suspect Huang Jun merely because he shared an academic connection with the consul. The reasoning was too weak to be convincing. The Japanese consulates across the country have a duty to gather intelligence. It is entirely possible that Huang Jun was ensnared by his Japanese classmates, Li Ji added. How do you intend to investigate? Wu Yuquan, intrigued by his certainty, considered accompanying him as she had little to do in Nanjing with the commendation ceremony scheduled for the following day. Group leader Wu has many old classmates at headquarters. Securing a vehicle should not pose a challenge, Li Ji remarked with a gentle smile. That should be manageable. I will keep you informed, Wu Yuquan replied, turning towards the administrative office building. After a brief moment, she emerged from the administrative office building, holding a set of car keys. The head of the vehicle dispatch team in the administrative department was her classmate, and leveraging this connection, she successfully obtained the keys. The vehicle was a nearly new black sedan. Li Ji entered the driver's seat, turned the key, ignited the engine, and smoothly engaged the clutch and gears, the car roaring to life as it exited through the main gate. On the northeastern road stood the Huang Mansion, a three-story villa surrounded by a garden. Armed men patrolled the entrance. Although Huang Jun merely held the position of the executive secretary, his high status warranted extensive security measures at his residence. Over 200 meters away, a black sedan was parked by the roadside. The window slowly rolled down, and Li Ji struck a match to light a cigarette, releasing a swirl of blue and white smoke that drifted out the window. Secretary Huang is the executive secretary. We cannot monitor him without approval from our superiors. If discovered, The consequences would be dire, Wu Yuquan remarked gravely. Given the sensitive nature of high-level affairs, she was particularly cautious. Compared to those in elevated positions, she and Li Ji were merely insignificant junior officers. Li Ji did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to a figure lurking in the trees on the left side of the window. A man was perched in the branches, seemingly holding binoculars. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It appears my suspicions regarding Huang Jun are indeed valid. What do you mean by that? Wu Yuquan raised an eyebrow. Her thoughts consumed with weighing the advantages and disadvantages, neglecting to observe the commotion outside the window. There's another observer. Li Ji pointed towards the man in the tree. I wonder which faction he belongs to, perhaps the party investigation office or the military police headquarters. Following his indication, Wu Yuquan spotted the man in the tree, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. The presence of someone monitoring the Huang mansion suggested that Huang Jun was indeed compromised. Otherwise, neither the military police headquarters nor the party investigation office would dare to send someone to surveil a high-ranking official. She couldn't help but admire Li Ji. With merely a list of high-ranking personnel, he had identified a potential source of leaks, a display of keen insight that was truly remarkable. The two remained in the car. Around noon, a vehicle approached from a distance and drove directly into the Huang mansion's gates. Shortly thereafter, a black car slowly passed by the entrance of the Huang mansion, parking on the street 300 meters away. This scene was completely captured by Li Ji and Wu Yuquan, exchanging glances. They each perceived a spark of intrigue in the other's eyes. The individuals monitoring the Huang mansion are certainly not from our intelligence department. They are likely from the party investigation office. Should we notify the boss? Wu Yuquan suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Li Ji concluded that this matter indeed warranted reporting to Boss Dai. Otherwise, if Dai were to learn later that they had concealed this information, the repercussions would be severe. Let us go, Li Ji said, starting the car and heading towards a nearby bustling street, where he parked in front of a small shop. Wu Yuquan exited the vehicle to call Boss Dai and report the situation. 2 minutes later, Wu Yuquan approached the avenue, stating, "The boss has instructed that this matter is of great importance, and our department's intelligence personnel will take over the surveillance of the Huang mansion." Li Ji pondered to himself that if the intelligence personnel from the department were to monitor Huang Jun, how would he have the opportunity to achieve merit? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that Huang Jun had a son named Huang Sheng. Historical records indicated that this father-son duo conspired together to betray the secrets of the national government. Huang Jun's son held a position as a clerk in the diplomatic department of the national government. A meaningful smile crossed the corners of Li Ji's mouth. What do you mean by that? Wu Yuquan inquired with a furrowed brow. Both father and son have studied in Japan. I suspect they are colluding to sell out the secrets of the national government, Li Ji replied. Chapter 31. The greatest espionage case of the Republic. The identities of the Huang father and son were anything but ordinary. Without evidence, one must not act recklessly. Though Wu Yuquan articulated this sentiment, he inwardly concurred with Li Ji's words. If Huang Jun were indeed a traitor, his son Huang Sheng would undoubtedly be privy to the truth. Director Wu, would you like to achieve a significant accomplishment? Li Ji remarked, casting a glance at Wu Yuquan with a smile. You intend to capture Huang Sheng? Wu Yuquan's astute mind quickly discerned Li Ji's intentions. Indeed. We cannot intervene with Huang Jun, but we can covertly apprehend Huang Sheng. He is merely a frivolous young man, indulging in revelry, with a little persuasion. He will surely divulge everything, Li Ji asserted. If we apprehend the wrong individual, you are aware of the consequences, Wu Yuquan replied, arching an eyebrow. Huang Sheng was the son of Huang Jun. A mistake would not only prompt Huang Jun to leverage his influential connections to exert pressure on military intelligence, but they would also face insurmountable obstacles from Boss Dai. We can conduct the arrest under the guise of the Party Affairs Investigation Office. Even if we apprehend the wrong person, it would be the responsibility of the investigation office, detached from our involvement, Li Ji contemplated. Convinced that Huang Sheng was historically notorious as a traitor, and there was no possibility of error, framing the investigation office would be a viable strategy. Wu Yuquan nodded lightly in agreement. With their consensus reached, the two proceeded to discuss the operational plan for capturing Huang Sheng. Li Ji proposed that Wu Yuquan place a call to the Foreign Affairs Department, claiming someone wished to deliver a small gift to Huang Sheng, arranging a meeting across the street from the department. Once Huang Sheng emerged from the building, they could easily threaten him into a vehicle, either coercing him or rendering him unconscious and throwing him inside. Agreed, Wu Yuquan consented to the plan. The two then purchased a qipao and a zhongshan suit, as their military uniforms would attract undue attention. Once attired in civilian clothing, Li Ji personally drove to the Foreign Affairs Department. Having spent 3 years at a military academy in Jinling, he was well acquainted with the city's thoroughfares. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the road opposite the Foreign Affairs Department. Wu Yuquan, clad in the qipao, alighted from the vehicle and used a public telephone booth to call the Secretary's office of the department, claiming to be a friend of Huang Sheng with urgent matters to discuss. After a brief wait, a somewhat weak voice came through the receiver. This is Huang Sheng. Who is this? Mr. Huang, I am the wife of Boss Wang. He asked me to bring you a little gift. Please come down to collect it. Which Boss Wang? I do not recognize you. Do you not recall? You drank together last time and discussed a partnership in foreign trade. Boss Wang has recently come into some fortune and wishes to seek your counsel, given your expertise in international trade at the Foreign Affairs Department. Oh, I remember now. The wife of Boss Wang, is it? Please hold on. I will be right down. After hanging up, a cold smile graced Wu Yuquan's alluring lips. This young man was truly a libertine. How could he fail to detect such conspicuous flaws in her narrative? A few minutes later, a man, elegantly attired in a suit and polished shoes, emerged from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. His gait suggested the effects of excess indulgence, leaving him rather unsteady. Huang Sheng paused at the entrance, scanning his surroundings. He recalled the woman who had just called him, mentioning a certain Boss Wang, foreign trade dealings, and the promise of a gift. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not remember who Boss Wang was. However, this lapse did not deter him from accepting the gift. After all, he was at the ministry's gates, where armed guards stood watch. Who would dare pose a threat here? Mr. Huang called a stunning woman in a cheapao from across the street. Instantly, his attention was captured. Despite the distance, he could clearly see that Boss Wang's wife was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure graceful and her demeanor enchanting, with a face that was nothing short of exquisite. Huang Xing's composure wavered, as a notorious dandy. He felt an inherent allure towards such beauty. He straightened himself, donned a gentle smile, and briskly crossed the street to stand before Wu Yuquan, eager to admire her striking features up close. Mr. Huang, old Wang asked me to bring you a small gift and to hear your esteemed thoughts on international trade, Wu Yuquan said, feigning a flirtatious demeanor. However, with so many eyes around, perhaps we should discuss this in the car? Very well, let us retreat to the car. Huang Sheng replied, his heart nearly melting at the proximity of this captivating woman. In comparison to her, the beauties he had previously known seemed utterly insignificant. After you. Wu Yuquan gestured towards the vehicle parked nearby, swaying her alluring figure as she walked over to open the door for Huang Sheng. At that moment, his thoughts were solely consumed by the enchanting woman before him, dismissing all notions of Boss Wang and safety. Once inside the car, Wu Yuquan flashed a seductive smile that left Huang Xing entranced. However, in the next instant, a handgun was pressed against his temple. Wu Yuquan sneered mockingly. You think someone like you could infiltrate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Just then, Li Ji opened the car door and entered, starting the engine and preparing to drive away. What do you want? Who are you? Huang Xing stuttered, overwhelmed with fear. With a resounding thud, Wu Yuquan struck the butt of the gun against Huang Xing's forehead, causing him to spiral into darkness. Li Ji navigated the vehicle swiftly through the bustling streets, eventually reaching a desolate area on the outskirts, far removed from civilization. This barren land, devoid of any signs of life, was a place Li Ji had visited during his military training, knowing it to be an ideal location for their purposes. Upon stopping the car, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan exited. She seized Huang Xing by the hair, dragging him out of the vehicle like a lifeless dog. Shall I take the lead, or will you? Wu Yuquan glanced at Li Ji, inquiring who would take charge of the situation. I have heard that the renowned beauty, Wu, is an expert in interrogation. I shall defer to your expertise, Li Ji shrugged, indicating for Wu Yuquan to proceed. Wu Yuquan was unyielding as she lifted her stiletto-clad foot and forcefully brought it down upon Huang Xing's thigh. A piercing scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, erupted as half of the heel pierced into his flesh, blood gushing forth and staining his trousers crimson. Huang Xing, we are from the party's investigation department. You and your father, Huang Jun, have betrayed the government as highest secrets to the Japanese and are hereby arrested. Your father, Huang Jun, has already been apprehended by the Military Intelligence Department and is currently undergoing interrogation. It is anticipated that he will not withstand it for long and will divulge his accomplices. We require you to provide the list of accomplices to the party's investigation department before Huang Jun does. Director Su has stated that if you submit the names of your collaborators, allowing us to apprehend them before the Military Intelligence Department, you will be credited with a significant achievement. There may even be a chance for you to secure your own escape. Li Ji not only misappropriated the authority of the party's investigation department, but also disclosed to Huang Xing that his father had been captured by the Military Intelligence Department. No. I don't know. Huang Sheng's eyes widened in horror. His father had been seized by military intelligence? Li Ji shook her head, turning away with an expression of unbearable sorrow. Moments later, Huang Xing's anguished roar pierced the air, more harrowing than the cries of a slaughtered animal. Chapter 32, The Flower of the Empire. Liao Yaquan, known by the moniker Venomous Beauty Wu Yuquan, acquired her infamous reputation in part due to her brutal interrogation methods. It is said that a notorious bandit once attempted to take liberties with her during an interrogation. She responded with the most merciless of tortures, subjecting him to several days of relentless torment. His anguished cries echoed throughout the chamber, and by the time he succumbed to his injuries, his body had been dismembered piece by piece. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Huang Xing, on the brink of death, both mentally and physically shattered, began to divulge information. He recounted in detail how he and his father exchanged intelligence, the profits they garnered, and the members they had recruited. Their clandestine group, dedicated to selling secrets to the Japanese, comprised a total of 8 individuals, with the Huang father and son at the helm. The remaining members held significant positions within various governmental institutions, such as trade, shipping, and finance departments. Among the individuals Huangxing disclosed, one was conspicuously absent, Liao Yaquan. Funded by the Ministry of National Defense of Jinling to establish the Tangshan Hot Springs Resort, Wu Yuquan's captivating eyes sparkled with surprise. And she couldn't help but regard Li Ji with renewed admiration. His aptitude for espionage was such that even she, with her professional training, felt a sense of inferiority. His ability to accurately identify Huang Jun as a traitor within the upper echelons of the government, coupled with the insight that both Huang Jun and Huang Sheng were serving the Japanese, left her utterly astounded. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she stated that it was imperative to report back to their superior immediately. Li Ji nodded in agreement. With Huang Sheng's capture, his accomplices might sense something amiss and attempt to flee. In a swift and brutal motion, Wu Yuquan delivered a kick to Huang Sheng's forehead, rendering him unconscious, and dragged him by the pant leg like a lifeless swine, tossing him into the trunk of their vehicle. The two then drove back to the military intelligence office. At this moment, in the office of the boss at the military intelligence department, a shadow of discontent loomed over him. He had just received a call from Commander Gu of the gendarmerie, who personally warned him against meddling in their affairs. Huang Jun had been identified as a suspect by the gendarmerie, and they were close to uncovering conclusive evidence of his betrayal, which would allow them to apprehend him and his accomplices altogether. The boss was deeply dissatisfied. The purpose of the military intelligence department was to root out internal moles and to gather intelligence on the enemy. To have the gendarmerie take credit for work that rightfully belonged to him was intolerable. Should the gendarmerie achieve such a significant victory, the standing of the military intelligence department in the eyes of their superiors would undoubtedly diminish, a notion he could not abide. Yet, with Commander Gu himself placing a call and explicitly instructing him not to interfere, the boss felt a mix of anger and frustration. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier of Li Ji's keen insight, he would have dispatched him to investigate the source of the leaks sooner, preventing the gendarmerie from gaining the upper hand. However, such reflections were now moot. Boss, Wu Yuquan has arrived, reported Secretary Shou, entering the room. Let her in, the boss commanded in a low voice. Moments later, Wu Yuquan, clad in the uniform of a captain and donning knee-high leather boots, strode into the office, standing at attention. She saluted and proceeded to report to Boss Dai that Li Ji suspected Huang Jun's son, Huang Sheng, of conspiring to sell state secrets. Consequently, they lured him outside for a clandestine capture in the suburbs, deceitfully claiming to be from the Party Affairs Investigation Office, and subjected Huang Sheng to a modicum of coercion. She conveyed the details revealed by Huang Sheng to Boss Dai, who, upon hearing her words, was instantly beaming with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden path in a dark forest. Commander Gu personally called him, instructing him not to interfere in the Huang Jun affair. However, his subordinates had already captured Huang Sheng and procured a confession from him. Boss Dai promptly directed, "You apprehended him, so you shall oversee the interrogation, remember? I require a thorough confession." He recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that he must deliver Huang Sheng's testimony to the elder before the military police command arrested Huang Jun, thereby securing the elder's grant of authority to act with impunity. In this manner, the credit for uncovering the high-ranking infiltrator would naturally accrue to the military intelligence office, while the military police command could remain in the shadows. Wu Yuquan, not daring to linger, quickly turned to depart. Following the boss's orders, she dispatched individuals to throw the nearly lifeless Huang Sheng into the dungeons of the military intelligence office. After subjecting him to a series of torturous interrogations, Huang Sheng divulged all he knew and affixed his signature to the confession. Wu Yuquan then presented the confession to Boss Dai, who, upon reviewing it, hurriedly instructed his secretary to arrange for a vehicle, as he intended to visit the elder at the official residence, not only to claim credit, but also to request the authority to apprehend those on the list of traitors. As for Wu Yuquan and Li Ji, he offered them a brief commendation before hastily departing. Exiting the premises of the military intelligence office, Wu Yuquan, with a charming smile, invited, "Allow me to treat you to a meal. Choose any restaurant in Jinling." She increasingly felt that appointing Li Ji as the deputy leader of the seductress intelligence team was her most astute decision. Coming to Jinling and effortlessly dismantling such a significant high-level leak was an achievement beyond her wildest dreams. Having finally arrived in Jinling, she wished to visit her classmates from the military academy. However, Li Ji politely declined her invitation. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Wu Yuquan pondered that. With the outbreak of war, Jinling was no longer a safe haven. If Li Ji ventured out alone and encountered danger, there would be no one to assist her. "No need, I'll be back shortly." With that, Li Ji left, driving the car borrowed from Wu Yuquan's General Affairs Department. exiting through the gates of the military intelligence office. Outside, a cold smile crept across Li Ji's lips. The words he had just spoken to Wu Yukuan were mere placations. The list provided by Huang Xing contained only infiltrators, with no mention of Japanese operatives. Yet he knew that a significant Japanese spy was concealed within the Tangshan Hot Springs guest house. Minutes later, at the Tangshan Hot Springs guest house, a facility funded by the Ministry of National Defense, designated for accommodating various military and political dignitaries. With strict internal management that generally barred ordinary individuals from entry, a black sedan came to a halt at the entrance. A man emerged from the vehicle, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 20s, with slick-back hair and a somewhat frail physique. Should anyone pass by the entrance, they would undoubtedly recognize this dapper individual as Huang Xing, the son of Huang Jun, the director's secretary of the Executive Yuan. However, this is merely the facade perceived by outsiders. The true Huang Xing is imprisoned within the dungeons of the Military Intelligence Bureau, rendering his presence here impossible. This figure, in fact, is the result of Li Ji's adept disguise. As a renowned playboy among the upper echelons of the nationalist government, Huang Xing is a frequent patron of this establishment. Upon entering, he was greeted by the receptionist with a warm smile. "Good day, Mr. Huang." "Good day," Li Ji replied, contemplating how effectively Huang Xing's name carried weight, and added with a smile, "Please prepare a room for me." "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." The receptionist proceeded to register Li Ji's room and handed him the key. "By the way, have Liao Yichuan come to my room," Li Ji remarked, turning on his heel towards the chamber. The receptionist exhibited no surprise. Liao Yichuan was a renowned beauty at the Tangshan Hot Spring Inn, known for her melodious voice and graceful dancing, captivating the hearts of numerous military and political dignitaries who frequented the establishment. Chapter 33. The blossoming of the old spy empire. In the ballroom behind the guest house, a woman in her mid-20s radiated vitality, standing at approximately 1.67 meters. Her figure was slender, with gracefully curving lines, and her enchanting oval face was adorned with a captivating smile. At that moment, she donned a pink butterfly qipao and danced with a colonel from the Ministry of Defense. Suddenly, a waitress approached and whispered softly in her ear. A glimmer of joy appeared in Liao Yichuan's beautiful eyes. It had been quite some time since the dashing Huang Xing had last visited. She then gracefully released the colonel's hand and apologized. "Colonel Zhang, my superior requires my attention for a moment. Let us dance another day." "Very well, we shall reschedule." Colonel Zhang replied, his gaze lingering on Liao Yichuan's alluring silhouette and shapely form, silently lamenting the missed opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Liao Yichuan was secretly amused. This mere colonel had no valuable intelligence to offer, and he was merely a nuisance, hoping for more than she was willing to give. In contrast, the charming Huang Xing possessed significant intelligence value, as he worked in the Foreign Affairs Department and was well-versed in confidential diplomatic documents. Liao Yichuan ascended to the third floor of the guest house, gently pushed open the door, and swayed her enticing hips as she entered the room. As usual, she closed the door behind her and effortlessly settled onto Huang Xing's lap, indicating that this was not their first rendezvous. "Mr. Huang, it has been ages since you last visited me," Liao Yichuan cooed playfully. "Indeed, the Foreign Affairs Department has been inundated with matters. Today, I finally found a moment to see you," Li Ji replied, his arm casually encircling Liao Yichuan's slender waist. While his mind pondered whether she had been apprehended for interrogation or if she was being ensnared to relay false intelligence to the Japanese. With a flirtatious smile, Liao Yichuan began to employ all her charms to please Huang Xing. Li Ji, on the other hand, did not resist. This arrangement required neither financial investment nor emotional attachment, merely a mutual exchange of desires. Over an hour later, Liao Yichuan lay in Li Ji's embrace, languidly smiling. "Mr. Huang, have you been taking traditional Chinese medicine lately?" At her words, Li Ji maintained his composure, replying with a smile, "Of course." Yet inwardly, he cursed Huang Xing's lineage, believing the man to be all show and no substance. "Is there something significant happening in the Foreign Affairs Department?" Liao Yichuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. She deemed extracting intelligence to be of utmost importance, especially with the ongoing conflict between the Japanese and nationalist forces in the Shanghai region, where the headquarters urgently needed diplomatic insights. "Do not mention it. The nationalist government has pledged the railways and mineral resources of North China to Western nations in exchange for military and economic support. We have been preoccupied with this matter at the Foreign Affairs Department," Li Ji explained, chuckling as he turned to continue their intimate encounter. Another hour passed. He donned his attire with a refreshing vigor, casting a glance at the drowsy Liao Yichuan before he spiritedly stepped out. Undeniably, Liao Yichuan was a master in her own right. In both intellect and other realms, she stood unparalleled among women. After his departure, Liao Yichuan struggled to rise. Her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. Was this individual truly Huang Xing? She had known Huang Xing for quite some time. He could not possibly possess such formidable stamina and abundant energy. If he were not Huang Xing, he must be an impersonator. Yet, having just felt his face, There was no disguise or makeup. In any case, it was all exceedingly strange. The Huang Sheng of yesteryears appeared to be in his late 20s, while today's Huang Sheng seemed to be in his early 30s. Even the most skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner could not have transformed Huang Sheng to such an extent. This matter surely harbored secrets. After contemplating, Liao Yaquan dragged her weary form out of the room. Regardless of Huang Sheng's true identity, she needed to relay the intelligence. If it proved accurate, Western nations and the national government were engaged in diplomatic negotiations. Furthermore, the Tangshan Hot Springs guest house was no longer safe. She could not remain there any longer. Outside the Tangshan Hot Springs guest house, Li Ji entered his vehicle but did not depart. He awaited Liao Yaquan's emergence. The false intelligence he had provided her was of such substantial weight that no spy would dismiss it. As he anticipated, Liao Yaquan would surely step out to deliver the intelligence. He planned to discreetly follow her, hoping to trace the threads and uncover the Japanese intelligence group lurking in Jinling. Moments later, Liao Yaquan exited the Tangshan Hot Springs guest house, clad in a dress beneath a trench coat, taking small, measured steps as she left the premises. Upon reaching the outside, she waved to hail a rickshaw, heading towards their usual rendezvous. A black sedan emerged from the guest house, leisurely trailing behind the rickshaw. After a while, Li Ji parked at the roadside, altered his appearance, and flagged down another rickshaw, following it for a stretch before deciding to walk behind it. Half an hour later, Liao Yaquan alighted from the rickshaw at the entrance of a grocery shop, glancing around to ensure she had no tail before stepping inside. Nearby, a cold smile crept across Li Ji's lips. Xiao's grocery shop was likely the contact point for Liao Yaquan to relay information to the Japanese. Inside the grocery shop, in a secret chamber, a young man stood respectfully before Liao Yaquan. Miss Yunzi, please give your instructions. Immediately transmit to headquarters. There are suspicions that the national government is betraying interests in North China to Western nations in exchange for military and economic support. Diplomatic personnel from the national government are secretly negotiating with those from the West. Liao Yaquan dictated the telegram. The young man turned, retrieving a radio from the floor to commence communication with the headquarters. From today onwards, the radio will maintain silence. I shall be going out for a while, and all decisions will be made upon my return. At the tender age of 13, Liao Yaquan commenced her training in espionage, and by 17, she had officially embarked on her career. With her fluent command of Chinese and captivating beauty, she achieved remarkable success in the realm of intelligence. However, she remained exceedingly cautious. Today, Huang Sheng's length exceeded anyone she had previously encountered, which undoubtedly hinted at ulterior motives. She recognized the necessity of temporarily withdrawing from her current engagements. In the world of espionage, personal safety is paramount. Her unwavering loyalty to the empire is contingent upon her own security. Additionally, during her year-long stay at the Tangshan Hot Springs Resort, she successfully courted and compromised several officers within the Jinling government, forming a clandestine intelligence unit under her sole command. Chapter 34. The commencement of the award ceremony at the Military Intelligence Bureau. Boss Dai wore a triumphant expression, his face aglow with satisfaction. He presented Huang Sheng's testimony directly to the elder. Upon seeing the list of names implicated in the testimony, the elder's fury erupted. It was inconceivable that so many traitors had been concealed under his very nose. Consequently, he entrusted the Military Intelligence Bureau with full authority over the case, ordering the arrest of anyone involved in the leakage of the government's most classified secrets. Receiving this mandate, Boss Dai felt an immense sense of pride. Possessing such authority would enable the Military Intelligence Bureau to overshadow both the Party Investigation Department and the Military Police Headquarters. Furthermore, the Bureau's status in the elder's eyes would be significantly elevated, which was his ultimate aim. Chi Wu was instructed to mobilize all personnel from the 1st and 2nd Action Divisions to apprehend those listed. Boss Dai cautioned, the president has emphasized discretion. We must avoid causing an uproar. After all, our forces are engaged in battle, with hundreds of thousands of troops shedding blood on the front lines. What would they think if they learned that the government harbored so many pests? Yes, I shall collaborate with the Action Division to devise a meticulous plan for the arrests. Chi Wu responded with a sycophantic smile. Boss Dai nodded and inquired, will Yukuin and Li Ji have made significant contributions to our department, particularly Li Ji, who is a natural talent for this line of work? I wish to retain him at headquarters and appoint him as the leader of the 2nd Action Division. What is your opinion on this? Boss, I believe it may not be appropriate, Chi Wu replied with a wry smile. The leader of the Headquarters Action Division typically possesses at least 2 years of experience. Li Ji only joined our intelligence bureau a few months ago after graduating from military academy. After a moment of contemplation, Boss Dai asked, is he currently a captain? Recently, he was appointed as the captain of the 4th Special Operations Team and was promoted from 2nd lieutenant to captain, Chi Wu explained. He has indeed been fortunate. It usually takes a normal military academy graduate at least a year to ascend from 2nd lieutenant to captain. Boss Dai contemplated the situation. Since Li Ji had already attained the rank of captain, there would be no further promotions in the immediate future. What reward would be appropriate? You are correct. Li Ji has indeed been fortunate, matching Wu Yukuan's rank, Chi Wu remarked with a smile, subtly implying that Wu Yukuan had been in the Military Intelligence Bureau for over 2 years before achieving the rank of captain, while Li Ji had accomplished this in just over 6 months. If Li Ji were not rewarded for his remarkable contributions, it could lead to perceptions of inequity in our rewards and punishments. After reflecting on this, Boss Dai stated, allocate 2,000 francs to Li Ji from the headquarters finances and 1,000 francs to Wu Yukuan. Yes, boss. Your clear distinction in rewards and punishments will surely inspire our colleagues to work diligently and alleviate your burdens, Chi Wu flattered. Outside at the guest house, Li Ji returned home in the evening. He knocked on Wu Yukuan's door, exchanged a brief greeting, and retired to his own room to rest. He had no intention of reporting the lead on Liao Yaquan to his superiors, as he felt the matter would be difficult to clarify. If questioned about how he uncovered Liao Yaquan's identity as a spy, he could hardly admit it was merely a chance encounter on the street. Moreover, he has continuously made significant contributions to the Military Intelligence Agency, likely inciting envy among certain individuals within the department. He understands the wisdom of remaining low-key for a period. As the saying goes, the tall tree invites the wind. That evening, he ventured outside the guest house, procuring some fruits and supplements, which he delivered to a residence on a street beneath Chicken Goose Alley. This dwelling was occupied by Mao Chi-wu, the sycophant of Boss Dai, a ruthless character who exemplifies the essence of stealth akin to a ninja. Mao Chi-wu was not home. Only his companion, Xiong Yingxin, was present. Speaking of Xiong Yingxin, she too was formidable, originally the concubine of an officer from the Northwest Army. Later, she aligned herself with Boss Dai, becoming his lover, and after undergoing clandestine training, she was dispatched to assassinate a prominent traitor in North China. The assassination failed, and she found herself at the mercy of the traitor for several months. Perhaps Boss Dai recognized her potential, leading to her rescue from the traitor's clutches, subsequently introducing her to his trusted aide, Mao Chi-wu, as a wife. Who are you? Inquired Xiong Yingxin, dressed elegantly in a qipao adorned with mink. Good day, madam. I am Li Ji, just returned from the front lines. Li Ji hurriedly presented the fruits and supplements to Xiong Yingxin, stating, this is a small token of my respect. Would you care to come in and sit for a while? Xiong Yingxin, unfamiliar with Li Ji, surmised that anyone delivering gifts must be a junior officer from the Military Intelligence Agency or someone seeking assistance. Not at all, madam. Li Ji retrieved a bundle of currency from his pocket and handed it to Xiong Yingxin, saying, please convey my regards to Officer Mao, and I hope for his continued support. This is not appropriate, is it? Xiong Yingxin gazed at the substantial sum in her hands, surely 200 or 300. Considering Mao Chi-wu's monthly income was merely 60. Madam, please excuse me, I must take my leave. Li Ji turned and exited through the front door. His visit to curry favor with Mao Chi-wu was merely an attempt to ingratiate himself with Boss Dai as favored associates, for should he encounter any issues in the future, he would find no one willing to advocate for him among the higher-ups. Though he bore the label of Huangpu lineage, the Military Intelligence Agency was replete with Huangpu veterans. And as a mere captain, he was but a dispensable figure in the eyes of the eminent leaders. Following this, he delivered additional fruits to the chief of the General Affairs Department, expressing his regards. In these times, to ascend in rank and wealth, one must ensure proper connections are maintained. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the guest house to rest, leaving the pursuit of Huang Sheng's accomplices to Boss Dai's comprehensive strategies, unburdened by such concerns. The following day, early in the morning, the sky was overcast, and the temperature had sharply dropped, carrying a hint of chill. Late autumn had passed, and even the renowned Jiangnan region, known for its richness in fish and rice, was now experiencing the cold wave preceding winter. On the streets, vendors were vocally peddling their wares, and in bustling areas, students held banners, passionately rallying support for the soldiers at the front lines. Despite their modest means, the common people were willing to contribute funds and goods for the beleaguered nation. Even those looked down upon, such as the dancers, willingly donated their savings, all in hopes that the soldiers could vanquish the invaders, preserving the dignity of their nation and allowing the backbone of the descendants of Yin and Huang to stand tall. A convoy of vehicles traversed the thoroughfare. Li Ji, seated in a canvas jeep, observed the citizens of Jinling gathering donations for the soldiers at the front lines, a sense of discomfort stirring within him. The majority of the donors were ordinary folk clad in patched garments, perhaps struggling to put food on their own tables. After a brief interval, the vehicle arrived at the courtyard of the military command. Mr. Dai, accompanied by Li Ji, Wu Yukuan, and others, entered the military command building and proceeded directly to the conference room. Within the room, officials including Chief Lin from the attendance office, the deputy director of the military command, and the head of the Ministry of Defense stood at the front. Following cordial greetings exchanged with the dignitaries, the ceremony of awarding honors commenced. Chapter 35. The intricacies of headquarters in this time of national peril, Army Lieutenants Li Ji and Wu Yuquan valiantly fought at the front lines, successfully eliminating Japanese Major General Sato Kenjiro. Their remarkable achievements warranted the prestigious Blue Sky and White Sun Medal, a symbol of encouragement, with the hope that they would not disappoint the leader's lofty expectations or the weighty trust of the entire army, fostering a spirit of sincere unity. After the reading of the commendation by Chief Lin, the moment arrived for Wu Yuquan and Li Ji to receive their honors. As they ascended the stage, Chief Lin personally adorned them with the medal, placing it upon their chests. For any ordinary individual, this moment would undoubtedly represent a pinnacle in life, an occasion marked by accolades, a personal presentation of honors, and the presence of esteemed dignitaries. However, for Li Ji, this Blue Sky and White Sun Medal felt more like a death knell. With this distinction, he would become a well-known figure within the military intelligence department, rendering anonymity nearly impossible. Conversely, the other honoree, Wu Yuquan, was overwhelmed with emotion. As an intelligence officer, she had traversed vast distances over the past 2 years, journeying to the remote northeast, the southwestern regions of Yunnan and Guizhou, and even to the Far East's foremost city of Shanghai. In her quest to secure national stability, she had tirelessly gathered intelligence and investigated corruption, bearing the burdens of her arduous endeavors in silence. The Blue Sky and White Sun Medal served as a reassuring talisman, rekindling her fervor for this so-called democratic regime. The applause in the conference room resounded loudly as Li Ji and Wu Yuquan saluted Chief Lin and then offered their respects to Boss Dai and the other attendees. After the ceremony concluded, adorned with their medals, they descended the stage. Chief Lin then delivered a brief address, emphasizing the necessity of unity in the face of national adversity to repel foreign threats. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan returned to the military intelligence department with Boss Dai. In the small red building, within the confines of his office, Boss Dai's countenance radiated excitement. The previous night, headquarters operatives had successfully apprehended Huang Xing's accomplices, including his father, Huang Jun. Early that morning, the elder had called to commend him, stating that the military intelligence department served as the eyes and ears of the government and urged continued vigilance against moles to gather intelligence for the nation. You both have rendered significant service. The General Affairs Department has prepared bonuses for you to collect shortly, Boss Dai remarked with a smile. Indeed, thank you, Boss. Li Ji and Wu Yuquan expressed their gratitude in unison. Boss Dai nodded slightly, and then turned to Li Ji, inquiring, with the ongoing conflict in Shanghai and the situation proving challenging, what are your thoughts? Would you prefer to return to Shanghai or remain here at headquarters? Before Li Ji could respond, Wu Yuquan stepped forward and said, Boss, you promised me that Li Ji would serve as the deputy leader of the beautiful snake intelligence team. If he stays here, recognizing Li Ji's exceptional talent, Boss Dai felt that assigning him as the deputy leader of the beautiful snake intelligence team would be an underutilization of his skills. He was inclined to have Li Ji remain in the Jinling headquarters, potentially as the deputy leader of the intelligence section or as an acting leader in the operations section. Boss, the front lines are engaged in warfare, and it is a critical time for personnel. I, lacking in talent, wish to return to Shanghai and continue serving you. Li Ji replied. Li Ji contemplated that the military intelligence department was rife with factions, and remaining there would inevitably embroil him in internal strife. Such a situation would not only be unhelpful to the war effort, but would also mire him in a quagmire. Boss Dai remained silent. Li Ji was indeed a talent, and it seemed somewhat wasteful to allow him to engage in intelligence work on the Shanghai Bund. However, upon further reflection, such a gifted individual ought to serve the nation on the front lines. After all, in these times of national peril, if all talents were retained at headquarters, who would gather intelligence across the regions or carry out assassinations? If you are willing to return to Shanghai, you must prepare yourself for the difficulties that lie ahead. Boss Dai was well aware of the situation at the front. In recent days, the nationalist army had not only lost ground, but also suffered heavy casualties, with tens of thousands perishing, including an entire division of the Sichuan army wiped out in a single day, illustrating the ferocity of the battles in the Shanghai area. Indeed, I have long been prepared to sacrifice for my country, Li Ji declared outwardly, while inwardly he thought that if he could endure the 8 years of resistance, spring would once again bloom for humanity. Satisfied, Boss Dai nodded and said, the weapons promised to you can be collected by yourself from the logistics department's equipment unit. Having said that, he specially authorized a note for 5 light machine guns, 10 submachine guns, 10 German rifles, 20 pistols, 5 boxes of grenades, 200 pounds of explosives, and approximately 20,000 rounds of various ammunition. Handing the note to Li Ji, Boss Dai instructed him to take advantage of the fact that the Japanese had not yet fully occupied the Chinese areas of Shanghai, utilizing connections within the Green Gang to smuggle the weapons into the French concession. Should Shanghai fall, this cache of arms would serve as your leverage against the Japanese. Yes. Thank you, boss. Li Ji felt an immense surge of joy. With this equipment, his two action teams would be significantly enhanced. At that moment, Secretary Zhou approached with his long legs, delivering a confidential letter to Boss Dai. Upon reading the letter, Boss Dai's expression darkened. The Tianjin station of the Military Intelligence Department had been betrayed, suffering severe losses, with the deputy station chief and two department heads captured by Japanese secret agents. You two may leave now. Boss Dai waved his hand. Yes, sir. Li Ji and Wu Yukuan stood at attention and saluted before exiting the office. Upon reaching outside the little red house, they chatted merrily as they walked, only to encounter the bald ninja, Mao Chi-Wu. Are you two heading to the logistics department? Mao Chi-Wu asked with a smile reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Yes, sir, Li Ji nodded. I will inform the logistics department, and you can collect your equipment today. After finishing, Mao Chi-Wu turned to Li Ji with a grin. Li Ji, if you're not leaving today, come to my house for dinner tonight. I'll have my sister-in-law prepare some of her specialties, and we can share a few drinks. Thank you for your kind invitation. But the front lines are currently engaged in battle, and both Leader Wu and I must return to Shanghai today. We will certainly bother you another time when we have the opportunity. Li Ji thought to himself that the ancients were not mistaken. Giving gifts was indeed the greatest secret to advancement and wealth. Very well, then you may go, Mao Chi-Wu chuckled as he walked past them. Wu Yukuan raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at Mao Chi-Wu's departing figure, whispering, why is he suddenly so warm towards you? Perhaps it is due to our recent conferral of the Order of the Blue Sky and White Sun. The commander wishes to draw closer to us. Li Ji would not reveal to her that he had delivered a gift to Mao Chi-Wu the previous night, subtly conveying his sentiments. Closeness? Wu Yukuan let out a cold snort. She was well aware of Mao Chi-Wu's true nature, always smiling, yet harboring a mind full of schemes. The hour was growing late. They should proceed to the General Affairs Department. Li Ji, holding the slip approved by Boss Dai, made his way toward the Equipment Department building. In the General Affairs Department, Section Chief he received a call from Mao Chi-Wu, stating that Li Ji and Wu Yukuan had come to collect their bonuses and equipment, requesting that he not make things difficult for them. Once he hung up the phone, Section Chief he comprehended the situation. His spouse had informed him that a certain Captain Li Ji had delivered some fruits and a token of appreciation to their home. He had been pondering who Li Ji was and from which department he hailed. It was now clear, he belonged to the intelligence team directly under headquarters. Immediately, he instructed his secretary to inform the finance and equipment teams to ensure that Li Ji and Wu Yukuan received their bonuses without delay, and that they were provided with all necessary equipment. With Section Chief Ye's directive in place, Li Ji and Wu Yukuan successfully received their bonuses. It is worth noting that, even in the privileged Department of Military Intelligence, funds were exceedingly tight, especially given that most personnel from the headquarters operations team carried out their duties by bicycle. Li Ji received 2,000 yuan, while Wu Yukuan collected 1,000 yuan. Chapter 36. Return to Shanghai subsequently. The two proceeded to the equipment division to collect firearms and ammunition. With the special approval from the boss and directives from the head of the administrative department, the equipment division promptly handed over the weapons and ammunition as indicated on the authorization slip to Li Ji. Coincidentally, a convoy from headquarters was scheduled to head to the Songhu area to deliver supplies to the frontline special operations team, allowing them to ride back to Shanghai with this convoy. That evening, Li Ji and Wu Yukuan arrived at the outskirts of Shanghai, disembarking at the designated location. Shortly thereafter, the second action team convened. Before their departure, Wu Yukuan utilized the headquarters radio to dispatch a telegram to the Beauty Snake team, instructing the intelligence personnel to liaise with the second team and remain on standby in this area. Commander Wu, remarked Ma Peng, the leader of the second action team. Upon receiving the order, I led my brothers out of the French concession and am now here on standby. Ma Peng was affiliated with the Green Gang, albeit at a lower rank, considered a mere foot soldier. Sensing an opportunity to ascend the ranks with the establishment of the Special Operations Team by the Military Intelligence Bureau, he joined without hesitation, becoming an ordinary soldier in the 4th Squad. He had fought alongside Li Ji on the battlefield, confronting the Japanese forces, demonstrating agility and competence. After their retreat, he followed Li Ji back to the French concession, where he was appointed as the leader of the Special Action Team's 2nd Squad. Li Ji had previously requested Wu Yukuan to send a telegram to headquarters for commendation. With the approval of Boss Dai, Ma Peng and Su Jingyan were formally inducted into the Military Intelligence Bureau, receiving the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Bring the brothers and transport this batch of weapons into the concession, Li Ji instructed. Understood. Without hesitation, Ma Peng ordered his subordinates to load the crates containing the weapons onto the boat. This batch of weapons is crucial for our foothold in Shanghai. They must be stored securely. I suggest we disperse the storage to mitigate risks, Wu Yukuan proposed softly. I share your sentiments. We should retain part in the French concession and transport the rest to the Chinese and international concessions for storage, Li Ji concurred. Having devised a plan to store the weapons across Shanghai's 3 concessions, ensuring they would not have to worry about arms and ammunition regardless of their operational location. Before long, Ma Ping led his men to load the firearms and ammunition onto the boat. Under the cover of night, they quietly paddled 2 small boats toward the dock of the French concession. During wartime, Japanese patrol boats frequently traversed the river, and the group navigated cautiously, wary of attracting the attention of the Japanese patrols. Typically, the Japanese patrol boats would disregard such small civilian vessels, their primary mission being the surveillance of larger military ships and merchant vessels. Around dawn, Li Ji and his party unloaded the firearms and transported them to the warehouse designated for the 4th Squad's training. This facility was owned by Du, a figure in the Green Gang, and no one dared to cause a disturbance there. He instructed Ma Ping to oversee the weapons with the 2nd Action Team, assuring him that he would devise a plan to relocate the arms the following day. "Commander," Ma Ping whispered, "I have a childhood friend who works at the police station. If we need to dispatch the weapons, he might be able to assist us." "Oh?" Li Ji raised an eyebrow. "Is this childhood friend reliable?" "Fairly reliable, though somewhat avaricious," Ma Ping replied. He withdrew 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Ma Ping, saying, "Take this money to him first thing tomorrow morning. If he can resolve the matter satisfactorily, there will be further rewards afterward." "Yes, Captain, rest assured, I shall ensure this task is completed," Ma Ping promptly assured him. Li Ji nodded and inquired, "How has the training been for the brothers during this period?" "Captain, the brothers have made significant progress in their marksmanship. While I cannot claim they hit every target, within a range of 20 to 30 meters, they are certainly accurate. Furthermore, their methods of executing targets have improved considerably. They have also learned about poisoning, surveillance, and demolition," Ma Ping responded. During this time, Ma Ping had gained new insights, realizing that killing was indeed an art. With various techniques for the neck alone, such as twisting, slitting the throat, and crushing the windpipe. Train diligently, the skills you are acquiring will soon come in handy. Li Ji advised, "Do not neglect the 3-3 tactical system." "Understood," Ma Ping nodded vigorously. Subsequently, he issued a few more instructions before departing the warehouse with Wu Yukuan, each returning to their respective residences. At the Li family's alley, Zhang Kei's wonton stall had commenced operations, albeit with few customers. Li Ji glanced at his watch. It was just past 4 in the morning, and most people remained in slumber. "1 bowl of wontons, please," he ordered, settling onto a small stool. "Certainly," Zhang Kei smiled. "Mr. Li, it's been a few days since I've seen you. What have you been busy with?" "Still engaged in foreign trade," Li Ji replied. "Ah. You must be cautious. The area outside the concession is quite chaotic. I've heard that the Japanese have occupied many parts of Shanghai. Those despicable brutes kill anyone they encounter. A relative of mine was attacked with a bayonet for no reason while returning home from work," Zhang Kei lamented. Cursing the Japanese while cooking the wontons, his expression filled with animosity. Li Ji remained silent. The Japanese had indeed become bloodthirsty, indiscriminately targeting unarmed civilians, either conscripting them for labor or attacking them in fits of rage. After a short while, a bowl of fragrant wontons was served. While eating, Li Ji engaged in idle chatter with Zhang Kei. Although merely a small vendor, Zhang Kei's stall attracted a diverse clientele, bringing in a myriad of news from various sectors. After finishing his wontons, Li Ji returned to his rented courtyard. Just as he ascended the stairs, he heard shouting from the corridor, accompanied by the cries of a child. On the 2nd floor, there lived a couple with their child. The woman had no steady job and occasionally worked as a dancer in a dance hall, while the man was a warehouse keeper at a foreign firm. Their lives were manageable, yet the couple frequently quarreled, much to the annoyance of the other tenants. Li Ji ignored the commotion, unlocked his door with his key, washed up, and then retired for the night. In the ensuing days, he busied himself with matters pertaining to weaponry. He personally selected 2 discrete locations within the French concession and the international settlement, where he buried a cache of firearms and ammunition. Of course, he had buried these weapons himself, and Ma Ping and the others were entirely unaware of the locations of the hidden arms. Subsequently, he concealed the final batch of weapons beneath the wall of an old house in Jiabei. His ability to transport the arms out of the French concession was made possible by Ma Ping's childhood friend, who served in the local police force there. This experience illuminated for him the significance of seemingly inconspicuous individuals. He selected 2 astute and trustworthy operatives from the 2nd Action Team and asked Ma Ping to leverage his connections to secure them positions in the French police and the Shanghai Municipal Police. Furthermore, he chose an operative from the 1st Action Team, Yi Changju, and arranged for him to serve in the Jiabei police station, if all went according to plan. With the Japanese poised to seize control of the Bund, the Jiabei police station would likely capitulate to the Japanese forces. Chapter 37. The intelligence line provided by the Siren having concluded his urgent tasks, it was already late October. During this period, the nationalist forces faced extraordinary hardships. The Japanese warships frequently bombarded the Shanghai urban area, turning what was once the illustrious Great World on the Bund into a desolate ruin, claiming the lives of over 1,000 civilians. Following the historical timeline, as the Japanese and nationalist forces remained locked in a stalemate on the battlefield at Songhu, Lieutenant Yanajikawa Haisuk led the Japanese fleet to land at Hangzhou Bay, severing the crucial transportation route between Nanjing and Shanghai, and encircling from the flank, ultimately securing victory for the Japanese in the Songhu campaign. It can be said that the landing at Hangzhou Bay was one of the pivotal turning points in this battle. Li Ji intended to seek out Wu Yuquan to report the intelligence regarding the Japanese landing at Hangzhou Bay to headquarters. If the nationalist forces could deploy heavy troops at Hangzhou Bay to prevent the Japanese from landing, the situation of the war would tilt in their favor. He meticulously documented the Japanese landing process on paper and set out to find Wu Yuquan in Zifangfang, armed with this invaluable intelligence. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with burying arms and ammunition, arranging operatives to infiltrate the brothels, and had not contacted Wu Yuquan. Upon arriving at the upscale apartment of Wu Yuquan, he knocked on the door. Wu Yuquan, clad in an alluring nightgown with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, possessed a naturally enchanting visage, devoid of any makeup. Strikingly beautiful and breathtaking, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. "Are you done with your tasks?" Wu Yuquan asked, closing the door behind him. "I just wrapped up my affairs," Li Ji replied without hesitation, pulling out the intelligence from his pocket. "This information, delivered by the Weasel, has had the original destroyed. This is my handwritten copy. Please instruct the telegraph operator to relay it to headquarters promptly. This is of utmost importance. I must emphasize that the source of the intelligence is from within the Japanese Navy, making it highly reliable." Wu Yuquan glanced through his handwritten manuscript, her beautiful eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. The fact that such crucial and classified military intelligence could be procured by the Weasel indicated that he held a notable position within the Japanese Navy, likely at the rank of lieutenant commander or above. "I will arrange for the telegraph operator to send this to headquarters," Wu Yuquan replied solemnly, nodding. "This will undoubtedly be yet another piece of shocking intelligence for them." Carefully tucking away the information, she slyly remarked, "Not only are you the captain of the action team, but you are also the deputy leader of the Siren Intelligence Group. What do you think about sending this intelligence to headquarters under the name of the Siren Intelligence Group?" "That works," Li Ji agreed, understanding her intent to share some credit with the Siren Intelligence Group. He nodded in affirmation, as he had plenty of similar intelligence to spare. Moreover, with his current military rank, a promotion in the near future was unlikely. After all, the number of officer positions within the military intelligence department was limited, and the old man had granted privileges to the department, which would naturally suppress their rank advancement. Otherwise, should the privileged department grow too powerful, it would harm both others and themselves. "Of course, I will inform headquarters that the Weasel is one of your intelligence agents and is exceedingly reliable," Wu Yuquan mused. Feeling that having benefited so significantly from this, she ought to offer some advantages in return. Li Ji, however, was indifferent. He cared little for accolades, not even for the Order of Blue Sky and White Sun, and thus was unconcerned about this minor share of credit. "By the way, there is something else." Li Ji suddenly recalled an important matter and inquired, "Does the beautiful Serpent team have a communication channel with the Shanghai station?" "There is a channel, but it is rarely utilized," Wu Yuquan replied in a clear voice. "Our team is directly subordinate to headquarters. Any intelligence we gather is reported directly to them. Only information pertinent to the Shanghai station is relayed through special channels." "That is reassuring," Li Ji nodded inwardly. The Shanghai station resembled a dilapidated shack exposed to the elements. Associating with them would jeopardize any prospects of a peaceful existence in the future. "Why do you ask this?" Wu Yuquan's enchanting gaze held a hint of curiosity. "It's nothing. I simply believe it is preferable for the beautiful Serpent intelligence team to maintain its independence and refrain from establishing any lateral connections with local intelligence stations." Li Ji replied, "Indeed, that is certain. The members of the beautiful Serpent intelligence team were personally selected by me. Their capabilities are certainly incomparable to those of the inept individuals at the Shanghai station." Wu Yuquan's stunning visage revealed a trace of pride. Li Ji felt a stir within, recalling the female agent codenamed Joyful Bird, who possessed a striking beauty and exceptional demeanor. However, she had been ordered to seduce Yamamoto Yuichiro. He wondered what her current circumstances might be. This thought remained unvoiced, as it was prudent to refrain from inquiring too deeply into the affairs of intelligence personnel. "You are the deputy leader of the beautiful Serpent intelligence team and have the right to know its personnel structure," Wu Yuquan stated solemnly. "The beautiful Serpent team consists of 4 intelligence lines, with 4 intelligence officers, 4 liaisons, 1 communications officer, and 4 operatives, bringing our total to 15, including you and me. According to the team structure, the beautiful Serpent team is significantly overstaffed. In contrast, the Shanghai Station's intelligence team, including its leader, comprises only 6 or 7 members. And some teams consist of merely 3 or 4 individuals. Of course, the beautiful Serpent team, under the direct jurisdiction of Boss Dai, is an elite intelligence unit. Hence the larger personnel allocation. I still stand by my promise to provide you with 2 lines." Wu Yuquan lazily rose, her long legs gliding as she approached the record player at the table, preparing to divulge the top secret information regarding the beautiful Serpent intelligence team. After a moment, Li Ji nodded with a serious expression. Wu Yukuin assigned him 2 lines. One was under the command of Joyful Bird concerning Yamamoto Yuhikuro, and the other involved a covert operative codenamed Gray Sparrow, who was stationed at the Banjing Mansion in Hongkou. The owner of the Banjing Mansion, Banjing Jinan, served as the president of the Black Dragon Society's Shanghai branch. During the Republic of China period, the Black Dragon Society gained notoriety as fervent militarists. Since 1912, they undertook the task of gathering intelligence for the Japanese military, playing a role in significant events such as the September 18th incident in Northeast China and the North China incident. The Black Dragon Society was composed of Japanese ronin, often interpreted as impoverished samurai or delinquents. They operated Japanese brothels and opium dens under the guise of legitimate businesses, seeking opportunities to collect valuable intelligence. From now on, you will be responsible for the lines of Joyful Bird and Gray Sparrow, along with the liaison codes for communication, which I shall provide to you as well. Wu Yukuin inscribed the liaison's code upon a piece of paper, enabling Li Ji to relay commands to the Phoenix and the Gray Sparrow through the intermediary. I require a backup radio and a telegrapher, Li Ji contemplated, recognizing that after the fall of Shanghai, it was imperative for him to possess a radio to ensure uninterrupted communication with headquarters. This, Wu Yukuin raised an eyebrow. Sensing that this request was rather ambitious, radios were exceedingly precious commodities, and to her knowledge, there were only 5 or 6 radios in the entire Shanghai station. During my tenure as the deputy leader of the Siren Group, all telegrams pertaining to intelligence will be dispatched to headquarters under the name of the Siren Group. And this radio is a backup, typically not activated lightly, Li Ji asserted. Acquiring a backup radio is not an impossibility, Wu Yukuin remarked, casting a glance his way, her lips curling into a sly smile. However, you must procure the radio by your own means, as headquarters is currently experiencing a shortage and cannot furnish our group with a spare. Once you have secured the radio, I shall provide you with the Siren Group's cipher book and arrange for a telegrapher. Chapter 38. Will you pick me up tonight? Starting a radio station on my own? A wry smile crossed Li Ji's lips. Wu Yukuin spoke so casually, yet if establishing a radio station were as simple as he suggested, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all. You might consider reaching out to Bao Xinyang. She may possess the means to assist you in acquiring a radio. Wu Yukuin smiled, pointing her in a direction. Li Ji nodded, resolved to relay the message to Bao Xinyang. If she too failed to procure it, they would have to explore options in the black market. In the realm of intelligence work, a radio is indispensable, otherwise, one risks becoming a kite severed from its string. After a casual exchange, Li Ji expressed his intention to take his leave. When you have some free time, I shall treat you to Western cuisine. Wu Yukuin flashed a charming smile. Having benefited greatly from Li Ji, she had long contemplated inviting him for a meal. We'll discuss it another day, Li Ji remarked before turning to exit the room. Unaware of romance, or simply indifferent to it, a glimmer of amusement danced in Wu Yukuin's alluring eyes. At Shi Fei Fong, Li Ji pedaled a tall bicycle adorned with a briefcase, making his way towards Taicong Road in the French concession. According to the contact address provided by Wu Yukuin, there existed a barbershop named Xiao Long on Taicong Road, serving as a liaison point for Bao Xinyang. She would relay intelligence obtained from Yamamoto Yuikiro to the Xiao Long barbershop, which would then pass the information on to Wu Yukuin. Throughout this transmission, Wu Yukuin would not make an appearance. Within the entire Beauty Serpent intelligence group, only 2 seasoned contacts were privy to Wu Yukuin's true identity. Along with the newly appointed deputy leader, Li Ji, he arrived at the Xiao Long barbershop, secured his bicycle, and entered. The proprietor, a man in his 40s clad in a black leather apron and sleeves, exuded an aura of earnestness. Good sir, are you here for a haircut? The owner greeted warmly. Yes. Li Ji placed his briefcase down and settled into a chair. The owner picked up a pair of scissors and commenced trimming his hair. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes, during which they engaged in light banter. After the haircut, Li Ji settled the bill and inquired, "Did old Zhao come here for a haircut last month? The old fellow has been around for several months. He may have returned home." The owner's eyes flickered with light as he replied with a smile. "That rascal still owes me money. How much does he owe you?" 30 yuan. Upon saying this, the owner lowered his voice. "Sir, please come inside." Li Ji nodded, discreetly entering the back of the barber shop. The owner hurriedly hung a closed sign on the door and locked it. A few days prior, he had learned through special channels that a superior had been assigned to this line in the group. To his surprise, it was a young man. The back of the barber shop was quite modest, furnished with a wooden bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Li Ji pulled up a chair to sit, and the owner promptly poured him a cup of tea. "Sir, my surname is Wang. You may call me Old Wang." Lao Wang joined the military intelligence department 2 years ago, having previously worked as an intelligence officer in the Northeast. After his identity was compromised, he was reassigned to Jinling, where he subsequently formed the Beautiful Snake intelligence team and was appointed as a liaison officer. "What is the current situation with Bayak Sinio?" Li Ji inquired. Bayak Sinio was his first partner upon entering the military intelligence department, and their collaboration had been satisfactory. Byakushino is functioning normally. She has completely gained control over Yamamoto Yuakiro and will periodically send intelligence my way, Lao Wang replied. Convey to her the necessity of procuring a radio station. Though if that proves unattainable, it is of little consequence, Li Ji stated. He understood the inherent dangers of intelligence work and would not pressure Byakushino to secure a radio, as such devices were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain for most individuals. Yes, I shall ensure your message reaches Byakushino, Lao Wang affirmed. Recently, Byakushino reported that through Yamamoto Yuakiro, she has made the acquaintance of a major from the Naval Command's Intelligence Department. She wishes to establish contact with this major to explore the possibility of bribing or persuading him, Lao Wang continued. Advise her to exercise caution. She may probe the situation. But she must not reveal her identity, Li Ji gravely instructed. Understood, Lao Wang responded. What is the status of your funding for this operation? Li Ji inquired. The higher-ups will dispatch the funds through the intelligence transfer point on schedule. The resources are relatively ample, Lao Wang assured. That is good to hear, Li Ji nodded. We need to alter the address for our intelligence transfer. Please take note. He provided a new address for Lao Wang to utilize when submitting intelligence from Byakushino, while the contact information for special circumstances remained unchanged. Exiting Xiaolong's barber shop, he rode his bicycle from the French concession to the international settlement. Arriving at a watch repair shop, Li Ji glanced around to ensure there were no outsiders before reciting the contact code. The watchmaker, a middle-aged man with spectacles, promptly invited Li Ji into the back room after confirming the code, closing the door and windows behind them. Sir, we have received directives from the higher-ups. From now on, this line will be under your full responsibility, the bespectacled man stated. Li Ji nodded in acknowledgement and asked, what is the situation with Huijua? The war has been exceedingly brutal. The roads to Hongkou are blocked by Japanese forces. Huijua is currently constrained within the Banjing mansion, making it incredibly challenging to relay intelligence. The middle-aged man explained. If we can establish contact with him, instruct him to remain silent and prioritize his own safety, Li Ji emphasized. He valued the Huijua line significantly. It was important to note that the Banjing mansion could potentially become a subordinate department of the Japanese Military Intelligence Agency in the future. If Huijua could remain well hidden, he might prove to be of great utility down the line. Understood, the middle-aged man felt a wave of relief. His greatest concern was that the new superior would press Huijua for intelligence, especially during such a precarious time when any movement could alert the Banjing mansion to their activities. Subsequently, Li Ji inquired about a few more matters, finalized the change of the intelligence transfer address, and then departed in haste. Today, he met with the liaison officers from both lines, yet he did so under a different guise, ensuring his absolute safety even in the event of unforeseen circumstances. As Li Ji returned on his bicycle, he purchased some fruit at the entrance and parked his bicycle in the corridor leading into the main gate, carrying the fruit as he prepared to ascend the stairs. Mr. Li, have you returned? A melodious voice echoed from the staircase. Li Ji looked up to see Lu Jiahui, elegantly clad in a pink qipao, holding a small handbag, her long waves cascading down, and her makeup impeccably done. Miss Lu, off to work? Li Ji greeted her. Indeed. Lu Jiahui replied, her spirits seemingly buoyant as she descended the stairs. Mr. Li, where have you been seeking fortune these days? The surrounding areas of Shanghai are embroiled in conflict, which has somewhat impacted my business. I do not expect to amass wealth, merely hoping to avoid hunger. Li Ji responded somewhat perfunctorily. You are far too modest, Mr. Li. A young gentleman of your caliber is bound to achieve great wealth, Lu Jiahui beamed, her smile radiant as if she had stumbled upon a fortune herself. Li Ji could not help but speculate whether she had ensnared another wealthy patron. He hoped she would not bring him home, as the room's poor soundproofing would disturb his sleep and compromise his mental well-being. Should fortune smile upon me one day, I shall certainly treat Miss Lu to a meal, Li Ji remarked. Really? Lu Jiahui's heart leapt with joy. In the midst of the chaos outside, she, a single woman, felt a pressing need for a reliable man who could stand up for her should the need arise. Although she had encountered a few affluent individuals, they were all tied down by familial obligations, merely indulging in fleeting encounters. Li Ji, however, appeared promising, young and handsome, with the potential for prosperity. Unlike the loathsome ruffians on the streets who thrived on extortion. Indeed, it is true, Li Ji smiled, his expression more genuine than gold. Though inwardly he scoffed at her exuberance. Was this woman harboring ulterior motives? Mr. Li, times are rather unsettled. If you have no plans this evening, could you possibly accompany me to the bailment? Lu Jiahui, as a dancer accustomed to the myriad of men, had no qualms about shedding any pretense of modesty. Chapter 39. Intelligence that astonished the boss. A flicker of amusement danced in Li Ji's eyes. If all went as expected, Lu Jiahui had mistaken him for a savior. Apologies. But tonight is not suitable, perhaps another day. With that remark, Li Ji brushed past Lu Jiahui. Lu Jiahui furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that Li Ji seemed somewhat dismissive of her. After all, she was the star dancer at the Paletta Dots, capable of earning dozens of francs in a single night. Marrying her would be akin to acquiring a gold mine, yet Li Ji remained unmoved. Indeed, he was unaffected. As an agent, it was imperative to keep emotions at bay. This was fundamental knowledge. Naturally, there were times when one needed to relieve stress. And Lu Jiahui was a rather appealing option, considering he was a normal man. In the military intelligence department, Boss Dai was in high spirits, nearly twirling Secretary Zhou in delight. He had uncovered a hidden pest within the upper echelons of the government, showcasing the value of the military intelligence department to the elder statesman. Not only had the elder praised him profusely, but he also allocated 200,000 francs for operational expenses to the department. Meanwhile, the party investigation office had gained nothing and had been severely reprimanded by the elder, which brought him immense joy. Boss, we have just received top-secret intelligence from the Siren team. Mao Chi-Wu's expression was grave as he presented the telegram with both hands. Taking the telegram, Boss Dai glanced at it several times, his countenance transforming as if struck by lightning, his face awash with shock. He murmured, "The Japanese army plans to land at Jingshanwai in Hangzhou Bay. The 8th Army has only one brigade stationed in Hangzhou Bay. If the Japanese land there, the consequences would be dire," Mao Chi-Wu stated with a serious demeanor. The command headquarters assessed that the Japanese would likely land south of the Suzhou River, with the majority of the National Army's main forces deployed at crucial fortifications like Yuzhanku and the Suzhou River. If this intelligence proved erroneous, it could severely impact the command headquarters' military decisions. Boss Dai found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to report the intelligence or not. The intelligence originated from the Siren team, which had specifically noted that the source was the Weasel, an informant under the control of the Ghost Fox, whose information had never been false. Mao Chi-Wu intended to speak a few words in favor of Li Ji, but given the critical nature of this intelligence, he refrained from taking any risks, as any misjudgment could implicate him in the command headquarters' decisions. The Ghost Fox's reports had never been incorrect. Boss Dai furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes sparkling with determination. He needed to devise a foolproof plan to relay the intelligence to the command headquarters while avoiding any personal liability. Immediately deliver this intelligence to the attendant office and inform Director Lin that we in the Military Intelligence Department cannot ascertain the authenticity of the information. Let the attendant office make the determination. Boss Dai gritted his teeth and issued the command. Boss, what if the intelligence is true? A flash of dread crossed Mao Chi-Wu's eyes. If the information were accurate and the Japanese were to land at Hangzhou Bay, it would undoubtedly destabilize the entire front, leading to a disastrous defeat in the momentous Battle of Shanghai. If the intelligence is indeed accurate, the command center cannot lay the blame at our feet, for we have duly reported the information. It is the higher-ups at the command center who have failed to heed the warning. Should the intelligence prove to be false, it bears little relation to us. Boss Dai chuckled ominously. Indeed, Mao Chi-Wu hastily lowered his head and responded respectfully. By the way, within the intelligence obtained by Ghost Fox from the Japanese consulate in Shanghai, there exists a list of traitors as well as a list of pro-Japanese factions. Dispatch a message under the headquarters name to the Serpent Beauty team, instructing Ghost Fox's task force to eliminate a few pro-Japanese elements, thus delivering a grave warning to the opportunists in Shanghai. Additionally, send a message to the Shanghai station, commanding them to organize personnel to sanction all traitors in the city. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Boss Dai's eyes as the nationalist army struggled on the front lines. He sought to achieve notable success in the realm of intelligence warfare, thereby garnering greater reliance from the old man on the military intelligence division. Understood. Mao Chi-Wu sensed that Boss Dai was indeed resolved to take lethal action, aware that several influential figures were listed among the pro-Japanese names. Shanghai, the French concession. Outside, the fires of war raged relentlessly. Within the concession, tranquility reigned. On the bustling streets, a constant flow of people traversed, vendors shouted their wares, and the clattering of streetcars rang out. The cries of newsboys calling through the alleys, the laughter of storytellers in tea houses, all painted a vibrant scene of prosperity. Early in the morning, Li Ji rode his bicycle through the streets. He checked the dead letterboxes on 2 nearby streets, finding them utterly empty, devoid of any correspondence. Such was the nature of his clandestine existence. Each day began and ended with a check of the dead letterbox, occasionally accompanied by his task force to eliminate a few traitorous lackeys, a life filled with peril amidst the mundane. After having breakfast at Zhang Keizi's wonton stall, he proceeded to the base of the first action team. Captain, I plan to open a sesame cake shop in the public concession, along with an authentic Hunan cuisine restaurant. Su Jingyan stated. How much will that require? Li Ji inquired without delving too deeply into the matter. With over 20 members in the action team, they could not rely solely on their reserves. It was essential to establish some form of enterprise for them to engage in, even if the business were to falter. It would provide them with a legitimate means of subsistence. Approximately 1,500 yuan, Su Jingyan replied. I will deliver the funds tomorrow, Li Ji said, lowering his voice. Shanghai may soon fall. Ensure that your men remain discreet. Anyone who dares to reveal their identity will face severe consequences. Yes, Captain, rest assured. The brothers are well aware of the gravity of the situation and will not speak carelessly, Su Jingyan assured him. Have your subordinates Zhang Xiaonyou and Jia Dazhuang come over. I have matters to discuss with them, Li Ji instructed. Understood. Su Jingyan hurriedly turned to summon the two subordinates. Zhang Xiaonyou, a robust figure with immense strength, was straightforward and had previously trained in martial arts under a local master, making him an adept operative. Jia Dazhuang, though small of stature, possessed a sharp intellect. He earned his name for his emaciated frame from his childhood as a cowherd for a landlord. Li Ji cast a glance at the two of them and said, You two are to make a trip to Jinling. Follow the address provided, and keep a close watch on this grocery store. Should a young and beautiful woman appear there, you must meticulously document her every movement and the individual she encounters. After speaking, he handed Jia Dazhuang 200 legal currency as operational funds, with a note detailing the grocery store's exact location. Remember, prioritize your safety above all. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Understood, Jia Dazhuang replied, eager to inquire, Captain, how should we contact you in case of an emergency? In urgent matters, go directly to the military intelligence office and find Mao Chiwu. He will send a message to me via the headquarters radio. Li Ji wished he could provide them with a means of communication. But the ongoing conflict in the Songhu area had severed the telephone lines between Shanghai and Jinling, and he had no radio at his disposal. Yes, Jia Dazhuang said, his eyes darting with curiosity. Captain, what does the young woman you want us to monitor look like, and what is her identity? Li Ji thought to himself that Jia Dazhuang was quite astute, indeed suited for the role of an agent. He proceeded to give a general description of Liao Yak. I must inform you both that she is a Japanese spy, and a particularly formidable one at that, quick-witted and ruthless. Exercise extreme caution while tailing her. Should you inadvertently draw her attention, you know how to handle the situation. Li Ji then reiterated some additional details, stating, as long as you both return safely, each of you will be rewarded with 100 silver dollars. At this, Jia Dazhuang and Zhang Xiaonyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. 100 silver dollars would be sufficient for them to acquire several acres of farmland back home or purchase 2 oxen for plowing. Chapter 40. The assignment of an assassination mission. Liao Yaquan would not report to the military intelligence headquarters unless absolutely necessary. He dispatched individuals to monitor the grocery store, intending to employ a long-term strategy to ensnare a larger target, planning to apprehend the intelligence network Liao Yaquan had developed in Jinling at the opportune moment. After departing from the first team's base, he visited the second operational team. Upon arrival, Ma Peng eagerly approached him with a smile, saying, Captain, I have a matter to report to you. Speak, Li Ji replied, aware that Ma Peng, a resourceful individual from humble beginnings, possessed a clever mind and was a reliable subordinate deserving of support. It is this: I know the owner of a dance hall, who is also a member of the Green Gang, affiliated with Master Chong Lu's dock. Recently, his establishment has been struggling, burdened by gambling debts and high-interest loans from underground moneylenders. He wishes to sell the dance hall to repay his debts. Ma Peng aspired to acquire the dance hall, believing it would provide a legitimate source of income for his comrades, if not a means to support their families. At least a way to secure their daily meals. How much do you need? Li Ji inquired directly. 7,000 silver dollars, Ma Peng cautiously replied. Li Ji raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the audacity of the request. Given the current economic situation in Shanghai, a family of 3 would only spend around 5 silver dollars a month. He contemplated the matter, realizing that even if he were to exhaust all his funds, he would fall short of the 7,000 silver dollars required. Very well, Captain, Ma Peng acknowledged, understanding that 7,000 silver dollars was no trifling sum. He hurriedly assured, rest assured, I will manage the dance hall well and ensure that you do not incur losses. Li Ji nodded slightly, not doubting Ma Peng's capabilities, but rather lamenting his own lack of funds. As for seeking financial assistance from superiors, that was an unrealistic expectation. During this period, the Suzhou Detached Corps under military intelligence had suffered significant casualties, leading the commander to allocate most of the budget towards expanding the corps, tightening the belts of various intelligence stations and groups. Anyone who dared to ask for money from the commander at such a time would clearly lack a sense of priorities. After inquiring further about certain matters and instructing Ma Peng to ensure rigorous training for the second operational team, he rode his bicycle to Shefang to meet Wu Yuquan. His action team was intricately linked with the Beauty Serpent Intelligence Group, as the action team sought to establish a foothold for future deep infiltration. It was only reasonable for the Beauty Serpent Group to contribute some funds as well. Upon reaching Wu Yuquan's residence, he found her clad in an elegant long gown, her makeup meticulously done, draped in a snow-white fur coat, her figure enchanting and alluring. I was just about to send someone to contact you, and here you are, she said, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Li Ji bypassed her and seated himself on the sofa, stating, the action team requires financial support for deep infiltration. Even if I were to allocate all the rewards received from the upper echelons, it would still be insufficient. I hope that group leader Wu can lend some assistance. Funding? Wu Yuquan's eyes sparkled with amusement. This matter was easily resolved. The collaboration between Li Ji's action team and the Beauty Serpent Group warranted her contribution. I can personally offer 1,000 francs and additionally 1,000 francs from the Beauty Serpent Group's operating expenses. Would that suffice? She inquired with a charming smile. Not enough. Li Ji shook his head, offering a wry smile. The second action team intends to engage in some business, requiring a capital of $7,000. Such a significant amount. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. A mere small action team dares to undertake such a grand enterprise? If it weren't for the exorbitant sum required, I wouldn't have approached you. Li Ji sighed inwardly, realizing he must devise a solution for this predicament. I do have a way to earn some money. Wu Yuquan ventured to her bedroom and returned with a telegram for Li Ji. This telegram, just issued by headquarters, commands your action team to eliminate pro-Japanese elements in Shanghai, intimidating those with ulterior motives. The list comprises 5 individuals, 3 of whom are quite affluent. Li Ji glanced at the list and noted the formidable nature of these 5 individuals: gang leaders, wealthy merchants, and prominent public figures. They were not ordinary characters. Furrowing his brow, Li Ji contemplated the difficulty of the mission assigned by his superiors to eliminate the pro-Japanese figures on the list. Nonetheless, regardless of the challenges, he had to proceed. Without demonstrating sufficient value, how could he attract the attention of his superiors, and where would the funding come from? I will provide you with the background information on these 5 individuals. As for the course of action, it is entirely up to you. Wu Yuquan added, of course. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It was fortuitous that Wu Yuquan was willing to help. Li Ji accepted her goodwill, for she was renowned as a skilled operative within the military intelligence agency. Come back tomorrow at this time, and we shall devise a concrete plan of action. Wu Yuquan glanced at her watch, aware that she had important matters to attend to. All right, see you tomorrow. Li Ji noted her attire and recognized that she indeed had pressing engagements. Upon concluding their conversation, he struck a match and incinerated the telegram sent by headquarters before exiting the room. What a cautious individual, Wu Yuquan mused as she observed the ashes in the ashtray, casually pouring half a cup of tea into it. At the entrance of the Li family's alley, Li Ji returned on his bicycle, having purchased some daily necessities, and ascended the stairs. He encountered a couple, a man in a tailored suit and a woman adorned in an exquisite cheapao. Brother Jean, Sister Jean, Li Ji greeted them. Humph. The man in the suit, Brother Jean, huffed dismissively, ignoring Li Ji. However, Sister Jean, in her high heels, responded with a smile. Little Li, you're back. Li Ji nodded and passed by the couple. This pair often quarreled late into the night, disturbing the rest of the other tenants. Lu Jiahui and her journalist boyfriend had complained to their landlady countless times. Of course, Li Ji had little interest in the tenant squabbles. His mind was consumed by the mission assigned by his superiors and how to raise the necessary funds. As he reached his door and inserted his key, the neighboring door suddenly swung open, and Lu Jiahui peeked out. Mr. Li, do you have time tonight? Yes. Li Ji thought to himself that Ma Peng was planning to establish a dance hall, and this was an opportune moment to visit the Palais de Danse to familiarize himself with the operational rules of a dance hall, ensuring that the $7,000 wouldn't go to waste. Will you come to the Palais de Danse to meet me tonight? Lu Jiahui thought to herself with delight, contemplating that she must adorn herself exquisitely this evening in hopes of winning over Li Ji, ultimately securing a marriage to escape the incessant harassment from ruffians. Very well. Li Ji nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room, he shut the door behind him and reclined on the bed for a brief respite. As evening approached, he checked the mailbox once more. All was in order. Around midnight, Li Ji donned a pristine Zhongshan suit, his polished leather shoes gleaming brilliantly. His meticulously styled hair complemented his tall stature and handsome features, exuding a hint of the suave charm reminiscent of Shanghai's elite. Emerging from the alley, he hailed a rickshaw, directing it towards the Palais de Danse on Yuyuan Road, Shanghai. During the Republican era, the Palais de Danse stood as a hallmark of opulence in the French concession. Regardless of whether they were merchants traversing the land or military and political dignitaries from various regions, anyone visiting the Bund in Shanghai deemed it essential to experience the grandeur of the Palais de Danse. Since last year, the venue ceased selling admission tickets, opting instead for dance tickets, each booklet containing 5 tickets, priced at 1 yuan in French currency. Chapter 41. The Palais de Danse. Chin Monli at the entrance of the Palais de Danse, a rickshaw driver had just arrived when a group of children, no older than 10, rushed over, eagerly peddling dance tickets. Uncle, would you like a dance ticket? 5 tickets for a yuan. Li Ji extracted a yuan from his pocket and exchanged it for a booklet of tickets. He glanced around the entrance of the Palais. The streets were lined with a seemingly endless parade of automobiles. The phrase "the scent of wine and meat wafts from the opulent gates," while the streets are littered with frozen bones, aptly describes the state of the Bund at that moment. Due to the ravages of war, hundreds of thousands of citizens in the Chinese community were rendered homeless, languishing on the streets, with daily deaths resulting from hunger and cold. Yet, at the entrance of the Palais de Danse, vibrant lights and neon signs illuminated the scene, a stark contrast to the despair outside. He could not help but feel a fleeting sense of melancholy. After all, he was merely a junior officer in military intelligence, incapable of rescuing the impoverished souls of his time. Upon entering the palais, a kaleidoscope of lights dazzled him. Men and women in the dance floor swayed to the rhythms of the ballroom, fully embodying the essence of social dancing. According to the palais regulations, a single dance ticket could procure a dance with a lady, lasting approximately 5 to 6 minutes. Li Ji approached the beverage counter with his tickets, ordered a booth, and poured himself a bottle of whiskey, indulging in solitary libations. "Sir, would you care to dance?" A flamboyant dancer approached him, her allure hard to resist. "Would you like to have a dance?" Yet another dancer joined the fray. It must be said that the quality of the dancers at the palais surpassed that of other establishments on the Bund. They were all youthful and charming, adorned in elegant kipayos and high heels, with exquisite makeup. If it weren't for the beasts in tailored suits on the dance floor, he might have thought he had entered a realm of women only. He scanned the room, estimating that at least 1,000 patrons filled the hall, with 300 to 500 dancers alone, not counting the socialites who delighted in dancing. Before long, a leading dancer ascended the central stage, standing before a three-dimensional microphone, and began to sing a song that had taken the Bund by storm. As Li Ji sipped his drink, he admired the grace of this star dancer. In his discerning eyes, she possessed considerable beauty. Although her figure did not boast the enchanting allure of Wu Yuquan, she was tall and graceful, her fair face slightly round, exuding an exceptional aura that captivated those around her. "Her name is Chen Manli. Do you like her?" A melodious female voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to look, he found himself face to face with Lu Jiahui. Dressed in a cheap how, she took a seat opposite him. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Didn't you come over on your own?" Li Ji replied with a nonchalant smile. Lu Jiahui's gaze fell upon the whiskey in front of him, contemplating that he was indeed a man of means, for such liquor was beyond the reach of the ordinary. "Please wait a moment. I will inform the manager that I am leaving for the evening." As a popular dancer at the Palais, Lu Jiahui enjoyed a flexible schedule. Unlike ordinary dancers who were required to fulfill a minimum number of dances each night before they could leave, Lu Jiahui promptly rose to speak with the manager. She accompanied guests in dancing 20 dances tonight, earning herself 3 4/10 of a legal currency. Among them, 2 patrons generously tipped her 20 units of currency each, which meant that her earnings for the evening equaled the monthly wage of a rickshaw puller on the streets. In truth, she could have danced longer. But with Li Ji's arrival, she felt compelled to refrain from entertaining the other guests any further. Lu Jiahui returned to her booth and smiled. "Would you like me to dance a number with you?" "Sure," Li Ji replied, holding 5 dance tickets. It would be a shame not to use them. He took Lu Jiahui's hand and led her to the dance floor, where, like most patrons in the ballroom, they swayed their bodies, releasing pent-up negative emotions. They danced 5 numbers together, expending all 5 dance tickets before finally stepping out of the ballroom. While dancing, he inquired about the operations of the ballroom and the general state of the dance halls on the Bund. Through this conversation, he learned that there were as many as 700 or 800 dance halls in the area, with larger establishments like the Belle Epoque, the Metropolis, and the Xianlin raking in substantial profits, while smaller venues struggled to cover their rent. As they approached the entrance of the Belle Epoque, preparing to hail a rickshaw to leave, 2 thugs emerged from behind a car, wearing lewd smiles. "Little beauty, let us see where you think you're running off to today." The leader, a bald youth clad in a cloth jacket, leered at Lu Jiahui with an unsettling gaze, as if he wished to devour her. Lu Jiahui felt a surge of anger and looked at Li Ji with a pleading expression. Li Ji was not surprised. When Lu Jiahui had asked him to escort her home, he had suspected she might be encountering trouble and needed someone to shield her. "Qiansu, don't go too far." Lu Jiahui's voice carried a hint of ire. This man had been a former patron of hers who, after falling on hard times, had become an incessant nuisance. "Too far?" Qiansu sneered. "I've spent over $30 on you, so isn't it only right that you entertain me a bit?" With that, Qiansu and his companion moved forward menacingly. Li Ji thought to himself, "Are these 2 blind? Can't they see me standing right here?" "Oh." They brought along a pretty boy. Qiansu patted his chest, boasting, "Listen up, kid. I'm a brother of Wu Sigi from the Qing gang. You might ask around in the French concession. Even Boss Huang and Boss do have to give my big brother face. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" "Wu Sigi." Li Ji pondered for a moment, struggling to recall such a figure on the Bund. Lu Jiahui quietly mentioned that his big brother was Wu Sibao, the godson of the Qing gang S.G. Laoi. Upon hearing the name Wu Sibao, Li Ji suddenly remembered a notorious traitor from the Republic era, known as Wu Sibao. "You call yourself Qiansu? Your big brother is Wu Sibao?" Li Ji asked with a serious demeanor. "Listen carefully, my name is Qian Defeng," Qiansu retorted, clearly irritated by the moniker. "Qian Defeng, duly noted." Li Ji nodded with a smile, but the next moment, a shadow crossed his face. Qian Defeng was reveling in his perceived superiority, believing that the name of Wu Sibao would intimidate the dandy before him. Suddenly, a massive fist struck his eye, followed by a blow to his abdomen that elicited a howl of pain. While Li Ji might not possess the skills of a high-ranking agent from the military intelligence department, he had no trouble subduing two mere ruffians. A minute later, he stood with his left foot on Qian Defeng's head and his right on the fingers of his companion, declaring, "My elder brother serves as a patrol chief in the law enforcement office. You two should be cautious from now on. If I see you again, I shall send you to a foreign prison to endure hard labor." With this ominous warning, he departed the Palais de Danse with Lu Jiahui. As they boarded a rickshaw, he felt a twinge of regret for involving himself in Lu Jiahui's affairs. Although these two gangsters were insignificant, Wu Sibao and Ji Yunqing were formidable figures, and it hardly seemed worth the trouble to antagonize them. After all, as an agent of military intelligence, entangling himself with such ruffians risked exposing his identity. Upon returning to the alley by the Li family residence, Lu Jiahui alighted from the rickshaw and expressed her gratitude to Li Ji. Had it not been for him, she would undoubtedly have had to deal with the local boss at the Palais de Danse. Li Ji felt somewhat exasperated, thinking that he had intervened enough for one night, and resolved not to involve himself again in such trivial matters. 2 bowls of wonton, he called out to Zhang Kezi at the alley's entrance. Right away, Zhang Kezi replied, glancing at Li Ji and Lu Jiahui with a shake of his head, pondering how Li Ji was quite the charmer, getting entangled with Lu Jiahui. Having run a wonton stall for several years, he had heard many rumors about her, and he held no fondness for the woman. Li Ji and Lu Jiahui seated themselves at the stall. "Mr. Li, what family do you have?" Lu Jiahui increasingly found herself pleased with Li Ji, handsome, with a bit of wealth, and possessing some skills. Marrying such a man would be a worthy prospect. "My parents have passed, and I have an elder brother and a younger sister," Li Ji replied, truthfully stating that his parents had died a few years ago, and his elder brother had taken over the family business, while his younger sister was merely 17. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiahui felt even more satisfied. If she married Li Ji, she would not have to serve in-laws. "Where is your hometown?" "Shuzhou." "What business does your family engage in?" "My brother runs several shops as a means of livelihood." These words were entirely fabricated. His hometown was not Shuzhou, but Hangzhou, and his brother did not operate a few shops, but rather a dozen or more. Though they could not be termed wealthy merchants, they were certainly well-to-do. Chapter 42. Sanctioning pro-Japanese elements. Lu Jiahui began to recount her family background, a tale both cliché and commonplace. Her family once hailed from a scholarly lineage. Her father had served as a regiment commander in the warlord era under the Beiyang government and perished during the Zhilianhui War, leading to the family's decline. Following her mother to Shanghai, she attended school, and after her mother's passing, she chose to become a dancer to make a living. Li Ji inwardly scoffed. This woman was clearly indulging in her own fantasies by discussing such matters with him. Moments later, Zhang the Lame brought 2 steaming bowls of wontons to their table, saying, "Please enjoy." They both savored the wontons, and Lu Jiahui voluntarily paid for the meal before they returned to their rented accommodation together. Zhang the Lame watched their retreating figures with a sense of regret, pondering how the world had fallen into decline, and how Mr. Li was such a good man, young, handsome, and courteous, yet he had chosen to associate with her. Zhang resolved to remind Mr. Li on another occasion to prevent him from falling into Lu Jiahui's trap. Upon returning to their lodgings, they exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective rooms for the night. The next day, Li Ji ventured out to have breakfast at the alleyway, rode his bicycle to check the dead letter box, and then proceeded to the headquarters of the First Action Team, where he handed Su Jingyan 2,000 yuan in legal tender for operations at the pancake shop and restaurant. He then went to the base of the Second Action Team, where he sparred with the operatives for several hours, engaging in the life of a secret agent, where violence was commonplace. His agile and formidable skills heightened his chances of survival in this perilous profession. In the afternoon, he cycled to the residence of Wu Yukuan at Shifang. Wu Yukuan presented him with the compiled information on pro-Japanese elements. This included detailed profiles of 2 pro-Japanese figures, while data on 3 others was still being gathered. "I suggest the action team target these 2 first. One is a businessman, the other a fallen celebrity, both lacking stringent security measures. If the plan is executed properly, it could be a swift success. Among them, the businessman Huang Shirun is scheduled to attend a soiree at He Mansion tomorrow night, presenting the perfect opportunity for our operation." Lazily reclining on the sofa, Wu Yukuan handed the collected information to Li Ji. "Huang Shirun and Fan Nanjie," he stated. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Li Ji's mouth. "If I recall correctly, about half a month ago, Huang Shirun openly called for a ceasefire in the concession newspapers, claiming that the Japanese were here to promote the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. Indeed, those were his words." Wu Yukuan confirmed. "Very well, let him be our first target." After reviewing Huang Shirun's background information, Li Ji remarked, "This man is accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Conventional assassination methods would be unfeasible." "What do you mean?" Wu Yukuan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "A grenade could resolve the matter much more efficiently. I wouldn't waste time and effort devising a plan to assassinate a traitor. Wouldn't the commotion be a bit too loud? What if the higher-ups hold us accountable?" Wu Yukuan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. "The higher-ups won't concern themselves with such trivialities, they only seek results. Li Ji pondered that at such a critical juncture in the war, the higher-ups likely had little interest in the demise of a mere minor pro-Japanese faction member. You are the action team leader. I shall follow your lead, Wu Yukuin replied with a slight nod. Li Ji perused the information on another pro-Japanese member and scoffed. Fan Nanjia has been in seclusion for so many years after losing power, yet he still harbors treacherous intentions, attempting to leverage the influence of the Japanese for a comeback. In these tumultuous times, many like Fan Nanjia seek to exploit the Japanese to reclaim their former status. Wu Yukuin remarked. This individual seldom ventures outside. To eliminate him, we have two options, either to bribe his family's maid or to send someone to infiltrate his apartment, Li Ji suggested. I believe bribing the maid is the safer route. This is a concession area, and the patrol officers have keen senses, and infiltration might stir unnecessary complications. Wu Yukuin replied calmly. Li Ji remained silent, weighing the pros and cons of the two strategies. Bribing the maid was a double-edged sword. Should she betray Fan Nanjia, the old man would be on guard, and any subsequent assassination attempt would undoubtedly carry the risk of failure. Tomorrow, we shall first eliminate Huang Shiran, Li Ji resolved. Planning to deliberate on the assassination of Fan Nanjia afterward. I'll accompany you tomorrow, Wu Yukuin stated, her curiosity piqued, eager to witness Li Ji's grenade operation firsthand. We shall meet at the entrance of Huang's mansion, Li Ji concluded, rising to depart. Instead of heading straight home, he visited the site where he had concealed the grenades, retrieving 3 of them before heading to the first action team to hand them over to a team member named Xiang Gao, a former shepherd known for his exceptional accuracy with grenades, who had successfully killed several Japanese soldiers during an operation at Huishan Dock. The following day, the temperature dropped sharply. Pedestrians donned coats, and fashionable ladies wrapped themselves in mink. Li Ji, wearing a hat and a black trench coat, arrived at the first action team, bringing Xiang Gao along for the mission. The two men approached the vicinity of Huang's mansion, surveying the terrain while monitoring the comings and goings of its occupants. Captain, do you recognize the target? Xiang Gao inquired, scratching his head. When the target appears, I will inform you, Li Ji assured, confident he would not misidentify Huang Shiran after having seen his photograph. Understood, Xiang Gao nodded in response. The pair meandered around the vicinity of Huang's mansion for several hours. After lunch, they positioned themselves at the mansion's entrance, waiting for Huang Shiran to emerge. At that moment, a sleek black car sped towards them, halting before Li Ji. Wu Yukuin stepped out, clad in a brown trench coat and wearing a matching hat, her long, graceful legs striding confidently toward them. I knew you would bring him along for the mission, Wu Yukuin remarked, casting a knowing glance at Xiang Gao, who was well aware of her familiarity with his precision in throwing grenades. Greetings, Officer Wu, Xiang Gao greeted bashfully, awestruck by Wu Yukuin's beauty, perceiving her as a celestial being descended from a painting. Chapter 43. Diverting the calamity, Li Ji cast a glance at her and said, You have arrived just in time. Keep an eye on Huang Shiran. If you see him leave, instruct Xiang Gao to throw a grenade. With that, he promptly climbed into Wu Yukuin's small car, lit a cigarette, and exhaled clouds of smoke. He felt no pressure regarding this operation. The moment Huang Shiran stepped outside, his demise was assured. You certainly know how to delegate, Wu Yukuin thought, observing Li Ji smoking in the car. She had come to witness the operation, but instead found herself being directed by Li Ji. After a brief interval, a black sedan halted at the entrance of the Huang residence. A moment later, several men emerged from the grand gates, the foremost of whom donned a tailcoat, making him quite conspicuous. That's him, Wu Yukuin's beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly remarked. Xiang Gao, the man in the tailcoat is Huang Shiran. Understood, Xiang Gao replied, retrieving a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin, and after a few seconds of anticipation, he swung his arm and hurled the smoking grenade. It arced through the air, landing beside the car at the Huang residence with a deafening explosion, followed by screams. Huang Shiran and his 2 bodyguards, who were about to enter the vehicle, were instantly incapacitated, their fates uncertain. Xiang Gao then pulled the pin on another grenade and threw it with precision, striking right next to Huang Shiran. The explosion obliterated his arm and head. Get in the car, Wu Yukuin shouted, witnessing Huang Shiran reduced to a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. She hurriedly beckoned Xiang Gao to enter the vehicle. Quickly, she took the driver's seat and started the engine, accelerating away. Huang Shiran is dead. His family's wealth will now be ownerless, Li Ji remarked from the back seat, a glimmer of intent in his eyes. What do you plan to do? Wu Yukuin inquired as she drove. A knowing smile crept across Li Ji's lips. He harbored an immature idea that required Wu Yukuin's collaboration. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the first team's base. Li Ji produced 100 yuan and handed it to Xiang Gao. This is the reward for this operation. Upon returning, do not mention it to anyone. If your team leader asks, simply say I took you for some laborious work. Should I hear even a whisper about this operation, I will personally ensure your demise. Understood, Xiang Gao assured, accepting the money. Captain, rest assured, I understand the importance of confidentiality and will not reveal a word. Excellent. Li Ji patted Xiong Gao on the shoulder in encouragement. You may exit now. Xiong Gao opened the car door. Though somewhat simple-minded, he was no fool. The solemnity with which his captain had urged him indicated the gravity of the matter, compelling him to adhere strictly to the confidentiality protocols. He could not disclose a single word to anyone. Wu Yuquan said nothing, deeply appreciating Li Ji's adeptness in managing his subordinates. He offered a sweet reward and then a stern warning, deftly grasping their hearts. She drove the car to a secluded street in the French concession and said, Now we can speak. What are your thoughts? Huang Shiren has passed away, leaving the Huang mansion devoid of its guiding spirit, inevitably plunging it into chaos. We can seize this opportunity to reap the benefits, Li Ji remarked. Are you suggesting we take advantage of the situation? Wu Yuquan's delicate brows knitted in concern. We could dispatch our subordinates to masquerade as patrol officers of the French concession, entering the Huang mansion under the pretense of a search, and seize Huang Shiren's ill-gotten wealth. A cold glint flickered in Li Ji's eyes. The assets of pro-Japanese elements are ripe for the taking. This endeavor carries considerable risk if the Huang family alerts the authorities. Invoking the patrolmen of the French concession, how shall we manage the aftermath? A hint of hesitation crossed Wu Yuquan's beautiful gaze. We will sever the telephone lines to the Huang mansion beforehand, leaving the family without the means to call for help. Li Ji was reluctant to engage in such a perilous task, yet his two action teams required funds for their clandestine operations, leaving him with little choice but to embrace some risk. Huang Shiren, being a pro-Japanese figure, would likely lead the concession authorities to suspect our involvement. If we further impersonate patrol officers and raid his residence, might the authorities not retaliate against us? Wu Yuquan considered the situation thoroughly. This is the French concession, and everything must adhere to its regulations. They will not take action, Li Ji asserted with conviction. The current state of Shanghai is chaotic, with countless refugees flooding into the French concession seeking refuge. Looting, arson, burglary, kidnapping. The law and order has collapsed. Even if the authorities suspect us of killing Huang Shiren, they will turn a blind eye. When do you intend to act? Wu Yuquan, sensing Li Ji's resoluteness, recognized he had made up his mind to proceed with the plan. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, we shall act tonight. Li Ji was always decisive in his affairs. Having resolved to act, he would not hesitate. With the time so pressing, where shall we procure the patrol uniforms? Wu Yuquan inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. The second action team possesses 6 sets of patrol uniforms. A few days prior, Li Ji had instructed Ma Peng to acquire a batch of uniforms for future missions, never anticipating their swift necessity. What do you need me to do? Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. As Li Ji's team prepared to engage in this Robin Hood-like endeavor, her involvement could yield her a share of the spoils. Please arrange for 2 vehicles, a truck and a small car, Li Ji instructed. No problem, Wu Yuquan readily agreed. Such a trivial task was effortless for her. This matter must remain confidential. I do not wish for our superiors to be informed. Li Ji was well aware of the military intelligence protocols, as typically, a significant portion of such gray income is surrendered to higher-ups. However, he intended to keep this from their knowledge, and would not relinquish the lioness share. Wu Yuquan's enchanting visage briefly assumed a serious expression. The headquarters in Shanghai has several direct intelligence teams, and the Shanghai station's informants are pervasive throughout the French concession. It will not be easy to obfuscate our actions from their watchful eyes. Only you and the Siren team are aware of this. I will strictly regulate the action team to ensure not a whisper escapes. Additionally, I will devise a method to divert suspicion, placing the blame for impersonating patrol officers and pillaging the Huang family's assets onto certain members of the Green Gang. Li Ji had already devised a concrete plan. With meticulous preparation, he could not only amass a considerable fortune, but also effortlessly resolve a minor inconvenience. Since you have made up your mind, proceed as you suggested. However, it must be established beforehand that the contribution to the Siren Group cannot be overlooked. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Wu Yuquan's enchanting eyes. Naturally, every participant shall receive their share. Li Ji was not one to be swayed solely by the allure of wealth. He and Wu Yuquan were now bound together, sharing both honor and misfortune. And it would be unwise to let a trivial sum create discord between them. Chapter 44. Dividing the spoils together, he instructed Wu Yuquan to drive the vehicle to the base of the second action team. Upon arrival, he gestured for Ma Peng to come over. Captain, has there been any progress regarding the funding? Ma Peng inquired, his face alight with joy. Assuming Li Ji had come to deliver good news about the finances, the matter of the funding will be settled tonight. But before that, you must select 5 trustworthy brothers. Don the uniforms of the French concession constables, and arm yourselves with rifles for a covert mission tonight, Li Ji commanded. What covert mission? Ma Peng hastily asked. That is not your concern, Li Ji replied, his expression turning stern. Understood, Ma Peng said, feeling a chill run down his spine. Despite the captain's youth and amiable demeanor, he had witnessed the captain's ferocity on the battlefield when dealing with the enemy. Just the thought of it sent shivers through him. I will return later tonight. And then you shall know what the secret mission entails, Li Ji stated, leaving those words hanging in the air as he strode away. Take care, Captain, Ma Peng called after him, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The captain's mysterious behavior led him to wonder if they were about to undertake a highly classified operation. After exiting the base, Li Ji and Wu Yukuan found a restaurant to dine in. Following their meal, Wu Yukuan made a call, instructing the liaison of the Siren Squad to prepare a truck and a car. Once everything was set, later that evening, around midnight, Ma Peng, along with 5 team members, donned the uniforms of the French concession constables, each carrying a rifle. Li Ji himself drove a large truck to the 2nd Action Team's base to pick them up, heading towards the Huang mansion. During the ride, he disclosed the details of the operation. Chief, consider this to be a trivial matter. I will ensure it is handled flawlessly. Ma Peng reassured himself, feeling relieved. He had initially thought the captain's caution indicated a significant task, but it turned out they were merely impersonating constables to redistribute wealth. A task he excelled at. Before we commence, sever the telephone lines. I will keep watch at the front door, Li Ji instructed. Understood, Ma Peng replied resolutely. At the Huang mansion, a white banner hung at the entrance, the interior ablaze with light, and faint sounds of weeping could be heard. A large truck covered with a tarpaulin came to a halt at the mansion's entrance. 6 men clad in the uniforms of the French concession constables jumped down from the back of the truck. Ma Peng surveyed the surroundings and dispatched 2 brothers to cut the telephone lines. Once completed, he led his men to the front of the Huang mansion and boldly knocked on the door. The door was answered by a servant who, upon seeing the constables, asked, "Did you not come here during the day?" "By orders from above, we are here to apprehend subversives," Ma Peng declared, gesturing for one of the constables to aim his rifle at the servant's head. The servant quickly raised his hands, fully aware that in these times, a man with a gun was akin to a king. Ma Peng and his men entered the grand hall of the mansion, where they found the coffin of Huang Shirin and the spirit tablet, surrounded by grieving family members. "Who permitted you to enter?" A man dressed in white mourning attire demanded. Ma Peng delivered a resounding slap to the man, leaving him disoriented. "Listen well, all of you. I have received orders to search for the saboteurs at the Huang mansion. Anyone who dares to resist will face immediate retribution," Ma Peng declared menacingly. The women and children of the Huang family were instantly rendered mute with fear. The assaulted man, clutching his stinging face, retorted angrily, "I am close friends with Detective Wang from the police station. How dare you strike me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Peng unleashed a flurry of punches, causing the man to wail in despair. After administering the beating, Ma Peng left 2 individuals to watch over the women and children of the Huang family, while he personally led 2 others upstairs to conduct a search. A few minutes later, Ma Peng and his subordinates were seen hauling box after box of jewelry and silver dollars out of the Huang mansion. Witnessing this scene, the entire Huang family erupted into frantic cries. This was not a police operation. It was a blatant act of robbery. The beaten man nearly fainted from rage. For this was the inheritance left by his father, brazenly taken from him. Was there any justice in this? 20 minutes later, Ma Peng and his subordinates withdrew from the Huang mansion, having confiscated 4 boxes of valuables, including jewelry, gold coins, and antique paintings, all loaded onto a truck. Upon completion of the task, Li Ji and his men departed. He drove the large truck at breakneck speed to a warehouse by the riverside in the French concession. After exiting the vehicle, he instructed his men to shut the warehouse doors and unload the 4 boxes of goods they had seized from the Huang mansion. "Congratulations, Captain Li, on your newfound wealth," Wu Yukuan smiled as she emerged from the warehouse. Although she did not directly participate in the operation that night, she had orchestrated the logistics, including the transportation and escape routes for Li Ji and the others. Certainly, she would not be excluded from the spoils. "This is hardly wealth, it is merely ill-gotten gains," Li Ji remarked, yet his hands worked swiftly as he opened all 4 boxes, revealing necklaces, jewelry, silver dollars, French currency, American dollars, and even 2 or 3 large yellow fish. He instructed his men to tally the French currency, silver dollars, and gold, which amounted to over 30,000 in cash. The value of the jewelry and antiques remained indeterminate for the time being. He promptly allocated this ill-gotten wealth, with Ma Peng receiving 500 silver dollars for his leadership, and each operative receiving 200 silver dollars, totaling 1,500 silver dollars. This was their personal reward, while those who had not participated in the operation were each given 20 silver dollars as an incentive. Furthermore, Ma Peng's 2nd Action Team was allocated 10,000 silver dollars for their activities in the French concession. The distribution of the remaining funds would be left to others. "Thank you, Captain," Ma Peng thought to himself, elated at having engaged in a risk-free venture, profiting 500 silver dollars. With his brothers, each benefiting 200 silver dollars as well. Moreover, the captain had granted him 10,000 silver dollars for operational expenses, which meant he could invest in a dance hall, providing his 2nd Action Team with a livelihood. "This is what you all deserve," Li Ji coldly remarked. "This matter is of utmost importance. The superiors have repeatedly instructed that not a whisper of this should be leaked. Otherwise, we shall face severe consequences. Yes. You can rest assured, Captain. I shall ensure that my subordinates keep their mouths shut. Whoever dares to speak out of turn shall face my wrath, Ma Peng replied, a flash of ferocity gleaming in his eyes. Li Ji lowered his voice. The brothers may find it hard to restrain themselves with this sum of money, and might act out of line. Keep a close watch on them to prevent any trouble. Indeed, I will keep a vigilant eye on them during this period and ensure they do not stray. Ma Peng responded promptly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Very well. Gather your men and change your attire. Li Ji gestured for them to leave. He then proceeded to discuss the division of the spoils with Wu Yuquan. Is it unreasonable for me to take $10,000? Wu Yuquan chuckled. Chapter 45. The Japanese army lands at Hangzhou Bay. It was certainly not excessive for Li Ji to think that wealth was merely an external possession. Moreover, he would undoubtedly have ample opportunities to utilize Wu Yuquan in the future. Thus, presenting her with 10,000 taels was but a trivial matter. After the division of spoils, approximately over 10,000 taels remained, along with a collection of jewelry, precious artifacts, and ancient paintings, all of which were entrusted to Li Ji. Wu Yuquan had connections in the black market and promised to assist in selling the treasures Li Ji possessed. If fortune favored them, they could potentially exchange these items for tens of thousands of taels. With such a sum at his disposal, Li Ji would not need to fret over the operational expenses of the action team, even if funding from above did not materialize. This ill-gotten wealth would allow the team to remain deeply entrenched in Shanghai. Subsequently, the two engaged in further discussions regarding the assassination plan targeting Fan Nanjie. Before dawn, Li Ji returned to Li Family Lane in the French concession, carrying the gold bars and U.S. dollars acquired from their spoils. He concealed the gold and currency in a compartment beneath his bed, intending to open a private account at HSBC the following day to exchange all the money for taels, thus securing funds for unforeseen circumstances. The next morning, Li Ji checked 2 dead letter boxes, finding everything in order. He casually purchased a newspaper, which featured a prominent headline. Huang Shuren, a wealthy merchant in Shanghai, was allegedly murdered in the street by anti-Japanese activists, and his wealth was suspected to have been stolen by them. Li Ji felt a surge of annoyance. How could that unscrupulous journalist report such a thing? If this news reached Boss Dai, and he pursued the matter, Li Ji would be held accountable, for concealing such information was a grave transgression. After some contemplation, he realized he needed a scapegoat. Qian Defeng from the Green Gang would serve perfectly. He had a minor grievance with him, and one could never tell when he might create trouble. He arrived at the second action team's headquarters and summoned Ma Peng. Recalling that Ma had a good rapport with Detective Liu from the French concession police. Invite Detective Liu for a meal, and perhaps bring him a gift while you're at it. To solicit his assistance with a particular matter, Li Ji instructed. What is it you need, Captain? Ma Peng inquired. There is a nefarious character named Qian Defeng in the Green Gang. He is a petty thief and not a man of good character. Have Detective Liu devise a way to get Qian Defeng locked up for a few years, Li Ji commanded. Detective Liu is rather avaricious. You must offer him some incentive to get the job done. Ma Peng mused that for such a task, he would need to provide Liu with at least a couple of $100 in French currency. Do not hesitate to spend money, Li Ji remarked. For greed can be advantageous in such matters. Understood. I shall seek him out shortly, Ma Peng replied. If Detective Liu is uncertain about how to frame charges against Qian Defeng, present him with this newspaper. He will surely comprehend its implications. Li Ji handed the newspaper to Ma Peng, which detailed the murder of Huang Shuren in the street. Captain, do you think Liu will grow suspicious? Ma Peng asked, furrowing his brow. He will undoubtedly harbor suspicions. If he inquires about whom you are working for, simply say it is a task commissioned by a wealthy merchant, the specific name being inconvenient to disclose. Li Ji continued. The Liu surname is the chief of police in the French concession. He will be of great assistance to us in the future. Maintain frequent communication with him, share a few drinks, and offer small gifts. Yes, I understand. Ma Peng replied earnestly. To facilitate our operations in the French concession, rent a few dilapidated houses. If any of our brothers encounter trouble, they will have a place to hide. After issuing a few more instructions, Li Ji inquired about the dance hall. I have arranged a meeting with the owner, tonight. We will exchange payment while signing the contract. In his earlier days as a small-time thug in the Qin Gang, Ma Peng harbored a grand ambition to one day own a dance hall, surrounded by dozens of dancers, smoking cigars while counting money. Once our brothers are at the dance hall, remind them to keep their mouths shut, know what to say and what not to say, Li Ji advised. Yes, I will remind them, Ma Peng affirmed. Hurry and finish your current tasks. There are assignments for your second team. Li Ji still had a few pro-Japanese elements to deal with, intending to assign these remaining individuals to 2 action teams for practical training, thus testing their recent preparations. Understood. Upon hearing there was a mission, Ma Peng felt invigorated. He was well aware that the tasks from above typically involved either assassinating the Japanese or eliminating traitors, work he wholeheartedly embraced. Subsequently, Li Ji visited the base of the first action team, detailing Fan Nanjie's background and assigning the assassination mission to Su Jingyan and the First Action Team. For the specific operational plans regarding Fan Nongjia's assassination, he and Wu Yuquan devised two strategies. The first involved an infiltration to eliminate the traitor, while the second entailed lying in wait at the entrance of Fan Nongjia's apartment once the old man emerged. They would deliver a barrage of bullets to send him on his way. Rest assured, Captain, within 3 days, I guarantee the old man will meet his end, Su Jingyan confidently assured. Exercise caution during the operation. The old man has 2 bodyguards who are quite skilled with firearms, Li Ji cautioned. Understood. Su Jingyan nodded. The assassination of a treacherous lackey was a dream come true for him. Li Ji handed him 2,000 francs, instructing him to rent a few secluded houses in the Chinese area as safe houses. Better to be prepared than caught unawares. On November 5th, Japanese forces landed at Jinshanwai in Hangzhou Bay. Historically, during the Ming Dynasty, coastal pirates had landed at Jinshanwai. Now, a century later, over 80 Japanese warships returned to invade Hangzhou Bay. Previously, when the Japanese landed at Jinshanwai, the National Revolutionary Army had only a single battalion stationed there. However, this time was different, as the National Revolutionary Army had deployed an entire division in Hangzhou Bay. As the Japanese began their landing, they faced fierce resistance from the National Revolutionary Army, suffering over 4,000 casualties before forcibly landing at Jinshanwai. In Jinling, at the Military Intelligence Bureau, Boss Dai received word that the Japanese had successfully landed at Jinshanwai, posing a direct threat to the flank of Shanghai. His eyes widened in shock, akin to saucers, as he realized that the intelligence from the Siren Group was indeed accurate. The Japanese had truly landed at Hangzhou Bay's Jinshanwai. Regrettably, the command headquarters did not give adequate attention to the intelligence he submitted, dispatching merely a single division to garrison the Hangzhou Bay front. Had they deployed additional forces to defend Jinshanwai, the Japanese would undoubtedly have faced insurmountable challenges in their landing. Boss, it seems Shanghai may soon fall, Mao Qiwu remarked in a somber tone. According to reports from the aide-de-camp, the principal is awaiting the timely convening of the Nine-Power Treaty Conference, hoping that Western nations will intervene to thwart Japan's aggression. The foreigners are driven solely by self-interest. Expecting them to sanction Japan is utterly futile. A twinge of regret stirred within Boss Dai. Had he been more resolute at that moment and taken the intelligence concerning the beautiful snake directly to the principal, perhaps the Japanese would not have successfully landed at Jinshanwai. Although the situation is unfavorable for the National Revolutionary Army, it would not have deteriorated to such a precarious state. Boss, the fall of Shanghai is merely a matter of time. What about the Special Operations Team? Mao Qiwu cautiously inquired. In his pursuit of military authority, Boss Dai had invested heavily in establishing the Special Operations Team. After several months, the casualties had been substantial, with the combined strength of several battalions totaling less than 5,000 men. Send a telegram to the Special Operations Team, instructing them to prepare for withdrawal from the Shanghai Suzhou battlefield and retreat to the mountains to engage in guerrilla warfare. Boss Dai had long contemplated this strategy. Realizing he could not contend with the senior brothers from the Whampoa Military Academy, he preferred to emulate the tactics from Shanxi, allowing the troops to preserve their strength in the mountains. Indeed, Mao Qiwu continued, shouldn't the Shanghai station enter a period of concealment? Inform them to fully transition into the covert phase as per the previous plan, Boss Dai mused, relieved that he had made prior arrangements. Even if the Japanese occupied Shanghai, the station could continue gathering intelligence and rooting out traitors. Yes, Mao Qiwu responded with respect. Also, send a telegram to the Beautiful Snake Group, offering a special reward to the informant Ghost Fox for the intelligence on the subordinate, Weasel. Transfer 5,000 francs to him and ensure that Ghost Fox safeguards this line. It is a crucial trump card in our possession. Boss Dai held the intelligence value of Weasel in high regard, as acquiring military information about the Japanese landing at Hangzhou Bay was extraordinary. As long as he retained this trump card, a steady stream of military intelligence would be at his disposal. Understood, Mao Qiwu replied with deference. Chapter 46. Awareness in this line of work. Shanghai, French concession. Li Ji learned from the newspaper about the Japanese troops landing at Hangzhou Bay, nearly losing his composure. He had reported intelligence to headquarters several days in advance regarding the impending Japanese landing, believing the command would bolster military defenses in the area. To his dismay, the Japanese successfully landed. They were nothing short of foolish swine. Li Ji's expression darkened. The Japanese had successfully landed at Hangzhou Bay, posing a lateral threat to Shanghai, causing the nationalist forces to falter. The sole method to mitigate the losses was for the main forces to swiftly retreat from the Songhu area, preserving their strength to continue skirmishing with the Japanese. Otherwise, if the Japanese occupied Songjiang and Hangzhou, extricating the nationalist forces would come at a tremendous cost. He set the newspaper aside and took a deep breath. Were it not for his knowledge of the historical trajectory, he would have fled to Hong Kong without hesitation. After all, some decisions made by the highest command of the nationalist forces were utterly baffling. despite his intelligence reports, the Japanese still managed a successful landing at Hangzhou Bay, which was simply inconceivable. He adjusted his mindset and headed to Shifeng to find Wu Yuquan as the leader of the Siren Group. She maintained contact with headquarters and might possess more detailed intelligence regarding the situation. Upon arriving at Shifeng, he knocked on Wu Yuquan's door. "Come in." Wu Yuquan was dressed in a loose-fitting nightgown, her graceful figure partially concealed. Li Ji took a seat on the sofa as she personally prepared a cup of tea for him. The landing of Japanese troops at Hangzhou Bay had shaken the nationalist forces to their core. A retreat was merely a matter of time. Once the nationalist forces withdraw from the Shanghai area, the Japanese will occupy the Bund, and a storm of chaos is inevitable. Li Ji spoke, his voice laden with anxiety. A telegram arrived from headquarters, ordering the Siren Group and Action Team to enter a period of concealment, while the higher-ups specially rewarded your subordinate, Huang Shui, with 5,000 francs. Wu Yuquan's enchanting visage darkened with seriousness, her tone carrying a hint of chill. 5,000 francs. Li Ji scoffed internally. Such critical military intelligence was worth far more than that. Even 500,000 francs would be a paltry sum in comparison. I understand your frustration, but our responsibility lies in intelligence gathering. The decisions of our superiors are beyond our influence, Wu Yuquan acknowledged, aware of Li Ji's discontent. She too felt a surge of resentment, yet there was little they could do. As intelligence officers, their duty was to collect information, and they had no authority to question the higher-ups' decisions. I have news to share. Last night, the first action team infiltrated Fan Nanjia's apartment and eliminated the old man. Li Ji mentioned. He had not participated in the assassination of Fan Nanjia and only learned of it that morning. Oh, did the first action team suffer any casualties? Wu Yuquan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yes, one brother was struck down by the old man's bodyguard, dying on the spot, Li Ji replied, acknowledging the inevitability of such losses. Engaging in assassination missions naturally carried the risk of casualties. It was truly regrettable to lose their brothers in the effort to eradicate such scoundrels. Wu Yuquan let out a soft sigh. The brothers under Li Ji were all comrades who had retreated from the battlefield, not falling to the guns of the Japanese army, but rather succumbing to the treachery of traitors, which was truly lamentable. They, like you and I, have chosen this path, and sacrificing oneself for the nation is an inevitable fate. Li Ji was not devoid of compassion, rather, in the line of espionage, unless one possessed extraordinary luck, one would inevitably meet their end for the country, and he was no exception. This sentiment resonated deeply with Wu Yuquan. Ever since she joined the military intelligence department, many elite graduates from her class had already sacrificed their lives for the nation. She, too, might find herself in such a position one day. I have come today to collect information on the other 3 pro-Japanese individuals, Li Ji stated, returning to the main topic directly. Please wait a moment. Wu Yuquan retrieved the materials she had gathered and handed them to Li Ji. As he examined the documents, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. A university professor, brazenly flattering the Japanese, brings disgrace upon us, the children of Yin and Huang. Such individuals do not deserve to exist. And this person named Shen Huanzhang, a member of the public board, openly shouts the slogans of Greater East Asia co-prosperity. He is either a fool or a Japanese informant bought in advance. He set the documents down and spoke coldly. Within 3 days, send those 3 to hell to atone for their sins. Inform the brothers to be cautious. Shanghai is on the verge of falling into the hands of the Japanese army. I hope they preserve their valuable lives for future confrontations with the invaders. Wu Yuquan gently urged, please be careful. Understood. Li Ji cast her a glance and inquired, has your intelligence line uncovered any useful information? At his words, a serious expression crossed Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes, as she had an important matter to discuss with Li Ji. The Shanghai station has relayed a crucial piece of intelligence. An elite agent from the Japanese Foreign Ministry has arrived at the consulate in Shanghai. This individual deduced that the murderer of Tian Zhongchang is a Japanese man named Lu Chuan, and he has sketched a portrait of Lu based on the descriptions from the front desk staff of the Yamato Hotel. Oh, the murderer is not Morita Ichimura? A smirk of irony crossed Li Ji's lips. The Japanese are quite adept at stirring trouble. They have identified him even after his disguise. Yet so what? He not only used a false identity, but also altered his appearance. Even if they were to scour the Bund, they would not uncover his true identity. The consulate's senior secretary, Morita Ichimura, has already been secretly executed on charges of betraying the Japanese Empire. Wu Yuquan spoke softly. The Japanese are ruthless not only towards outsiders, but even more so to their own. Li Ji quipped, dismissing the matter from further discussion. Take care of yourself. Wu Yuquan, unaware of the underlying circumstances, assumed Li Ji was concerned about his likeness being sketched by the Japanese. Li Ji nodded and asked, have you read today's newspaper? The perpetrator who killed Huang Shirin and impersonated a constable to steal from the Huang family has been captured by the law enforcement. I have, Wu Yuquan replied, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I did not expect you to have planted someone within the French concessions constabulary. I certainly do not possess such capabilities. Li Ji has indeed placed an informant within the law enforcement agency, yet the individual he has positioned is merely a low-level operative, incapable of handling such a significant case. Naturally, he will not disclose to Wu Yuquan that this matter was orchestrated by him through Ma's bribery of Inspector Liu. Chapter 47. Miss Liu's reputation. Li Ji conversed with Wu Yuquan for a while before taking his leave. From Wu, he gleaned numerous secrets regarding the Military Intelligence Bureau and certain decisions made by the command headquarters. It must be said that the fragmented factions within the national government resembled a chaotic stew. Some advocated for a fierce resistance against the Japanese, while others urged for negotiations to preserve strength and utter tangle of conflicting views. However, such matters held little relevance for a mere junior agent like him. Upon exiting the Shifang, he made his way to the Xiaolong barber shop. Since the outbreak of war, a multitude of refugees had flooded into the French concession, resulting in a flourishing business for the barber shop. Arriving there, Li Ji found 4 or 5 people queuing in the small establishment, and he took a seat to wait his turn. Old Wang acknowledged his presence with a slight nod, uttering not a single extraneous word. After about an hour, Old Wang sent the customers away, hung out the closed sign, and called Li Ji into the back for a discussion. "Chief, there is progress regarding the report from the Joybird," Old Wang said, his expression tinged with a hint of delight as he hurriedly pushed aside the table and retrieved the radio set from the wall compartment. A flicker of joy crossed Li Ji's eyes. With this device, he could establish direct communication with the headquarters of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Yet, having never learned how to send messages, he would need to find a telegrapher skilled in the craft. "Old Wang, please convey my commendation to the Joybird and award her 500 francs, Li Ji stated. He had never been a miser. The value of the radio she procured far exceeded 500 francs. "I will convey your thanks to the Joybird on your behalf," Old Wang replied. "By the way, do you know how to send messages?" Li Ji inquired. Old Wang shook his head. Having joined the Military Intelligence Bureau early on, he had focused on assassination and surveillance and had never learned telegraphy, knowing nothing about sending messages. The Joybird is not only an intelligence officer, but also an elite telegrapher, Li Ji noted, pondering whether to return the radio to her, since he was incapable of sending messages, rendering the device useless in his possession. "Tell me about the Joybird's recent circumstances," he prompted. "Yamamoto Yuichiro has not provided much intelligence lately, only some personnel changes within the Japanese Navy Command." According to the Joybird, Yamamoto's demands have grown. He is requesting an additional 2,000 francs from us each month. Furthermore, to satisfy his personal desires, the Joybird has engaged a beautiful French dancer to accompany Yamamoto for a monthly fee of 1,000 francs, which she pays out of her own pocket. She harbors concerns that Yamamoto may one day betray us and is secretly in contact with a Japanese Navy intelligence officer of the rank of major. Due to the war, their communication has been infrequent, and progress has not been smooth. Old Wang reported on the Joybird's latest situation. Regarding her expenditure for the dancer, Li Ji refrained from expressing any opinions. To be candid, he could not bring himself to allow women from his own country to compromise their dignity for the sake of intelligence. "Please convey to Baok Xiniang that Yamamoto Yuichiro wishes for us to increase the payment. However, he must provide valuable intelligence in exchange. If he continues to offer only trivial information, there will be no additional funds forthcoming, and we may potentially terminate our collaboration with Yamamoto Yuichiro." "Yes, I shall certainly relay the commander's message to Baok Xiniang," Old Wang replied hastily. "Furthermore, inform Baok Xiniang to exercise utmost caution when approaching Lieutenant Commander of the Naval Intelligence Office, should the situation prove untenable. She must retreat immediately to avoid jeopardizing her safety," Li Ji instructed. "Yes, I will remind her to prioritize her safety," Old Wang assured. After a brief discussion with Old Wang, the radio remained with him until a suitable operator could be found to transfer it. Upon exiting the barber shop, it was already dusk, and he rode his bicycle towards Agelin Road. This street, also known as Dance Hall Street, boasted numerous establishments, with no fewer than 17 or 18 dance halls, alongside casinos, taverns, and brothels. Half an hour later, Li Ji parked his bicycle in front of a dance hall named Fenglai. From the outside, this establishment appeared modest. When compared to grand venues like the Palace of Pleasure, it resembled a phoenix beside a common chicken, lacking any basis for comparison. Upon entering the dance hall, he was greeted by flickering lights and found a dozen cheap-clad dancers lounging on the sofas, while only a few patrons occupied the dance floor. A burly man in a suit invited him to the second floor of the dance hall, where the manager's office was located. Ma Peng stood respectfully by the desk. Li Ji leaned back in his chair, produced a fountain pen, and inscribed 2 names on paper, annotating each with age, physical characteristics, and background. "Eliminate these 2 pro-Japanese individuals swiftly and with caution, ensuring the safety of your men during the operation," Li Ji instructed Ma Peng, handing over the dossiers. "Rest assured, Captain, I will not let you down," Ma Peng replied with deference. Li Ji nodded and inquired, "How is business at the dance hall?" "I have just taken over from the previous owner," Today marks the first day of operations, and I anticipate a modest turnout. However, I am already devising strategies to attract customers, and the business will soon flourish, Ma Peng explained. As the new manager of Phonelight Dance Hall, half of his associates were employed as security, while the remainder had been assigned to other locations, lying in wait. You handled the Qian Defeng matter commendably, Li Ji commended. Captain, Inspector Liu is a greedy man. As long as he is compensated, he will dare to undertake anything, Ma Peng remarked with a grin. You should cultivate a good relationship with him. He may prove to be of significant assistance to us. Li Ji had a preference for those motivated by greed, as they were the easiest to manipulate. Certainly, Ma Peng acknowledged respectfully. After a brief conversation concerning the trivialities of the second action team, he exited the dance hall. To avoid unnecessary complications, he resolved to visit this venue less frequently in the future. He then made his way to the international settlement, delivering background information on a pro-Japanese individual to Su Jingyan, before returning to leave Family Alley in the French concession. Upon arriving at the alley entrance, he spotted Zhang the cripple packing up his stall. During this period, Zhang's wonton stand had experienced a surge in popularity, with customers continuously streaming in. Closing up for the day? Li Ji greeted him. Today, I simply cannot endure any longer. Zhang, the limping man, lamented. Having toiled from dawn till dusk in pursuit of earning a meager income, his frail body could no longer withstand the strain. It would be best to return home and rest. With that, Li Ji uttered these words and made his way into the alley. Mr. Li, wait a moment. Zhang called out hastily, glancing furtively around before whispering. This afternoon, I observed a small car at the mouth of the alley, which took Miss Liu away. Oh. Li Ji replied nonchalantly, acknowledging the remark with a nod, pondering why it should concern him. Mr. Li, you clearly possess the intellect of a cultured individual. Miss Liu's reputation in the alley is rather unsavory. I, Zhang, am a simple man, utterly unlettered, so I hope you can overlook my bluntness. Zhang proceeded to recount some of the sordid rumors surrounding Lu Jiahui. Genuinely disheartened at the thought of such a refined young man like Li Ji being entangled with a woman of dubious character. Thank you, Li Ji expressed his gratitude. Turning to enter the alley, he discerned the underlying message in Zhang's words. Essentially, they insinuated that Lu Jiahui was promiscuous and engaged in numerous disreputable affairs. However, what did the misfortunes of Lu Jiahui have to do with him? Chapter 48, A Heartbreaking Declaration of Defeat. November 8th. The fall of Songjiang ensued as the Japanese forces landing at Hangzhou Bay formed a pincer movement against the Nationalist Army in Shanghai. November 9th. The Supreme Command issued orders for retreat. However, due to the Commander-in-Chief's misplaced hopes in the Nine-Power Treaty, he mandated that the nationalist forces in the Songhu area maintain their resistance. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops found themselves in disarray, some receiving orders to retreat while others were instructed to hold their ground. November 10th. Owing to the reckless leadership of the nationalist Commander-in-Chief, vast numbers of troops were trapped in a confined area, subjected to relentless assaults from Japanese aircraft and artillery. Communication among units broke down, leading to utter chaos and a collapse in morale. November 11th. The Nine-Power Treaty Conference concluded, and the Commander-in-Chief's expectations for a united sanction against Japan were thoroughly dashed. On the same day, Mayor Yu of Shanghai delivered a solemn proclamation, announcing the city's capitulation, which was met with profound sorrow among its citizens. That day, the nationalist forces retreated westward, and Shanghai fell under Japanese control. The prolonged Battle of Songhu, which had cost the lives of hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops, came to a hasty end, marking the city's tragic downfall. The following day, November 12th, a multitude of Japanese soldiers advanced into the urban expanse of Shanghai, seizing control of schools, police stations, and municipal offices within the former Chinese territory. This day was regarded as one of the most humiliating in the memories of the Shanghai populace. After the Japanese entered the city, they commenced acts of looting, murder, and arson. In the French concession, over 3 million citizens gazed sorrowfully toward the direction of the former Chinese enclave. At 16 Li Family Alley, Li Ji stood atop a loft, gazing towards the enclave with a heavy heart, lamenting that the wheel of history had not altered its course. Shanghai had ultimately succumbed. From this day forth, his action team and the intelligence unit known as the Beautiful Snake would officially enter a prolonged period of concealment. Mr. Li, I have prepared a meal. Shall we dine together? An incongruous voice disrupted Li Ji's contemplation. He turned to see Lu Jiahui, clad in a cheongsam with an apron tied around her waist, her delicate features adorned with a faint smile, as if the fall of Shanghai had little impact on her. Miss Liu, please enjoy your meal at your leisure, Li Ji replied curtly before descending the stairs. You are utterly unreasonable, Lu Jiahui exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. She had kindly made dinner, yet he dismissed her with indifference. Li Ji scoffed inwardly. Having become a subject of a fallen nation, he had little appetite for food. Moreover, he had arranged to meet the informant, the beautiful bird, at Central Park in the French concession through Old Wong at the barber shop. He had gathered background information about her from Wu Yuquan. The beautiful bird, originally named Yu Maching, was a native of Shanghai, the daughter of a prominent figure in the public concession. 2 years prior, she had fervently joined the Military Intelligence Bureau in secret and underwent training in Hangzhou for over 4 months. Due to her exceptional abilities, she caught the attention of the instructor, Wu Yuquan, and was selected for the beautiful Snake Intelligence Unit. In Central Park, beneath a leafless tree shedding its autumn foliage, Yu Maching, clad in a brown trench coat and a white scarf, held a book in her hands as she sat on a bench. Her mood seemed to have plummeted to the depths of despair, filled with desolation and disappointment. Shanghai had fallen. The news struck her profoundly, akin to a sharp sword severing the beliefs she held dear. As a young woman, she harbored noble ideals and a deep affection for her frail, yet vast nation. In pursuit of national strength and the rise of her people, she sacrificed her soul to the devil, becoming a harbinger of death traversing through darkness. Ultimately, she discovered that her efforts seemed to yield little substantial benefit for her country. As an operative, such emotions were unbecoming. Li Ji approached Yu Maching from behind, speaking slowly. "You've arrived." Yu Maching, a professionally trained agent, discerned from the voice that the person behind her was her old friend, Ghost Fox. Li Ji seated himself at the opposite end of the table. "Old Wang mentioned that Yamamoto Yuichiru is unwilling to continue providing us with intelligence?" "Indeed. The Naval Intelligence Division is currently identifying moles, and Yamamoto Yuichiru, concerned for his own safety, has requested to terminate our collaboration," Yu Maching replied. "He has reaped so many benefits from us, nearly costing you your life, and now he wishes to end our partnership? That seems rather fanciful." Li Ji remarked with a cold smirk. "There is no way Yamamoto Yuichiru can cease our collaboration unless he is dead. I believe we can afford to let him be for the time being. After some time, once we confirm his safety, we can reach out to him again. We possess evidence of his betrayal of the Japanese Navy's secrets. He would not dare to refuse our cooperation." Yu Maching's beautiful eyes glinted with a hint of icy malice. To satisfy Yamamoto's desires, she had even personally funded a French dancer for him. Besides, that scoundrel had extorted considerable wealth from her. For both personal and professional reasons, she would not let Yamamoto Yuichiru escape unscathed. "We can temporarily ease off on the Yamamoto line. I have matters to discuss with you today." Li Ji produced the cipher book entrusted to him by Wu Yuquan. "This is the cipher book. Keep it safe." "Are you implying that I should safeguard the radio?" A flicker of confusion crossed Yu Maching's enchanting eyes. "Make a trip to Old Wang's barbershop, retrieve the radio, and find a secure place to store it. I do not intend to utilize this radio at present, as the situation is not yet dire." "Understood." Yu Maching continued, "I wish to maintain contact with Major Chuan from the Naval Intelligence Division. He has access to core naval intelligence beyond what Yamamoto Yuichiru can provide." Li Ji was skeptical of her pursuing contact with the Japanese naval major. He was a professional in intelligence, inherently wearing tinted glasses. Even if Yu Maching disguised herself impeccably, there would inevitably be a moment of exposure. "The task of contacting the Japanese major is on hold. We shall reassess based on circumstances. For now, there are 2 tasks I need you to undertake. First, leverage the Yu family's connections to arrange for Old Wang to teach fine arts at the Concession University. Second, a captain named Akawa Yoshio has just been transferred from the homeland to the Japanese consulate in Shanghai. I need you to thoroughly investigate his background and personal preferences." Li Ji deemed Yu Maching's identity to be of greater value than her role as an intelligence officer. "You want Old Wang to teach fine arts at the Concession University?" Yu Maching's voice carried a hint of surprise. What was Gu Hu thinking, appointing a barber as an art teacher at the university? Old Wang possessed profound artistic skills, more than sufficient for the role of an art instructor. Li Ji had once inquired about Old Wang's expertise, and he had promptly created a lifelike portrait, wielding his brush with such finesse that he surpassed even the art teachers at the university. "Yes, I shall see to this matter promptly," Yu Maching replied, nodding gently. "I will hasten the investigation into Xiangchuanji Xiang. The sooner, the better. I urgently require detailed information about him," Li Ji instructed. "Understood," Yu Maching acknowledged. "After Old Wang's departure, who will be my point of contact?" "I will," Li Ji responded. Having previously partnered with Yu Maching on missions, he was somewhat familiar with her capabilities. Furthermore, by entrusting her with the spare radio and codebook, he effectively handed over the core of the operation to her, ensuring she remained under his watchful eye to prevent any missteps. "Understood," Yu Maching nodded again. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about the current situation in Shanghai. Li Ji provided her with his contact information before preparing to depart. "Guihu, may I ask you something?" A hint of amusement flickered across Yu Maching's exquisite features. "Go ahead," Li Ji said, rising and glancing around before responding in a low voice. "Are you the new deputy team leader?" Yu Maching inquired, her bright eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed," Li Ji admitted, not wishing to conceal the truth, as there was little to hide in this matter. Chapter 49. A new task from above. Upon his return, Li Ji sought out the elderly literary figure in the alley. The old man, who had spent several years in Tokyo, spoke fluent Tokyo dialect. Currently, he lived in dire straits, and Li Ji provided him with 30 yuan each month to serve as his Japanese tutor. Through this period of study, Li Ji's proficiency in Japanese improved remarkably. He transformed from a novice to a competent speaker, engaging in normal conversations with ease. In addition to learning the language, he inquired about the customs of Tokyo and the broader traditions of Japan. For instance, he learned that Tokyoites are reluctant to accept or give gifts adorned with the chrysanthemum symbol, as it represents the Japanese imperial family. Furthermore, he discovered that it is customary for the Japanese to remove their shoes upon entering a home. Failing to do so and stepping into the living room is considered exceedingly rude. Old Win, your Japanese is quite impressive. Have you ever considered seeking a respectable job in the Japanese-occupied area? Li Ji casually asked. Bah. Old Win spat in disdain, retorting, what nonsense are you talking? I would rather starve on the streets than work for those little Japanese devils. Li Ji chuckled inwardly, appreciating the old man's integrity. If only more of his fellow countrymen possessed such a spirit, the Japanese would struggle to maintain their foothold in Shanghai. Don't try to provoke me with your words. Although I am aging, my vision remains sharp. The Battle of Songhu has lasted 3 months, claiming the lives of countless soldiers. If I were to work for the Japanese simply to fill my belly, how could I face the brave souls who perished in Shanghai? Old One, likely in his 50s, was frail and wore a pair of reading glasses. He fancied himself a scholar, living a solitary life, earning a meager living by mending shoes at the alley's entrance. Indeed, the Battle of Songhu had persisted for 3 months, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Any person with a conscience would not forget such national grievances. Li Ji nodded slowly in agreement. Are you learning Japanese with the intention of working for the Japanese? Old One asked, glaring at him. I have mentioned before that I am involved in foreign trade, frequently traveling around Shanghai for business. Knowing some Japanese will facilitate my movements in the occupied areas. Li Ji explained, placing 2 yuan on the table. Old One promptly pocketed the money, exclaiming, all right, let us continue with your Japanese lessons. Li Ji shook his head inwardly. Despite Old Win's advanced age, his spirit remained unyielded. Whenever he had a bit of money, he would inevitably seek refuge in the alley's hidden doorways for the night. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Li Ji took his leave from Old One and returned to his rented accommodation. After Li Ji departed, Old One, clutching the 2 yuan, knocked on the neighboring hidden door, a place he frequented. After 10 o'clock, they charged him only 1 yuan for the night. In the following days, Li Ji's life was rather uneventful. He would check the dead letterbox during the day, study Japanese with Old One in the afternoon, and occasionally venture out in the evening. Notably, Yumaching had arranged for Old Wang to teach art at a university in the international settlement. Li Ji dispatched Lao Wang to the university to serve as an art instructor, intending for him to observe the progressive students exhibiting overt anti-Japanese sentiments. He would then appropriately assign individuals to engage with them, integrating them into the intelligence efforts. After all, the war against Japan is not a fleeting endeavor. He needs to cultivate a circle of trusted confidants to clandestinely acquire military intelligence and eliminate traitors. Moreover, there was a matter concerning the covert agent, the Gray Sparrow, who had failed to relay any information in recent days. Li Ji had visited the contact point once, but the liaison was unaware of the Gray Sparrow's status. However, it was assured that the Gray Sparrow remained secure. That afternoon, Li Ji received an urgent signal from Wu Yukuin for a meeting, prompting him to hastily arrive at Shafei Lane. In the room, Wu Yukuin's exquisitely striking visage bore a grave expression. The higher-ups had communicated, instructing the Beauty Snake team and the operational unit to collaborate in rescuing a high-ranking officer from the occupied territory and ensuring his safe passage to Jinling. The command was delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet the reality of Shanghai's dire situation was well known. Since the Japanese had occupied Shanghai, they had engaged in widespread arson, murder, and plunder. Most adult males encountered on the streets had been conscripted for forced labor, and any sign of resistance was met with immediate execution. Li Ji's composed demeanor was momentarily marred by indignation at the suggestion of sending his operational unit into the occupied zone for rescue. Do you know who this high-ranking officer is? Wu Yukuin sighed heavily. Who? Li Ji furrowed his brow, pondering whether it could be a significant military figure. The answer came. It's General Huang from the first class of Whampoa. Wu Yukuin's delicate brows knitted in concern as she relayed the stern instructions from Dai, demanding that the Beauty Snake team and the operational unit spare no effort in rescuing General Huang. Is it truly him? A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Ji's eyes. If so, it would indeed make sense, for he was a commanding officer of the German-made equipment division. General Huang had sustained injuries from a Japanese artillery shell while directing troop withdrawals and had been urgently transported to a hospital in Jiabei for treatment. After several days of recuperation, his condition had significantly improved. Japanese intelligence operatives had become aware of General Huang's presence in Shanghai and were conducting house-to-house searches with the gendarmerie in the occupied area. The higher-ups, concerned for General Huang's safety, had ordered that he be rescued at all costs. According to the communication from the higher command, the directive to save General Huang originated from the Supreme Headquarters, a point Wu Yuquan emphasized to Li Ji, underscoring their obligation to execute the orders unconditionally. Is the higher command truly worried that General Huang may be captured by the Japanese? A sardonic smile crept across Li Ji's lips. He was well aware of Dai's character. It was apparent that the issuance of such an urgent command indicated that General Huang harbored a significant secret. Wu Yuquan cast a sidelong glance at Li Ji, affirming his observation. The higher-ups indeed harbored such concerns. General Huang possessed extensive knowledge, and should he fall into Japanese hands, his potential defection could pose a grave threat. Thus, the higher command had issued a discreet message. Should the rescue fail, they would escort General Huang to safety. You are the leader of the operational unit. Do you have any thoughts to share? Wu Yuquan inquired, recognizing Li Ji's penchant for strategy. Deploy the first action team into the occupied territory, seeking a means to usher Commander Huang into the concession. Once the situation improves, we shall escort him to Jinling. Li Ji found himself at a loss. Such rescue operations are purely matters of fortune. With a stroke of good luck, one might extricate the individual without a shot being fired, yet with ill fate. The entire first action team could perish without securing Commander Huang's release. Time is of the essence. Action must commence tonight. Commander Huang is injured, and should the Japanese forces discover him, they would undoubtedly capture him. At that point, any attempt at rescue would be fraught with challenges. Wu Yuquan remarked with a clear voice. For this rescue mission, the number of personnel should remain minimal to avoid drawing the attention of the Japanese troops, Li Ji advised. Let us select 4 capable brothers from the action team, in addition to yourself and me. Wu Yuquan, as the leader of the Alluring Serpent Squad, should not ordinarily partake in such perilous endeavors, yet due to the directives from her superior, she must take the lead personally. You too? Li Ji's voice carried a hint of surprise. If he surmised correctly, Wu Yuquan was under some covert order from above, and should the rescue fail, she would be tasked with silencing any witnesses. Wu Yuquan nodded gently, revealing her own unavoidable predicament. The boss regarded her as a confidant, hence the weighty responsibility entrusted to her. Even though she harbored reluctance, she was compelled to carry out the mandate. Chapter 50, The Emperor's Disciple, Officer Huang Evening. Li Ji had selected 4 capable individuals from the first action team, led by the team leader Su Jingyan, to proceed from the concession to the Japanese-occupied area. With an agreement to meet at the entrance of Sanchuan Alley in Shanghai, he and Wu Yuquan took a rickshaw from the French concession to the Japanese-occupied territory. Upon exiting the French concession, they encountered a Japanese checkpoint. Approximately 20 Japanese soldiers, armed with uniform Type 38 rifles, donned khaki uniforms and steel helmets stood guard. As Li Ji and Wu Yuquan disembarked from the rickshaw, they were subjected to scrutiny by the Japanese soldiers. The foremost among them was a Japanese second lieutenant, whose eyes gleamed upon seeing Wu Yuquan, his mouth slightly agape. The other soldiers also stared fixedly at her, captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Although she wore a trench coat that partially concealed her graceful figure, her enchanting visage compelled them to instinctively desire to approach her. Well, what a lovely flower. The lecherous second lieutenant exclaimed, his demeanor reminiscent of a ravenous wolf. How dare you disrespect Miss Jingzi? Li Ji retorted in a distinctly refined Tokyo accent. At this, the second lieutenant trembled, straightening his posture as he reflexively assumed that Li Ji, speaking in Tokyo dialect, was a citizen of the empire, as was the lady referred to as Jingzi. What is your name? Li Ji inquired sternly. Kumada Saburo, the lieutenant answered, bowing respectfully. Your impolite behavior today will be reported to the command of the expeditionary forces. Prepare to face a military tribunal, Li Ji coldly declared. May I ask who you are? Kumada Saburo faltered, hastily apologizing to Miss Jingzi. I beg your pardon, Miss Jingzi, please forgive my rudeness. Wu Yuquan remained silent, primarily concerned about inadvertently revealing her true identity. With a swift gesture, Li Ji delivered 2 resounding slaps to the lieutenant's face, exclaiming, You have brought disgrace upon the imperial army. Afterward, he turned to Wu Yuquan. Speaking gently, Miss Jingzi, please, take your seat. Wu Yuquan gave a slight bow and gracefully entered the rickshaw, the driver hastily ensuring their prompt departure. Li Ji shot a fierce glare at Komida Saburo before boarding the rickshaw himself, crossing his legs and instructing the driver to follow the Jingzi lady ahead. Once they had left, Komida Saburo touched his burning cheeks, reflecting on his ill fortune in encountering an imperial citizen. Observing their attire, he sensed they were of significant status, and anxiety crept in as he contemplated the potential consequences of being summoned to a military tribunal, which could spell the end of his career. In the Japanese-occupied area of Shanghai, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan alighted near Sanchuan Alley. Have you been studying Japanese recently? Wu Yuquan inquired quietly, surprised by Li Ji's impeccable Tokyo accent at the checkpoint. Yes, I have learned a little, he replied. Li Ji humbly remarked that his current proficiency in Japanese was roughly on par with that of an average Japanese person. Today's performance was commendable. Thank you. Wu Yukuan understood that had it not been for Li Ji's quick thinking, they would not have breezed through the Japanese military checkpoint. Next time you go out, consider altering your appearance a bit. With your looks and physique, if I were a Japanese soldier, I too would entertain dubious thoughts, Li Ji stated. Wu Yukuan scoffed, aware that the Japanese were not to be trusted. Before leaving, she had deliberately donned a loose trench coat to partially conceal her alluring figure. Yet those Japanese soldiers acted as if they had never encountered a woman before. Subsequently, she lowered her voice. Commissioner Huang resides at number 78, Sanchuan Alley. Accompanied by an aide, Li Ji nodded nonchalantly. The two advanced over 100 meters, only to witness a group of Japanese soldiers apprehending individuals on the street. Several adult men were taken away, while the elderly and children knelt by the roadside, weeping inconsolably. A particularly distressing scene unfolded under the dim streetlights, where the leading sergeant publicly humiliated a woman. Upon witnessing this, Li Ji's heart ignited with fury. Those damned little devils were driving ordinary people to the brink of despair. These brutes. Wu Yukuan's beautiful eyes glinted with disdain. Do not act impulsively. Li Ji hastily pulled Wu Yukuan into a narrow alley, concerned that her anger might compel her to act rashly, potentially jeopardizing their mission and the lives of the innocents. These brutes do not even spare the common folk. They are unworthy of being called human, Wu Yukuan coldly remarked. Our mission is to rescue Commissioner Huang. We must not act impulsively. Li Ji bitterly smiled to himself. Recognizing that the situation across Songhu was dire, the Japanese were indiscriminately conscripting laborers, seizing food, and violating women, turning the once thriving Shanghai into a scene of chaos and despair. Indeed, Wu Yukuan suppressed her indignation and nodded slightly. The two continued along the alley for some time until they met with Su Jingyan and 4 other operatives near the entrance of Sanchuan Alley. Captain, everything is in order. Su Jingyan produced 2 revolvers from his waist and handed them over, having previously entered the occupied zone to secure firearms and ammunition from the safe house, along with 10 grenades. Li Ji and Wu Yukuan accepted the handguns, checking the ammunition, and the group proceeded towards number 78, Sanchuan Alley. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the residence. Li Ji signaled Su Jingyan, who promptly approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, a man opened the gate. Who are you looking for? The man's expression was filled with wariness. We are here to rescue Commissioner Huang, Wu Yukuan responded coldly. Are you from the military intelligence office? The man's demeanor immediately softened. Yes, Wu Yukuan affirmed. Come in quickly, the commissioner is waiting for you. The man swiftly opened the gate, allowing the military intelligence team to enter. Li Ji exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jingyan, who instructed 2 operatives to keep watch at the nearby alley entrance to prevent any Japanese soldiers from catching wind of their presence. Guided by the man, Wu Yukuan and Li Ji proceeded to the western side room, where they met Commissioner Huang, who had been detained in Shanghai due to his injuries. Chief Huang is in his 30s, a tall figure, dark-skinned and lean, exuding the resolute and daring spirit of a soldier. Good day, Chief. Wu Yukuan and Li Ji stand at attention and salute him. Although they are dressed in civilian attire, Chief Huang, a major general in the army and a hero of the Battle of Shanghai, deserves their respect. Are you subordinates of Brother Yunong? Chief Huang's dark complexion reveals a hint of paleness, indicating that his injuries have yet to fully heal. Yes, Wu Yukuan replies gravely. Under the orders of Boss Dai, we are here to escort you out of Shanghai. Shanghai has been occupied by the Japanese, and all checkpoints are guarded by their soldiers. How do we leave? Chief Huang furrows his brow and asks. At this moment, Li Ji speaks up. We shall first escort you to the concession. Once your injuries are completely healed, I will contact individuals from the Green Gang, utilizing their connections to facilitate your departure from Shanghai to Nanjing. After the Japanese occupation of Shanghai, they are advancing towards Jinling with full force, and the government has already begun relocating. At this juncture, heading to Jinling would be futile. Arrange for me to go to Wuhan directly. My troops are gathering around Hankow. Chief Huang asserts solemnly. Understood, Chief. Li Ji thinks to himself that as long as they can get him out of Shanghai, he can go wherever he pleases. Chief, time is of the essence. Please prepare to accompany us, Wu Yukuan gently urges. Chief Huang nods slightly and instructs Adjutant Zhang, make the necessary preparations to accompany them. Yes, sir. Adjutant Zhang promptly sets off to make arrangements. Chapter 51. Carry me across the stinking ditch. After a while, Li Ji and his companions emerged from a dwelling, carrying the injured officer Huang, who was unable to walk due to his wounds, with the assistance of Deputy Zhang. They proceeded forward for approximately 300 to 400 meters when a reconnaissance operative returned with urgent news. Captain, there are enemy soldiers ahead. They have sealed off the alley and are not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Li Ji's heart sank. The Japanese forces had indeed received accurate intelligence regarding Officer Huang's whereabouts in Sanchuan Alley. He exchanged glances with Wu Yukuan, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. How many soldiers are there? Li Ji inquired hastily. About a dozen, along with several guard dogs, the operative replied. Are there any other exits from this alley? Li Ji asked. Captain, before the conflict began, I lived in this area. If we continue east along this alley, there is a stinking ditch. Beyond that ditch lies Songjiang North Road, a familiar operative informed him. Without hesitation, Li Ji commanded, let us proceed east. Yes, sir. The group protected Officer Huang as they traversed the narrow alley for roughly 20 minutes until they arrived at the foul-smelling ditch. Let us go through. Li Ji thought to himself, after all, what was a mere ditch, even if it were a cesspool, compared to their circumstances? Wu Yuquan furrowed her brows at the putrid odor emanating from the ditch. As a woman who valued cleanliness, she was reluctant to proceed. Li Ji, wait a moment. Li Ji rolled up his pant legs, preparing to cross the ditch when he heard Wu Yuquan call to him, turning to ask, what is it? Could you carry me across? She whispered. Carry you? Li Ji thought to himself, slightly incredulous. As an intelligence officer, she required assistance to cross a stinking ditch? Tomorrow, I will send someone to sell the jewelry and antique paintings you possess on the black market. I shall take no share of the proceeds, Wu Yuquan suggested softly. Agreed. Li Ji mused, considering that the jewelry and antiques were of no use to him. It would be wiser to exchange them for cash for future necessities. With that, he half-squatted, allowing Wu Yuquan to clamber onto his back, her arms securely wrapped around his neck. He grasped her waist firmly, exerting force to wade through the ditch. As they emerged from the ditch and prepared to continue along Songjiang North Road, a blinding beam of light from a flashlight suddenly illuminated their path. What are you doing? A boisterous voice demanded. Su Jingyan and the others discreetly reached for their sidearms, ready to act. Everyone, stay still, Li Ji urgently cautioned his men against any rash movements. They were on Songjiang North Road, less than a kilometer from the Zhabei police station. Any gunfire would surely draw the authorities within minutes. He then called out toward the light. Boss, our leader has contracted dysentery and we are taking him to the hospital for treatment. As he spoke, he squinted into the light and discerned 3 soldiers, armed with 2 rifles and a handgun. Everyone squat down for inspection, commanded the leader, a captain of the patrol team. As he approached with the flashlight, Li Ji cast a knowing glance at the blushing Wu Yuquan, indicating that they should act swiftly as the 3 dark-skinned dogs drew near. Everyone remained obediently crouched on the ground. The squad leader swaggered over with 2 subordinates, boldly declaring, you sneaky bunch look like no good. Oh, and there's a striking young lady among you. The squad leader, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, reached out to touch Wu Yuquan's face. However, Wu Yuquan's reflexes were swifter. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, and with a sharp crack, the squad leader's head was twisted off before he could utter a sound. Li Ji and Su Jingyan were equally swift. As Wu Yuquan took action, they rose as well. Li Ji seized the dark-skinned dog's rifle and, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. He brought the rifle but down forcefully upon the dark-skinned dog's head, causing it to burst open, blood splattering everywhere. Su Jingyan, a hunter of immense strength, crushed the dark-skinned dog's throat with a single, powerful grip. Having dispatched the 3 dark-skinned dogs, they confiscated the squad leader's sidearm, leaving the 2 prominent rifles behind. Zhang, you take the officer in a rickshaw to the concession checkpoint. I've arranged for personnel to assist, Li Ji instructed as he turned. Understood, Zhang replied, nodding as he helped the officer into a rickshaw, signaling for it to depart. While he followed closely behind, everyone, disperse and follow along. If we encounter any Japanese soldiers, try to avoid gunfire, Li Ji cautioned his subordinates. And the group swiftly trailed the rickshaw to preempt any unforeseen incidents. The journey from Songjiang North Road to the concession checkpoint spanned approximately 7 or 8 li, taking about 40 minutes. They encountered 2 waves of Japanese soldiers along the way, managing to pass through unscathed. Upon reaching the concession checkpoint, the police in charge merely conducted a token inspection before allowing the rickshaw to enter. Li Ji and Wu Yuquan entrusted their handguns to Su Jingyan, instructing him to store the firearms and ammunition at the nearest safe house for future missions. Arriving at the concession's first safe house, Li Ji arranged for the officer to rest and recuperate. To ensure the officer's safety within the concession, he kept all personnel involved in the operation at the first safe house for close protection. After all, the officer was a major general in the army, a favored disciple of the emperor, and the commander of the German-equipped division, highly regarded by the supreme commander. Rest assured, General, my subordinates will ensure your safety. Once you have fully recovered, I will arrange for assistance to escort you north, Li Ji assured him. The officer nodded. Troubled by the news of the government's relocation and eager to return to his troops to continue the fight against the Japanese. Please take care of yourself, General. I shall not disturb you further, Li Ji said, exchanging a glance with Wu Yuquan as they prepared to leave. Wait a moment, the officer said, furrowing his brow as he looked at Li Ji. You seem somewhat familiar to me. Report, sir. I graduated from the Army Officer Academy, where you briefly served. Li Ji stated. Ah, I see. General Huang nodded in realization, understanding why Li Ji appeared somewhat familiar. He was indeed an officer from the Army Officer Academy. Sir. I take my leave, Li Ji said as he and Wu Yuquan exited the building and stepped into the courtyard. Both silently exhaled in relief. They had anticipated that the operation to rescue General Huang would be fraught with difficulties, but it turned out to be less perilous than expected. Please contact the Qin gang promptly to ensure General Huang's swift departure, Wu Yuquan urged, wary of the delays that could arise. Master Gu'er from the Qin gang possesses a shipment that is set to be dispatched to Hankow in a few days. I will personally reach out to him and request his assistance in facilitating General Huang's transfer to Hankow, Li Ji replied. Virginia? Wu Yuquan raised an eyebrow. Her expression serious. This individual exhibits clear pro-Japanese tendencies. What if he sells General Huang to the Japanese? Rumor has it that Gu'er's youngest son has a penchant for gambling. Using this individual as leverage, Gu'er would never dare to betray General Huang, Li Ji thought. Amusedly dismissing any notion of morality when dealing with the Qin gang ruffians. That seems quite prudent, Wu Yuquan acknowledged, finding Li Ji's plan sound. With Virginia's son as collateral, he would certainly refrain from reckless actions. Chapter 52. What is a Qin gang big shot? The following day, early winter in Shanghai exuded a hint of chill. Passers-by donned their coats, while the modern women of the bustling district adorned themselves in woolen overcoats and mink furs. The war seemed to have little impact on the concession, which remained a nation within a nation. The affluent reveled in a life of hedonism, while the impoverished begged in the streets and alleys. Inside the casino, the atmosphere was electric, filled with the clamor of voices and the incessant calls of gamblers. This underground casino was a familiar haunt for Gujuan Hao, son of a Qin gang big shot. Each day, he would indulge in a few rounds of gambling. Should fortune favor him, he would seek out the dance halls for entertainment, and if luck turned, he would drown his sorrows in a brothel. Today was no different. Dressed in a tailored suit, Gujuan Hao spent 2 hours at the tables, losing 700 or 800 yuan. In a foul mood, he stepped out of the casino, intending to seek solace in the embrace of a prostitute. However, as he exited, 2 burly men seized him from behind, shrouding him in a burlap sack and tossing him into the trunk of a car. A cold sweat broke out on Gujuan Hao. To think that someone would dare to kidnap him in the concession, knowing full well that his father was a Qin gang leader. In the French concession, at the Gu residence, a grand estate of mixed brick and stone housed over 30 rooms, with 7 or 8 men clad in black standing guard at the entrance. Moments later, a black sedan pulled up, and a young man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and polished shoes emerged. Li Ji stepped out, casting a cold glance at the Gu residence before advancing a couple of steps to instruct the doorman to inform Gu Iri of his visit, stating only that a man named Guo had come to pay his respects. Inside the residence, Gu Iri, surrounded by admirers, wore a beaming smile. At over 50, he was in robust health, having recently procured 2 prominent girls from his establishment, ready to make another push for prosperity in hopes of securing a pair of healthy heirs to carry on the Gu legacy. Sir, there is a young man claiming to be named Guo here to see you, the steward announced with a bow. Guo? The brows of Gu Iri furrowed immediately. A name like Guo could only denote ties to the nationalist army. Having navigated the treacherous waters of Shanghai for many years, he had encountered numerous military figures, including the Shanghai garrison commander Yang Hu, generals of the 19th Route Army, and various city officials. Did he mention his purpose? Gu Iri inquired. No, he did not. The steward replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Iri commanded, bring him up. He intended to gauge the significance of this Guo. If he were a trivial figure, he would sell him off to the Japanese as a mere favor. But if he were a notable individual from the nationalist side, he would tread carefully to avoid antagonism. Though the Japanese currently held sway over Shanghai, the nationalists might yet retaliate. As an astute veteran of the underworld, he would never place all his eggs in one basket. A short while later, Li Ji, under the guidance of the steward, arrived at the Gu residence and encountered one of the Qin gang's prominent leaders, Gu Iri. In terms of reputation, Gu Iri fell short of Ji Yunqing. In connections, he was eclipsed by Boss Du. In wealth, he could not compete with Boss Huang, and in ruthlessness, he was outdone by Boss Zhang. Yet, he possessed a singular advantage that his peers lacked, the ability to adapt swiftly to changing circumstances. During the nationalist forces' occupation of Shanghai, he had forged alliances with them, only to swiftly align with the Japanese once they seized control. The younger generation bears the surname Li, with the given name Zihe, and has met Second Master Ge. Li Ji clasped his fist in greeting, yet his eyes were keenly scrutinizing Second Master Ge. Standing at approximately 1.65 meters, he had a rotund belly, a plump face, and large ears. However, the squinting eyes betrayed a cunning and treacherous nature. Are you not surnamed Guo? How is it that you now bear the surname Li? Second Master Gu inquired nonchalantly, playing with 2 iron walnuts in his hands. Why feign ignorance when you were well aware? Li Ji thought to himself, smirking inwardly. If Second Master Gu were any less astute, he would not have risen to become one of the prominent figures in the Qin gang. As Second Master Gu continued to toy with the walnuts, he took a sip of tea and asked, what brings you here? I have heard that your merchant ship will soon set sail for Hankow. and I wish for your assistance in bringing 2 individuals along, Li Ji replied. Oh, and who might they be? Second Master Ge queried. There is no need for you to know their identities. Simply remember this. Ensure their safe arrival in Hankow. And we shall be indebted to you, Li Ji stated. Second Master Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, his irritation mounting. How dare he come to him for a favor while maintaining such an air of superiority? A malicious thought crossed his mind. Perhaps if he sold them to the Japanese, he might fetch a handsome price. And what if I refuse? Second Master Ge asked in a low voice. Master, you ought to think carefully before you speak, Li Ji said as he retrieved a green ring from his pocket and tossed it at Second Master Ji's feet. Upon picking up the ring and examining it, Second Master Ji's face fell in shock. This belongs to Jiwenhao. You have captured him? Complete the task I have entrusted to you, and young Master Ge shall return unharmed. Should there be any mishap with my instructions, it will not just be young Master Ge, but the lives of all in the Ge household that will be forfeit. Li Ji's gaze revealed a chilling intensity. Are you threatening me? Second Master Ge slammed his palm onto the table, fuming. Bring him to me. Cut him down. Yes, several burly Qing gang members moved in to surround Li Ji, ready to execute his sentence. A trace of disdain flickered across Li Ji's lips as he let out a sharp whistle. Suddenly, an object was hurled in from outside. Second Master Ge and his cohorts glanced at it, their expression shifting to panic as they dropped to the ground like foolish dogs. Li Ji approached and picked up the grenade, twirling it in his hand with a mocking smile. Fear not, Second Master. This is a grenade without a pin. It will not explode. Upon hearing this, Second Master Ge and his gang scrambled to their feet, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Second Master Ge gestured for his men to withdraw. Mr. Li, I shall take on your request. The individuals will be delivered safely, he conceded, though his pride remained unyielded, primarily because the threat of the grenade loomed over him. Second Master, you are a highly respected elder in the underworld, and I trust your word. However, I must lay bare a harsh truth. Should any harm befall my people, the grenades that will be thrown in will not be limited to just one. Moreover, we possess several boxes of such grenades, sufficient to reduce your residence to rubble. Li Ji wore a mocking smile as he tossed a grenade at Gu Erye's feet, stating, consider this grenade a token of our first meeting. Gu Erye's corpulent figure trembled involuntarily. Who was this audacious individual that dared to approach him with such a weapon? May I inquire which department Mr. Li serves in the national government? Gu Erye hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, eager to discern Li Ji's background. The more you know, the swifter your demise. Do you not comprehend this principle? Li Ji discerned the old man's intentions and scoffed. Indeed, it is unwise to pry. Gu Erye forced a smile, responding, rest assured. I will fulfill my promise, but regarding my son, once I confirm the safety of my people arriving in Hankow, I shall return your son. Li Ji replied. My merchant vessel set sail early the day after tomorrow, Gu Erye stated. I will personally escort them to the dock on that morning. Please instruct your men to ensure the safety of my people along the way, Li Ji asserted. That is certainly understood, Gu Erye thought to himself, continually speculating about Li Ji's affiliations within the national government and the identity of those he was sending to Hankow. I take my leave, Li Ji said, performing a respectful bow before turning to depart. Mr. Li, travel safely, Gu Erye observed as Li Ji's silhouette vanished at the entrance, his expression darkened with anger. How could a prominent leader of the Qing gang be intimidated by a mere youth? Shall we eliminate him? The steward inquired ominously as he approached Gu Erye. Eliminate? Gu Erye retorted furiously. Are you deaf? My son is in his possession. Yes, please forgive my outburst. The steward quickly bowed. Relay to the brothers that today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile, Gu Erye declared. I will ensure that the brothers keep their mouths shut, the steward replied. Chapter 53. The teacher's great utility upon exiting the Gu residence. Li Ji took a small car to the vicinity of Shinfei Road. Ensuring that he was not being followed, he exchanged a brief greeting with the driver, Wu Yukuan, and disembarked amidst the bustling city. He then hailed a rickshaw to visit the safe house in the international settlement to see Commander Huang. Upon arriving outside the safe house, Su Jingyan stood guard with 2 operatives. The captain has arrived, Su Jingyan greeted softly. Is everything all right? Li Ji inquired. All is normal, Su Jingyan affirmed. Having kept watch outside the safe house all night without noticing anything amiss, Li Ji nodded and strode into the courtyard, where he found Commander Huang seated on a chair, engrossed in a book. The thought crossed Li Ji's mind. Bookworm, a fitting description of Huang as perceived in later times. Commander, Li Ji approached Huang and said, I have made the necessary arrangements. You will depart for Hankow on a Qingbang merchant ship tomorrow morning. Excellent, Commander Huang replied, glancing at Li Ji with slight approval. Is your injury serious? Li Ji asked with concern. It is no longer a grave matter, Huang shook his head, indicating his recovery, and then inquired. What is the situation in Shanghai now? Since the Japanese army entered Shanghai, they have unleashed a reign of terror, committing atrocities without restraint. According to the latest intelligence, They have gathered a group of traitors to establish a puppet municipal government in Shanghai, Li Ji reported candidly. Infuriating. These Japanese scoundrels are attempting to set up a municipal government on our territory, aiming to seize long-term control of Shanghai and transform the southeastern region into a second puppet Manchu Kuo. Commander Huang exclaimed angrily. Commander, the war of resistance is not a matter of a day or two. As long as our military and civilians unite resolutely to resist the invasion, we will eventually triumph. Reclaim our lost territory and rescue countless lives from peril, Li Ji stated, aware of the course of history. Though this war would be arduous, persistence would eventually lead to dawn. You speak wisely. Defeating the Japanese army is not an overnight endeavor. Commander Huang nodded in agreement, recognizing the formidable challenge. Japan is an industrial nation, while we are primarily agricultural. For an agrarian power to vanquish an industrial giant is no small feat. Li Ji shifted the topic, stating, the news of your recuperation in Shanghai should have remained confidential, yet the Japanese have somehow learned of it. I find it perplexing. Zhang, you explain it to him. Huang commanded. Yes, Zhang, the aide, replied. One of the commanders accompanying the general was captured by Japanese soldiers during an outing, and it was he who divulged the secret to them. Li Ji remained somewhat puzzled but refrained from further questioning, recognizing the hierarchy. Huang was a major general, while he held the rank of captain, making it inappropriate to pry too deeply. Commander, prior to your departure from Shanghai, I will oversee all your needs, including food, clothing, and shelter. Unless absolutely necessary, I advise you and aide Zhang to refrain from venturing outdoors to avoid recognition by Japanese spies. Commander Huang had no objections to this. As long as the location remained secure, he had no desire to leave, for the shock of the Battle of Shanghai had been profound, and he wished to reflect on his experiences during this time of recovery. Deputy Zhang nodded slowly, noting that the commander had no objections, and he felt even less inclined to voice any. Commander, please take care of yourself. I shall not disturb you further. Li Ji, observing that everything was in order with Commander Huang, felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this man was a favored disciple of the emperor, and should anything untoward occur under his watch, the wrath of the supreme commander would likely see him charged with negligence. Go ahead. Commander Huang waved his hand dismissively. As a veteran of the Huangpu Military Academy, he held a certain disdain for the operatives of the Military Intelligence Department, believing them to be more focused on surveillance and assassination than on honorable duties. Li Ji, however, was indifferent to Huang's attitude. His sole objective was to ensure the safe passage of this plague to Hankow, which would be a significant accomplishment. Otherwise, should anything happen, both the Siren Squad and his own action team would face dire consequences. Upon reaching the door, he reminded Su Jingyan to remain vigilant and instructed him that during Commander Huang's convalescence, no one was permitted to visit him, save for himself and Wu Yuquan. Exiting the international settlement, Li Ji made his way to Central Park, where he met with the auspicious bird, Yumaching. Today, Yumaching donned a sleek black trench coat, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her porcelain-like face radiating a delightful smile, complemented by her slender and graceful figure. What brings you here? Li Ji asked as he took a seat beside her, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, striking a match to light it, and taking a deep drag. All the background information on Akagawa Yoshihiro, Yumaching replied softly, handing him an envelope. Li Ji scanned the surroundings for any anomalies and, seeing none, began to peruse the contents. Akagawa Yoshihiro, male, 25 years old, Army captain, a graduate of the Tokyo Military Academy, subsequently employed within the Army General Staff's Intelligence Division. Where did you acquire this information? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Ji's eyes. Despite Yumaching's extraordinary status, obtaining such detailed data was no simple task. I purchased it, she replied, a charming smile gracing her features. There's a group of intelligence brokers in the settlement who specialize in selling information on military and political figures from various nations. If you can afford the price, they can procure anything. Intelligence brokers? Li Ji scoffed. The information they gather is often a mix of truth and fabrication. Rest assured, I personally compiled these documents. They are accurate, Yumaching assured him confidently. Let us hope they are indeed accurate. Li Ji folded the envelope and tucked it into his coat pocket, preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment, Yumaching interjected quickly. I have something to report to you. Speak, Li Ji said, his tone serious. Yamamoto Yuhikir contacted me through clandestine channels yesterday, stating that the Japanese Navy General Staff has devised a detailed military plan to assault the Jiangyin fortress, Yumaching reported. Her expression grave. The Japanese Navy plans to attack the Jiangyin fortress? Li Ji recollected that during the defense of Jinling, the Japanese naval fleet advanced along the Yangtze River, coordinating with the Japanese army to seize various fortifications along the banks. However, the First Fleet of the Nationalist Navy sank civilian vessels and several military ships at the Jiangyin fortress, preventing the Japanese naval forces from landing there. It could be said that the Japanese Navy played a negligible role during the defense of Jinling. What conditions did Yamamoto Yuichiro propose? Li Ji inquired. 10,000 yuan. Responded Yumachin candidly. 10,000 yuan? Li Ji scoffed inwardly. Yamamoto Yuichiro sought to extort them. I believe that 10,000 yuan for intelligence from Yamamoto Yuichiro is quite a bargain, after all. This information could save numerous soldiers' lives and potentially alter the course of the battle, Yumachin asserted. The Japanese army's assault on Jinling will undoubtedly be led by ground forces, rendering the Japanese Navy's impact minimal. Li Ji was not particularly concerned about the 10,000 yuan, rather. He suspected that Yamamoto Yuichiro was merely in dire financial straits and might offer them misleading intelligence. What do you imply? Yumachin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. From now on, sever all connections with Yamamoto Yuichiro and let him endure some hardship for a while. Li Ji held a comprehensive understanding of the defense of Jinling and had no need for the Japanese naval operational plans he could provide. Understood. Yumachin felt a tinge of regret. After all, this was military intelligence. Yet, she recognized Li Ji's authority as the deputy leader of the Siren Squad and her direct superior. By the way, how proficient are you in Japanese? Li Ji queried. Fairly competent, Yumachin replied, having studied the language for some time, though she was not fluent and could only manage simple conversations. Find a Japanese tutor and study diligently. It will be invaluable in the future, Li Ji instructed. Yes, Yumachin nodded, confident that her foundational knowledge of Japanese would make further learning manageable. Li Ji extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, and turned to leave. Yumachin glanced at his departing figure, then rose from her seat and gracefully exited in the opposite direction. Chapter 54. The headquarters relocates to Hankow. Li Jia and Li Ji returned to the residence he rented and retrieved the dossier on Akagawa Yoshihiro, scrutinizing it with great diligence. Akagawa's character was notorious for being lecherous, fond of alcohol, and brutal. He stood at a height of 1.7 meters, hailing from Tokyo. Born into an aristocratic family with a father who served as an official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and a mother who was a homemaker. This was the man. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Ji's eyes as he set the background information of Akagawa Yoshihiro ablaze. Emerging from his rented room, he prepared to descend the stairs, only to encounter Liu Jiahui, who had just returned from outside. Liu Jiahui had been enjoying a rather pleasant period, as the local ruffian, Qian Defeng, who had persistently harassed her, was apprehended by the authorities for the murder of Huang Shirin and the theft of Huang's wealth. Freed from the foul clutches of Qian Defeng, her life blossomed with vibrancy. She would sleep during the day and dance in the ballroom at night, occasionally encountering generous patrons that allowed her to earn a little extra. Mr. Li, are you heading out? Liu Jiahui inquired playfully, dressed in a form-fitting qipao, deliberately tousling her bangs with a flirtatious smile. Just returned, Li Ji replied, ignoring her feigned allure. He had discerned the true intentions of this woman. Who dared to hope he would take on her burdens? Such a fanciful notion. Do you have time tonight? Liu Jiahui asked in a sultry tone. No, came Li Ji's polite refusal. He wished to sever any ties with Liu Jiahui. The previous incident involving Qian Defeng had left him deeply unsettled. Mr. Li, come to the bailment tonight. There's a surprise waiting for you, Liu Jiahui declared, determined to employ a bold tactic, convinced he could not resist. Li Ji chose to disregard her playful coaxing. If Liu Jiahui merely sought to engage in frivolous banter, he would not mind sharing a few friendly moments. But should she harbor hopes of pursuing a romantic relationship, she would do well to abandon such aspirations. He brushed past her, striding purposefully down the stairs. Humph. Just wait and see, Liu Jiahui scoffed softly, her vanity as a dancer compelling her to continually extend olive branches to Li Ji. In her eyes, a man of Li Ji's modest background, who possessed good looks, was precisely the type suited to marry her. Li Ji had no desire to fathom Liu Jiahui's ulterior motives. He was on his way to Shifeng to meet Wu Yukuan, intending to relay the military intelligence regarding the defense of Jinling under the guise of Weasel to headquarters. Shifeng. In the living room, Wu Yukuan donned a purple qipao, her alabaster arms elegantly encircled together, her eyes shimmering with a hint of melancholy. Today, a telegram arrived from headquarters, stating that due to escalating hostilities, the national government had decided to temporarily relocate the capital to Wuhan, and the military intelligence office would also be moving there. For the time being, headquarters would not assign any tasks to the Serpent Beauties group, indicating that they might soon be completely cut off from headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Judging by the rhythm, it was undoubtedly someone from their own ranks, and she was certain that it was Li Ji. Wu Yukuan rose from the sofa, gracefully striding across the room with her long, shapely legs to open the door. As expected, the visitor was indeed Li Ji. He entered the room and immediately addressed the matter at hand. The Weasel had transmitted the Japanese military's plan to attack Nanjing, and he instructed the telegraph operator to relay this intelligence to headquarters. Additionally, he requested that the time of General Huang's departure for Hankow be communicated to headquarters so that they could send someone to assist him. After delivering his message, Li Ji handed over the military intelligence he had written from memory to Wu Yukuan. My curiosity about the Weasel's identity continues to grow. It is astonishing that he could acquire such a wealth of military secrets. Wu Yukuan had also harbored doubts regarding the weasel's identity, but had found no leads. The weasel is the ace of our group, and with his intelligence, our leader would pay even greater heed to us. Li Ji had fabricated the weasel's persona, primarily for self-preservation, as Boss Dai was not someone to be trifled with. One could never know when he might assign an assassination mission to the beauty snake group. Wu Yukuan wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that it was precisely because the weasel had supplied several crucial pieces of intelligence to headquarters that their leader had begun to value the beauty snake intelligence team more highly. Do you have any new information on your end? Li Ji inquired. Yes, the command has decided to relocate the capital to Wuhan, and the headquarters of the military intelligence department will also move there. The boss has ordered the Shanghai station to assassinate Japanese officers and eliminate traitors. Moreover, 2 action teams are being dispatched to Shanghai, expected to arrive in the next couple of days. Like us, they will report directly to headquarters. Wu Yukuan briefly recounted the latest news she had. Afterward, she swayed her voluptuous figure into the bedroom and returned with a thick wad of cash. The goods you had on the black market brought in a total of over 50,000 yuan. Wu Yukuan, however, had taken nothing from this transaction. So much. Li Ji felt a surge of joy, surprised that the jewelry, antiques, and paintings acquired from Huang Sherwin's residence could fetch such a sum. Some of the paintings were masterpieces, selling for a handsome price. Wu Yukuan remarked with a light chuckle. I also have a batch of antique paintings. Can you help sell them on the black market for cash? Li Ji indeed had a collection of antique paintings obtained by the first and second teams during their assassination of pro-Japanese elements. Certainly, he replied. Wu Yukuan's beautiful eyes glinted with mischief. However, I shall take a 10% cut of the profits. Agreed, Li Ji readily acquiesced. Realizing that the antiques held little value in his hands, it was better to liquidate them entirely. The proceeds could be used for recruiting personnel and serve as operational funds during their period of concealment. Bring the items tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to take them to the black market, Wu Yukuan said with a smile. After more than an hour of discussion, Li Ji stepped out with a backpack filled with stacks of currency. He contemplated that he needed to exchange this currency for silver dollars tomorrow and deposit them in both Citibank and HSBC, given that the currency was likely to depreciate significantly in the near future. Chapter 55, The Departure of Director Huang from the wharf around 10 o'clock in the evening. Li Ji emerged from Old Wen's residence. No sooner had he departed than Old Wen slipped into the clandestine entrance for the night. The elderly members of the Li family were all well aware of Old Wen's peculiar habits. It was common knowledge that he enjoyed spending his nights at the shadowy entrance. There were even whispers of eavesdropping on the walls, with tales of Old Wen snoring through the night like a lifeless swine, the sound echoing through the air. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Ji contemplated his plans for the impending departure of Director Huang and the initiation of his covert operation. In the early hours, past 3 o'clock, he lay in a stupor when a series of clattering sounds emerged from the adjacent room, reminiscent of high heels clicking against the floor. This woman is unhinged, he thought, wandering about in heels at this hour. He buried himself deeper under the covers, attempting to return to slumber. Moments later, a series of thuds reverberated through the wall, as if someone was pounding on it. He continued to cocoon himself in his blanket, ignoring the commotion. After a while, a knock at the door sounded. Li Ji, without a doubt, knew it was that little vixen, Lu Jiahui. He rolled out of bed, shirtless, and opened the door. To his chagrin, it was indeed Lu Jiahui. Mr. Li, it seems the water pipe in my room has burst. Could you possibly take a look? She asked, clad in a chi-pao and high heels, leaning against the door with a playful demeanor. Repair a water pipe? Li Ji mused, deeming her excuse rather feeble. Yet, with such an invitation at hand, who would refuse? He made his way to Lu Jiahui's room, surveying the surroundings before inquiring, "Where is the issue?" Lu Jiahui turned, closing the door behind her with a giggle, and pointed towards the bed. "It's broken over there. Let me help you fix it." Li Ji, seizing the opportunity, saw no reason to decline such an enticing offer. In an unspoken agreement, the two soon found themselves entangled together. Meanwhile, next door, a bespectacled young journalist was laboriously typing away, endeavoring to complete an article on refugees in the concession. Just as he was grappling with his choice of words, the walls began to thump, shattering his concentration. The young journalist felt utterly exasperated. He could hardly voice his discontent as it was, after all, taking place in their own quarters. After a while, he crumpled half of his draft and tossed it into the wastebasket, his face flushed with anger. This wretched place was simply uninhabitable. He resolved to move at the first light of dawn. A few hours later, the young journalist's pale visage was marred by fury, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. He had endured a sleepless night not to be serenaded by Lu Jiahui's vocalizations. The thought of facing his editor's scowl in the morning filled him with a sense of impending doom. The following morning, Li Ji donned a black Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of elegance and vitality as he descended the stairs, just in time to encounter the landlady tidying the staircase. "Mr. Li, are you heading out?" she greeted in her thick Shanghai dialect. "I'm just stepping out to purchase a few items," Li Ji replied with a smile. At that moment, The landlady approached him and whispered, "Mr. Li, please bear with us. As you know, Jiaohui's profession is that of a dancer, and occasionally she cannot help but bring friends over to stay. If it has disturbed you, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. I will certainly warn her next time to refrain from disrupting the neighbor's rest." What transpired? Li Ji mused. Was Lu Jiaohui's voice truly so loud that even the landlady could hear it? Jiaohui's neighbor lodged a complaint, stating that her guest severely hindered his creative inspiration, and he threatened to vacate the premises. After much persuasion, I managed to convince him to remain. The landlady worried that Li Ji might consider vacating the apartment due to this incident. I heard nothing and slept soundly until late morning, feeling invigorated. Li Ji exhibited an air of complete ignorance. "Ah, that is good." The landlady instantly felt relieved. With a vigorous stride, Li Ji exited through the front door and stopped by Zhang Keizi's wonton stall at the alley's entrance for breakfast. Subsequently, he hailed a rickshaw to visit General Huang in the international settlement. His foremost responsibility was to ensure the general's safety. Upon arriving at the safe house, Su Jingyan reported to him that everything was in order. Li Ji greeted General Huang, who was summarizing the lessons learned from the failures on the Songhu battlefield. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, the general allowed him to proceed. Li Ji offered a few pieces of advice to Su Jingyan before leaving the safe house, disguising himself and taking a rickshaw to the Japanese-occupied area. Since the Japanese took control of the Chinese sector, the streets had grown eerily quiet, with the few pedestrians hurrying about their business. Li Ji transformed his appearance into that of an ordinary young man, around 27 or 28 years of age, bearing little resemblance to his original handsome visage. Even those most familiar with him would not recognize him. The rickshaw halted in front of a mid-range apartment in the occupied area, and Li Ji disembarked to settle the fare. As far as he knew, the rent for this mid-range apartment was quite reasonable, approximately 15 yuan a month, which reflected pre-war rental prices. After the Japanese occupation, rampant violence and looting forced many residents to flee to the international settlement, resulting in a significant decline in the local population and a challenging rental market. Li Ji contacted the landlord through a rental advertisement posted on a utility pole, inspected the apartment's furnishings, and successfully rented a room on the second floor for 12 yuan per month. He had no intention of moving from his current residence in Lijiao Lane within the French concession, mainly because he had little to pack aside from a few articles of clothing and no valuable possessions. After securing the apartment, he purchased essential household items to stock up for potential future needs. The following day, a golden sun rose from the east on a winter day. In the French concession, at the riverside dock, several merchant ships prepared to set sail. Under the protection of Su Jingyan and others, General Huang arrived at the riverside, where members of the Green Gang awaited him at the dock. "Parting is inevitable after sending you off 1,000 miles. Please convey to your captain my gratitude for his care. Should he require assistance in the future, he may seek me out in the army." General Huang, though somewhat stern, was not devoid of reason. His safe departure from Shanghai was largely thanks to the protection afforded by Li Ji and his companions, a favor he would remember. "Take care along your journey. The captain mentioned that upon your arrival in Hankow, you must inform the boss, as we need to attend to some matters here." Su Jingyan said. "Understood." Director Huang nodded slightly, accompanying Assistant Zhang aboard the merchant vessel. Shortly thereafter, the merchant ship set sail, navigating northward along the river. In a discreet corner of the dock, Li Ji and Wu Yuquan stood side by side, gazing at the departing vessel, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. With Director Huang lingering in Shanghai for an extra day, their concerns multiplied. Now that he had departed, their spirits lifted considerably. "The headquarters is unlikely to assign us any tasks during this period. What are your plans?" Wu Yuquan inquired softly. "For the time being, I have no specific plans." Li Ji certainly would not divulge to her that he was orchestrating a significant operation, which, if successful, would solidify the presence of the action team and the Siren Group in Shanghai. Hearing this, Wu Yuquan cast a surprised glance at Li Ji, for she knew him well enough to understand that he was not one to remain idle. He was likely concocting some clandestine scheme. However, since Li Ji chose not to disclose anything, she refrained from pressing him further, acknowledging that the action team and the Siren Group were independent entities, and Li Ji was not obligated to report his intentions to her. Chapter 56. Intelligence shared by Wu Yuquan. I have received reliable information indicating that the Japanese military has established several espionage agencies in Shanghai. These include the Banjing Mansion and Inoue Mansion, which are affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Ishihara Mansion connected to the Japanese Navy, and the espionage section of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army Command, the Ministry of Internal Affairs Special High Police, and the Military Police Command-S Espionage Section. Among these, the espionage agency under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for bribing local thugs, gang leaders, and various mercenaries in the vicinity. The agency affiliated with the Navy is tasked with mapping our coastal defense areas and gathering intelligence on the nationalist Navy and the troop deployments at key fortifications. The espionage section of the Expeditionary Army Command focuses on obtaining military intelligence regarding the National Revolutionary Army, while the Military Police Command's espionage section is engaged in counterintelligence, apprehensions, and infiltration into the concessions. The Special High Police of the Ministry of Internal Affairs primarily conducts internal investigations, which also include counterintelligence and infiltration activities. With the support of these espionage agencies, the Japanese have recruited a significant number of traitors to serve their interests. Yesterday, a counter-espionage team from the Military Intelligence Bureau's Shanghai station was ambushed by Japanese military police during a mission, resulting in 2 fatalities and 4 injuries, raising suspicions of internal leaks to the Japanese. Wu Yuquan shared all the intelligence she had with Li Ji, though she remained silent on certain critical information. The Japanese and our people not only speak different languages but also have distinct national conditions. If they wish to establish a foothold in Shanghai, they can only rely on spies as their pawns, enticing a faction of opportunists to achieve their goal of division and disintegration. Li Ji was not the least bit surprised. Historically, the Japanese have dispatched spies into our territory since before the First Sino-Japanese War. Following the Russo-Japanese War, they accelerated their invasion efforts by establishing brothels and opium dens in northeast China to obfuscate their true intentions and steal intelligence. Be cautious during this period. The Japanese are formidable adversaries, as evidenced by the mishap at the Shanghai station, Wu Yuquan cautioned. I will exercise caution, Li Ji replied, a shadow of doubt creeping into his mind about why Wu Yuquan was so well informed regarding the Shanghai station. Could it be that she had placed her own informants there? Nonetheless, this was within the realm of possibility. Intelligence agencies often intertwine, with even the same department monitoring and guarding against one another. Moreover, the Shanghai station was primarily dominated by the loyalists of Boss Zheng. Of course, Li Ji could not be certain that there were no spies from Wu Yuquan among his 2 intelligence teams. After all, human loyalties can be fickle, especially in the world of espionage, where today's ally could become tomorrow's mortal enemy. I have arranged a new location for Old Wang. As for the informant, she will remain silent for the time being, Li Ji stated slowly. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuquan furrowed her brows. It was surprising that Li Ji had not reported such a significant matter to her. Is there a problem with Yamamoto Yuichiro? She inquired coldly. Recently, the Navy Intelligence Bureau has been identifying internal traitors. Yamamoto Yuichiro, fearing repercussions, has refused to sell us any information. However, just a few days ago, he contacted the informant through secret channels, attempting to sell us crucial naval intelligence. I acquired more valuable intelligence from the weasel, thus instructing the joyous bird to sever all ties with Yamamoto Yuichiro. This individual holds little significance. For now, we shall disregard him and revisit the matter later. Li Ji, aware that his covert maneuvers would not escape Wu Yuquan's notice, opted for candor to prevent any rift between them. Given the current circumstances, his action team could only rely on the assistance of the Siren Group, and he shared a degree of understanding with Wu Yuquan from their past experiences together. Are you concerned that Yamamoto Yuichiro might ensnare us? Wu Yuquan, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Li Ji's apprehension from his words. Indeed, Li Ji admitted, recognizing that minimizing risk is paramount in the intelligence field. Yamamoto Yuichiro. A glint of coldness flickered in Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes. We have invested significantly in him. If he fails to provide us with useful intelligence, he will serve little purpose. For now, let us set him aside. I shall devise a plan in due course, Li Ji replied. Very well. Wu Yuquan nodded lightly. As the vice leader of the Siren Group, Li Ji had the autonomy to make decisions regarding such matters. However, his reluctance to report to her stirred a tinge of displeasure within her. Despite their current equal standing, she was, after all, the leader of the Siren Group and had the right to be informed about the tasks of its members. Additionally, I have secured a job as a cover. Our meetings will not be frequent henceforth. Should you need to contact me, please relay your messages through Su Jingyan of the first team, Li Ji informed her. Understood. Wu Yuquan nodded again. The conversation continued for a while longer before they parted ways. Upon exiting the riverside, Li Ji hailed a rickshaw, alighted midway to make a phone call, and then resumed his journey to Central Park. In Central Park, on a bench, Li Ji reclined languidly, pinching a cigarette between his fingers and puffing away. After a considerable time, a woman clad in a qipao and adorned with mink approached. She exuded elegance. Her tall and slender figure complemented by a porcelain doll-like face subtly made up, evoking a sense of spring's gentle caress. Taking a seat beside him, she whispered, "You summoned me in such haste. Is there a mission?" As he exhaled a smoke ring, Li Ji replied in an authoritative tone, "From this day forward, I shall be your sole superior." "Yes, sir," Yu Maching responded without hesitation. As an intelligence officer, the commands of her superior were paramount, leaving no room for doubt. "Share with me the intelligence regarding Akikawa Yoshio from the past few days," Li Ji instructed. "Certainly." Yu Maching promptly relayed all the information she had gathered over the last 2 days. She was somewhat puzzled as to why the ghost fox exhibited such keen interest in a Japanese lieutenant officer. You mentioned that Akikawa Yoshio has received orders to assume the position of deputy head of the intelligence unit within the Military Police Command's Special Operations Section? A flicker of barely discernible delight appeared in Li Ji's eyes. Indeed, Akikawa Yoshio is of noble birth. The Japanese military, wishing to accommodate him, has assigned him to the Military Police Command's Special Operations Section, Yumaching explained. When will he commence his duties? Li Ji wore a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. It remained unclear. Yumaching couldn't help but smile wryly. Obtaining information about Ryu Chuan Shixiang's transfer to the military police headquarters had been exceedingly arduous. Where does he reside? Li Ji inquired. He has no residence in Shanghai and is temporarily staying at the staff dormitory of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Yumaching replied. Does he frequently visit the Maisie Tavern in the Japanese concession? Indeed, he almost goes every night to drink and seek companionship, Yumaching confirmed. With a plan forming in his mind, Li Ji instructed, please gather intelligence on the Japanese military police headquarters in Shanghai, particularly the profiles of the military police commander and the head of the special services. Understood. Though Yumaching was unaware of his intentions for the military officer's information, she refrained from asking further questions. As an intelligence officer, the less one knew, the safer one was. These days, Shanghai is quite tumultuous. The Japanese have recruited many local ruffians as informants. You must exercise caution while operating in the concession and avoid drawing attention from those with ulterior motives. Li Ji cautioned before rising to depart. Chapter 57. The Miko Tavern in the international settlement, the Suji restaurant was bustling with activity. A constant stream of patrons coming and going. The proprietor, Su Jingyan, greeted the guests with warmth and enthusiasm. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and he quickly addressed a gentleman. Sir, please proceed to the private room upstairs. Li Ji nodded subtly, and, guided by Su Jingyan, ascended directly to the private chamber on the second floor. Upon entering the room, Li Ji reclined casually and instructed, bring me several hearty dishes, a plate of peanuts, and a jean of sorghum liquor. Understood, Su Jingyan replied, secretly relieved. As he assumed the captain had come for an important matter. Wait for me tonight at the entrance of the Far East Trading Company in Hongkou, Li Ji commanded. Captain, how many brothers will accompany you? Su Jingyan inquired in a hushed tone. Just you, Li Ji stated, as he needed a capable subordinate for a significant undertaking that evening. And he had complete faith in Su Jingyan's abilities and character. Of course, Su Jingyan assented without hesitation. This matter is strictly confidential. You must not disclose it to anyone. Li Ji advised with a serious expression. Rest assured, not a word will escape my lips, Su Jingyan replied. Li Ji nodded, gesturing for him to leave. As he needed to maintain the facade of being merely the proprietor of Su Ji restaurant, lingering too long in the private room could arouse suspicion among the guests below. After a while, the dishes and liquor Li Ji ordered were served. He indulged in the meal and drink, savoring the pleasures of life. Once finished, he returned to the alley of the Li family. Just as he ascended the stairs, he encountered Lu Jiahui, elegantly clad in a qipao, leaning against the door. You're back, she greeted him with a smile. Li Ji nodded slowly, and without a word, they shared a mutual understanding and proceeded to Lu Jiahui's room. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with vibrations, blissfully unaware of the neighboring young journalist who was absent, lest he complain to the landlady. As evening approached, Li Ji donned his attire and retrieved a stack of legal currency from his pocket, approximately $200 or $300, placing it on Lu Jiahui's bedside. What is this for? Lu Jiahui furrowed her brow, for her intentions with Li Ji were not motivated by money. I'm heading to Kunshan. Take this money. Li Ji thought to himself that if tonight's operation went smoothly, he might not return here for a considerable time. Oh, how long will you be in Kunshan? Lu Jiahui pressed. About 2 or 3 weeks, Li Ji replied ambiguously. I've heard the Japanese are conducting stringent checks. Be cautious on your journey. Lu Jiahui considered that upon his return from Kunshan, she would confront him with her intentions. With her savings, she could purchase a small courtyard and subsequently resign from the dance hall, returning home to support her husband and raise children. Of course, this was merely her own fantasy. Li Ji had never contemplated any future with her. He viewed their relationship as a transaction, which was why he offered her money. Understood. Li Ji remarked before turning to leave. At the alley's entrance, he stopped at Zhang Kzi's wonton stall to enjoy a bowl of wontons before taking a rickshaw to the international settlement. In Hongkou, at the entrance of the Far East Trading Company, Li Ji spotted Su Jingyan standing at the door, clad in a black coat. He alighted from the vehicle and briskly approached. Captain, do we need any tools? Su Jingyan inquired in a hushed tone. Li Ji shook his head, stating that tonight's operation could not involve any weapons. Considering the location was the Japanese concession, any gunfire could lead to dire consequences. This is the Japanese expatriate identification prepared for you. Follow my lead, remain silent, and act according to my cues, Li Ji instructed, handing Su Jingyan the identification he had procured from a black market dealer. Understood, Su Jingyan nodded. They proceeded towards the Maisie Tavern, a notable feature of the Japanese concession. As night fell, the tavern was alive with music and laughter. Just as they were about to enter, a Japanese rogue barred their way. Maisie Tavern admits only citizens of the empire, he declared. Baka, Li Ji retorted, his authentic Tokyo accent ringing out with indignation. Am I not a citizen of the empire? The rogue furrowed his brow. While Li Ji's accent was unmistakably Tokyoite, their heights, around 1.78 meters, stood in stark contrast to the average imperial citizen's height of 1.55 meters. Please present your identification, the rogue insisted, deciding to verify their credentials, as accents could be imitated, but documents could not be forged. With feigned fury, Li Ji produced the identification and tossed it to the rogue. After examining it, the rogue confirmed its authenticity and returned it. Su Jingyan remained silent, merely flashing his identification for a moment. Please, the rogue motioned for them to enter, puzzled by the unusual height of imperial citizens. Upon entering the tavern, they were warmly welcomed by the Mama-san and led to a traditional Japanese-style private room. Where is Captain Aikawa? Li Ji inquired with a smile. Captain Aikawa is in the Tokyo B private room, the Mama-san replied without a hint of doubt. Patrons of the tavern were all imperial citizens, and mutual recognition was commonplace. Li Ji nodded subtly, requesting, please bring us food and drinks. Just a moment, the Mama-san said, her wooden clogs clicking as she departed. After a while, the food and drinks arrived. The Mama-san asked if they desired the company of a geisha. Li Ji declined her generous offer under the pretext of discussing business. He then leaned in to whisper a few instructions to Su Jingyan, who nodded in understanding. In the Tokyo B private room, Captain Aikawa Shixiang was inebriated, embracing a geisha and belting out the Japanese army's song, Burning Sky. After a while, with the geisha's assistance, Aikawa staggered toward the restroom. She accompanied him to the entrance of the men's room before turning back to the private room. Aikawa, upon reaching a corner of the restroom, began to relieve himself against the wall. Suddenly, a swift strike landed on the back of his head. Aikawa's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. Su Jingyan hurriedly caught him, though even in his stupor, Aikawa continued to urinate, creating quite the mess. As Su Jingyan beheld the scene, he inwardly cursed. Suppressing his revulsion, he assisted Aikawa Yoshio in fastening his trousers and then hoisted him onto his back to exit the men's restroom. Li Ji led the way, providing cover for Su Jingyan. What has happened to Captain Aikawa? The madam inquired anxiously, for Aikawa Yoshio was an officer of the empire, and any misfortune befalling him could spell trouble for her establishment. Aikawa-kun has had too much to drink. Watanabe-kun and I are escorting him home, Li Ji replied, producing a wad of yen from his pocket and tossing it to the madam. Subsequently, he and Su Jingyan maneuvered Aikawa Yoshio out of the tavern, hailing a rickshaw, and assisted Aikawa into the vehicle, swiftly departing from the street. After a short distance, Li Ji paid the fare, falsely claiming they had reached their destination. Once the rickshaw driver departed, Su Jingyan hastily shouldered Aikawa Yoshio and followed closely behind Li Ji into a dimly lit alleyway. Chapter 58. Do you have a woman? Approximately an hour later, the two arrived at the number 4 safe house in the occupied area. This location was rather remote. The so-called safe house was merely 2 dilapidated buildings. Inside, Li Ji lit an oil lamp, the feeble glow dispelling the surrounding darkness. Su Jingyan found a length of rope and bound Aikawa Yoshio to a rickety chair. Captain, I'll keep watch outside, he said, turning to stand at the door. Aware that safety was paramount in this occupied territory, Li Ji closed the door, casting a cold glance at Aikawa Yoshio, before unleashing a series of sharp slaps across his face. Aikawa Yoshio groggily opened his eyes, his head spinning and his cheeks ablaze with pain. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Where is this place?" Aikawa Yoshio, from now on, you will answer my questions without deviation. Do you understand? Li Ji glanced at his watch. It was now 1 a.m, with over 5 hours until dawn. Who are you? Aikawa Yoshio, still disoriented, recalled his previous location at the Miko Tavern. Puzzled as to how he had ended up here, bound to a chair. Smack! Li Ji dealt him another resounding slap, causing stars to dance before Aikawa's eyes. You dare strike me? He grimaced, baring his teeth. Smack! Another powerful slap sent Aikawa reeling, his mind momentarily clouded. After a brief interval, clarity returned, and he realized he might be in the clutches of resistance fighters. When do you report to the military police headquarters? Li Ji inquired. I am an officer of the Greater Japanese Empire. I advise you to release me, or else the Empire. Aikawa's protest was abruptly silenced by another of Li Ji's slaps. I ask, you answer. Li Ji retrieved a blue brick from the corner of the room, his voice icy. When do you report to the military police headquarters? Tomorrow, Aikawa replied, anger flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly wilted under the threat posed by the brick in Li Ji's hand. Do you have friends in Shanghai? Yes. Which office do you occupy? The 6th room on the 3rd floor of the consulate. Why were you transferred to the military police headquarters? Commander Miura is a close friend of my father. Do you have a woman in Shanghai? No. With a resounding thud, Akikawa emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, chilling to the bone. As Li Ji brought the brick down forcefully upon his instep. Why yes, yes. Akikawa gasped, nearly fainting from the pain, hastily changing his answer. What is her name? How well do you know her? When did you meet? Li Ji's inquiries were meticulous, delving into Akikawa's social background, family ties, connections, and personal preferences, including his fashion sense and culinary tastes. The same questions were posed repeatedly, and any misstep in Akikawa's responses would result in severe repercussions. After several hours, Li Ji had meticulously compiled a comprehensive dossier on Akikawa Yoshio's life and associations. Are you saying that you came to Shanghai to gain prestige and then returned to serve in the General Staff Headquarters? Li Ji inquired coldly. Yes, Akikawa Yoshio replied. Having endured hours of torment, his condition frail and near death. Who knows you best in Shanghai? Li Ji reiterated his question. It is Major Murakami from the Expeditionary Army Headquarters. He was my classmate at the Tokyo Military Academy, Akikawa Yoshio confessed, fearful of further cruelty from Li Ji. Having already suffered inhuman treatment during this brief ordeal. What is your mother's name? Li Ji shifted the topic, repeating an earlier question. Reiko Yasuda, Akikawa Yoshio blurted out. How much do you need to spend each month? Li Ji continued his interrogation. Approximately 300 to 500 yen, Akikawa Yoshio answered. His monthly salary was 45 yen, with various allowances totaling no more than 60 yen. Where does the money come from? Li Ji asked. My mother sends me money every month, Akikawa Yoshio replied. Through his interrogation of Akikawa Yoshio, Li Ji concluded that he was a mere wastrel, living off his family's wealth, devoid of any military insight, consumed only by thoughts of drinking and womanizing. However, he found a peculiar fondness for this idle existence. Despite his shortcomings, Akikawa Yoshio's appearance and stature were remarkable among Japanese men, standing at 1.7 meters with a fair complexion that did not resemble a soldier, befitting his noble lineage. Li Ji glanced out the window, where the first light of dawn appeared. He turned to Akikawa Yoshio, his eyes flashing with malice. I have answered all your questions. I beg you to spare me. Akikawa Yoshio trembled as he pleaded. Remember, do not return to Shanghai in your next life. Li Ji smirked coldly. With that, he forcefully pressed his elbow against Akikawa Yoshio's neck, and with a sickening crack, sent him to meet Amaterasu. He then pushed open the door and stepped outside. Outside, Su Jingyan stood at the gate, attentively observing the surroundings. Thank you for your hard work, Li Ji said, patting Su Jingyan's shoulder with a gentle smile. I had some unfinished business with Akikawa Yoshio, but it has now been resolved. With that, he produced a stack of currency and stuffed it into Su Jingyan's pocket. This matter is concluded. You may return to the tavern. Remember to check the dead letterbox behind the tavern 3 times daily. Yes, Captain, Su Jingyan replied. Though his rugged exterior belied a sensitive nature, he sensed that the captain's words were not entirely truthful. Nonetheless, as a subordinate, he would not pry further. Watching Su Jingyan leave the safe house, Li Ji turned and closed the gate, picking up a hoe to begin digging. About half an hour later, he had excavated a pit over a meter deep. He then stripped Akikawa Yoshio of his identification, watch, and valuables, disposing of the body within the pit and covering it with soil. After burying Akikawa Yoshio's remains, he transformed himself into a brand new Akikawa Yoshio. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Having disguised himself as Akagawa Yoshio, his height noticeably diminished, and his attire ill-fitting. He crouched down to adjust his pant legs, exited the safe house, enjoyed a modest breakfast on the street, and visited the Yongin department store, where he purchased an identical Zhongshan suit, mirroring the one worn by Akagawa Yoshio. After completing these tasks, he hailed a rickshaw and made his way to the Japanese consulate in Shanghai. During his previous visit to the consulate, he had assumed the guise of Morita Ikuro and eliminated the military attaché, Tanaka Takatoshi. This time, he approached the consulate with familiarity upon disembarking from the rickshaw. He strode confidently into the consulate building. Having been recently transferred from the homeland, Akagawa Yoshio was not well acquainted with his colleagues at the consulate. Thus, upon entering, he was met with little acknowledgement from the staff. This was understandable, as Akagawa held a modest rank as a captain, subordinate to higher-ranking officials such as the colonel in charge and the lieutenant colonel assistant. Upon reaching the office on the 3rd floor, he donned Akagawa's captain's uniform, adorned himself with a Japanese military cap, and polished his desk. Within the drawer of his office, he discovered a black and white photograph, carefully examining it. The image depicted a woman clad in a white coat and wearing a mask. On the reverse of the photograph, a message was inscribed in Japanese, Dear Sakuko. A smile graced Li Ji's lips. He resolved to fulfill the unaccomplished desires of Akagawa Yoshio. Subsequently, he tucked the photograph into his pocket and proceeded to report to the garrison headquarters of the Japanese military police in Shanghai with his transfer orders. Half an hour later, at the Japanese garrison headquarters in Shanghai, Li Ji strode confidently through the main entrance clad in the captain's uniform of the Japanese military, making his way directly to the building housing the military police headquarters. He inquired of a second lieutenant officer before ascending to the office of the Special Duties Section. Chapter 59. The Imperial Nobleman, Akawakuin, second floor, Special Operations Division. Li Ji arrived at the office of Section Chief Koizumi Kimitaro. He adjusted his demeanor and knocked on the door. "Enter," came a voice with a slightly robust timbre. Li Ji pushed the door open and strode confidently into the office. Inside, a colonel in his 40s was seated, his eyes scanning Li Ji with an evaluative intensity. "Chief, Akawa has come to report," Li Ji announced, presenting his transfer orders with both hands. The colonel glanced at the orders and remarked, "The commander-in-chief has spoken highly of you as a promising young talent of the Imperial Army. He hopes you will not disappoint him." "Yes, sir," Li Ji replied with a slight bow. Akawa. The purpose of establishing the Special Operations Division at the General Headquarters is to combat anti-Japanese forces in Shanghai and to transform it into a sanctuary in the Far East. Koizumi Kimitaro launched into a lengthy discourse. "Yes, for the sacred war of the Empire, for the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, I vow to serve His Majesty the Emperor with unwavering loyalty," Li Ji thought bitterly. Cursing inwardly, such a farcical holy war. "One day, I shall see you all submerged in the Huangpu River." Koizumi Kimitaro's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. He had expected Akawa, coming from an aristocratic background, to be somewhat unruly, yet the young man's demeanor indicated that he understood decorum. Subsequently, Koizumi shared various trivial matters about the Special Operations Division and gestured for Li Ji to report to Ri Zinach. "Yes, sir." Li Ji took 2 steps back and turned to seek out Ri Zinach. Upon reaching the intelligence unit's office area, a man in the uniform of a major approached briskly. "Akawa," he called. Li Ji did not know the major's name and merely bowed slightly, silent. "I am Ri Zinach from the Special Operations Division's intelligence team," he said with a serious expression, devoid of mirth. "Ri Zinach, I look forward to your guidance." Li Ji bowed again. "Akawa, as fellow soldiers of the Empire, I hope for your cooperation," Ri Zinach thought somewhat disdainfully of Akawa, seeing him merely as a spoiled aristocrat. "Yes, sir," Li Ji replied earnestly. Ri Zinach then gathered the personnel of the intelligence unit and announced, "This is Akawa, newly transferred from the homeland to serve as the deputy chief of the intelligence team. I trust you will all seek his counsel." The more than 20 members of the intelligence unit bowed in unison to Li Ji, who reciprocated the gesture with humility. Ri Zinach introduced the personnel. The leader of Team 1 was named Ta Takeshir, and the leader of Team 2 was named Okawa Natsur. "Take Akawa to his office," Ri Zinach instructed. "Yes, sir." A young lieutenant stepped forward. "Sir, please follow me." Li Ji nodded slightly to Ri Zinach and followed the lieutenant to his office. According to regulations, a captain officer is not entitled to an independent office. However, Akikawa Yoshio is no ordinary captain. With Commander Miura as his backing, his promotion to a higher rank is a foregone conclusion. Moreover, Akikawa Yoshio hails from nobility, placing him beyond the comparison with common officers. Upon entering his office, he finds a desk, a chair, and a coat rack quite austere indeed. Li Ji closes the door and takes a seat, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. His deep-set eyes radiating wisdom. His infiltration plan's first step has been successfully accomplished. From here on, he need only maintain a regular work schedule. After all, as a newcomer, any rash interference in the intelligence group's confidential matters might arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, he perceives a slight aversion from Long Zinaching towards him. Thus, over the ensuing days, Li Ji adheres to a disciplined routine, arriving promptly in the mornings and departing on time in the afternoons, never once tardy. He refrains from inquiring about the intelligence group, projecting an image of someone merely seeking to embellish his credentials, devoid of any ambition. Through these interactions, he has developed a cordial rapport with the 2 group leaders, sharing drinks after work and indulging in leisurely pursuits with Japanese women. His relationship with group leader Longza is also gradually improving. After all, bearing the title of nobility, he is generous, treating others to meals and gifts without hesitation. From his interactions with the intelligence group, he has gleaned some insights. The head of the Special Operations Division, Koizumi Jintaro, was originally a senior advisor at the Army Command. Years ago, he clandestinely engaged in intelligence infiltration concerning China and speaks fluent Chinese, truly a man of the Han. Group leader Longza Nanching, emerging from a lineage of spies, was once an elite intelligence officer in the Kanto Army's Special High Police. As for the 2 intelligence squad leaders, they come from humble beginnings but have had varying degrees of exposure to intelligence work. The Special Operations Division was established not long ago, and with scant information available, Longza Nanching has dispatched members of the intelligence group to frequently probe the concessions for news or share intelligence with the Special High Police, who are also stationed within the garrison headquarters. On this day, Li Ji sits in his office, sipping tea while perusing the newspaper. Suddenly, the telephone on his desk rings. He answers, Mao Shi, it is a call from Longza Nanching, requesting him to visit his office. After hanging up, A cold smirk graces Li Ji's lips. Over the past few days, he has presented himself as unambitious and non-contentious, and Longza Nancheng, if not foolish, must grasp his intentions. He then rises to straighten his military attire and proceeds to Longza Nancheng's office. Inside the office, Longza Nancheng appears furious, slamming a newspaper onto the desk as he exclaims, "The anti-Japanese forces in Shanghai are exceedingly arrogant. The finance director appointed by the Military Political Bureau yesterday was assassinated by anti-Japanese elements last night. This is an affront to the dignity of the great Japanese empire leader. Please give your orders." Li Ji responds inwardly pleased, knowing that this is likely the handiwork of the Shanghai station, finally accomplishing a deed that brings great satisfaction. Akikawa-kun. Take the military police to the army hospital and find Kobayashi-kun from the special high police. Follow Kobayashi-kun's instructions, Longza Nancheng directs. Understood. Li Ji spoke not a word, turning and exiting the office. Upon arriving at the intelligence team's workspace, he gestured towards the formidable Tian Shurlang, instructing him to bring along 2 intelligence officers for a brief excursion. Upon stepping outside, a squad of military police was assembled and ready, led by a sergeant. "Commander, we are prepared to depart. Let us proceed." Li Ji entered a black sedan, accompanied by the military police as they swiftly made their way to the army hospital. Upon reaching the hospital, he instructed the military police to wait outside while he and Tian Shurlang ascended to the 2nd floor, where they encountered Mr. Kobayashi from the Special High Command. "Akikawa-kun, thank you for your efforts," Kobayashi solemnly remarked. "Commander Kobayashi, Group Leader Longza has ordered that we follow your directives," Li Ji stated. Getting straight to the point. "Understood," Kobayashi replied, his demeanor serious. "Akikawa-kun, secure the hospital with the military police. All individuals entering or exiting must be thoroughly inspected." Li Ji felt a flicker of confusion. What was the intent of the Japanese? Naturally, he refrained from inquiring into the affairs of the Special High Command. He then instructed Tian Shurlang to carry out Kobayashi's orders as they exited the hospital building. "Commander, what are the Special High Command's intentions?" Tian Shurlang inquired gravely. "I do not know," Li Ji replied, shaking his head slightly. He too was oblivious to their plans, but he sensed they were not benign. Tian Shurlang promptly dispatched the military police to encircle the hospital, mandating that anyone entering or exiting must undergo a thorough search before being allowed passage. "Tian-kun, keep an eye here. I shall seek out Dr. Takeda for a chat," Li Ji remarked, turning back towards the hospital building. "Who is Dr. Takeda?" Tian Shurlang furrowed his brow. Chapter 60, The Disgrace of Imperial Soldiers in the Doctor's Office on the 1st floor. A female physician was engrossed in reviewing medical records when suddenly, the door swung open, accompanied by a burst of laughter. "Dr. Takeda, I have come specifically to see you." With that, a young officer clad in the uniform of a captain of the Imperial Japanese Army entered the room. "Ah, Akikawa-kun," Dr. Takeda responded, rising from her chair, her voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Have you not noticed how much more beautiful I have become in just a few days?" Li Ji laughed heartily, reaching out as if to stroke Dr. Takeda's cheek. "Akikawa-kun, I am at work. Please do not disturb me." Dr. Takeda retreated a few steps, resembling a startled fawn. "There is a saying that a day apart feels like 3 years. We have only been separated for a few days, yet it feels like an eternity." Li Ji remarked with a lewd grin, inching closer to Dr. Takeda. Dr. Takeda, whose full name is Takeda Sakura, hails from Matsuyama, Japan, belonging to a once noble family that has long since fallen from grace, leaving them with only the title of nobility. Previously, during an assassination attempt on Tanaka Takamasa, Li Ji had crossed paths with Takeda Sakura when she had just arrived in Shanghai, where she had unwittingly rendered Mori Taikairo, the consul stationed in Shanghai, unconscious with a soporific. Following Tanaka Takamasa's demise, a task force was established at the Japanese consulate, with Takeda Sakura listed as a suspect. However, she managed to prove that her meeting with Mori Taikairo was purely coincidental, and her identity as a military doctor, along with her noble lineage, ultimately led to her exoneration. Aikawa Shigenori became acquainted with Takeda Sakura through this case. Aikawa Shigenori, known for his licentiousness, frequently visited the military hospital under various pretexts to cultivate a closer relationship with Takeda Sakura, often taking the opportunity to make lewd remarks. "Akikawa-kun, this is a hospital. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Takeda Sakura's beautiful eyes flashed with indignation. Ever since her arrival in Shanghai, she had faced numerous misfortunes, becoming inexplicably entangled in an assassination case. Though she had finally shed her suspicions, she found herself once again under the unwanted scrutiny of the consulate's Aikawa Shigenori, a notorious wastrel who sought to take advantage of her at every encounter, much to her dismay. She had inquired about Aikawa Shigenori and learned that he was from Tokyo, a true nobleman by birth. What is wrong with the hospital? Li Ji feigned indifference, embodying the persona of the wealthy and debauched Aikawa Shigenori, a greedy, lecherous, and brutal army captain. "Aikawa-kun, stay where you are. or I shall call for assistance, Takeda Sakura warned, her composure faltering as she faced Aikawa Shigenori's lecherous grin. My dear Sakura, I have missed you terribly during your absence, Li Ji recited, having discovered a love letter while tidying Aikawa Shigenori's desk. Silence. Takeda Sakura retreated to the corner, having nowhere else to flee, her exquisite visage flushed with embarrassment as she listened to Aikawa Shigenori's nonsensical declarations. Sakura, why can you not comprehend my heartfelt intentions? Li Ji teased, grasping her delicate hand and rubbing it back and forth as if wringing out a garment. Sakurako Takeda struggled to retract her hand, but her feeble strength was no match for the firm grip of Yoshio Aikawa. No matter how she fought, she could not free herself. Yoshio, as an officer of the Imperial Army, do you not find this shameful? Sakurako exclaimed indignantly. No. As a soldier of the Empire, I take pride in this, Li Ji remarked, grasping her small hand and rubbing it with an insidious expression, fully embodying Aikawa's lasciviousness. Baka! Sakurako cursed angrily. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Even if one were to hold hands. Ugh! Even if one were to grasp her hand, at least close the office door. If her colleagues at the hospital were to witness this, how could she, Dr. Takeda, show her face? Sakurako, I believe today is a splendid day. We should witness our love under the gaze of Amaterasu, Li Ji said, slightly crouching and with a sudden exertion of strength, hoisted Sakurako onto his shoulder. Baka. Put me down, she protested vehemently. Just then, a military doctor in a white coat arrived at the door, shouting, Baka, what are you doing? Upon seeing the military physician, Li Ji set Sakurako down. She hurried to position herself behind the doctor, infuriated by Aikawa's audacity to behave in such a manner in the office. Director. He is a disgrace to the Empire, a shame upon the army, Sakurako exclaimed, her exquisite face flushed with anger. Which unit do you belong to? The director demanded furiously. State your unit number and position. I will report you to the military police. Report me? Li Ji scoffed. Military Police Headquarters, Special Operations Section, Yoshio Aikawa. Nanny? The director gasped. You are from the Military Police Headquarters? Director, Dr. Takeda is involved in a case, and I came to inquire about it, but she refuses to cooperate. Li Ji thought to himself with a smirk. If it weren't for the necessity of making Aikawa's performance more convincing, he would be indifferent to Takeda. However, he was surprised to find that the seemingly delicate woman possessed a remarkable strength. Lieutenant, please apologize to Dr. Takeda for your earlier discourteous behavior, the director said. Furrowing his brow. Apologize. Li Ji replied with a mocking expression. I am executing my duties. She is the one refusing to cooperate. To ask me to apologize is to insult the dignity of an imperial soldier. The director was momentarily at a loss for words. The military police headquarters oversaw military institutions in Shanghai, including the army hospital. Furthermore, the lieutenant's argument had merit. It was understandable to employ forceful measures when faced with noncompliance. Dr. Takeda, is the lieutenant's statement true? The director inquired, turning to Sakurako. She glanced at Li Ji and softly replied, he is telling the truth. The director slowly nodded. As long as the lieutenant spoke honestly, he would not intervene in the matter. For the personnel of the military police headquarters were not to be trifled with, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Captain. There is a critically important patient upstairs who requires Dr. Takeda's examination, the Japanese director stated. What patient could possibly be of greater significance than my current investigation? Li Ji inquired, a frown settling on his face. Captain, the condition of that patient is exceedingly grave. Kobayashi from the Special High Police has repeatedly instructed that we must ensure the safety of that patient's life, the Japanese director replied. What is the background of this patient? Is he of imperial nobility? Li Ji feigned indifference as he questioned. No, he is not a citizen of the Empire. He is a resistance fighter. The Japanese director shook his head. A resistance fighter? Li Ji pretended to ponder for a moment. Since this is a matter of Kobayashi's concern, Dr. Takeda should attend to it. I will seek you out later to discuss the case. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Aikawa Shixiang leave, Takeda Sakura couldn't help but feel dismayed. How unfortunate that this scoundrel had been transferred from the consulate to the gendarmerie headquarters. Dr. Takeda, the situation of the patient upstairs is dire. Please examine him and report back to me, the Japanese director urged. Understood, Takeda Sakura replied softly, bowing slightly before gracefully departing on her long, slender legs. Chapter 61. The respectable nurse outside, Li Ji staggered to the entrance of the hospital, where he observed the military police conducting searches on individuals entering and exiting. Among them, a nurse clad in white stood out, drawing the unwelcome attention of several soldiers who, under the guise of their duties, inappropriately accosted her, causing the nurse to cry out in alarm. Nearby, Detian Mingshi Lang watched with keen interest, had it not been for the presence of Commander Aikawa. He would have been unable to restrain himself from taking liberties with the nurse. Li Ji paid little heed to the misconduct of the military police, for he now assumed the identity of Aikawa Yoshio, a bona fide officer of the occupying forces. Commander Akawa, you should rest in the duty room. I will keep watch here, De Tianming Shilang promptly flattered. Very well, Li Ji replied, retrieving 10 yen from his pocket. Send someone to the street for a roast chicken and a jug of sake. De Tianming Shilang eagerly accepted the yen and dispatched 2 soldiers to procure the food and drink. Upon their return, Li Ji expelled the duty soldiers from the room, pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette of Japanese brand. After a short while, the roast chicken and sake arrived. Li Ji gestured for De Tianming Shilang to join him in the duty room for a drink. Commander. Drinking during duty, De Tianming Shilang glanced at the chicken and sake on the table, swallowing hard, his words lacking conviction. Our feasting and drinking is a celebration for the great Imperial Japanese Army, Li Ji thought, bemused by the man's pretentiousness, having clearly noticed the way he gulped. Once seated, De Tianming Shilang quickly tore into a chicken leg, devouring it ravenously. After finishing, he eagerly poured sake for Li Ji, ingratiatingly stating, Commander Akawa, should you require anything in the future, I shall serve without hesitation. Indeed, Li Ji patted De Tianming Shilang on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue drinking. Despite his name suggesting valor, De Tianming Shilang stood at merely 5 feet 3 inches. His bow-legged stance and reputation as a quick shooter rendering the title of brave warrior rather ironic. 2 hours later, both men were flushed and laughing heartily. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed from within the hospital. Li Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. How could anyone infiltrate such a heavily guarded area? De Tian, we must go, Li Ji declared, drawing his pistol from its holster as the inebriated De Tianming Shilang rushed out of the duty room towards the hospital building. The gunfire had alerted the soldiers in the courtyard, all of whom rushed towards the entrance with rifles at the ready. Commander, please direct us from the back. I will lead the charge, De Tianming Shilang shouted exuberantly, leading several soldiers into the building. Li Ji thought to himself that directing was pointless. From the sound of the gunfire, it was clear the assailants numbered no more than 2. Charge in. Let us end this, Li Ji bellowed, prompting a few soldiers to follow him inside. Approximately a minute later, the gunfire ceased abruptly. 2 gendarmes emerged, escorting a nurse, who was unmistakably the same nurse recently subjected to a thorough search by the soldiers. What on earth is going on, Akikawa-kun? Kobayashi Sawako burst forth, visibly enraged. My subordinates were merely conducting a body search, Li Ji implied, distancing himself from any responsibility regarding the nurse's possession of a firearm. Have you been drinking? Kobayashi's glare was sharp as she scrutinized Li Ji. Indeed, Oda-kun and I indulged in a few drinks to bolster our spirits against the anti-Japanese elements, Li Ji lied brazenly. Scoundrel. Kobayashi could hardly believe Akikawa's incompetence. Drinking during the day and allowing a female assassin to infiltrate the hospital was utterly unacceptable. Sir, I can vouch for Akikawa-san. What he says is true. We drank to prepare for the capture of anti-Japanese forces, Oda Masaru quickly interjected, defending his superior. You fools nearly caused a disaster, Kobayashi scoffed coldly. She felt an urgent need to report the incident to the Special High Command and had no time to deal with the 2 disgraceful officers. Yet their daytime drinking warranted severe punishment. With that, Kobayashi stormed back into the hospital, fuming. Taking advantage of the alcohol's effects, Li Ji approached the nurse. Donning a pair of white gloves from his military uniform pocket, he lifted her chin, closely examining her visage. Indeed, a beauty, he remarked, gently caressing her cheek with gloved fingers. Curse you, you wretched fiend. The nurse spat defiantly, landing a significant amount of saliva on Li Ji's uniform. The nearby gendarmes, witnessing her insubordination, retaliated with a few blows from their rifle butts, eliciting her anguished cries. Desist. One must show respect to a lady, Li Ji interjected, his brow furrowing as he watched his compatriots brutalize her, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Madam, may I ask your name? He inquired. The nurse, wincing in pain, turned her head away, ignoring him. Your accent suggests you hail from Osaka, Li Ji mused, realizing her fluency in Japanese indicated she was no mere commoner. She must either be a CC intelligence agent or a professionally trained operative from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Still, the nurse remained unresponsive. Sir, this Chinese woman possesses some charm. Perhaps we should take her back to the gendarmerie headquarters for thorough interrogation, Oda Masaru suggested, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Oda-kun, you make a valid point. Li Ji concurred, nodding thoughtfully. How many accomplices does she have? 2, one of whom has already been eliminated, Oda Masaru replied. Just as 2 gendarmes carried out a lifeless body, also clad in a nurse's uniform. Did any Imperial warriors sustain injuries? Li Ji inquired. 2 warriors were shot. But not critically, Oda Masaru whispered. A few of Kobayashi's subordinates have also met their demise, he added. Li Ji nodded imperceptibly. The 2 female assassins masquerading as nurses had managed to take down several of the enemy soldiers, and even in their sacrifice, they had not suffered in vain. Take her back to the gendarmerie headquarters and confine her, Li Ji commanded, gesturing to the 4 gendarmes beside him. Two of the gendarmes seized the female nurse, while the other two followed closely behind as they made their way to the parking area. Daiqing Kuan, contact group leader Longza and inform him of the situation here. Li Ji instructed. He resolved to murky the waters. Regardless of whether the nurse was affiliated with the military intelligence department, he would extend his support. After all, in these times, a woman who dared to confront the Japanese soldiers head-on deserved respect. Daegion Morisuk hurried off to the duty room to make the call. Chapter 62. They are here to silence us. A few minutes later, Kobayashi Zikiai emerged from the hospital, scanning his surroundings. Where had everyone gone? Kawa-kun. What happened to the female assassin we just captured? Kobayashi's eyes blazed with fury, ready to unleash his wrath. Subordinates have already taken her back to the military police headquarters. Li Ji stated. Baka, who authorized you to move her? Kobayashi exploded, his voice laced with anger. She is our capture, returning her to the military police headquarters. What's the issue? Li Ji remained unfazed by Kobayashi's rage. Although he belonged to the Special High Command, the military police headquarters was under military jurisdiction, equipped with weapons and personnel. If any conflict arose, the military police would undoubtedly suppress the Special High Command, especially in Shanghai, where the military held the ultimate authority. Kawa-kun, please understand that you are here to cooperate with me, not to act independently, Kobayashi admonished. This is the order from Chief Longza, not a unilateral decision by my subordinates. Li Ji deflected, shifting the blame to Longzanan. Chief Longza's order? Kobayashi's brows knitted together. Did the intelligence department intend to intrude and claim credit for their work? Kobayashi-kun. I still need to handle the bodies of the anti-Japanese elements. Do as you please, Li Ji remarked, turning to leave. Wait a moment. Bring her body inside for the forensic examination, Kobayashi commanded, pointing at the corpse of the female nurse in the courtyard. A wave of sorrow washed over Li Ji. Even in death, these beasts could not let the body rest. He cast a glance at the nurse's lifeless form, perhaps in her 20s, at the prime of her youth. Carry her inside, Li Ji gestured, feeling powerless in this matter. Two military policemen lifted the nurse's body. Kawa-kun, as an imperial soldier. I expect you to uphold the honor of a soldier and refrain from further provoking my anger, Kobayashi declared pompously before striding back into the hospital building. Li Ji scoffed inwardly. What a farce of military honor. He was Aikawa Yoshio, a noble debauched in vice. He turned to instruct his subordinates to continue interrogating those entering and exiting the hospital. With a sense of detachment, he made his way to Dr. Takeda's office. In the office, Takeda Sakura was in a foul mood. The presence of anti-Japanese elements in the Imperial Army Hospital was alarming, thankfully. Their target was the critically ill patient on the second floor, and her life remained unscathed. With a loud bang, the office door was violently kicked open from the outside. Takeda's heart raced, but upon recognizing Aikawa Yoshio, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sakura, are you hurt? Li Ji rushed in, his large hands swiftly checking over Takeda. Feigning urgent concern. Aikawa-kun, I am fine. Takeda's beautiful eyes reflected a mixture of shame and anger. What was he doing? That's good to hear, Li Ji replied. His expression filled with faux worry, his hands continuing their unwelcome exploration. Sakurako Takeda leaned back, adjusting her white coat, and with a serious demeanor said, I am currently at work. If you have no other matters, please leave. Clearing his throat, Li Ji remarked, the military attaché, Tanaka, was assassinated in his office. You were with Morita Iki that night, were you not? Aikawa-kun, I have explained this matter countless times. I merely followed the wishes of my family elders and dined with Morita Iki at the Yamato Hotel. During the meal, I suddenly lost consciousness, and I am truly unaware of what transpired thereafter. A trace of helplessness flickered across Takeda's exquisite face. She too was a victim in this affair. Although I have now been reassigned to the military police headquarters, I will continue to follow the case of Lord Tanaka. I will seek you out for discussions. And you cannot refuse in any way, do you understand? Li Ji stated with grave seriousness. Takeda felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. In this unfamiliar Shanghai, she had no one to rely on. Had she a formidable ally, she would not have fallen prey to Aikawa's unscrupulous advances under the guise of investigation. Shall we now discuss our own matters? Li Ji stepped forward, cornering Takeda with a lascivious grin, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Wait. Takeda's beautiful eyes narrowed. The patient on the second floor is in critical condition. I must examine him once more. He's merely an anti-Japanese activist. If he dies, so be it. Li Ji replied nonchalantly. Mr. Kobayashi places great importance on this anti-Japanese activist and has instructed us to spare no effort in saving him. Takeda thought to herself that she needed to extricate herself from this situation, for Aikawa's shamelessness could very well lead to her being trapped in the office. Has Mr. Kobayashi lost his mind, caring so much for an anti-Japanese activist? Li Ji scoffed. With the Empire's pharmaceuticals in such short supply, it would be a pity to waste them on someone like him. Please trust me, Aikawa-kun. I am confident I can save him, Takeda asserted with unwavering conviction. I certainly believe in your medical skills, Sakurako, Li Ji replied, moving to continue his advances. At that moment, two nurses happened to pass by the office door, and Takeda seized the opportunity to flee. A shadow crossed Li Ji's gaze. The fact that Kobayashi was so concerned about the gravely ill patient indicated that the individual was no ordinary person. Given the modus operandi of the special hire police, they must be seeking to uncover the organization behind him. From Takeda's words, it seemed she truly believed she could save that man. Furthermore, two female assassins disguised as nurses had infiltrated the hospital, eliminating several of Kobayashi's subordinates. Connecting these dots, Li Ji surmised that the two female assassins had entered the hospital to silence the critically ill patient. Their methods bore a resemblance to those of agents from the military intelligence division. Yet he could not ascertain whether they were operatives from the Shanghai station or directly affiliated with headquarters. Certainly, as long as it does not involve the Mermaids group and the action team, he would not act rashly. After all, infiltrating the Japanese military under the guise of Akikawa Yoshio is no small feat. He emerged from Takeda Sakura's office and returned to the duty room at the hospital entrance. Commander Oda Masahiro hurriedly entered, speaking in hushed tones. Group leader Rizwa, just called. The special hire police have taken that female assassin away. How dare those damned special hire police steal our credit? Li Ji exclaimed, his eyes widening in indignation. Group leader Rizwa has instructed us to assist Kobayashi-kun with the case and not to act on our own accord, Oda Masahiro replied. Relay to group leader Ryuzawa that we will cooperate with Kobayashi-kun, Li Ji thought to himself, feeling a pang of unease. With the special hire police taking the female assassin, given their methods, she would likely not withstand their interrogation. However, he had done all he could. Whether the assassin lived or died was now in the hands of fate. Chapter 63. I shall take you to a fine place, sir. This evening I shall escort you to a delightful location, Li Ji declared, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. Thank you, Commander, Oda Masahiro replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ever since Commander Aikawa had arrived at the military police headquarters, Oda had enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Each evening unfolded with lavish feasts followed by the company of beautiful imperial maidens, accompanied by the finest sake of the empire. Such heavenly days intoxicated his spirit, compelling him to follow Commander Aikawa as if he were a loyal steed, yearning to serve at his side. It is worth noting that before Commander Aikawa joined the intelligence unit, Oda's existence was rather miserable. There was scarcely enough to afford a roasted chicken, let alone indulge in the pleasures of the night. As a mere lieutenant, his monthly allowance barely exceeded 40 yen, a substantial portion of which he dutifully sent back to his family. There was little left for frivolities. Come, Oda-kun, let us continue drinking, Li Ji beckoned. Commander, is that wise? Oda hesitated. Come now, drink up. Should anything arise, I shall take responsibility, Li Ji insisted. Around 6 in the evening, the doctors and nurses of the army hospital began to clock out for the day. Li Ji, reeking of alcohol, stood at the hospital entrance with Oda Masahiro, meticulously scrutinizing those entering and exiting. During this procedure, the military police could not resist groping the female nurses, which Li Ji feigned ignorance to. After all, what concern was it of his if the Japanese soldiers harassed their own kind? In a drunken stupor, Oda Masahiro inappropriately touched one of the Japanese nurses and attempted to remove her clothing, causing her to scream in fright. Li Ji swiftly kicked Oda, halting his brazen actions in public. Wait a moment, allow me, Li Ji said as he noticed Takeda Sakura, elegantly dressed in a skirt and trench coat, waiting in line to be searched. Aikawa-kun, might I request not to be searched? Takeda Sakura's beautiful eyes held a hint of desperation. The soldiers were exceedingly rude, and their searches were utterly disgraceful. That is not permissible, Li Ji replied, his expression stern. It is Kobayashi-kun's order that all individuals entering or leaving the hospital must be thoroughly searched. Aikawa-kun, your subordinates exhibit a lack of decorum. I wish to avoid their intrusive searches, Takeda Sakura protested. Dr. Takeda, to demonstrate my respect, I shall personally conduct your search, Li Ji asserted as he proceeded with the procedure. Searching was an art, requiring meticulous attention from head to toe, leaving no stone unturned. Takeda Sakura's lovely visage appeared almost petrified as Aikawa Yoshio shamelessly searched even beneath her skirt. He examined the front and then proceeded to the back, as though determined to unearth something from her person. Aikawa-kun, that is sufficient, Kobayashi Sakae approached from behind, his face stern. This is a hospital, not a tavern in the foreign concession. Dr. Takeda is an imperial physician, not an entertainer from a drinking establishment. Li Ji reluctantly withdrew his hand, feigning a sense of loss. The orders were issued by Kobayashi-kun. I am merely executing your directives, he mused, considering that this fellow had no business meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Ah, very well done, Aikawa-kun. From this moment on, I command that all personnel entering and exiting the hospital be subjected to body searches conducted by you, Kobayashi Zikiai stated coldly. Li Ji raised his wrist to glance at his watch, a look of regret playing on his face as he remarked, Kobayashi-kun, I am deeply sorry, but I must return to the gendarmerie headquarters. My replacement will arrive shortly. Kobayashi Zikiai snorted disdainfully, although he disapproved of Aikawa Yoshio's antics. He understood that the special high police could not touch him, given that Aikawa Yoshio's protector was Commander Miura. Li Ji turned to Takeda Sakura and cautioned, Dr. Takeda, be vigilant of anti-Japanese elements on your way back. They infiltrate everywhere. Thank you, Aikawa-kun. Without waiting for Aikawa Yoshio to finish his sentence, Takeda Sakura gracefully turned and jogged away with her long, shapely legs. Kobayashi-kun, it seems you are quite concerned about Dr. Takeda? Kobayashi Zikiai furrowed his brow, delivering a pointed remark. Dr. Takeda is the first woman I encountered in Shanghai. Her beauty captivates me profoundly, Li Ji declared passionately, while secretly pondering the implications of his words. Could it be that suspicion had arisen? Ahem. Kobayashi Zikiai felt a twinge of embarrassment as he departed, not anticipating that Aikawa Yoshio was indeed a genuine romantic. Li Ji observed Kobayashi Zikiai's retreating figure, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flickering in his eyes. No one could become an obstacle in his covert endeavors. Shortly thereafter, the intelligence division dispatched a captain to relieve Li Ji at the army hospital. Li Ji, accompanied by Oda Masashiro, exited the hospital, and the two made their way to a nearby Japanese restaurant for a lavish feast, followed by a visit to a newly opened sake house, where he extravagantly spent 200 yen to summon 4 Japanese geishas. Oda Masashiro, his face aglow, embraced the geishas, drinking heartily and laughing with abandon. Li Ji, equally radiant, laughed boisterously and frequently urged Oda Masashiro to drink more. 2 hours later, Oda Masashiro succumbed to a deep slumber. Resembling a lifeless pig, Li Ji settled the bill for both the drinks and the geisha's company, dragging Oda Masashiro from the tavern to a nearby establishment named Hiroshima, where he booked 2 rooms. He managed to get Oda Masashiro into a room and administered a concoction laced with a sleeping agent, ensuring that he would sleep until dawn. Emerging from the Hiroshima hotel, Li Ji took a rickshaw to the mid-range apartment he had previously rented. There, he changed into a Zhongshan suit, transforming his appearance into that of a man in his 30s, before departing for the French concession Zafebang. Approximately an hour later, in Zafebang, within a luxurious apartment, Li Ji concealed his original visage in a dimly lit corner before entering an apartment building. Inside the room, Wuyukuin was clad in black trousers and knee-high boots. Draped in a black trench coat, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of competence and sensuality. Her expression was grave, her beautiful eyes seemingly lost in thought, when a rhythmic knocking at the door shattered her contemplation. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance, her eyes glinting with a cold light. After a brief moment, she relaxed her expression and gracefully strode over with her long, alluring legs, opening the door from within. Why have you arrived so late? Wu Yukuin's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Ever since Li Ji mentioned he had secured a cover identity for work, she had not seen him for days. There are 2 matters, Li Ji stated as he settled onto the sofa, his tone serious. I have an informant at the army hospital. This afternoon, a piece of intelligence was dispatched. 2 female assassins infiltrated the hospital and engaged in a confrontation with the Japanese spies and military police. One was killed, and the other sustained minor injuries. And the injured assassin was taken away by the Special High Command personnel. He certainly would not disclose that he had already infiltrated the military police headquarters intelligence section in Shanghai. After all, the fewer people who were aware of such covert operations, the better. Ideally, he preferred to be the sole bearer of that knowledge. You have an informant at the army hospital? Wu Yukuin arched her eyebrows, intrigued. She wondered why Li Ji had never mentioned this before. Chapter 64. The midnight call of the joyful bird. The informant is someone I have acquired at great expense, and the information he provides is undoubtedly reliable. Li Ji was reluctant to elaborate on the matter, as those engaged in the intelligence field are seldom inclined to reveal their cards. What are your thoughts? Wu Yukuin, possessing a profound and calculating mind, sought to glean Li Ji's perspective. As far as I know, there is a critically ill patient on the 2nd floor of the hospital. The 2 female assassins who infiltrated the military hospital today must have come for him, and if I am not mistaken, both assassins and the critically ill patient are affiliated with us, Li Ji stated, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Wu Yukuin. You are correct. Those 2 female assassins are indeed ours, but they are not connected to our siren group, nor do they have ties to the operational team. They are under the direct command of headquarters. As for their purpose for coming here, I am not entirely sure, Wu Yukuin replied. The critically ill patient residing on the 2nd floor of the military hospital is the captain of the 3rd Intelligence Group from the Shanghai station. He possesses far too many secrets. Noticing that Li Ji had deduced the situation quite accurately, Wu Yukuin did not withhold the details and recounted the matter succinctly. Who made this decision? Li Ji inquired, furrowing his brow. The situation aligned perfectly with his suspicions. The 2 female assassins had indeed infiltrated the hospital with the intent to silence him. The decision originated from the Shanghai station, with the task executed by a group directly under headquarters. Wu Yukuin saw no issue with this decision. During her time in the elite officer training class, her instructor had imparted a timeless adage that she still held in high regard. In the realm of intelligence warfare, only the deceased can guard secrets. A foolish decision, executed by ignorant hands, Li Ji mused. Even if one were to silence someone, it need not resort to blades or firearms. There are myriad ways to ensure the demise of a critically injured individual, yet the executors chose an exceedingly foolish path. Wu Yuquan continued, her voice low. The captured female agent is named Wang Songling. She graduated from Hangzhou Normal School and entered the special training class in Hangzhou last year, completing her training this September. Upon hearing the name and background of the captured agent, Li Ji understood that Wang Songling was destined for silencing, a characteristic modus operandi of the military intelligence department, which seeks to eliminate individuals who cannot be rescued. I only wish to know if Wang Songling's capture will implicate you, Li Ji asked directly. The fact that Wu Yuquan could accurately name Wang Songling indicated her connection to the group directly under headquarters. In the world of intelligence, lateral connections are to be avoided at all costs. As a graduate of the elite officer school, did she not comprehend this principle? It is possible. It may. Wu Yuquan's tone was grave. I do not know Wang Songling personally, but her group leader is a close friend from my officer school days. She came to Shanghai on a mission and has sought my assistance multiple times. What do you intend to do if Wang Songling defects to the Japanese? Li Ji inquired. Before she speaks, I will send her on her way. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes flashed with resolve. Wang Songling is imprisoned in the military police command's dungeon. How do you plan to send her on her way? Li Ji asked. Poison, Wu Yuquan replied, glancing at Li Ji without concealment. Poison? How would you administer it? Li Ji felt a flicker of curiosity. Could it be that she had informants within the military police headquarters? Wu Yuquan's expression momentarily betrayed a hint of hesitation as she slowly replied. Someone has taken the family members of a chef from the military police headquarters, coercing him to poison the food meant for the prisoners. Li Ji nodded in understanding, acknowledging the cold-blooded nature of such a beauty capable of committing such a heinous act. The military police headquarters housed over 100 inmates, most of whom were ordinary citizens. To silence one individual, they were willing to sacrifice over 100 lives, a ruthlessness that was both fierce and decisive. If she refuses to confess, the Japanese will starve her. Wouldn't your plans be rendered futile? Li Ji's voice carried a note of displeasure. In the realm of intelligence warfare, it is sometimes inevitable to mistakenly harm one or two innocents. However, to extinguish the lives of over 100 ordinary people is an act no different from that of the Japanese devils. The suggestion did not originate from me. It was proposed by another. Although Wu Yuquan was nicknamed the Venomous Beauty, she had not descended into madness to the extent of orchestrating the mass poisoning of innocents. Regardless of who conceived this vile idea, please convey to them that they must cease their actions immediately. To extinguish one life at the cost of 100 is morally reprehensible. Should anyone engage in such despicable acts, I will ensure they find no refuge in death, Li Ji declared coldly. Wu Yuquan glanced at her watch and gently shook her head. It is too late. The operation has already commenced. Li Ji shot her a frosty glance and retorted, take care. With that, he rose to leave. Wait, Wu Yuquan said softly. The person residing on the second floor of the army hospital must die. You have informants there and could surely facilitate his departure. Why? Li Ji asked, his tone icy. If he is revived by the Japanese, the Shanghai station will be in peril. Moreover, he is a direct subordinate of Zhang Chuzhua, and the boss does not wish for him to live. Wu Yuquan hesitated before divulging the truth. Li Ji scoffed inwardly, even amidst national calamity. The higher-ups of the Military Intelligence Bureau were still embroiled in internal strife. With such behavior, how could they accomplish anything under the watchful eyes of the Japanese? I shall handle this individual, but I cannot condone your plan to poison the prisoner's food. I urge you to reconsider. With that, Li Ji turned on his heel and departed. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Wu Yuquan understood the extent of Li Ji's fury. She sighed softly. She was neither the executor nor the planner of this scheme and had no authority to interfere with their decisions. Outside, Li Ji arrived at a public telephone booth on CFA Road and dialed the emergency contact number for Yumaching. Come out, meet at our usual place. After hanging up, he hastened to Central Park. That evening, Central Park was shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their hand in front of their face. He took a seat on the bench where he had first met Yumaching. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of high heels echoed closer, the rhythm suggesting urgency in her steps. Yumaching sat down at the opposite end of the bench and whispered, "What brings you to find me at this late hour? Activate the backup radio station and transmit a message to headquarters." The telegram reads as follows. It has come to my attention that a certain direct subordinate group at headquarters has encountered a setback, resulting in one fatality and one capture. To ensure that this confidential information does not leak, the subordinate group has decided to poison the prisoners held at the Shanghai Garrison Command. I, the undersigned, am appalled by this news, feeling a surge of shock and anxiety, and I hereby request that the poisoning plan be cancelled, with the remaining matters to be handled by me, Gui Hu. Li Ji leaned closer to Yu Maching, articulating the contents of the telegram. Once he finished, he asked her to repeat it, for such a crucial message required utmost accuracy. Any deviation could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, it has come to my attention that a certain direct subordinate group at headquarters has encountered a setback. Yu Maching echoed his words. You must return immediately to send the telegram. I will call you before dawn, and at that time, use code words to convey headquarters' decision to me, Li Ji instructed. Understood. Yu Maching replied softly. Proceed. Li Ji signaled for her to go first. Without delay, Yu Maching rose and departed, her high heels clicking on the ground. After her departure, Li Ji took a moment to smoke a cigarette, then exited the park and hailed a rickshaw to the Japanese-occupied area. Chapter 65. Boss Dai's Unspoken Struggles Wuhan, No. 33, Pingwei Road. Following the defeat in the Battle of Songhu, the national government's military and political institutions began their gradual relocation to Wuhan, with the Military Intelligence Bureau moving from Jinling's Ji Alley to Pingwei Road in Wuhan. Since his arrival in Wuhan, Boss Dai has been in a state of discontent, frequently berating his subordinates as a bunch of incompetent fools. The primary cause of his ire was the emergence of numerous traitors, who surfaced like mushrooms after rain, particularly after the Japanese occupation of Shanghai. Among these traitors were many bureaucrats and social elites, leading Boss Dai to believe that the Military Intelligence Bureau had failed in its oversight, thus allowing such a multitude of traitors to arise. Boss Dai found himself in a difficult position. Prior to the Japanese takeover of Shanghai, how could he discern who was a traitor and who was a loyal patriot? Naturally, with the director's fury, he felt compelled to take action. Before the Military Intelligence Bureau withdrew from Jinling, he discreetly dispatched 2 direct teams to Shanghai to execute a plan to eliminate these traitors. The 2 teams did not disappoint his expectations, launching a vigorous campaign against the traitors in Shanghai, resulting in the swift elimination of 7 openly surrendering traitors, 3 of whom were prominent figures in the city. Boss. Urgent telegram from Ghost Fox. Mao Chiwu entered Boss Dai's office, holding a telegram. Since the relocation of the Military Intelligence Bureau to Wuhan, Boss Dai had been working primarily at night and sleeping during the day. Thus, upon receiving Ghost Fox's telegram, Mao Chiwu delivered it to Boss Dai without delay. What news does Ghost Fox bring? Is there more intelligence from the Japanese? Boss Dai inquired eagerly. The telegram revealed. Our direct team in Shanghai faced a setback at the army hospital, resulting in 1 death and 1 capture. The team fears that the captured individual may betray us and has decided to poison the food of the prisoners at the military police headquarters. I request to cancel this poisoning plan and will take responsibility for the aftermath. Poisoning? Boss Dai was taken aback upon hearing this. He glanced at the telegram again, furrowing his brow. Which team is responsible for this? The Jingjiang team, Mao Chiwu respectfully replied. Absurd. Boss Dai reprimanded. To sacrifice the entire prison population for the sake of 1 captured individual is sheer madness. Boss, you know her well. Her methods have always been this way. Mao Chiwu remarked with a wry smile. At this, Boss Dai rubbed his aching forehead. And Jingjiang, the Kanto sorceress, was a valuable asset in his arsenal, known for her efficiency and her deep-seated vendetta against the Japanese, earning his utmost trust. However, her temperament often caused him considerable distress. Fortunately, Ghost Fox had sent the telegram. Otherwise, if Jingjiang's poisoning plan had succeeded, it would have created a significant mess that he would struggle to explain to the director. He promptly instructed Ghost Fox to reply, agreeing to his request and allowing him to handle the aftermath. He also notified Jingjiang to change her residence and communication codes, severing ties with the Shanghai station and the seductress, ordering her team members into a period of silence while awaiting further directives from headquarters. Boss Dai was reluctant to withdraw Jingjiang's team from Shanghai, knowing they had already eliminated numerous traitors during this time. To remove them now would seem a great loss. Moreover, given that Ghost Fox had the audacity to propose handling the aftermath, it suggested he was confident in the situation. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take on such a responsibility. The boss, if Guihu fails to manage the aftermath as scheduled, the captured individuals may divulge critical secrets regarding the Jingjiang group and various matters concerning the Shanghai station to the Japanese in order to secure their lives, which could result in tremendous losses. I believe, for the sake of caution, it would be prudent to withdraw the Jingjiang group from Shanghai, leaving the remaining counterintelligence operations to the Shanghai station and Guihu's task force, proposed Mao Chiwu. No, if Guihu were uncertain about managing the aftermath, he would never proactively suggest doing so, insisted Boss Dai. Indeed, boss, Mao Chiwu replied, showing no sign of disappointment at his opinion being disregarded, maintaining a sycophantic smile. Oh. By the way, what has Guihu been occupied with recently? Boss Dai casually inquired. Marenshi reported a few days ago, stating that Guihu has taken a cover job, intending to deeply infiltrate Shanghai. Mao Chiwu responded. Given the current demand for personnel, it seems rather excessive to have someone as astute and capable as Guihu lying low in Shanghai. Boss Dai remarked, furrowing his brow. Are you suggesting we transfer Gue Hu to headquarters? Mao Chi-wu inquired. No, I plan to. Boss Dai began, but hesitated, abruptly ceasing his words. Seemingly troubled by certain matters, he waved for Mao Chi-wu to leave. Boss, please rest early, Mao Chi-wu said, nodding and bowing as he exited the office. Closing the door behind him, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Shanghai, the international settlement. Li Ji returned to his rented mid-range apartment, changed into his captain's uniform, and disguised himself once more as Akagawa Yoshio, before stealthily making his way back to the Hiroshima Hotel. The following day, just before dawn, Li Ji descended to a nearby public telephone booth and called Yumaching. It's Uncle Ba. What has your third uncle decided? He has agreed, came the reply. All right. I understand. After hanging up, Li Ji contemplated the situation. The intelligence chief of the Shanghai station on the second floor of the hospital was severely injured, and escorting him was not a difficult task. The crucial issue lay with the female agent Wang Songling, who had been captured by the military police yesterday. She posed a significant problem. Given the character of the Taco agents, it was certain that Wang Songling had endured severe torture. Being a woman, she would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand, and it was possible she had already betrayed them, especially since 12 hours had elapsed since her capture. There existed an unwritten rule within the Military Intelligence Bureau that once captured, even if one wished to defect, they must endure 12 hours to allow others to evacuate. On his way, Li Ji bought 2 breakfast portions and returned to the Hiroshima Hotel, where he kicked vigorously at Oda Masashiro's door and splashed him with cold water to awaken him. Oda-kun, rise and have breakfast, Li Ji said, tossing him 2 meat buns. Huh? What? Oda Masashiro exclaimed, bewildered, as he scrambled up and began devouring the buns. Seeing him gobble down the food, Li Ji thought to himself that indeed, meat buns thrown at dogs would never return. Oda-kun, your performance last night was remarkably brave. You are truly a hero of the Empire, Li Ji praised with a smile. Thank you, sir, for granting me the opportunity to be a hero, Oda Masashiro replied. De Tianming Shirlang wore an expression of triumphant glee, as if he were truly formidable. Li Ji quietly chuckled to himself, recognizing this fellow as a quintessential quick draw. In the brief moment it took him to relieve himself, the task was already complete. One must admit, the genetic makeup of these little devils is rather unimpressive. After a modest meal, the two emerged from the restaurant and took a rickshaw to the gendarmerie headquarters. Upon arriving at the headquarters, just as dawn broke, Li Ji made a trip to the kitchen, then strolled to the entrance of the prison. He withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, struck a match to ignite it, and casually tossed half a pack to the soldiers stationed at the gate. Thank you, sir, the soldiers expressed gratefully, each taking a cigarette, lighting it up, and exhaling clouds of smoke. Li Ji approached them with a smile and inquired, were you on duty last night? Yes, sir, the gendarme replied. The female anti-Japanese activist brought back yesterday, did she confess? Li Ji asked directly, avoiding any circumlocution. Sir, she has passed away, the gendarme responded. Passed away? Li Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Officer Kobayashi from the Special High Police sent a few men to attend to her, but tragically, she took her own life by throwing herself against the wall, the gendarme explained. What a pity. I had hoped to experience the essence of a Chinese female spy, only to find she had chosen suicide, Li Ji thought, filled with a profound sense of sorrow. He could only imagine the torment Wang Songling endured in her final days. Moreover, she must have known that her superiors would not come to her aid, which led her to make such a resolute choice. A mere woman possessed the courage and determination to sacrifice herself, shaming countless treacherous men. Where did you dispose of the body? Li Ji inquired casually. At the outskirts. In the garbage dump, the gendarme replied. Li Ji then squatted at the prison entrance, engaging in idle chatter with the soldiers, discussing everything from the taverns of the Japanese concession to the Eastern geishas, and then transitioning to the modern women of the French concession. After a lengthy conversation, he reached into his pocket, pulled out over 10 yen, and handed it to the gendarmes for cigarettes before turning back towards the office building of the Special Services. Chapter 66. Personally sending off a brother in the intelligence office, Li Ji prepared himself a cup of tea, leisurely settling down to savor its warmth while indulging in a cigarette, his demeanor exuding a profound sense of contentment. Wang Songling, a woman caught in a den of wolves, not only refrained from divulging secrets, but instead exhibited remarkable bravery and self-sacrifice, her ironclad spirit rivaling that of the soldiers who laid down their lives for the nation. Her death severed the crucial intelligence lines of the Special High Command, safeguarding the headquarters direct team and ensuring the safety of Wu Yukuan along with his 2 operational squads. Given his character, he would never have intervened unless he were concerned that the matter might implicate his subordinates, especially since he had only recently infiltrated the military police headquarters and had yet to establish his own footing. Of course, he had to find a way to assist the gravely ill patient on the second floor of the army hospital today. Otherwise, should this individual survive, The operatives at the Shanghai station would be restless. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the office door. Li Ji quickly composed himself, sitting up straight in his chair, and replied in a low voice, "Come in." It was Chief Aikawa. Oda Masashiro entered, stating, "The team leader has issued orders for us to stand duty at the army hospital." Understood, Li Ji nodded, rising from his desk to exit the office with Oda Masashiro trailing behind him like an eager puppy. For Oda Masashiro, Chief Aikawa, being of noble birth and generous nature, was the epitome of an ideal leader, treating him to extravagant nights out and companionship, making him yearn to follow Aikawa for life. Upon arriving at the hospital, a somewhat dilapidated sedan awaited them. Li Ji took a seat in the back while Oda Masashiro occupied the front passenger seat. The car started and made its way to the army hospital. At the hospital, the presence of military police had doubled. At the entrance alone, no fewer than 20 armed soldiers stood guard. After Li Ji alighted, he exchanged a few words with the officer on night duty before retreating to the duty room for a much-needed rest. He slept for over 2 hours, awakening to find the sun directly overhead, its brilliant rays almost blinding him. "What time is it?" Li Ji inquired. "Sir, it's 11:30, replied Oda Masashiro, who was stationed at the duty room door. Li Ji stretched lazily. It was time to attend to business. He stepped out of the duty room and said, "Oda-kun, I'll keep watch. You take a short nap." "Sir, sleeping on duty could lead to trouble if caught," Oda Masashiro thought to himself, realizing he lacked the noble status and commanding presence of Chief Aikawa. "With me here, you'll be fine," Li Ji reassured him, patting his shoulder with an air of protection. Oda Masashiro was deeply moved. Working under Chief Aikawa was indeed a refreshing experience. Li Ji turned and entered the hospital building, heading straight to Takeda Sakura's office. "Ah, Aikawa-kun, what brings you here again?" Sakurako Takeda lifted her gaze, and a flicker of panic momentarily crossed her beautiful eyes. She instinctively recoiled, haunted by the profound psychological shadow left by that scoundrel, Akikawa Yoshio. It was one thing to bully her in the office, but to subject her to a humiliating search at the hospital entrance yesterday was utterly intolerable. "Dear Sakurako, I have come to discuss life and share some ideals with you," Li Ji remarked, a lewd smile curving his lips as his aggressive gaze scrutinized Sakurako from head to toe. "Please conduct yourself with dignity, Akikawa-kun." Sakurako's heart surged with indignation. Akikawa Yoshio's brazen harassment was reprehensible. "Sakurako, I dreamed of you last night. You appeared like a pure angel, illuminating my dim existence." Li Ji cornered her against the wall, pouncing upon her like a famished tiger. Sakurako swiftly evaded him and dashed out of the office. A triumphant smirk danced across Li Ji's lips as he produced an empty cigarette box, opened its lid, and discreetly added a white powder to Sakurako's cup of water, gently swirling it to dissolve the substance. After leaving her office, he meandered through the hospital for approximately half an hour. As he passed the corridor, he cast a glance at Sakurako's office, noting the door was firmly shut. He cautiously nudged the door open and peered inside, finding Sakurako slumped over her desk, unconscious. He slipped into the office, positioning himself behind her to carefully assess her breathing pattern, which was steady and genuine. Furthermore, Sakurako's cup was empty, indicating she had consumed all the water in one go. Li Ji locked the office door, swiftly removed Sakurako's coat and boots, and then disguised himself in her attire, donning her white lab coat. To be prudent, he concealed the unconscious Sakurako within the wardrobe. He then retrieved the medical records for bed 218 on the second floor from the desk. Exiting the office, he mimicked Sakurako's gait as he ascended to the second floor of the hospital. Along the way, he encountered several nurses and doctors. Dr. Takeda, they greeted him, and Li Ji imitated Sakurako's demeanor, nodding politely to each. Upon reaching the second floor, he approached the entrance of a critical care unit guarded by 4 men in suits. These 4 were operatives from the Special High Police, tasked with securing the ward. Apart from Dr. Takeda and the nurses, no one else was permitted entry. Li Ji stepped forward, pushed the ward door open, and closed it behind him with ease, the plainclothes agents remaining oblivious to any irregularity. Inside the ward, a man lay pale and unconscious upon the bed, his eyes tightly shut. "Brother, forgive me. Given your current injuries, even if you were to awaken, you would be no better than a shell of your former self. The higher-ups fear you may betray your comrades. Hence they have sent me to see you off. May your journey be smooth." Li Ji gazed intently at the man lying on the hospital bed for several seconds, silently uttering a few words to himself. He then produced a syringe from his pocket and injected the poison, laced with arsenic, into the 4 drip. If all went as expected, in a few minutes, this brother would find complete release. Of course, he would be deemed a martyr, having fallen to the hands of the Japanese, sacrificing himself for his country. The headquarters would undoubtedly provide for his family. Exiting the ward, Li Ji swiftly descended the stairs and hastened back to the office of Takeda Sakura. He transformed his appearance once more to resemble Aikawa Yoshio, removing Takeda Sakura's coat and lab coat, donning instead the uniform jacket of a captain. He then took Takeda Sakura's cup, rinsed it twice with boiling water from the thermos, and retrieved her clothing from the wardrobe, dressing her appropriately, eliminating all traces of evidence. Seizing a moment when no one was around, Li Ji swiftly left the office. Upon reaching the courtyard of the army hospital, he instructed the military police to bring him a chair, where he reclined languidly. Chapter 67. The misfortune of the empire. After a while, a car drove into the hospital, and Kobayashi Zhejiang emerged from it. Upon stepping out, he spotted Ikawa Shixiang reclining in a chair, his military cap askew, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and his leg crossed in a manner that exuded an air of utter indifference. Kobayashi Zhejiang inwardly cursed, a disgrace to the empire. He chose not to confront Ikawa Shixiang, recognizing that they belonged to opposing factions. He was from the Ministry of Internal Affairs Special High Command, while Ikawa Shixiang was affiliated with the Military Police Command's Special Operations. On some level, they were both colleagues and potential adversaries. Furthermore, Ikawa Shixiang, being a notorious figure with formidable backing, was beyond reproach, prompting Kobayashi to feign ignorance. Kobayashi ascended directly to the second floor with his subordinates and inquired with the 4 plainclothes agents stationed at the door of the critical care unit. He learned that the patient had yet to regain consciousness, which filled him with anxiety. The female assassin who had committed suicide by crashing into a wall had severed their lead. If this critically ill patient did not awaken, the investigation into the anti-Japanese factions would reach a standstill. Open the door, Kobayashi commanded. His subordinate, Hai-E, pushed the door open, and Kobayashi strode into the room. Upon reaching the bedside, he was instantly engulfed by rage, shouting, "Baka Yuru." The man on the bed had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly lifeless. He checked the pulse, confirming its absence, yet the body still bore warmth, indicating death had occurred only moments prior. "Baka, go summon Dr. Takeda," Kobayashi bellowed, recalling how Takeda Sakura had assured him she could save the critically ill patient. How could he have died? He hurried off to find Dr. Takeda. Approximately 10 minutes later, Takeda Sakura arrived on the second floor, appearing utterly exhausted, as though she had been struck by a grave illness herself. "Dr. Takeda, I demand an explanation," Kobayashi shouted, pointing at the corpse on the bed. Takeda, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, rushed to the bedside. A glance at the patient's dilated pupils confirmed the unfortunate truth. He was deceased. "Kobayashi-kun, I sincerely apologize. The injuries were too severe." Takeda Sakura pondered in confusion. Earlier that morning, she had checked the patient's vital signs. Everything was on a slow path to recovery, and he was expected to awaken by afternoon. How could he have succumbed? Of course, as a military doctor, she would not admit that the patient had died from any other cause. The sole reason for his demise was the severity of his injuries, which had proved insurmountable. "Baka, as a military doctor of the empire, this is your dereliction of duty," Kobayashi shouted in fury. "Hai-E," Takeda replied softly. Enraged, Kobayashi slapped several of his subordinates across the face, exclaiming, "A bunch of fools." "Hai-E," the chastised subordinates stood at attention. "Dispose of the body and disband the team." Knowing that the patient was beyond saving, Kobayashi deemed it pointless to linger in the hospital any longer and ordered the team to disperse. Kobayashi Zhejiang abruptly changed his mind once more. Although the patient had succumbed, the body could still serve as bait for fishing. From this moment forth, you are to remain stationed at the entrance, permitting no one to enter. Dr. Takeda will visit the ward every 3 hours to examine the patient, publicly proclaiming that the patient is on the verge of awakening. A cold smirk danced upon Kobayashi Zhejiang's lips. All complied with Kobayashi Zhejiang's orders. Inside the hospital, Li Ji languidly reclined in his chair, awaiting the command to regroup, yet it never came. "Mr. Aikawa," came Kobayashi Zhejiang's sinister voice from behind. "How unfortunate for the Imperial Army to have you." Upon hearing this, Li Ji's temper flared, and he sprang to his feet, turning to face Kobayashi Zhejiang, and retorted, "Kobayashi, are you insulting the Imperial Army or the Aikawa family?" In response, Kobayashi Zhejiang merely snorted, choosing not to engage in further discourse. Neither the Imperial Army nor the Aikawa family was a foe he could afford to provoke. "Ensure you cleanse your mouth before venturing out again, or I shall not be so lenient," Li Ji stated coldly. Recognizing that provoking Aikawa Shigenori was unwise, given his formidable connections, Kobayashi Zhejiang turned with his subordinates and departed. Li Ji chuckled inwardly. The reputation of the Aikawa family proved quite advantageous, even intimidating Kobayashi Zhejiang. He watched as Kobayashi Zhejiang entered his vehicle and drove away from the hospital. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had the colleague in the critical ward not perished? It seemed implausible. The concoction he had personally prepared could not have failed. A glint of insight illuminated Li Ji's gaze. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Kobayashi Zhejiang was unaware of the patient's death, or he intended to use the deceased body to lure out a hidden adversary. Regardless of Kobayashi Zhejiang's motives, as the attending physician, Takeda Sakura would undoubtedly be privy to the truth. A smile graced his lips as he strode toward the hospital building. In the office, Takeda Sakura gently massaged her throbbing temples. The events of the day had been oddly peculiar. Why had she lost consciousness? If it were merely fatigue, her body would not have been in such a state upon awakening. Furthermore, during her period of unconsciousness, the patient who could have revived had inexplicably died. She meticulously retraced the events in her mind, concluding that a forensic examination of the patient's cause of death was imperative. At that moment, laughter from the doorway disrupted her thoughts. The sound inexplicably heightened her irritation. Aikawa Shigenori, what do you truly desire? Takeda Sakura lamented, feeling utterly despondent at her misfortune of encountering such a scoundrel. Sakura, why must you be so vexed? Li Ji remarked perceptively. A single glance at Takeda Sakura's expression confirmed his suspicion. The colleague in the critical ward had indeed perished. Kobayashi Ziyang was merely orchestrating a ruse to bait a hidden foe. Mr. Aikawa, I truly have matters of importance to attend to, Takeda Sakura replied with a serious demeanor. I shall not disturb you. I merely wish to inquire as a matter of routine, Li Ji stated solemnly. Haru, feeling a surge of indignation within her, refrained from expressing her discontent. For Aikawa, Shijinobu was an officer of the military police headquarters. I represent the military police headquarters. Please disclose your residence without deceit. Li Ji asked with a grave expression. Number 18, Hongguang Alley, replied Takeda Sakura, referring to an area designated for the military hospital's residential quarters. Are you married? Li Ji inquired once more. No, Takeda Sakura thought to herself, finding his questions utterly nonsensical. What is your weight? 48 kilograms. Who are your family members? My parents, younger brother, and sister. A hint of displeasure flickered in Takeda Sakura's beautiful eyes. She had answered these queries countless times at the consulate. Well, the consistency of your responses indicates that Dr. Takeda is an honest individual, Li Ji nodded, expressing satisfaction with the inquiry. Aikawa-kun, if there is nothing further, please take your leave. I have work to attend to, Takeda Sakura declared with unreserved firmness. Sakura, you seem unwell. Do take care of yourself. Li Ji remarked with a gentle smile, turning to exit the office. At that moment, as he turned away, his expression turned frosty, and a glint of coldness sparkled in his eyes. Takeda Sakura let out a silent sigh of relief, having finally seen the back of the scoundrel Aikawa Shijinobu. Chapter 68, Sakurako. The collaborator of Anti-Japanese Forces Special High Police, Intelligence Division, Chief's Office. Kobayashi Sawako furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with indignation. His instincts hinted that the gravely ill patient who perished in the army hospital was undoubtedly a significant figure. Otherwise, the two female assassins would not have infiltrated the hospital to rescue him. Regrettably, the man was dead. Suddenly, a conjecture sprang to his mind. Could the ailing patient have been silenced by his accomplices? This notion took root in his thoughts, proving inescapable. He picked up the telephone and called the army hospital, demanding an expedited investigation into the cause of death. If foul play was involved, it was certain that there were accomplices within the army hospital, perhaps providing a lead for further inquiry. 2 hours later, the desk phone rang. Kobayashi picked it up, pressing it to his ear. His expression shifted dramatically, a terrifying glint igniting in his eyes. Bakayuru, he exclaimed angrily, slamming down the phone before striding out of his office towards the army hospital. The call from the hospital had confirmed, after a thorough investigation, that the true cause of death was the deliberate injection of a potent poison into the patient S4 drip, resulting in his untimely demise. As a seasoned intelligence operative, Kobayashi was certain that there were accomplices within the army hospital, individuals of considerable standing who could easily access the patient S room. At the army hospital, Li Ji languidly basked in the sun. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air as he witnessed Kobayashi emerging from his vehicle, hastening towards the hospital building. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered the situation. The man was dead. What business did Kobayashi have at the hospital? Did he perhaps uncover new evidence, or catch a lead? Oda-kun, we must indulge ourselves tonight, Li Ji remarked, glancing at the despondent Oda Masahiro, seeking to strike up a conversation. Ah yes. Oda's eyes sparkled with anticipation and delight. Moments later, plainclothes agents from the Special High Police emerged, escorting 3 women clad in white coats. Among them was Takeda Sakurako, the deceased's attending physician. A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Ji's gaze. The 2 nurses behind her had been responsible for administering 4 drips and changing dressings for the deceased. Kobayashi had apprehended the 3, likely due to the discovery of lethal toxins in the 4 bag, suspecting that one among them had tampered with it. Wait a moment, Li Ji said, his eyes narrowing as he fixed a menacing stare on the plainclothes agents. Doctor, Takeda is not only a noble of the empire but also a military physician deserving of our respect. Who authorized your detainment of her? Sir, it was Chief Kobayashi's orders. The agent hastily replied. Baka, Li Ji barked in outrage. He then strode purposefully towards Sakurako, adopting a tender demeanor. Sakurako, I will not allow them to take you away. Aikawa-kun. Takeda Sakurako's mouth parted slightly in surprise, taken aback that Kawashio would stand up for her. Hey Kawashio, what are you planning to do? Kobayashi Zikiai emerged from the hospital building, his voice laced with anger. Li Ji cast a glance his way and replied coldly, Kobayashi-kun, I am aware that you harbor disdain for me, but there is no need for you to vent your frustrations on my woman. Sakurako is merely a military doctor. She has done nothing wrong. On what grounds do you intend to apprehend her? Your woman? Kobayashi Zikiai scoffed in fury. Ikawa-kun, is there anything in your mind besides women? Kobayashi-kun, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall not allow you to take Sakurako, Li Ji asserted, his demeanor resolute, as he vowed to protect Takeda Sakurako. Explanation? Kobayashi Zikiai seethed with rage. Ikawa-kun, do not forget that you are an officer of the Greater Japanese Empire. Precisely because I am an imperial officer. I cannot permit you to take Sakurako, otherwise, I, Ikawa Yoshio, would lose all face, Li Ji retorted coldly. Take her away. Kobayashi Zikiai was unwilling to engage in further dialogue with the disgrace that was Ikawa Yoshio. The immediate priority was to extract testimonies from Takeda Sakurako and the other two, to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes. He had just inquired thoroughly with his subordinates, who confirmed that only Takeda Sakurako and the two others had entered the ward. Who dares to act? Li Ji glanced at his subordinate, Oda Masashiro, who, upon receiving the signal, shouted at the surrounding military police, surround them. The military police were under the jurisdiction of the Military Police Command, while the Special Higher Affairs Bureau belonged to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Although they operated within the same compound, they were not part of the same system. Thus, the military police only recognized Ikawa Yoshio and Oda Masashiro, disregarding everyone else. A dozen military police armed with rifles surged forward, encircling Kobayashi Zikiai and his group from the Special Higher Affairs Bureau. Bakayuru. Kobayashi Zikiai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Ikawa Yoshio, this disgrace, would be so foolish as to mobilize military police against them. He was determined to report this to his superior and urge them to pressure the military police command to severely punish this imperial disgrace. You may apprehend anyone, but you cannot take my Sakurako. To demonstrate his unwavering affection, Li Ji held Takeda Sakurako's delicate hand firmly and seized the moment to plant a gentle kiss on her cherry lips. At that moment, Takeda Sakurako's bright eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Ikawa-kun was willing to stand up for her, and his tenderness moved her deeply. Baka, Ikawa Yoshio. You will eventually perish because of your foolishness with women, Kobayashi Zikiai cursed vehemently. Kobayashi Zikiai, I advise you to speak more respectfully, or the imperial warriors might not take kindly to your tone. Before Li Ji could finish, Oda Masashiro commanded, load the bullets. A cacophony ensued as the military police chambered their rounds, adopting a stance that suggested they would fire at the slightest provocation. This startled Kobayashi Zikiai. Should a conflict erupt between the Special Higher Affairs Bureau and the military police at the army hospital, regardless of who was in the wrong, he would surely face dismissal and trial back on the mainland, while Ikawa Yoshio, with his powerful backing, might escape unscathed. Ikawa-kun, I can clearly inform you that Dr. Takeda may be an accomplice of anti-Japanese elements, Kobayashi Zikiai said, suppressing his rage. Impossible. Li Ji wore an expression of utter disbelief as he jested, Shaolin-kun. I understand your eagerness to achieve merit, but you must not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Doctor. Takeda has journeyed from afar to Shanghai for the sacred mission of His Majesty the Emperor, for the greater glory of East Asia. She could never be an accomplice to anti-Japanese elements. Ikawa-kun, I trust you will not come to regret this. With a decisive remark, Shaolin Zhejiang gestured for his subordinates to release the captives. For Sakurako, I shall have no regrets. Li Ji delivered this line with profound emotion, moving Takeda Sakurako to tears. Shaolin Zhejiang snorted disdainfully and stepped out from the encirclement of the military police, while his men roughly hoisted the two female nurses into the vehicle, and the group departed with determination. As he watched Shaolin Zhejiang's convoy vanish from the hospital entrance, the warmth on Li Ji's face evaporated, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Chapter 69. Gratitude must be sincere, Mr. Oda. Apprehend Takeda Sakura, Li Ji commanded. Oda Masahiro was momentarily bewildered, questioning if his hearing had betrayed him. Not only was he perplexed, but Takeda Sakura also found herself in a state of confusion. What did Ikawa-kun mean by this? Are you deaf? Take her into custody and bring her back to the military police headquarters. I shall interrogate her personally. Li Ji said coldly. Understood. Oda Masahiro quickly regained his composure and signaled the military police to detain Takeda Sakura. Ikawa-kun. Takeda Sakura's bright eyes were filled with bewilderment. Where had the affectionate Ikawa-kun gone? Take her away. Li Ji gestured for the military police to escort Takeda Sakura to the vehicle. That scoundrel Kobayashi Ziyang would undoubtedly report to the military police headquarters upon his return. So he must prepare a defense to prevent Kobayashi from tarnishing his reputation. Sir, why have you detained Dr. Takeda? Oda Masahiro asked, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Oda-kun, We are soldiers of the Empire. Our foremost duty is to the interests of the Empire. Regardless of whether Kobayashi-kun speaks the truth or not, we must scrutinize Dr. Takeda's identity thoroughly, Li Ji proclaimed with an air of righteousness. Understood. Oda Masahiro nodded in agreement, convinced that his superior's reasoning was sound. They were soldiers of the Empire. With the Empire's interests above all. Return. With a grand wave of his hand. Li Ji led the military police away from the army hospital and back to the military police headquarters. Special High Command. In the office of the section chief sat a man in his 50s, seated behind a desk adorned with a tea set. His name was Yanagawa Tomoyuki, chief of the Special High Command of the Ministry of Internal Affairs stationed in Shanghai. Chief, that scoundrel Aikawa Shijinobu has gone too far. He actually instructed the military police to surround us and seize his woman, Takeda Sakura, from us. Kobayashi Ziyang in a fit of indignation. Deliberately labeled Takeda Sakura as Aikawa Shijinobu's woman. Kobayashi-kun, as the head of the intelligence team, your temperament is far too impulsive. Yanagawa Tomoyuki gently shook his head. Sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. Allow your mind to return to a state of calm. Understood. Kobayashi Ziyang pulled up a chair, sitting up straight. Yanagawa poured him a cup of brewed tea. How does this tea taste? Kobayashi Ziyang took the cup and drank it in one gulp, exclaiming. Your tea skills have reached an extraordinary level, Chief. This brew is sweet with a hint of bitterness. Yanagawa smiled slightly, clearly pleased, and remarked, Kobayashi-kun. There is a saying in China, a restless heart leads to rash actions, which suits you perfectly. Understood. Kobayashi Ziyang bowed his head, aware that the chief was well versed in Chinese idioms and often quoted them. The severely injured individual you apprehended, along with the 2 female assassins who acted in the hospital yesterday, are agents of the Jinling government's Military Intelligence Statistical Office. Yesterday, 2 female assassins infiltrated the hospital with the intention of silencing a critically ill patient. Following their failed attempt, a more formidable operative was dispatched to the hospital, who seized the opportunity to inject a lethal toxin into an 4-bag while the doctors and nurses were unawares, ultimately leading to the patient's demise. Kobayashi, your perspective on this matter has profoundly disappointed me. If Dr. Takeda and the 2 nurses were indeed accomplices, they would have swiftly vacated the premises after the patient succumbed to the poison, rather than waiting for you to apprehend them. The true infiltrator remains elusive. This individual is undoubtedly an expert in covert operations. One cannot deny that Jiang Huan is seasoned in cunning. Tachikawa Chihiro has devoted a substantial part of his life to espionage, possessing a keen eye for insight and a clear, analytical mind. Upon receiving Kobayashi Takanobu's report, he discerned that this incident had no connection to the doctors or nurses. After all, the medical staff at the military hospital are loyal citizens of the Empire, unlikely to betray their homeland so easily. How did the perpetrator gain access to the ward to administer the poison? Kobayashi inquired, perplexed. Foolish, Tachikawa retorted coldly. The assailant could have exploited the nurses while they were transporting the 4-bag, or infiltrated the medical room prior to the incident to introduce the toxin into the 4. Kobayashi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Upon learning of the patient's poisoning, his immediate suspicion fell upon the attending medical staff, neglecting the crucial elements of the case. Kobayashi released the 2 apprehended nurses. They are citizens of the Empire and should not be subjected to undue distress over a minor incident. After delivering this directive, Tachikawa retrieved a confidential document from his drawer. The leader of the Green Gang in Shanghai, Zhang Xiaolin, has provided us with a vital lead. You must immediately mobilize a team to monitor that location, as it is highly likely to be a hub for military intelligence in Shanghai. With utmost respect, Kobayashi accepted the classified document. At this moment, within the confines of the military police headquarters, in a dimly lit interrogation room reeking of blood and mildew, an array of torturous instruments lay before them. Searing hot irons, boiling oil, whips, electric chairs, knives, axes, daggers, and tweezers adorned the space. Bound to a wooden stake was the graceful and alluring Takeda Sakura. Her exquisite visage now drained of color, her bright eyes shimmering with fear and trepidation. Aikawa-kun, please believe me, I have not betrayed the Empire. Takeda Sakura's voice trembled with a hint of panic. As a military doctor, she was acutely aware of the harm these instruments could inflict. Sakura, do not fear. I believe in your innocence, Li Ji reassured her, his expression softening with a tender gaze filled with affection. Aikawa-kun, woo-woo. How could Takeda Sakura not be afraid, facing such a terrifying array of instruments? Rest assured, I shall not inflict any harm upon you, Li Ji stated, though his hands betrayed a different intent. Moments later, a flush crept upon Takeda Sakura's delicate face. Aikawa-kun, Sakurako, with my presence, I shall ensure your safe passage. Li Ji chuckled coldly within, fully aware that Takeda Sakurako must be harboring suspicions about the water she consumed at noon, perhaps even contemplating the possibility of its connection to him. This was the true motive behind his act of seizing Takeda Sakurako from Kobayashi Takehiro. "Thank you, Ikawa-kun," Takeda Sakurako said, her delicate face flushed with gratitude, inwardly relieved. "Sakurako, gratitude should be sincere. I require evidence of your earnestness," Li Ji remarked with a mischievous grin. Here, Takeda Sakurako pondered, realizing that being bound to a stake rendered her incapable of demonstrating her sincerity. "Fear not. I shall take care of that," Li Ji declared, and then, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward. Meanwhile, outside, Uda Masashiro opened the door to the interrogation room, inadvertently witnessing the scene of a Koa commander in a predatory embrace. He hastily turned away. "Baka," Li Ji muttered, irritated by the interruption of his endeavors. "What is it?" Chapter 70. A farewell to Miss Sakurako. Oda Takeshiro hurriedly approached, whispering a few words into Li Ji's ear. Upon hearing this, Li Ji waved him away. Oda informed him that the Special High Police had released the 2 captured nurses, claiming that Japanese citizens would never betray the empire. Li Ji found himself momentarily perplexed. What scheme was Kobayashi Sawako concocting? With a serious demeanor, he continued, "Sakurako, I have used my connections to plead your case to the commander. Rest assured, you will soon be free from here." "Really?" Takeda Sakurako exclaimed with delight. "I am Akikawa Yoshio, a member of the illustrious Akikawa family. My words carry weight," Li Ji thought to himself, suppressing a cold smile. He intended to solidify his identity as Akikawa Yoshio beyond doubt, ensuring that no one would question his authenticity. As for Takeda Sakurako, it depended on her understanding. Should she prove unwise, he would send her to meet Amaterasu in due course. Conversely, if she displayed wisdom, she could serve as a shield for his concealed identity. "Akikawa-san, I am profoundly grateful," Takeda Sakurako said shyly. "Sakurako, I love you," Li Ji professed, leaning in once more. Just as Takeda Sakurako clumsily responded, the interrogation room door swung open again. Oda Takeshiro, head bowed, rushed in, saying, "Commander, the group leader requests your presence in his office." Li Ji nodded, instructing, "Oda-kun, untie Miss Sakurako. I shall personally escort her back to the army hospital shortly." "Yes, sir," Oda Takeshiro replied eagerly as he hurried to release Takeda Sakurako. Li Ji extended his arm, encircling her slender waist, and led her out of the interrogation room. Takeda Sakurako offered a slight resistance but soon acquiesced to being embraced by Akikawa-san. After the incidents at the consulate and the hospital, she fully realized that in order to survive in China, she needed to find a powerful ally. Akikawa-san seemed to be a promising choice, an imperial noble, deeply enamored with her. Upon reaching outside, Li Ji helped Takeda Sakurako into the vehicle, instructing her to wait there until he had completed his tasks and would return her to the army hospital. He then ascended to the office building, making his way directly to Ryuza Nanaka's office. Inside the office, Ryuza Nanaka furrowed his brow. This rogue, Akikawa Yoshio, had dared to confront the Special High Police alongside the military police for the sake of an imperial woman. Fortunately, the Special High Police had no intention of pursuing the matter further, partly to maintain face with the military police command, and partly due to the Akikawa family's influence at the upper echelons of the empire. Since the Special High Police had chosen not to investigate, he would refrain from probing further. As the intelligence chief of the Special Affairs Section, his sole focus was on gathering intel and combating anti-Japanese forces. "Knock, knock. Come in." Li Ji pushed open the office door and entered, bowing slightly to Ryuza Nanaka. "Group leader, you summoned me?" Kobayashi-kun, the leader of the Special High Police, just called, stating that the mission at the hospital has concluded, and you and Oda-kun may return. However, I have another important task for you. Ryuza Nanaka decided to assign Akikawa Yoshio some work, to prevent him from spending his days indulging in frivolous pursuits, tarnishing the reputation of imperial soldiers. "Please give your orders." "Group leader," Li Ji replied. Long Zenon handed a black and white photograph to Li Ji, saying, "This person is Zhang Xiaolin, a prominent figure in the Qing gang. General Matsui has recognized his influence on the Shanghai Bund and has reached an agreement with him. He will assist the imperial army in suppressing the anti-Japanese elements in Shanghai. And in return, the army will grant him status and position, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. You are to represent the Military Police Command's special section in meeting him, requesting his assistance in providing intelligence on the anti-Japanese activists. Should you succeed, our special section will reward him handsomely." Li Ji accepted the photograph of Zhang Xiaolin with both hands, inwardly cursing, "Damn traitor." Historically, Zhang Xiaolin is notorious for being a despicable collaborator who, in his quest for a high-ranking position in the puppet government, had his Qing gang subordinates procure military supplies for the Japanese, acting like a lapdog, groveling before them. "Akagawa-kun, I must remind you that Zhang Xiaolin is quite self-important and has connections with General Matsui. During your meeting, you must convey the great esteem that the Empire of Japan holds for him. He must not feel disrespected by the Japanese military officers," Long Zenon cautioned, his thoughts running deep. Li Ji bowed slightly, clutching the photograph as he exited the office. Outside, he instructed Oda Morisaburo to change into civilian clothes to accompany him on his errand. Once attired appropriately, they arrived at the military headquarters. Oda was designated to drive, and upon entering the vehicle, Li Ji embraced Takeda Sakura, displaying an eager demeanor. Had it not been for Oda Morisaburo's presence, he might have boldly charged into battle. After a brief while, the car halted at the entrance of the army hospital, and Takeda Sakura gently bowed towards the back of the vehicle, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Akagawa-kun. Sakura, I will find you once my business is concluded, Li Ji replied with a warm smile. With that, the vehicle departed from the army hospital, heading towards Ningsai West Road in the French concession. An hour later, at the Zhang residence in the French concession, Li Ji and Oda Morisaburo alighted from the car. Please inform Mr. Zhang that Japanese friends have come to pay a visit, Oda said in his halting Japanese to the doorman. The doorman, unable to comprehend the foreign tongue, nevertheless noted Zhang Xiaolin's close ties with the Japanese and relayed the message to the two Japanese interpreters residing within the mansion. After a brief interval, a rotund interpreter named Lu Dakian hurried out. Esteemed gentlemen, I am Lu Dakian, he said, his demeanor obsequious. Lu-san, please inform Mr. Zhang that Commander Akagawa from the Military Police Command is here to visit, Oda Morisaburo stated in Japanese. Of course, honored commanders, please come inside, Lu Dakian replied, bowing deeply. Led by the interpreter, Li Ji and Oda Morisaburo entered the parlor of the Zhang residence, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Xiaolin. On the second floor, Zhang Xiaolin, with a large eye bag in hand, was indulging in smoke when Lu Dakian rushed in to inform him. Second Master, Commander Akagawa from the Military Police Command has arrived for a visit. Commander Akagawa, what rank is that? Zhang Xiaolin inquired, frowning slightly. This is likely a junior officer, possibly a lieutenant colonel. Lu Daquan mused, uncertain of the rank of General Ikawa. But he speculated that he was probably a major or lieutenant colonel. Junior officer? Zhang Xiaolin retorted irritably, I have encountered Japanese officials, the highest was General Matsui, followed by lieutenant generals and major generals. At the very least, they were colonels. A mere lieutenant colonel wishes to see me? Absolutely not. Second Master, it is currently a time of ascendancy for the Japanese. It is said that Jinling is hanging by a thread in a matter of days. It will be seized by the Japanese. At that point, the south of the Yangtze River will be entirely under their dominion. We have no need to provoke the Japanese. Moreover, while the King of Hell may be easily appeased, the little devils are notoriously troublesome. Lu Daquan appeared to be persuading, but in truth, he was calculating his own benefits. As a translator at Zhang's residence, he earned 10 silver dollars a month, and each time a Japanese visitor came, he received 2 silver dollars for his translation. Daquan is right. The King of Hell may be manageable, but the little devils are indeed a nuisance. Zhang Xiaolin set aside his tobacco pipe, donned a long robe, and descended to meet General Ikawa. Chapter 71, The Worthless Wretch in the Living Room. Li Ji sat on the sofa with a demeanor of utmost seriousness. He was contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to eliminate Zhang Xiaolin, the treacherous traitor. It is important to note that Zhang Xiaolin was not merely an ordinary traitor. He was a significant one, supplying military provisions to the Japanese and actively working against the anti-Japanese forces, truly a despicable character. Zhang Xiaolin, clad in a long robe, descended with a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, I apologize for not welcoming our Japanese friends properly. Lu Daquan hurriedly translated Zhang's words for Li Ji and the Japanese officer, Oda Morishiro, conveying that they were under orders from the Military Police Command to request any pertinent information regarding anti-Japanese elements. The commander assured that a significant reward would await Zhang should he comply. Li Ji responded with a nonchalant ha, which Lu Daquan promptly translated for Zhang Xiaolin. Frowning slightly, Zhang pondered why the Japanese were seeking information from him. With the Special High Command in Shanghai and the Military Police Command both involved, he felt increasingly uncomfortable being seen as a mere informant. Tell them I have no leads on anti-Japanese forces, Zhang declared, dismissing them with a wave. As per our usual arrangement, prepare a banquet for the two of them, and upon their departure, each should receive $20 as a tip. Understood, Lu Daquan replied, translating Zhang's instructions into Japanese. Li Ji smirked inwardly. No leads would be preferable, for if Zhang actually possessed information, would he report it or not? Reporting it would jeopardize the anti-Japanese efforts, while failing to report it would arouse suspicion from the secret police. Please inform Zhang that we have other matters to attend to and shall take our leave, Li Ji said, adopting a Japanese mannerism as he bowed lightly to Zhang Xiaolin. Preparing to exit with Oda Morishiro. Wait a moment, Zhang called out, instructing the translator, tell them that at number 17, Comping Road, they may find what they seek. But I have already informed the Special High Command of this information. Lu Daquan swiftly translated Zhang's message into Japanese. The traitor truly had no regard for his humanity. Li Ji scolded inwardly. Nevertheless, he offered a few pleasantries, symbolically declining Lu Daquan's invitation to the banquet, and departed the Zhang residence with Oda Morishiro. Once outside, the two climbed into their vehicle. "Commander, where to next?" Oda Morishiro asked, his words at odds with his wandering gaze, which was drawn to the women on the streets of the concession. Since entering the French concession, it seemed as if a new world had opened to him. Whenever there was a moment's respite, his eyes would involuntarily wander to the modern women outside the car window. "Return to the command," Li Ji replied, leaning back in the rear seat, musing to himself. Number 17, Comping Road. His action team was not active in that area, and the other operatives of the Siren Group were under the direct supervision of Wu Yukuan, leaving him unaware of their specific activities. Based on his deductions, Number 17, Comping Road could very well be a rendezvous point for intelligence personnel from the Shanghai station. After all, Zhang Xiaolin was a prominent figure in the Green Gang. And prior to the outbreak of the Songhu War, the Shanghai station had extensive interactions with members of the Green Gang. Returning to the Gendarmerie Command Headquarters, it was already evening, and Long Zenon had finished work and gone home. Li Ji requested the home telephone number from the duty officer and called to report the intelligence regarding Zhang Xiaolin, also mentioning Zhang Xiaolin's notification to the Special High Command. After listening, Long Zenon expressed his appreciation with a word of thanks and hung up. "De Tianquan, let us dine at the Fujika restaurant, and afterward, we shall indulge at the Meiji Tavern," Li Ji suggested. With this, de Tian Masakichi's spirits brightened instantly, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. Upon exiting the Gendarmerie Command Headquarters, Li Ji casually inquired, "What has Xiao Hikuan been busy with these past few days?" Under the urging of the team leader, Xiao Hikuan was diligently searching for information on anti-Japanese elements. De Tian Masakichi felt a twinge of schadenfreude. He enjoyed a life of luxury working alongside Director Akoa, while Xiao Hikuan toiled from dawn till dusk under the team leader's supervision. "Xiao Hikuan is indeed the elite of the empire," mused De Tian Masakichi. Li Ji silently cursed. What nonsense, an elite, a bunch of fools as dull as pigs. Upon arriving at the Fujika restaurant, he encountered a familiar face, Yamamoto Yuhikiro, who, at that moment, bore the appearance of Aikawa Shio. Yamamoto Yuhikiro did not recognize him. He remained unchanged, dining while flirting with the waitresses. Li Ji instructed the informant to sever ties with Yamamoto Yuhikiro, primarily due to his insatiable greed. He not only sold intelligence to them but also to foreign intelligence agencies. It was only a matter of time before his identity would be exposed, and rather than risk entangling the Serpent Beauty team, it was better to distance themselves early. After the meal, Li Ji took De Tian Masakichi to the Meiji Tavern for merriment. They consumed 2 bottles of sake, and De Tian Masakichi, now flushed with drink, revealed his true self, embracing a geisha and singing and dancing. Li Ji arranged for 2 geishas to attend to De Tian Masakichi, recognizing him as a loyal sycophant. Through subtle means of persuasion over the past few days, De Tian Masakichi felt considerable gratitude towards him. In the future, if there were inconvenient tasks to perform for the Japanese, De Tian Masakichi could be sent forth. Moreover, to establish himself in the Special Operations section, it was essential to garner the support of subordinates, otherwise, how could he ascend? After leaving the Meiji Tavern, he visited an apartment in the occupied area to change into a different outfit before heading to the French concession. In the French concession at Zifai Fong, in an upscale apartment, Wu Yukuan reclined languidly on the sofa in a cheap pal, her alluring face radiating a hint of amusement. Opposite her sat a woman clad in blue checkered overalls paired with a white shirt, adorned with a bow tie, likely in her mid-20s with bright, kind eyes and a tall stature of about 170 centimeters. Her round face and fair complexion were striking. A call from home mentioned that your person took the initiative to handle the aftermath, and Jing Zhang remarked, glancing at Wu Yukuan as he retrieved a cigar from his pocket, striking a match to ignite it and taking a deep drag. "He is not my person," Wu Yukuan replied, her brows furrowed in confusion, pondering why Li Ji would voluntarily take on the responsibility of the aftermath. "I have heard that you actively recommended him to the boss, appointing him as the deputy leader of the Serpent Beauty team," she countered. And Jing Zhang, puffing on a cigar, inquired, "He was exceptionally suited for our line of work." Wu Yukuan spoke sparingly. She recommended Li Ji for the position of deputy leader of the Siren team, not only to advocate for the boss's interests but also with her own considerations in mind, as Li Ji excelled in intelligence work, and aligning with him would surely bring her considerable advantages. "We had known each other for 2 or 3 years. Yet I had never witnessed you so effusively praise a man before." A flicker of curiosity gleamed in Jingjiang's bright eyes. Wu Yukuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Unaware of the true extent of Li Ji's intelligence capabilities, it was he who had eliminated Tian Zonglongchang. And he was also the one who reported the intelligence regarding the Japanese army's impending landing at Hangzhou Beta headquarters. "Jingjiang, what are the next steps?" Wu Yukuan shifted the conversation. "The boss has called. The entire team must remain silent until the danger subsides, and then we will continue our mission to root out traitors." And Jingjiang gently exhaled a plume of smoke, and upon mentioning the task of rooting out traitors, a chilling glint flickered in her gaze. Chapter 72. The enigmatic and Jingjiang of the military intelligence. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. And Jingjiang, ever alert, swiftly drew her handgun at the sound. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Wu Yuquan, who subtly shook his head, signaling her to refrain from making any hasty movements, as it might be one of their own. The rhythmic knocking persisted. A seductive smile graced Wu Yuquan's lips as she rose, swaying her alluring figure towards the door. Upon opening it, Li Ji stepped inside, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he detected the lingering scent of smoke in the air, knowing that Wu Yuquan did not smoke. "It's one of ours." Wu Yuquan discerned the tension in his expression and whispered softly, as Li Ji moved into the living room. He noticed a woman clad in a white shirt and suspenders lounging on the sofa, a cigar delicately held between her fingers as she exhaled clouds of smoke. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Jingjiang, the leader of the headquarters direct action team," Wu Yuquan stated with a light chuckle. "And Jingjiang?" The name stirred a significant reaction in Li Ji's eyes. In the annals of military intelligence history, there existed a female operative who stood shoulder to shoulder with Wu Yuquan, famously known as the Kanto Witch. It was said she hailed from a distinguished family in northeast China. And after her fiancé was slain by the Japanese at the tender age of 17, she underwent a profound transformation, gaining notoriety for her brutal vengeance against the Japanese. She was not only fluent in Japanese, but also possessed lethal skills in throwing darts. "Commanderin, this is our vice leader of the Siren team, Li Ji." Wu Yuquan held the rank of captain, while in Jingjiang, having excelled in counter-espionage operations in Shanghai, had recently been promoted to the rank of major. Vice leader Li. And Jingjiang scrutinized Li Ji with keen interest. Anyone valued by Wu Yuquan must possess exceptional qualities. "Commanderin," Li Ji raised an eyebrow, questioning her presence here. "Has the matter in the hospital been addressed?" And Jingjiang inquired directly, "Has it been resolved?" "It has." Li Ji comprehended the implications immediately. "Wu Yuquan mentioned that you had an informant in the hospital?" And Jingjiang continued her inquiry. Indeed, Li Ji anticipated her line of questioning. Two of the commander's subordinates met tragic fates. One died heroically on the spot, her body subjected to autopsy, while the other, unable to endure the humiliation after being detained at the military police headquarters, took her own life, her remains discarded in a landfill on the outskirts. What a pity for them. And Jingjiang's bright eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. These two were not merely her subordinates but also her pupils. "You should consider yourself fortunate. Had Wang Songling not taken her own life, you are well aware of the potential consequences." Li Ji expressed his discontent. "Are you accusing me?" And Jingjiang's brows knitted together, her tone icy. The commander failed to grasp the situation and ordered them to infiltrate the hospital. Following the failure of that operation, you contemplated poisoning all the prisoners to safeguard your direct team. Are you here to resist the Japanese or to commit murder? Li Ji remained unfazed by Jingjiang's stature as the leader of the direct action team, although she enjoyed favor before their superior. Her approach left much to be desired in his eyes. "Are you questioning my capabilities?" And Jingjiang's voice turned frigid. "I merely wish to remind the esteemed officer that although we are spies, we are also soldiers," remarked Li Ji, observing the tension between the two. Wu Yuquan interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the situation. "Deputy Leader Li's temperament can be rather forthright. I hope you can be understanding, officer. It's not merely his straightforwardness, it's his dissatisfaction with me." And Jingjiang retorted coldly. Wu Yuquan quickly shot Li Ji a glance, urging him to refrain from further comment. She then gracefully poured a glass of red wine for everyone, cheerfully adding, "With the matters at the hospital resolved, we have achieved a significant accomplishment. Let us toast to that." And Jingjiang accepted the wine and downed it in one gulp, rising from the sofa. "Please provide me with the documents promptly. I bid you farewell." With that, she donned her coat and strode out of the room. Li Ji took a modest sip of his wine. He bore no fear of offending Jingjiang, as she was not a high-ranking official within the military intelligence department, and any slight would unlikely result in repercussions. "Why are you letting her get to you?" Wu Yuquan sighed softly. "It's not merely a matter of annoyance. I find her actions utterly incomprehensible," Li Ji stated candidly. "You have not been with the military intelligence department for long and know little about her affairs." Wu Yuquan hesitated to voice certain thoughts. Li Ji regarded her thoughtfully and inquired, "Were you responsible for providing intelligence on her operations in Shanghai?" Boss Dai instructed that the intelligence for Jingjiang's operations in Shanghai be managed by the beautiful snake. Wu Yuquan confirmed with a subtle nod. "Why not the Shanghai station?" Li Ji pondered, considering that the Shanghai station, with its 3 intelligence teams and numerous peripheral operatives, possessed superior intelligence-gathering capabilities compared to the beautiful snake group. "Boss does not fully trust the Shanghai station. I believe you can surmise the reasons." Wu Yuquan refrained from elaborating directly. Clearly, Li Ji comprehended the underlying implications. Realizing that a faction within the Shanghai station comprised loyalists to Boss Zheng from the Whampoa Military Academy's 2nd cohort, who had long held grievances against Boss Dai of the 6th cohort. "So, as long as the direct team remains in Shanghai, you cannot sever ties with them?" Li Ji furrowed his brow. Indeed, Wu Yukuan acknowledged, aware of Li Ji's concerns. She smiled lightly, asserting, and Jingjiang is undoubtedly adept in operations. She conducts each mission with utmost caution, leaving no traces behind. Moreover, she is the sole individual aware of my identity and residence. As long as she remains unharmed, I will be safe. Li Ji countered, what if she were to encounter difficulties? Even if she were to face troubles, it does not necessarily mean I would. Wu Yukuan stated confidently, rooted in her understanding of Jingjiang and recognizing the deep-seated animosity between her and the Japanese. While anyone could betray, Jingjiang would not. Let us hope that is the case. Li Ji refrained from further comments, acknowledging Wu Yukuan's role in providing intelligence to the direct team as per Boss Dai's orders. He then hesitated briefly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face before he solemnly declared, my informant has relayed a message, Comping Road, number 17. What does that imply? Wu Yukuan raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Judging by her expression, Li Ji discerned that the intelligence personnel at Comping Road, number 17, had no connection to the beautiful snake group. The personnel from the Special High Command have set their sights on number 17 Comping Road, which is rumored to be a hub for intelligence activities. Li Ji stated, I shall dispatch someone to convey this intelligence to the Shanghai station. Wu Yukuan replied softly, the Shanghai station is a veritable den of intrigue. We must endeavor to limit our interactions with them. Li Ji cautioned, the connection between the Serpent Beauties group and the Shanghai station relies solely on a dead letterbox. Should they encounter any trouble, it will not implicate our group. During this period, Wu Yukuan has thoroughly transformed the communication between the Serpent Beauties and the Shanghai station from a direct line to a dead letterbox. Li Ji nodded slowly, signaling his approval. Subsequently, Wu Yukuan inquired about a certain individual. What do you know about Zhang Xiaolin? He is one of the 3 major tycoons of the Green Gang, known for his ruthless demeanor and his involvement in industries such as gambling and narcotics. It is said that after the Japanese occupied Shanghai, Zhang Xiaolin began to show an affinity for them, openly advocating for the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere and dispatching his subordinates to procure food and military supplies for the Japanese army. Li Ji's heart stirred slightly. Wu Yukuan would not mention Zhang Xiaolin without reason. Could it be that the next target of Jingjiang's direct team is Zhang Xiaolin? He is not only ruthless, but also exceedingly cunning. Just days prior, the Shanghai station, under the orders of their superior, attempted a covert operation against Zhang Xiaolin, which not only failed, but also resulted in the loss of 2 operatives. After this setback, the task of eliminating Zhang Xiaolin was handed over to Jingjiang. Wu Yukuan is tasked with gathering intelligence on Zhang Xiaolin, yet the latter is notoriously elusive and has stringent security measures in place, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach him. Chapter 73. The Fall of the Ancient Capital of the 6 Dynasties. A flicker of realization crossed Li Ji's eyes. So that was the reason. No wonder Zhang Xiaolin provided intelligence on anti-Japanese elements to the Japanese. It was a covert directive from his superiors. Since the fall of Shanghai, the Military Intelligence Bureau had issued numerous secret orders, primarily targeting notorious traitors. Zhang Xiaolin was a cunning individual, not easily eliminated. Li Ji had no intention of involving himself in this matter. Firstly, Zhang Xiaolin was surrounded by numerous disciples, making any opportunity for action exceedingly rare, and secondly, Boss Dai had entrusted this matter to Jingjiang, completely dissociating it from his operational team. I understand, Wu Yukuan murmured softly. I hope Jingjiang will not falter. Li Ji shifted the conversation to the situation in Jinling, stating, according to the information I have received, the situation in Jinling appears to be unfavorable. The Japanese forces have captured several critical positions outside the city, and it is merely a matter of time before the city falls. Indeed, Commander Tang has issued a proclamation vowing to defend Jinling to the death. I believe they can hold out for a while longer. As the leader of the Beautiful Serpent Group, Wu Yukuan was well informed about the front lines and espionage activities in Shanghai. Commander Tang? Li Ji scoffed inwardly. That Commander Tang, with his grandiose proclamations, would likely flee faster than a rabbit when faced with real danger. After conversing for a while longer, Li Ji took his leave, exiting from Xiafifeng. He hailed a rickshaw to return to the occupied zone. He stopped by his apartment to change his clothes and then proceeded to the East Asia Hotel, where he rented a room to rest. The following day, early in the morning, Section Chief Koizumi Kintaro summoned all lieutenants and above from the Special Affairs section for a meeting. During the assembly, Koizumi reprimanded the intelligence group leader, Long Zenon, sharply. The reason was straightforward. The Taco had recently cracked several anti-Japanese cases, earning commendation from Commander Miura, while the Special Affairs section had, since its inception, only apprehended minor criminals. Koizumi felt a loss of face and vented his frustration on his subordinates. Everyone, for the sacred war of the Empire, for the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. For His Majesty the Emperor, I implore you, Koizumi concluded his tirade with a bow. His subordinates, not daring to be negligent, responded in unison with deep bows of their own. After the meeting adjourned, Long Zenon summoned Akoi Yoshio, Oda Takeshire, and Okawa Natsured to his office to discuss strategies for dismantling the espionage network of the Jinling government in Shanghai. Of course, he had little expectation of Aikoa Yoshio, who seemed merely to be gilding his resume with a placement in the special affairs section. Please share your thoughts. How can we uncover the Jinling government's intelligence network in Shanghai? Long Zenon inquired. Chief, spies do not have their identities written on their faces. How can we find them? Li Ji shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Long Zenon was not surprised by Aikawa Yoshio's remark. Chief, the security situation in Shanghai has deteriorated significantly. Many individuals aligned with the greater Japanese empire have been assassinated. If this continues, we might find it increasingly difficult to gain the trust of the Chinese, Okawa Natsu remarked. What you say makes a great deal of sense. The Chinese are indeed detestable. The Tianming Lang eagerly chimed in. Long Zhe Nancheng rubbed his forehead and remarked, Xiao Hejun's words bear wisdom. Who do you think the anti-Japanese elements will target next for assassination? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaolang and the Tianming Lang fell silent. Li Ji gazed down at his toes, displaying an indifferent demeanor. Long Zhe Nancheng cast a glance at his subordinates, feeling somewhat perturbed. He was acutely aware that his intelligence team was merely a hastily assembled troop, far inferior to the Tako. Akagawa-kun, the security in the occupied territories has deteriorated significantly these past few days. You are to lead the gendarmerie on patrol to restore order. Long Zhe Nancheng instructed. Understood, replied Li Ji. De Tian-kun, take a few plainclothes agents to protect our ally, Ji Yanqing. Understood. Xiao Yijun. Continue to utilize the radio and newspapers to seek clues about the anti-Japanese factions. Understood. With that, Long Zhe Nancheng dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Li Ji and his companions exited the office, exchanged a few idle remarks, and then dispersed. He made his way to the gendarmerie headquarters, assembling a dozen soldiers for patrol. As a captain, it was quite normal to pause for a meal or a cup of tea during their rounds. After meandering through the streets for a while, he concocted an excuse for the gendarmes to continue their patrols while he rode off on a sidecar motorcycle towards the army hospital. Upon arriving at the army hospital, he dismounted and headed straight to Takeda Sakura's office. Inside, Takeda Sakura, clad in a white lab coat, sat at her desk, lost in thought. Akagawa-kun had promised to visit her the previous night, but failed to show, leaving her waiting for several hours in vain. Sakura, Li Ji called as he entered and closed the office door behind him. Sakura, Takeda's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy. Women are creatures of emotion. And after being stirred by Li Ji's previous provocations, her heart had undergone a transformation. Sakura, Li Ji opened his arms and Takeda shyly leaned in. Moments later, soft rustling sounds filled the air. Akagawa-kun, this is an office, we shouldn't. An hour later, Li Ji emerged from the army hospital, humming a cheerful tune. His spirits elevated. Fortune had smiled upon him, as he had become the first man in Takeda Sakura's life. He mounted his sidecar motorcycle and roared out of the hospital. In the following days, Li Ji's life unfolded in mundane simplicity. He patrolled the streets with the gendarmes by day, sparred with Takeda Sakura at noon, and indulged in drinks with the Tianming Lang and Xiao Xiaolang at night, before returning to Takeda's home for more sparring. The life of a covert agent lacked excitement, contrasting sharply with that of ordinary people, eating, working, drinking, and sleeping. One morning, the sky was overcast. Takeda Sakura rested her head on Li Ji's shoulder, a sheen of warmth gracing her brow, her beautiful eyes radiant with joy. Akagawa-kun, you are the mightiest man in the empire. Yet, Li Ji offered no reply. His gaze was fixed outside the window, as if lost in contemplation. Today is December 14th. Just yesterday, a month after the fall of Shanghai, the Japanese forces seized Jinling, the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, and the picturesque Qinhuai River has succumbed to devastation. Li Ji is engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. As a time traveler, he is powerless to alter the course of history or prevent this calamity. The only recourse available to him is to exact vengeance upon a few high-ranking Japanese officials, avenging the suffering of the people of Jinling. Akikawa-kun, what troubles you? The voice of Takeda Sakura carries a hint of concern, her heart entirely consumed by thoughts of Akikawa-kun. Li Ji turns to glance at Takeda Sakura, his anger ignited, redirecting his hatred for the Japanese invaders towards her. Thus unfolds yet another bout in their friendship, culminating amidst Takeda Sakura's soft sobs. Chapter 74. The grand entrance of Nanzao Yunzi. Li Ji, having enjoyed his breakfast, mounted his three-wheeled motorcycle to commence his duties at the gendarmerie headquarters. Early in the morning, Section Chief Koizumi Kimiaro summoned all personnel from the Special Operations Division to announce some exhilarating news. The Imperial Army had captured the capital of the Jinling government the previous night, annihilating 400,000 of its troops in the process. Long live the Empire of Japan! Long live the Emperor! Koizumi Kimitaro exclaimed with fervor. The members of the Special Operations Division echoed his sentiments vociferously, except for Li Ji, whose lips moved silently in private disdain, cursing the Japanese and wishing for the Emperor's demise. In a show of respect for the valiant soldiers at the front, Koizumi Kimitaro led the division in a bow to the north. Shortly thereafter, he clapped his hands, and a female officer clad in the uniform of a major entered. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, radiating vitality with a slender, curvaceous figure and a striking oval face adorned with a serious expression. Her long leather boots clicked purposefully as she approached, first bowing to Koizumi Kimitaro and then to the members of the Special Operations Division. Koizumi Kimitaro nodded appreciatively and introduced. This is Major Nanzao Yunzi, the flower of the empire. She has previously operated undercover in China, obtaining the highest secrets of the Chinese government and achieving remarkable military accomplishments for our sacred cause. He announced that from this day forth, Major Nanzao Yunzi would lead the 2nd Intelligence Group of the Special Operations Division. Upon hearing this, the personnel bowed to Major Nan Yunzi, expressing their admiration for her esteemed contributions to the Empire's holy war, as articulated by Section Chief Koizumi. Meanwhile, Li Ji cast a glance at Nanzao Yunzi, pondering her unexpected arrival in Shanghai and her ascension to the leadership of the 2nd Intelligence Group. His thoughts then turned to Zhang Xiaoniu and Jia Dazhuang, whom he had dispatched to Jinling to monitor the individual known as Liao Yaquan, now revealed to be Nanzao Yunzi herself. The absence of news from Zhang and Jia stirred concern within him. Had they encountered misfortune, or were they still in Jinling? Please take good care of me in the future, Major Nanzao Yunzi said with a captivating smile. Some junior officers, seemingly invigorated, shouted enthusiastically. Koizumi Kimitaro offered further words of encouragement before declaring the meeting adjourned. Subsequently, he accompanied Nanzao Yunzi, along with Longzhe Nansheng and Kojiro Hideo, to the office, likely to conspire on some devious schemes. Returning to his office, Li Ji brewed a cup of tea, resting his leg casually while his thoughts drifted into contemplation. The appointment of Nanzao Yunzi to the Special Operations Division was a troubling development. Having been born in Shanghai and trained as a spy from a young age under the notorious Toby Yan, she had spent years in Jinling, leveraging her beauty to ensnare numerous officials. After a period of reflection, Li Ji excused himself under the pretense of patrol duty and visited the Yamato Trading Company in the Japanese concession, where he sought to purchase a second-hand Ford sedan for 2,000 yen. Though he held the rank of captain in the gendarmerie headquarters, he was only entitled to ride in a car during official missions. Otherwise, he was relegated to a 3-wheeled motorcycle for his patrols. His purchase of a second-hand vehicle was not for ostentation, but rather for the convenience of changing a tire, as each visit to the French concession necessitated a trip back to his apartment to don civilian clothes. This was not only a waste of time, but over prolonged periods. It risked drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives, jeopardizing his secretive mastery of disguise. Furthermore, in the eyes of the Japanese, he was perceived as a degenerate scion of imperial nobility. Being a pariah meant that acquiring a car for transportation was scarcely a matter of concern to them. After acquiring the vehicle, he proceeded to Sinan department store to purchase several suits and Zhongshan suits, which he stowed in the trunk. Subsequently, he sought out a secluded spot to change into civilian attire before heading to a nearby public telephone booth to call the cheerful bird, instructing her to wait at their usual rendezvous. An hour later, in the French concession at Central Park, on a bench, Yumaching adorned in a sapphire blue qipao, draped with a snow-white mink shawl, or a porcelain doll visage tinged with melancholy. Nanjing had fallen. The news struck her with a sense of despair. It was only a month since the Japanese forces seized Shanghai, and now Nanjing had succumbed in quick succession. Given the rapid advance of the Japanese on the front lines, she could scarcely fathom what lay ahead. Her thoughts began to wander. Suddenly, Li Ji appeared from behind. Through their recent interactions, he had gleaned some understanding of Yumaching. Some joined the Military Intelligence Bureau out of necessity, merely to scrape by. Others sought promotion and wealth. Yet there were those, like Yumaching, who joined for ideals and aspirations. Given her status as the daughter of the Yu family, she had no need to engage in such a perilous existence otherwise. Nanjing has fallen. Yumaching's voice carried a hint of somberness. A momentary setback does not dictate our fate. You need not lose heart. One day, the nationalist forces will triumph over the Japanese, reclaiming lost territories and restoring the nation, Li Ji offered, purely to console her. Indeed, Yumaching nodded gently. What brings you to seek me out so suddenly? Deliver this note to the dead letter box behind Su Ji restaurant, Li Ji instructed, handing her the prepared note. He then inquired, has there been any activity at the dead letter box I've asked you to monitor daily? None whatsoever, she replied with a slight shake of her head. Having visited the dead letter box each morning and evening without receiving a single piece of intelligence, Li Ji furrowed his brow in silence. The lack of communication from the Gray Sparrow suggested he might either be under suspicion or harboring ulterior motives. The dead letter box had become obsolete. Uncertain of the Gray Sparrow's loyalty, he resolved to sever ties for the time being, awaiting further investigation before reaching a conclusion. Understood, Yumaching nodded lightly. Where are you residing now? Li Ji inquired. 18 Bailingfong, Eastern District of the Public Concession, she replied. Remember to leave your window open at night and place a pot of flowers by the windowsill. Should anything arise, I will come directly to you, he advised. Li Ji harbored a dislike for convening in the same location multiple times, as it could easily arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. Indeed. Yu Maching's expression momentarily flickered with surprise. It seemed that, according to Guihu, future meetings would be held in her bedroom. By the way, have you noticed any developments at the Phone Lai dance hall, which I instructed you to monitor? Li Ji inquired with a composed demeanor. I visited the Phone Lai dance hall twice with a friend. The proprietor's surname is Ma, a member of the Qing gang, reputed for his generosity and open-handedness. He possesses some connections within the legal enforcement circles, yet I have not detected anything amiss, Yu Maching replied. Li Ji nodded quietly. Having instructed Yu Maching to keep an eye on the Phone Lai dance hall out of concern that Ma Ping's second operational team might act indiscreetly. After all, the majority of the personnel in Ma Ping's second team had previously belonged to the underworld, and although they had undergone a period of confidentiality training, their discipline remained questionable. Subsequently, he briefed Yu Maching on several matters before hastily departing. Chapter 75, The Beautiful Young Woman on the Street in the Concession Area. Li Ji drove a second-hand Ford sedan into the courtyard of the gendarmerie headquarters. As he stepped out of the vehicle, Daidian Musashiro hurried over. Chief, you have returned. What has happened? A mere glance from Li Ji was enough to ascertain that the man had something significant to convey. The newly appointed leader of the South Manufacturing Group has provided two crucial leads. The leader requests your presence, Daidian Musashiro informed him. The leader of the South Manufacturing Group? Li Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. His apprehensions had indeed come to fruition. Nan Zhao Yunzi had just assumed the role of the intelligence section chief. And in an effort to demonstrate her competence, she was bound to make a show before the intelligence section and the gendarmerie headquarters. Yet, he pondered. How many secrets from the Military Intelligence Bureau could she possess? Li Ji made his way to the intelligence section's office building, heading straight to Longze Nancheng's office. Inside, Longze Nancheng was beaming with delight. The arrival of Nan Zhao Yunzi had ignited his hopes for dismantling anti-Japanese organizations. Leader, Li Ji offered a slight bow. Kawakuin. Miss Yunzi has provided us with a vital lead. You must gather all members of the action team immediately and prepare for departure, Longze Nancheng urged, his eagerness palpable. Without uttering a word of inquiry, Li Ji understood that in the world of intelligence, suspicion ran rampant. Any additional question from him today would only deepen Longze Nancheng's doubts. Once outside, he summoned the 18 agents of Action Team 1, instructing them to check their firearms and ammunition in preparation for their mission. 2 minutes later, Longze Nancheng personally led the team downstairs. They departed the gendarmerie headquarters in a car and a large truck. After boarding, Longze Nancheng instructed the driver, head to number 23, North Yangtze Road, to Zhao's photography studio. Upon hearing this, Li Ji, who sat in the front passenger seat, maintained a stoic expression. The fact that Longze Nancheng only revealed the address upon boarding indicated a clear intent to keep it confidential, leaving Li Ji with no opportunity to warn Zhao's photography studio. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at Zhao's photography studio on North Yangtze Road. The vehicle came to a halt, and Longze Nancheng flung open the door, leading the action team into the studio with determination. The studio's owner, his wife, and an assistant, 3 individuals caught off guard, were swiftly apprehended. Yoshi. Longze Nancheng surveyed the captured trio meticulously. The owner appeared to be in his early 40s, wearing glasses and dressed in a long robe, exuding an air of scholarly gentility. The owner's wife, in her late 20s, donned a qipao, her voluptuous figure and above-average beauty evident. The assistant, likely in his 20s, was short and robust. Mr. Yang Ziyu. I am Longze Nancheng of the Imperial Japanese Gendarmerie Headquarters in Shanghai. I look forward to your cooperation. Longze Nancheng feigned politeness, bowing to the owner of the studio. You have made an error. I am not Yang Ziyu, but Zhao Kaimin. The owner, Yang Ziyu, responded, his heart racing. How did the Japanese know his true name? The files concerning him could only be accessed by personnel at the departmental chief level or above. How could the Japanese have uncovered this information? Mr. Yang, you are 41 years old this year and hail from Hezi, Shandong. 4 years ago, you joined the then Rejuvenation Society's Special Affairs Department, codenamed Tubi. Prior to the fall of Shanghai, you served as the deputy head of operations in the military intelligence section in Shanghai. Am I correct? Longze Nancheng felt a surge of satisfaction as he discerned a complex array of emotions, tension, shock, and fear reflected in Yang Ziyu's eyes. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Yang Ziyu's initial reaction was one of alarm. He feared that there must be a mole from the Japanese infiltrating headquarters. For how else could they possess such intimate knowledge of him? Mr. Yang, we shall discuss this further upon our return to the military police headquarters, Longze Nancheng instructed. Turning to Koa, you and a few others remain here and meticulously search the photography studio. Leave no stone unturned. Li Ji mused that the Shanghai station resembled a dilapidated hut, rife with vulnerabilities. Take them away. Long Zanansheng waved his hand, and the agents escorted Yang Ziyu, his wife, and the short yet robust assistant out of the studio. Li Ji cast a glance at the remaining 3 agents and instructed them to conduct a thorough search. He pulled up a chair, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, struck a match, and inhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting contemplation. As the deputy head of operations, Yang Ziyu must have commanded an operational team. Li Ji surmised that this team was likely lurking in the occupied territories. Given Long Zanansheng's methods, Yang Ziyu would hardly endure for long. Of course, even if Yang Ziyu were a man of iron will, how long could his lady and assistant withstand the Japanese tortures? Li Ji considered alerting Wu Yuquan but hesitated, fearing that such an act might expose his identity. After all, with 3 agents in close proximity, any deviation from their line of sight could raise suspicions. "Commander, we have recovered some documents," one of the agents announced, producing a stack of materials from a wall cavity. Li Ji took the so-called documents and, upon a cursory glance, felt a jolt of shock. How could this fool Yang Ziyu neglect to incinerate such vital information? Chinese characters. Incomprehensible. Li Ji shook his head, instructing, "Take it back and give it to a Chinese translator." The agents carefully gathered and preserved the documents. Subsequently, the other 2 agents also unearthed various items, including currency, coded ink, and 2 pistols. "Continue the search. We must be thorough," Li Ji commanded, embodying a diligent demeanor. Moments later, a young woman clad in a qipao passed by the entrance of the studio, her curvaceous figure and long legs accentuated by voluminous waves in her hair. Li Ji observed her retreating silhouette, a spark of shrewdness igniting in his eyes, exclaiming, "Ah, the flower girl's work." With that, he hastened after her. The agents exchanged knowing smiles, having heard tales of Akawa's fondness for flower girls. Seeing it firsthand confirmed the rumors. Li Ji emerged from the photography studio, not rushing to engage the beautiful woman in conversation, but rather following her discreetly. After taking a turn, he swiftly slipped into a public telephone booth by the roadside and dialed the number for Wu Yuquan's apartment. The phone rang for a full 20 seconds before it was answered. He urgently relayed a message to the Shanghai boss, informing him that the couple, the Zhao proprietors on Changjiang North Road, had taken a tumble and requested that the staff be notified to close up shop. Understood. Wu Yuquan immediately grasped the situation on the other end of the line before hanging up. Stepping out of the telephone booth, Li Ji scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto the beautiful woman who had passed by the entrance of the photography studio. He hastened to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Zhang's 3rd concubine was out shopping, swaying her curvaceous hips and slender waist, her eyes darting between the shops lining the street. Suddenly, she felt a sharp jab at her rear, as if something had struck her forcefully. Frowning slightly, she involuntarily let out a soft gasp. Turning around, she encountered a Japanese officer with a lewd grin, his gaze fixated on her, sending a shiver down her spine. Chapter 76. The despicable little devils come here. Flower girl. Li Ji laughed heartily. Too much, my lord. The 3rd concubine was utterly stunned. Without hesitation, Li Ji brazenly reached out, his large hands wandering over the beautiful woman, frightening her into a panicked flight. He swiftly pursued her, seizing her waist and hoisting her onto his shoulder. Dashing back towards Zhao's photography studio, the beautiful woman struggled and wept. Passers-by on the street witnessed the Japanese perpetrating such an atrocity in broad daylight, scattering in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Naturally, they could not help but curse under their breath. In the open air, under the clear sky, how could these little devils be so wicked? There isn't a single good soul among them. Bah! These inhumane wretches deserve to be eradicated. Such beasts, one day, will surely face divine retribution. Who knows which unfortunate woman has fallen victim this time? Li Ji, indifferent to the cries and struggles of the beautiful woman, was unconcerned. The one who had forcibly taken the flower girl was the Japanese captain Akikawa Yoshio. It had nothing to do with Li Ji, the nationalist army captain. He brought the distressed woman to the photography studio and commanded, "You all leave." The 3 operatives exchanged knowing glances, promptly setting aside their tasks and exiting, closing the door behind them. Sounds of tearing clothing and the woman's piercing screams soon echoed from within the studio. Approximately half an hour later, Li Ji emerged from the room, disheveled and weary. "Gather your things, we are leaving." The operatives displayed a hint of disappointment, having hoped that their commander would indulge them as well, but were met with his selfishness. Li Ji noted their expressions and mused on their naive expectations. "Hurry up," he urged. The operatives hastily packed the items they had retrieved into a box, following Li Ji back to the garrison headquarters. At the garrison headquarters, in the dungeon, the sharp crack of a whip resonated alongside chilling cries of agony. Long Zenon personally oversaw the interrogation, speaking in a northeastern dialect of Chinese. "Mr. Yang, the Empire of Japan requires talents like you. If you disclose what you know, any conditions can be negotiated." Tied to a post, Yang Ziyu's chest bore countless whip marks, bloodied and raw. Yet, his expression remained resolute, his gaze laced with derision. At this juncture, he recognized that further pretense was futile. The Great Wall has billions of soldiers. Can national humiliation await the next generation to rectify? When will the blood feud of 1,000 years cease? Until Tokyo is washed in blood. Yang Ziyu shouted 2 verses of poetry, expressing his unwavering conviction. Bastard. A flicker of hatred flashed in Long Xinan's eyes. He despised such indomitable anti-Japanese spirits. Little devils. Bring forth all your tricks. Let us see if I flinch. Before joining the military intelligence, Yang Ziyu had been a teacher, possessing the pride of a scholar and the determination of an assassin. Bastard, to the electric chair. Long Xinan bellowed. 2 gendarmes untied Yang Ziyu's ropes and began to drag him towards the electric chair. At that moment, Yang Ziyu suddenly struck, landing an elbow blow that incapacitated one gendarme. And then he fiercely tightened the iron chain around the neck of the other gendarme, using the body of the latter as a shield. Bakayuru. Long Xinan Cheng, brandishing his gun, refrained from pulling the trigger immediately, for the man before him held immense intelligence value. The gendarme on the ground rose, seizing a stick to swing at Yang Ziyu. Utilizing the momentum, Yang Ziyu leapt and kicked both feet into the gendarme's chest, sending him flying. Subsequently, with a powerful tug of the iron chain, he strangled the gendarme to death. In a fit of rage, Long Xinan pulled the trigger. After several gunshots rang out, Yang Ziyu felt a bullet pierce his arm, letting out a pained groan. The fallen gendarme rushed at him, delivering a punch to the back of Yang Ziyu's head, followed by a kick to his calf. Yang Ziyu lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. The gendarme, wielding the stick, unleashed a furious assault. The gunfire attracted the attention of the gendarmes stationed outside, who burst through the door. Get out, Long Xinan commanded, gesturing for the gendarmes to leave. He assessed the bruised and battered Yang Ziyu on the ground, concluding that this was a die-hard anti-Japanese element. To pry information from him, drastic measures would be necessary. Stop. Bind him to the electric chair, he ordered, concerned that the gendarmes might strike too hard and kill Yang Ziyu, resulting in a regrettable loss. The gendarmes dragged the barely conscious Yang Ziyu to the electric chair, preparing for electrocution. Yang sang, your skills are impressive. I hold you in high regard. Long Xinan remarked, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. After all, under the constraints of iron chains, he had still managed to slay an imperial gendarme, indicating his formidable prowess. Yang Ziyu, seated in the electric chair, smirked contemptuously, his eyes radiating derision. Yang sang, I will reiterate. If you divulge everything you know, any conditions can be negotiated. Long Xinan insisted. Really? Yang Ziyu responded mockingly, I want your wife. Will you grant that? Baka. A flicker of anger crossed Long Xinan eyes as he waved for the gendarmes to proceed with the electrocution. The gendarmes promptly activated the switch. Yang Ziyu convulsed in the electric chair, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Stop. Long Xinan ordered the gendarmes to cut off the current after 30 seconds, fearing that prolonged torture might lead to Yang Ziyu's demise. Yang sang, this is merely the beginning. If you stubbornly refuse to speak, more severe tortures await you, Long Xinan threatened. Yang Ziyu, with a bitter smile, cast a glance at Long Xinan, his disdain unmistakable. He was a scholar, yet also a soldier. He would not cower in fear of death. Bring him. Long Xinan called for the gendarmes outside, instructing, bring Yang Sang's wife here. 2 minutes later, the gendarmes ushered Yang Ziyu's so-called wife into the interrogation room. However, this woman was not his legitimate spouse. Rather, she was a consort assigned to him by his superiors during the occupation of Shanghai, facilitating his covert operations in the Japanese-occupied zone. Yang, your wife is quite beautiful. You surely wouldn't want to see her attended by the soldiers of the empire, would you? Long Xinan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Yang Ziyu's gaze remained contemptuous, as if Long Xinan's threats were nothing more than empty words. Daohai, you shall attend to Mrs. Yang, Long Xinan commanded. A diminutive soldier, barely standing at 1.60 meters, removed his military cap and began to unbutton his uniform, preparing to pounce. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Li Ji entered. He surveyed the scene, inwardly cursing Long Xinan for his underhanded tactics. Team leader, Li Ji spoke with an authentic Tokyo accent. I have brought back a wealth of materials from the photo studio, including 2 handguns and some currency. Ah, splendid work. Long Xinan replied with a smile. Just in time, Ikawa-kun. I hear you have a fondness for lovely ladies. This exquisite Mrs. Yang shall be at your service. Li Ji silently cursed him again, his gaze sweeping over Mrs. Yang's voluptuous form before he shook his head. If Miss Sakurako were to find out, she would be quite displeased. Fear not, Ikawa-kun, we shall keep this a secret. Long Xinan thought it peculiar that this imperial scoundrel was suddenly acting so dignified. Ahem. Li Ji cleared his throat. Thank you for your kind intentions, but with so many eyes upon us. It seemed Ikawa-kun was feeling a sense of embarrassment. Long Xinan mused that this scoundrel, who reveled in debauchery at Maisie Tavern, was now putting on airs. Team leader. I believe Dao Haikun should go first, Li Ji suggested. Long Zinan cast a deep glance at him and replied, Dao Haikun, Ekawakun has graciously passed the opportunity to you. Make sure to perform well. Dao Hai's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly stripped off his shirt. Chapter 77. The female spy Zhang Yuqin. Wait a moment. A timid female voice emerged. I have something to say. Upon hearing this, Long Zinan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight. Yang Ziyu, reluctant to speak, found solace in his wife's willingness to do so, as his sole concern was acquiring the intelligence. Yuqin, you are aware of the family rules. Yang Ziyu declared, his brow furrowed as he shouted. She is merely a worthless shell. What harm is there in giving them up? However, do not become a traitor to your nation, or else you will be remembered with infamy for eternity. Silence him. Long Zinan roared. Immediately, a soldier approached to gag Yang Ziyu. Madam Yang, the Empire of Japan is most eager to collaborate with you. If you divulge what you know, we can negotiate any conditions you desire, Long Zinan said, his face filled with hope. 10 large yellow croakers and a ticket to Hong Kong. Zhang Yuqin hesitated before stating her demands. Madam Yang, your terms are accepted, Long Zinan replied without a moment's thought. He then ordered the soldiers to escort Zhang Yuqin to the interrogation room next door, insisting on personally conducting the questioning, forbidding any intervention. Even from Vice Captain Xiang Chuanjixiong. Li Ji cast a glance at Zhang Yuqin, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. This woman, having become Yang Ziyu's work partner, must have undergone formal spy training. Even before the Japanese made their move, she faltered, with such psychological fortitude. How could she claim to be a spy? Long Zinan took Zhang Yuqin to the adjacent interrogation room. Li Ji approached the electric chair. Removing the rag from Yang Ziyu's mouth, he produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Yang Ziyu. Speaking in Japanese, Mr. Yang, you are a wise man. Now that your wife has spoken, you hold little value to the imperial army. What nonsense are you speaking? Though a scholar, Yang Ziyu was unfamiliar with the Japanese tongue. Li Ji furrowed his brow in silence. He was surrounded by soldiers and could hardly converse in Chinese, especially since Xiang Chuanjixiong had recently been transferred to Shanghai and had not learned the language. Long Zinan could speak Chinese due to his previous service in the Northeast Intelligence Agency. Li Ji admired Yang Ziyu's indomitable spirit, yet he would provide no hints. He relayed the information to Wu Yukuan, anticipating that, upon receiving this news, the Shanghai station would promptly relocate Yang Ziyu's operational team, though the process would take some time. Now it was a matter of whose speed would prevail. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Long Zinan exited the interrogation room, summoning Xiang Chuanjixiong and others. His face aglow with joy. Gentlemen, the Chinese woman has revealed the intelligence she possessed. Within the territory of the Empire of Japan lies a team affiliated with the Shanghai station, consisting of 12 members, hidden at Xiangchuan. Take 2 operatives and assemble a squad of soldiers to Huaihai North Road, number 19. Dao Hai, you lead a squad to Jinling West Road, number 25. Following his instructions, Long Zinan handed over the specific apprehension list, commanding immediate action. Understood. Li Ji bowed respectfully, inwardly cursing Zhang Yuqin for her despicable betrayal. Emerging from the dungeon, he summoned a squad of gendarmes to apprehend individuals at number 19, Huaihai North Road. In the vehicle, Li Ji silently prayed that the imbeciles at the Shanghai station would hasten their actions. Moments later, the car halted at the entrance of number 19, Huaihai North Road. Li Ji alighted from the vehicle, commanding the gendarmes to enter and arrest the suspects. The gendarmes rushed in and conducted a thorough search, yet found not a single soul. The leading sergeant reported, Commander, there is no one inside. What? A flicker of joy surged within Li Ji, though he feigned shock as he strode into the residence. Meticulously inspecting the surroundings before declaring, retreat, the sergeant promptly issued the order to regroup. Of course, before regrouping, a thorough search was deemed essential. At the gendarmerie headquarters, Long Zinan sat in his office chair, savoring the fragrant, robust tea, exuding an air of confidence. One must commend Nanzao Yunzi, the flower of the empire. Upon her arrival, she presented a substantial gift to the intelligence division. It was known that the newly established intelligence division lagged far behind the highly regarded special operations unit. However, the arrival of Nanzao Yunzi instilled a glimmer of hope in him. Chief, we struck out. Oshima-kun entered the office, a look of shame upon his face. Struck out. Long Zinan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how this could be. Could there be a mole alerting the Shanghai station? Oshima-kun respectfully remarked. It appears they hastily withdrew. Long Zinan pondered deeply, contemplating where the misstep had occurred. Just then, Li Ji entered the office, bowing lightly as he said, Chief. By the time we arrived, the adversaries had already departed. I inspected the scene, and it seems they received wind of our approach and fled in haste. Bakayuru. Long Zinan bellowed in anger, a bunch of useless fools. Li Ji and Oshima-kun bowed, for such was the nature of the Japanese military hierarchy. When a superior uttered baka, subordinates were obliged to bow in deference, regardless of their noble titles. Oshima-kun, I require a plausible explanation, Long Zenon yelled hoarsely. I believe the Chinese must have received advance notice and withdrew before we could act, Oshima-kun respectfully suggested, akin to a humble servant, though internally he cursed. Why does the chief not demand a reasonable explanation from Akagawa Yoshio, who also failed to capture anyone? Impossible, Long Zenon shook his head. The intelligence was provided by Miss Yunzi. The individuals were apprehended by me and Akagawa-kun. At this juncture, he turned to Akagawa Yoshio, furrowing his brow, Akagawa-kun. Do you have anything to add? Chief, I believe there is only one possibility for the Chinese to have evaded us. They must have discovered our approach as we stormed the photography studio to make the arrests, Li Ji replied, his expression unchanging. Upon hearing this, Long Zenon fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Akagawa Yoshio's assertion. Although today's operation to capture Yang Ziyu did not involve the gendarmes, the act of raiding a photography studio in broad daylight was evident to the surrounding populace. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have refrained from acting during the day. Akawa-kun, you are tasked with interrogating Yang Ziyu. It is imperative that you extract his confession. Oshima-kun, you will question the accomplice. Regardless of the methods employed, securing a confession is essential. Long Zhen Nanqing, faced with the failure of the capture operation, must continue the interrogation of Yang Ziyu and his associate. As for Yang Ziyu's wife, Zhang Yuqin, she has lost all intelligence value. However, considering her allegiance to the empire, he will arrange a suitable position for her. The 10 gold bars and the ticket to Hong Kong are rendered void. Li Ji bowed slightly. His earlier words had momentarily misled Long Zhen Nanqing's judgment. Yet, once Long Zhen Nanqing reviews the operation, he will undoubtedly uncover traces, such as Yang Ziyu's departure from the photography studio, where he abducted a beautiful young woman. In the dungeon, within the interrogation room, Yang Ziyu was bound to a wooden post. Despite the torment inflicted upon his body by the Japanese, he endured the pain, for he harbored an unwavering conviction within. Deputy Section Chief Yang, may we converse? Li Ji entered the interrogation room accompanied by a translator, who conveyed his words to Yang Ziyu. What shall we discuss? Yang Ziyu replied with a sarcastic glint in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the Japanese must have come up empty-handed, otherwise, they would not have sought him out. Chapter 78. Together we soar, where lies Mr. Yang's path. Li Ji pulled up a chair and sat down. Upon hearing the translator's words, Yang Ziyu gave a cold laugh, saying, if the conversation pertains to when the Japanese will vacate our land, I would be more than willing to engage. Does Mr. Yang truly not consider the friendship of the greater Japanese empire? Li Ji admired Yang Ziyu's fortitude and spirit, even in the depths of despair. He harbored no thoughts of survival at any cost, unlike his working wife Zhang Yuqin, who, upon a mere scare from the Japanese, readily divulged everything, lacking both resolve and dignity. Little devils, are my words not clear enough? Yang Ziyu furrowed his brow, impatience etched across his face. The translator conveyed his message to Li Ji. Strike. Li Ji internally resonated with Yang Ziyu's tenacity, yet he now embodied Akagawa Zhixiang, a lecherous and brutal Japanese officer. Thus he could only force Yang Ziyu to endure further torment. The gendarme removed his jacket, brandishing a whip that cracked with a sharp sound, punctuated by Yang Ziyu's anguished cries. Li Ji lounged in his chair, legs crossed, casually using a slender toothpick to clean his ears. After a span of 10 minutes, he glanced at Yang Ziyu's lacerated body and signaled for the gendarme to cease the flogging. Mr. Yang, the greater Japanese empire eagerly anticipates collaborating with you, Li Ji stated. Pa, little devils, Yang Ziyu spat a thick gob of phlegm. He would never claim to be morally superior, yet on matters of principle, he was unequivocal. Even if the Japanese were to dismember him, he would not utter a word. I hold Mr. Yang's integrity in high regard and hope you do not disappoint me. Upon finishing his words, Li Ji gestured for the guards to administer electric shocks. Immediately, 2 gendarmes untied Yang Ziyu and dragged him to the electric chair. Li Ji observed with a cold gaze as Yang Ziyu struggled in the chair, feeling a pang of sympathy within, though his exterior remained impassive. After 30 seconds, Yang Ziyu convulsed under the electrical current, his eyes rolling back, blood seeping from his nostrils and eardrums, a terrifying sight. Mr. Yang, will you not cooperate with the greater Japanese empire? Li Ji inquired coldly. Not in this lifetime. Ever, Yang Ziyu gasped defiantly. Li Ji nodded and commanded. Continue. Sir, the gendarme respectfully replied. His physical condition is deteriorating rapidly. Frequent electric shocks may lead to his death. Baka. Li Ji retaliated with 2 resounding slaps, leaving the gendarme momentarily dazed. After receiving the blows, the gendarme, instead of expressing resentment, bowed respectfully, allowing to rest for a while. With that, Li Ji turned and exited the interrogation room. As he stepped out, he encountered the traitorous Zhang Yuqin emerging from another interrogation chamber, a smug smile gracing her lips. Li Ji's heart sank. The other chamber housed a staff member from Yao's photography studio. Could it be that, with her assistance, the staff member had also betrayed them? At that moment, Mr. Oshima emerged from the interrogation room, holding a document, his face radiating an enduring joy. "Mr. Oshima," Li Ji greeted him and inquired, "Have you made any progress?" Thanks to the assistance of Miss Zhang, the informant was compelled to confess. Mr. Oshima replied, his expression brimming with elation. "Ah, congratulations, Mr. Oshima." On this significant achievement, Li Ji remarked nonchalantly, "I must report to the team leader. I hope Mr. Akoa has also had some success," Mr. Oshima said. Since Miss Zhang was able to persuade the informant, she should also be capable of convincing Yang Ziyu to confess. Perhaps she could take the lead in this matter? Li Ji suggested. "Certainly," Mr. Oshima responded, addressing the translator in Japanese. "Please inform Miss Zhang to help persuade Yang Ziyu. If she can convince him to surrender, her contributions will be greatly valued." The translator hurriedly conveyed Mr. Oshima's words to Zhang Yuchen. A flicker of hesitation crossed her delicate features. To be candid, she had no desire to persuade Yang Ziyu to surrender, as she understood him all too well. He would never capitulate to the Japanese. However, she could not refuse the Japanese command and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon after, Li Ji escorted Zhang Yuchen into the interrogation room. "Mr. Yang possesses a remarkably strong will. I would appreciate Miss Zhang's efforts in persuading him. It is my honor to serve the Empire," she replied. One could not help but notice how swiftly Zhang Yuchen's attitude transformed. It was astonishing how quickly she adopted the rhetoric of the Japanese. She approached Yang Ziyu, who was battered and bruised, and felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of her work husband in such a state. "Commander, the higher-ups will not send anyone to rescue us. Rather than enduring this torment, it would be wiser to align with the Japanese for a life of comfort and ease. If you reveal the secrets of the Shanghai station, we can escape and live a normal life together, free from the shackles of the military intelligence department." Zhang Yuchen's words were not mere platitudes. If Yang Ziyu were to agree, she would readily accompany him to a life of seclusion. With our homeland in peril, what is a nation without its integrity? A home without its essence. Though we serve as agents, we still harbor a sense of duty and aspiration for our country. Yuchen, you are aware of the consequences from headquarters. If you betray them and side with the Japanese, a grim fate awaits you. It is not too late to turn back while you are still unentangled. Waiting until you are deeply ensnared will lead to a most tragic end. Yang Ziyu spoke from the heart. After spending so much time with Zhang Yuchen, genuine feelings had developed between them, prompting him to urge her to reconsider her path. "I do not wish to die, nor do I want to be degraded or beaten to a near-death state." Zhang Yuchen admitted her lack of resolve, yet she could not bring herself to turn back. Since she had pledged allegiance to the Japanese, the stain of treachery was indelibly marked upon her. It was a brand she could never erase, forcing her to tread a dark path without retreat. "Yuchen, what is a mere fade worth in the face of such reality?" Yang Ziyu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Zhang Yuchen, having undergone rigorous training as an operative, should have understood that for female agents, mere appearance holds little significance. "You speak so lightly of it. As a woman, I cannot bear to be subjected to their relentless advances." Zhang Yuchen shook her head and said, "I hope you will reflect deeply on why we were captured by the Japanese. Why were we dispatched to infiltrate the occupied territories? Regardless of the reasons, I will never betray the organization, nor the government, and I will certainly not commit any act that would bring disgrace to the Yang family." Yang Ziyu spoke with unwavering conviction. Chapter 79. The traitors will be remembered infamously for eternity. Zhang Yuchen foresaw the inevitable outcome. She was acutely aware of Yang Ziyu's character. He was a man who esteemed national dignity and personal integrity above all else. Words were futile. If one refused to rectify their misguided path, they would certainly be condemned to infamy for generations, scorned by society. Yang Ziyu's expression grew increasingly frigid. Should Zhang Yuchen remain obstinate, they would become irreconcilable enemies. The might of the Japanese army was plain for all to see. Did she truly believe the nationalist forces could vanquish them? If the day came when the Japanese fully occupied the mainland, I would not only escape infamy, but would also be hailed as a national hero. Zhang Yuchen understood that collaboration with the enemy would lead to a disastrous fate. Thus, she could only hope for the Japanese to defeat the nationalists, thereby transforming her traitorous identity into one of merit. How shameless, how utterly regrettable. I truly lament my choices. Yang Ziyu was taken aback by Zhang Yuchen's audacious remarks. Had he known her true nature, he would have ended her life long ago. "Yes, I am shameless, while you possess noble character, a steadfast spirit, and are a national hero." Zhang Yuchen snorted disdainfully and turned to the interpreter, instructing, "Please inform this officer that Yang Ziyu is resolute in his refusal to surrender. He deserves the harshest punishment." The interpreter conveyed her words to Li Ji verbatim. In truth, Li Ji had been a silent observer throughout the exchange, absorbing every word of Zhang Yuchen and Yang Ziyu's dialogue. Since she could not persuade Yang Ziyu to capitulate, she should be dismissed, Li Ji stated. The interpreter relayed his message to Zhang Yuchen, who nodded slightly and exited the interrogation room. Li Ji cast a glance at the bloodied Yang Ziyu and ordered the military police to lower him. providing him with water to ensure he did not perish. He checked his watch before leaving the interrogation room, heading toward the office of group leader Long Zhenancheng. Inside the office, Long Zhenancheng was praising Oshima-kun. Oshima-kun, you truly embody the elite of the empire. Not only have you persuaded Wang Junping to surrender, but you have also obtained Yangtze U.S. and the Shanghai Station's secret contact information. Group leader, Ms. Zhang contributed significantly to persuading Wang Junping, Oshima-kun noted, modestly attributing part of the credit to Zhang Yuqian, who, despite her circumstances, was undeniably attractive, stirring his interest. Ms. Zhang is a friend of the greater Japanese empire. Long Zhenancheng reflected before adding, I will report to my superior, requesting a reward of 300 yen from Ms. Zhang. Yes, sir, Oshima-kun respectfully inquired, group leader. Now that we possess Yangtze U.S. and the Shanghai Station's contact addresses, shall we dispatch someone immediately? Long Zhenancheng gently shook his head. According to Zhang Yuqian's intelligence, both you and Akawa-kun have failed. It is evident that the Shanghai Station is already aware of the incident at Zhao's photography studio. Sending more operatives to make contact would be futile. Oshima-kun, you and Zhang Yuqian shall discreetly attend to a matter. Yes, sir, Oshima-kun replied with evident excitement, knowing another opportunity for distinction had arisen. At that moment, Li Ji entered the office, pushing the door open. Group leader. Li Ji offered a slight bow in greeting and remarked, Yang Ziyu is a tough nut to crack. He is unwilling to divulge anything. I believe that dealing with such a resolute anti-Japanese element warrants a decisive approach. Mr. Akagawa, do not be so hasty. Mr. Oshima will surely surprise us. Long Zhenancheng responded with a smile. Li Ji cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Oshima, who appeared to be in high spirits, as if he had savored the sweetest of delights. Nevertheless, his expression revealed that the associate named Wang Junping had undoubtedly provided some crucial intelligence. Mr. Oshima, proceed as I have instructed, Long Zhenancheng commanded. With a deep bow, Mr. Oshima turned and departed. Long Zhenancheng then glanced at Akagawa Shigenori and remarked, with Zhang Yuqian and Wang Junping's defection, Yang Ziyu's intelligence value has diminished significantly, yet he must not be eliminated just yet. He will meet his end once he is completely devoid of worth. Li Ji felt a surge of relief. It seemed that Yang Ziyu would not face immediate death, though he would undoubtedly endure physical torment. Mr. Akagawa, you have worked hard today. It would be prudent to return and rest early, Long Zhenancheng suggested. Li Ji offered a gentle bow and turned to exit the office. However, as he reached the threshold, a frown creased his brow. Long Zhenancheng could not possibly be so benevolent as to let him rest. Could it be that he harbored suspicions? Long Zhenancheng watched Akagawa Shigenori's retreating figure and cursed him inwardly for his ineptitude. He had learned from the field agents that during the raid on Zhao's photography studio, Akagawa Shigenori had abducted a woman from the street and engaged in unsavory activities with her. This revelation infuriated Long Zhenancheng. Yet he refrained from admonishing Akagawa Shigenori directly, for the latter hailed from nobility and had the backing of Commander Miura. Although he disapproved of his debauched behavior, he found himself powerless to act. He speculated that part of the failure of their operation stemmed from Akagawa Shigenori's indiscretion, which had drawn the attention of Chinese intelligence agents. They must have observed the ensuing raid on Zhao's photography studio, prompting their hasty retreat. Of course, the truth of the matter was inconsequential. What mattered was that the operation had failed, and Chinese intelligence had slipped away from under their noses. At the gendarmerie headquarters, Li Ji entered his vehicle and, with a press of the accelerator, roared out through the gates. His first stop was the army hospital to pick up Takeda Sakura after her shift. The two then dined at a nearby restaurant before returning to their residence to engage in boxing practice. Several hours later, an utterly exhausted Takeda Sakura fell into a deep slumber. Li Ji administered a concoction laced with a sedative to ensure she would sleep soundly until dawn. Stepping outside, Li Ji had transformed his appearance to resemble a middle-aged man in his 40s. He opted not to drive, but instead traversed a narrow alleyway, hailing a rickshaw to head towards the French concession. In the French concession at Shifang Street, within a luxurious apartment, Wu Yukuan lounged in a loose golden silk robe, reclining on the sofa and savoring a glass of red wine. Today, Li Ji made a warning call, assisting over 10 agents from the Shanghai station in safely evacuating, thus preventing the Japanese from tracing their steps and capturing the operatives hidden within the occupied zone of Shanghai. The Shanghai station conveyed their gratitude through clandestine communication and earnestly requested her to inquire about the situation of those who had been apprehended. To be frank, she remains utterly perplexed. From where did Li Ji acquire such intelligence? Naturally, as an intelligence officer, probing into the sources of another's information is a grave taboo. She entertained numerous hypotheses, all of which she ultimately dismissed. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking resonated through the air. She arched her eyebrows, instantly discerning that the visitor must undoubtedly be Li Ji. Rising, she proceeded to open the door. Li Ji slipped inside, first scanning the room to ensure there were no guests present before he began to speak. Chapter 80. Midnight meeting with Wu Yuko. My informant conveyed that among the 3 individuals apprehended at Zhao's photography studio, 2 have defected. One is the wife of the studio owner, and the other is an assistant. This information was relayed to the Shanghai station. Li Ji was forthright, sharing the intelligence without reservation. Although he was not formally affiliated with the Shanghai station, it was nonetheless a part of the anti-Japanese resistance. He would provide relevant information to the Shanghai station to the best of his ability. You are aware, Wu Yuko began, her lips parting as if to speak. But she hesitated, falling silent. What intelligence do you have? Li Ji inquired. An assassination operation meticulously orchestrated by An Jingjiang against Zhang Xiaolin had failed. Wu Yuko had high hopes for An Jingjiang's assassination plan, yet she had not anticipated Zhang Xiaolin's cunning. He had cleverly employed a decoy to evade danger. Li Ji nodded, remaining silent. Zhang Xiaolin was one of the 3 tycoons of Shanghai, renowned for his shrewdness and craftiness. Eliminating him through assassination would not be an easy feat, of course. The assassination plot targeting Zhang Xiaolin was entirely unrelated to him. As orders from the headquarters were directly dispatched to An Jingjiang's task force. Is there any news from the headquarters? Li Ji asked. The headquarters is undergoing personnel adjustments, likely indicating significant changes, Wu Yuko replied. Her knowledge was limited. She only knew that after the Military Intelligence Bureau relocated to Wuhan, Chief Dai had initiated a series of personnel reforms, moving many elite agents from occupied territories to Wuhan. She speculated that substantial changes were forthcoming, though she could not discern whether these changes would be beneficial or detrimental. Li Ji's mind stirred by calculating the timeline. He deduced that the Military Intelligence Bureau would soon be expanded into the Military Intelligence Investigation and Statistics Bureau, leading to the establishment of the military command. By the way, I have an intelligence report for you to submit to the headquarters. The Japanese Military Police Command has dispatched several agents to ensure the safety of the notorious traitor Ji Yunqing. Should the headquarters send personnel to execute a covert operation against Ji Yunqing, please remain vigilant, Li Ji stated. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuko's beautiful eyes glinted with surprise. As far as she knew, 2 operatives from An Jingjiang's group were currently planning a covert operation against the arch-traitor Ji Yunqing. I will report the information you have gathered to Chief Dai, she assured. Li Ji nodded, adding, a female agent has arrived at the Japanese Military Police Command in Shanghai. Her name is Nanzao Yunzi, who once used the alias Liao Yaquan. Liao Yaquan? Wu Yuko's brow furrowed in contemplation, and then, as if struck by a realization, her eyes widened in shock. In the confessions of Huang Jun and his son, a woman named Liao Yaquan had also surfaced. She was a hostess at the Tangshan Hot Springs Lodge. Li Ji remained silent, having dispatched 2 operatives to Jinling to monitor Nanzao Yunzi. Now that she had returned to Shanghai, his 2 subordinates sent to Jinling had gone completely dark. This situation troubled him greatly. Those 2 operatives not only knew the location of the first task force within the international settlement, but also understood the composition of the action team, as well as the physical characteristics of himself and Wu Yuko. If they were captured by Nanzao Yunzi, the consequences would be dire. The Japanese are truly calculating, Wu Yuko remarked, a hint of irony glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Nanzao Yunzi is not an ordinary character. The Zhao photography studio was completely taken down due to the intelligence she provided. Li Ji holds a deep apprehension towards Nanzao Yunzi, considering her long-standing infiltration at the Tangshan Hot Springs Resort. Who knows how many high-ranking officers of the Nationalist Army she has sparred with in friendly boxing matches. Are you implying that we have a traitor in our midst? Wu Yuko inquired, her brow furrowed. There is certainly a traitor, Li Ji replied solemnly. I will report this information to the boss. Wu Yuko murmured softly in response. Subsequently, Li Ji conversed with her for a while, advising her to exercise caution during this period. Additionally, he emphasized the situation regarding Yang Ziyu, urging the Shanghai station to devise a plan for his rescue. After all, Yang Ziyu is a man of unyielding spirit, without organized efforts for his rescue. His fate could be dire. However, he was acutely aware that extricating someone from the heavily guarded military police headquarters would be an arduous task. How can I contact you if I have matters to discuss? Wu Yuko understood full well that, given the operational style of the Shanghai station, they would not be inclined to rescue Yang Ziyu. 19 North Chuan Road in the International Settlement, beneath an old locust tree, there is a hollow. Place the message inside, and someone will relay the information to me. After saying this, he cautioned her, from now on, avoid any contact with the first and second action teams. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuko raised an eyebrow, sensing from Li Ji's words that something may have transpired with the first and second action teams. Have your 2 action teams encountered trouble? Wu Yuko asked. Uncertain for now, Li Ji replied, a hint of melancholy flashing across his brow. 2 operatives I dispatched to Jinling are currently unaccounted for. You sent people to Jinling? Wu Yuko's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion. She increasingly found it difficult to comprehend Li Ji, who not only procured military intelligence from the Japanese, but also seemed to be well-versed in the movements of the Japanese military police headquarters, even sending operatives to Jinling. Indeed. Li Ji nodded slightly. I must take my leave. With that, he rose and exited the room. Wu Yuquan watched his figure disappear at the door, a profound sense of bewilderment crossing her features. Once outside, Li Ji once again changed his appearance, taking a rickshaw to a small Western-style building in the international settlement. He circled to the back of the building, scaled the wall, and glanced up at the dimly lit room on the second floor, where a flower pot was positioned by the window. After ensuring the area was clear, he climbed the downspout like a monkey. Inside the bedroom, Yumaching, dressed in a nightgown, leaned against the headboard, idly flipping through a magazine. Suddenly, a thud sounded by the window, as if something had fallen. Instinctively, Yumaching's hand reached beneath her pillow to grasp her gun. It's me, Li Ji said, glancing at Yumaching lying on the bed before proceeding to sit on the sofa. He retrieved a fountain pen from his coat pocket, along with a small notebook, and swiftly scribbled a few lines. On the bed, Yumaching cast a lingering glance at Li Ji, feeling rather unfortunate to encounter such an unpredictable superior. After all, any normal individual would be unable to withstand the shock of someone climbing through the window in the dead of night. She threw off the quilt, descended from the bed, and settled on the far end of the sofa. Tomorrow morning, she would place this intelligence into the dead letterbox behind Sue's tavern. Li Ji placed a neatly written note in front of Yumaching. The content was remarkably straightforward, instructing Su Jingyan to send the members of the first team to the safe house at public concession number 4 for concealment and readiness. Subsequently, he swiftly pinned a few lines to also place this note in the dead letterbox at number 16, Jinling East Road, in the French concession. This note was intended for the second action team, commanding them to withdraw most of their personnel from the dance hall and proceed to the safe house for standby. I shall deliver it early tomorrow. Yumaching nodded gently in acknowledgement. Chapter 81. The induction of Koizumi Kintaro beginning tomorrow. Make daily visits to the old locust tree at number 19 Beichuan Road in the morning, noon, and evening. Should any urgent intelligence arise, utilize the public telephone to dial 988174, allowing it to ring twice before hanging up, and repeat this twice more. Subsequently, proceed to the Queen CAF in the international settlement to await my arrival. Li Ji has established this emergency contact method. Otherwise, if Wu Yuquan possesses significant intelligence and Yumaching is unable to relay the message promptly, the consequences could be dire and counterproductive. Indeed, Yumaching nodded gently, acknowledging her multifaceted role. She serves as the direct liaison for the Ghost Fox, bears the responsibility of connecting 3 dead letter boxes, acts as the superior for Old Wong, and functions as a radio operator for the backup station. In short, she is tasked with numerous responsibilities. What discoveries has Old Wong made at the school? Li Ji inquired. Old Wong has identified 2 students exhibiting pronounced anti-Japanese sentiments and is currently conducting an investigation. When the timing is opportune, he intends to engage in discussions with each of these students separately. Yumaching softly responded. This matter requires urgency. Li Ji expressed his keen interest in recruiting new members. For the war of resistance is not a fleeting endeavor. It is not the work of a single individual or a solitary organization. It necessitates the unification of all forces. Enlisting more individuals into the military intelligence to safeguard the nation and reclaim lost territory with fervent dedication. Indeed, Yumaching quietly remarked, I have a close friend who displays evident anti-Japanese inclinations. Since the Japanese forces occupied the Bund, she has taken the lead in donating for disaster relief and has sheltered dozens of homeless orphans. I believe she could be a suitable candidate for consideration. Engage with her more closely to ascertain her social background. If you deem her suitable, I shall assign someone to evaluate her. Li Ji was intent on expanding his network of intelligence personnel, yet he would not do so blindly. He planned to conduct thorough assessments to confirm their identities and moral character before integrating them into the organization. Naturally, he did not intend to report this recruitment initiative to the headquarters, as Boss Dai harbored excessive suspicion. Should he suspect Li Ji of harboring ulterior motives, he might well betray him to the Japanese. Such occurrences were not uncommon during the war. Understood. Yumaching nodded gently. Subsequently, Li Ji inquired about her studies in the Japanese language. After conversing for over half an hour, he retraced his steps. Honko, the Japanese concession. Upon returning to the residence of Takeda Sakura, he found her in a deep slumber. Exercising caution, he examined her slippers, noting the strands of hair beneath them, indicating she had remained undisturbed in her sleep. He then removed his clothing and embraced Takeda Sakura as he drifted off. The following day, early in the morning, Takeda Sakura awoke in a daze, only to find herself engaged in a friendly boxing match with Li Ji. Kawa-kun, you are the mightiest warrior of the empire, she exclaimed, her face aglow with happiness as she envisioned a blissful future married to Kawa-kun. Sakura, I am hungry. Please prepare breakfast. Li Ji commanded from his position at the head of the bed, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Yes. Takeda Sakura, despite her fatigue, rose from the bed with spirited determination to make breakfast. Li Ji harbored a cold smile within. having slumbered alongside the daughter of a Japanese noble and partaken in her breakfast. In a sense, he had avenged his compatriots in an indirect manner. After finishing breakfast, he escorted Takeda Sakura to the entrance of the hospital. Upon exiting the vehicle, she gracefully bowed towards him in the car, closed the door, and watched as the vehicle disappeared from view before she turned and entered the army hospital. In the military police command, early in the morning, Lieutenant Koizumi Jintaro convened a meeting with Longzhen Ancheng, Naozeo Yuko, Oshimakuen, Hazaka Daikin, A Kawashio, and others. Koizumi Jintaro's opening remarks were succinct. He began by praising Naozeo Yuko for her invaluable intelligence that led the 1st Intelligence Unit of the Special Operations Section to dismantle a covert hideout in the Japanese-occupied area of Shanghai, capturing 3 agents, including a major officer. Naozeo Yuko's stunning visage radiated joy. Having just joined the Special Operations Section, she had already made significant contributions to the intelligence front, and it was evident that her capabilities had caught the attention of the high-ranking officials within the Shanghai Military Police Command. With a few more accomplishments, she could firmly secure her position as the leader of the 2nd Intelligence Unit. After extolling Naozeo Yuko, Koizumi Jintaro cast a discerning glance at the composed A Kawashio, subtly admonishing, certain members of our military have disregarded military law, publicly humiliating respectable women under the sun. Such behavior is exceedingly detrimental, and I hope you all take heed to avoid similar occurrences. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to report the matter truthfully and send you back to the homeland to face a military tribunal. This admonition was, in essence, directed at Li Ji. Due to his noble status and the backing of Commander Miura, Koizumi Jintaro dared not confront him overtly, thus resorting to veiled criticisms during the meeting. After all, the maltreatment of respectable women by Japanese soldiers was a commonplace occurrence, and the higher echelons of the Japanese military had never explicitly prohibited it. Now, I invite Group Leader Naozeo to introduce the intelligence organizations operating in Shanghai. Having delivered a few veiled remarks towards Li Ji, Koizumi Jintaro shifted the focus back to the meeting's agenda. Naozeo Yuko spoke clearly. Shanghai is the foremost city in the Far East, characterized by a myriad of powerful factions. Among these, the British and American-controlled international settlement and the French-controlled concession represent the greatest obstacles to the empire in Shanghai. Additionally, there are the intelligence agencies of the Chinese government, including the Military Intelligence Office in Shanghai, the Party Investigation Office in Shanghai, and the Intelligence Agency of the Border Region Government located in the far northwest. Moreover, local powers in Shanghai, such as the Qing Gang and Hong Gang, are also notable players. These various factions are in a constant state of vigilance toward one another, while simultaneously infiltrating and relying on one another. Among them, the empire's greatest adversary is the Military Intelligence Office of the Chinese government in Shanghai, which can be described as an assassination organization, specializing in the elimination of empire personnel and those Chinese individuals favoring the empire. I have compiled data indicating that since the beginning of this month, over a dozen individuals close to the Greater Japanese Empire have been assassinated, alongside numerous empire officials. The Chinese government's Shanghai station operates with great audacity, primarily within the French concession and the international settlement. We cannot entirely eradicate them. Hence, we must resort to infiltration and bribery to gradually dismantle their operations. After Naozeo Yuko finished speaking, she gently bowed towards Koizumi Kimitaro and then took her seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Naozeo has just returned from her undercover mission within the Chinese government, and she possesses extensive knowledge about its structure. Henceforth, I urge you all to cooperate fully with Chief Naozeo to eradicate the intelligence network of the Chinese government in Shanghai. Koizumi Kimitaro's words served to endorse Naozeo Yuko, as the capabilities she demonstrated are unparalleled by anyone in the Special Operations Department. Everyone stood in unison and bowed to Koizumi Kimitaro. Chapter 82. The sad fate of the female traitor. After the meeting, Long Zenon led his subordinates back to his office. Akagawa-kun, I appreciate your hard work today. Continue the interrogation of Yang Ziyu. Although his intelligence value has diminished significantly, he is still a major in the Shanghai station and undoubtedly possesses considerable information, Long Zenon instructed. Hi, Li Ji replied, his expression grave. Oshimakuen, I leave Zhang Yuchen entirely in your hands. Ensure that you play this card wisely. She may become our ace in unraveling the intelligence network in Shanghai, Long Zenon continued. Hi, Oshimakuen responded respectfully. Everyone, for the enduring military fortunes of the Greater Japanese Empire, for the co-prosperity of Greater East Asia, and for our holy war, I entrust this to you. Long Zenon rallied his subordinates. Hi. They all bowed once more before exiting the office. Li Ji did not immediately head to the interrogation room. Instead, he returned to his office, brewed a cup of tea, and lit a cigarette. Although he was unaware of the specific tasks assigned to Oshimakuen, it was evident from Long Zenon's words that they were concocting a scheme against the Shanghai station. He hoped the Shanghai station could remain composed and not fall for the deceit of the little devils. As for Yang Ziyu, he aimed to delay the interrogation, prioritizing the preservation of his life. After sitting in his office for a while, he took his tea to the interrogation room and instructed the military police to bring Yang Ziyu in. Li Ji personally took charge, delivering a series of harsh lashes to Yang Ziyu. When he saw the latter faltering, he ordered the military police to drag him back to his cell. Next, he wandered aimlessly around the military police headquarters, greeting familiar officers and engaging in casual conversation. Hekamu-kun. Li Ji greeted with a smile as Captain Hekamu of the 2nd Intelligence Group approached. Akagawa-kun. Captain Hekamu replied with a slight bow. Although both he and Akagawa Shigenori were captains, the news of Akagawa's promotion to major had been circulating widely. It was anticipated that within a month, the headquarters would officially issue his appointment, marking Akagawa's formal entry into the ranks of the officer corps. In the Japanese military system, the transition from a junior officer to a senior officer represents a significant watershed. Without robust military connections and exceptional achievements, one cannot ascend to the senior officer ranks. And Akagawa Shigenori belonged to the former category. Miss Yunzi's appointment as the leader of the 2nd Intelligence Group and the subsequent assignment of Captain Hekamu as the team leader illustrated Hekamu's esteemed position in her eyes. Miss Yunzi has just returned to the Empire and is not very familiar with many internal matters. Fortunately, I have lived in the Empire for a long time and can clarify her doubts, Akagawa Shigenori said with a gentle smile. Captain Hekamu dared not presume to act arrogantly in front of Akagawa Shigenori and spoke with great humility. Stick closely to Miss Yunzi, and you will surely become a valuable asset to the Empire, Li Ji remarked, though inwardly he derided Captain Hekamu as a fool. Thanks to your kind words, Akagawa-kun. Hekamu replied. Miss Yunzi has sent me to the Special High Command to retrieve some documents. Since Miss Yunzi requires documents, we in the intelligence section have plenty. Why then go to the Special High Command for them? Li Ji inquired, a question only an outsider would pose. Unbeknownst to Akagawa-kun, the information Miss Yunzi desires is solely possessed by the Special High Police. I see, Li Ji remarked, choosing not to inquire further. For they were all in the same profession, and excessive questioning could arouse suspicion. He then shifted the conversation with a smile. Hekamu-kun. I have heard that the Miko Tavern has welcomed a few imperial beauties. Shall we indulge in some revelry together this evening? I sincerely appreciate Akagawa-kun's generous invitation. I shall undoubtedly arrive on time, Hekamu-kun replied, his expression brightening instantly. He had long been aware of Akagawa Shigeno's fondness for such pursuits, often accompanying the intelligence units Oda Masashiro and Kawa Natsuo to engage in boxing with imperial beauties. Hekamu, however, had been constrained by financial limitations. Hesitant to partake in such activities at the Miko Tavern, but with Akagawa Shigeno footing the bill, it posed no issue at all. Subsequently, Li Ji exchanged a few more pleasantries with him before bidding him farewell as he proceeded to the Special High Police office. After wandering around the garrison for a while, he returned to his office to continue his leisurely pursuits. At lunchtime, rather than dining in the garrison's cafeteria, he drove out of the premises to the army hospital to escort Takeda Sakura for a meal of Japanese cuisine. Of course, this culinary excursion served merely as a pretext. His true intention was to engage in intimate conversations with Takeda Sakura in the car. In the afternoon, Li Ji returned to the garrison. Upon alighting from his vehicle, he was momentarily taken aback to see the female traitor Zhang Yuchen clad in a Zhongshan suit, her voluptuous figure accentuated perfectly. She was directing several gendarmes as they escorted a middle-aged man toward the dungeon. This woman could not be allowed to remain. Li Ji resolved silently to devise a means to eliminate Zhang Yuchen, for her continued existence posed an unrelenting threat. He proceeded to the office area of the Special Operations Unit, engaging in conversation with several agents from the action team. Through their discourse, he gleaned intelligence that Zhang Yuchen had established contact with a senior agent from the Shanghai station through a particular clandestine channel, leading to her capture. Li Ji inwardly cursed the Shanghai station for their incompetence. The information regarding Zhang Yuchen's treachery had already been relayed to them by Wu Yukun. Yet there were still those foolishly infiltrating the enemy's ranks, truly unfathomable. Clearly, some miscommunication had occurred, such as the Shanghai station failing to disseminate the intelligence to the subordinate units. He then returned to his office and placed a call to the notorious traitor Ji Yunqing, instructing Oda Masashiro, who was responsible for her protection, to visit the Miko Tavern that evening. Oda Masashiro readily agreed. In the evening, Li Ji convened with Hekamu-kun, Oda Masashiro, and Kawa Natsuo at the Miko Tavern for a night of indulgence. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively, with Oda Masashiro lamenting his fall from grace as a distinguished intelligence officer reduced to guarding a Chinese individual. Kawa Natsuo expressed his frustration at being unable to uncover any leads on anti-Japanese elements, while Hekamu-kun complained about the difficulties of attending to Nanzao Yunzi, fearing a slap for any misstep. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Li Ji deftly steered the conversation toward the topic of the female traitor Zhang Yuchen. What do you all think of Zhang Yuchen? Is she not beautiful? Indeed, Zhang Yuchen was a strikingly beautiful Chinese woman. Indeed, it is truly beautiful. If Commander Akawa harbors feelings for Zhang Yuchen, I would be more than willing to play the role of a matchmaker. Li Ji chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, fine treasures are meant to be shared among us all, would you not agree? The crowd erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, what Akawa-kun says holds merit. Zhang Yuchen, being a woman of China, ought to be enjoyed by all. However, Akawa-kun, this may not be entirely appropriate, as I have heard that Group Leader Longza places significant importance on Zhang Yuchen, especially since she has just rendered great service to the Empire today. The expression on Kuroki's face was one of intrigue, albeit tinged with hesitation. It is of no consequence. Allowing Zhang Yuchen to attend to everyone could indeed be considered a substantial contribution to the Empire, Li Ji thought to himself, secretly amused. While he could not directly eliminate Zhang Yuchen, he could orchestrate her downfall without arousing suspicion. Haha. The laughter of the crowd continued to resound. Chapter 83. The High Realm of Using a Knife to Kill Around Dawn. Li Ji, along with Kuroki Nagahira, Oda Masashiro, and Kawa Natsuru, stumbled out of the Meiji Tavern. Intoxicated and laughing boisterously, their laughter laced with an air of indecency. My friends, please, get in the car, I shall take you. To find Miss Hua, Li Ji slurred, his face betraying his drunken state. Get in the car. One by one, Kuroki Nagahira and the others opened the car doors and settled inside. Once Li Ji entered and started the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward with a swift whoosh. Akawa-kun, slow down a bit. Akawa-kun, my head, my back is killing me, complained Oda Masashiro and Kawa Natsuru from the back seat, overwhelmed by the speed. A short while later, the car came to a halt in front of the garrison headquarters guest house. Although Zhang Yuchen had allied herself with the Japanese and become a traitor, she held no official position at the garrison headquarters, residing instead at the guest house nearby. Long Zhe-nin had taken it upon himself to ensure her safety, dispatching 2 garrison soldiers to protect her while keeping her under surveillance. Upon disembarking, Li Ji and his companions made their way directly to the guest house. The proprietor, a Japanese man related to Colonel Yasuda of the garrison, greeted them. Gentlemen, how many rooms do you require? He inquired, assuming they sought lodging. We are here to find the Chinese woman, Zhang Yuchen. Which room does she occupy? Oda Masashiro demanded. The guest house owner, sensing the tension and the inebriated state of these imperial officers, realized they were likely intent on causing some unspeakable trouble. He stammered. Before he could finish, Oda Masashiro delivered a resounding slap across the proprietor's face, demanding, which room does the Chinese woman Zhang Yuchen occupy? Second floor. 4th room on the left, the guest house owner replied, suddenly compliant. Though related to Colonel Yasuda, he knew the colonel would not intercede on his behalf for such a trivial matter. Akawa-kun, please. Oda Masashiro bowed and stepped aside to allow passage. Yoshi. Li Ji staggered up the stairs to the 2nd floor, followed closely by Kuroki Nagahira, Oda Masashiro, and Kawa Natsuru, their expressions oozing with lewd anticipation as if Zhang Yuchen had already become their prey. On the 2nd floor, 2 garrison soldiers assigned to protect Zhang Yuchen were dozing. Upon noticing the approaching officers, they quickly stood at attention. Open the door to Zhang Yuchen's room, Oda Masashiro commanded authoritatively. Understood. The soldier hastily retrieved a spare key from his pocket and turned to unlock the door. Inside the room, Zhang Yuchen had just awoken from a harrowing nightmare, one in which agents from the military intelligence department had murdered her family back home, their bodies discarded into a fetid ditch. Awakening in a cold sweat, she felt the weight of her thoughts manifesting in her dreams. Ever since betraying the intelligence department, she had lived in constant fear by day and restless nights. Yet, there was no turning back. She could only continue down this dark path with the Japanese. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a key turning in the lock outside. Instinctively, she swiftly reached for the handgun beneath her pillow. At that moment, the door swung open, and several Japanese officers entered, led by Captain Akawa Yoshio, followed by Haimu CHB from Intelligence Group 2, and then by Tom Masashiro and Kagawa Natsur. The unexpected arrival of these Japanese soldiers sent Zhang Yuchen's heart racing, for she could see the raw desire gleaming in their eyes. Ah, the flower girl of China. Tom Masashiro approached the bedside, speaking in a thick accent of Japanese. What brings you here at such an hour? Zhang Yuchen gripped her handgun tightly, her index finger resting on the trigger, her expression filled with vigilance. The Imperial soldiers require your service, Tom Masashiro leered. Zhang Yuchen furrowed her brow. She could not comprehend Japanese, yet the expressions of the soldiers made it evident that their intentions were far from honorable. Flower girl, Akawa urged. Tom Masashiro, adhering to some semblance of decorum, offered the first wave of benefits to his superior, Akawa Yoshio. Li Ji feigned drunkenness, saying, Takuan, why does she hold a long gun? Tom Masashiro turned and slapped Zhang Yuchen sharply, exclaiming, Bakayar. Zhang Yuchen was momentarily stunned, bewildered by her perceived transgression. Ta Masashiro seized the handgun from her grasp, declaring, "Ikakin, please." Li Ji laughed heartily. "Good things should be shared. The flower girl is also." His words trailed off as he turned pale, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of liquor. "I can't. I need to vomit." With that, he covered his mouth and hurriedly exited the room. Ta Masashiro, Haimu CHB, and Kagawa Natsuo exchanged glances, each sporting a lewd grin, and then, without closing the door, they began to unbuckle their belts before Zhang Yuchen. Bastards! Zhang Yuchen felt a surge of humiliation. It was clear that these three soldiers intended to assault her collectively. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of degradation washed over her. Although she had undergone special training to please men, the thought of pleasing these three soldiers was more unbearable than death itself. Outside, Li Ji pretended to lean against the wall, feigning nausea while concentrating on the commotion within the room. Unbeknownst to anyone, a conspiratorial smile crept onto his lips. In his scheme, the Japanese would overpower Zhang Yuchen after drinking, forcing her either to resist fiercely or to submit obediently. Regardless of her choice, death awaited her in the end. Inside the room, Zhang Yuchen's desperate cries for help echoed. The three soldiers lunged at her as if they had not encountered a woman in ages. Li Ji commanded the military police to close the door, allowing them to revel in their debauchery while he collapsed in the corridor, sound asleep. Earlier that evening, he had discreetly slipped a little something into the drinks of Haimu CHB, Ta Masashiro, and Kagawa Natsuo, ensuring they would be occupied for the entire night. Over 2 hours later, unable to bear the sounds any longer, Li Ji propped himself against the wall, staggered to the door, and kicked it open. Stumbling in a drunken haze, "Baka, the Chinese are dead." Having spoken, he drew his pistol, the muzzle swaying menacingly above the heads of the assembled subordinates. "Gendarmes! Gendarmes! Akikawa-kun is intoxicated. Quickly assist him to a place of rest." The three subordinates were rendered utterly bewildered, especially amidst the critical juncture of their skirmish, finding themselves at the mercy of their inebriated superior brandishing a firearm. 2 gendarmes entered from outside, escorting the drunken Akikawa Yoshio from the room and guiding him to another guest room for repose. As the clock struck past 1 in the early morning, Li Ji staggered out of the inn. Upon reaching the outside, he drove away with haste, returning to the residence of Takeda Sakura. The obedient and demure Takeda Sakura knelt before the tatami, and upon seeing his return, hastened to assist him in removing his outer garments. Her exquisite and lovely visage radiated with joy. "Akikawa-kun, you must be utterly exhausted. I have prepared a hangover remedy for you." Takeda Sakura hurried to the kitchen to fetch him a bowl of the restorative broth. After consuming the hangover soup, Li Ji began sparring with Takeda Sakura. In comparison to the traitorous Zhang Yuchen, Takeda Sakura was undeniably more enchanting, tall and fair, with a beauty that captivated. She was also compliant and obedient, never failing to follow his instructions. After engaging in 2 friendly bouts, Li Ji embraced Takeda Sakura and drifted into slumber. In the early hours, around 4 or 5, the shrill sound of the telephone pierced the quietude. Li Ji reached for the receiver and placed it to his ear, hearing the voice of Oda Takeshiro on the line. "Commander, there has been an incident. The Chinese woman, Zhang Yuchen, she is dead." Dead. Li Ji's spirits soared, his countenance illuminated with delight, though his words were laced with reprimand. "Baka, how could this happen? What on earth went wrong?" "Commander, you should come and see for yourself," Oda Takeshiro urged. "Understood." After hanging up, Li Ji rolled out of bed, hastily donning his clothing. "What happened, Akikawa-kun?" Takeda Sakura asked, still somewhat dazed. "A Chinese woman has died." Li Ji replied dismissively, fully dressing before heading out. Chapter 84. The cruel fate of Zhang Yuchen at the gendarmerie headquarters. In the reception area, Hakamori Nagatomo, Oda Masashiro, and Kobayashi Natsuo stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Upon the bed lay Zhang Yuchen, her body naked and marred with wounds, her vacant eyes revealing the brutality she had endured before her demise. "Kobayashi, how could you have throttled her?" Hakamori exclaimed in anger. "I truly did not exert much force," Kobayashi replied, his expression one of deep regret, as he genuinely believed he had not been overly harsh. "Hakamori, Kobayashi, this is not the time for shifting blame. We must consider how to handle the aftermath," Oda interjected, visibly distressed. Initially, their trio had engaged in merriment, unaware that it would culminate in such a tragic outcome. At that moment, Ikawa Yoshio entered the room. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of Zhang Yuchen's lifeless form, marred with bruises, a testament to the violence she had endured at the hands of the 3 Japanese men. Particularly, Kobayashi was notorious among the geishas at Miko Tavern for his violent tendencies when intoxicated, often resorting to choking and striking them, which made him the least favored patron among the entertainers. Nevertheless, the 3 men had inadvertently done the world a service. Zhang Yuchen, a traitor, had betrayed Yang Ziyu's operation and had lured high-ranking agents from the Shanghai station to their doom. Commander, Oda, Masashiro, and Kobayashi gazed earnestly at Ikawa Yoshio. They understood that given the chaos they had caused, they required the support of someone with significant influence. Otherwise, they risked being sent back to Japan and facing a military tribunal. After all, Zhang Yuqin was no ordinary woman. She had allied herself with the Japanese, placing herself among the ranks of traitors. Bakayar. Li Ji turned around and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Oda and Kobayashi, both officers of the first action team and his subordinates. As for Hakamori, he was under the command of Nanzo Yazuko and bore no direct allegiance to Li. The 3 stood in a line, heads bowed in silence. If Rizu were to discover that they had caused Zhang Yuqin's death, he would undoubtedly ensure they faced a military tribunal without hesitation. After reprimanding them, Li Ji continued his tirade. Good fortune should be shared. You 3 have shown a remarkable lack of conscience, taking advantage of my inebriation to indulge yourselves. The trio exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that they had offered him an opportunity, yet it was he who had succumbed to drunkenness and nearly frightened them into a panic. Please, Commander, assist us. Oda Masashiro implored respectfully. Li Ji furrowed his brow, feigning deep contemplation before stating, find a vehicle to dispose of Zhang Yuqin's body in the river. I will take care of the remaining matters, but you have shown a tremendous lack of conscience. Upon hearing this, the 3 men were filled with joy. With Aikawa Yoshio's intervention, they believed they would surely evade repercussions, for Aikawa was not only of noble birth but also had the backing of Commander Miura. Subsequently, the 3 individuals, in a state of disarray, hastily wrapped Zhang Yuqin's lifeless body in a bedsheet and carried her out of the guest house. Kuroki, after making a trip to the gendarmerie headquarters, borrowed a large truck and unceremoniously tossed Zhang Yuqin's corpse into the cargo area. Li Ji stood at the entrance of the guest house, observing as the truck departed, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With Zhang Yuqin as a cautionary example, anyone contemplating allegiance to the Japanese henceforth would need to think twice. Morning dawned, and a sliver of sunlight pierced through the mist, imbuing the air with a refreshing chill. Vehicles began to come and go at the gendarmerie headquarters. A black sedan halted beneath the office building of the secret police, and Long Zhe Nancheng, donning a major's uniform and a military saber at his side, alighted from the vehicle with an air of vitality. Making his way into the building, Group Leader Li Ji unexpectedly appeared, greeting Long Zhe Nancheng. Good morning, Aikawa-kun, Long Zhe Nancheng replied, his mood notably buoyant, a rare smile gracing his features. Good morning, Group Leader, Li Ji responded, trailing half a step behind Long Zhe Nancheng, a smile illuminating his face. I have brought you something of interest. What is it? Long Zhe Nancheng's brow furrowed. He did not hold high expectations for any offering from Aikawa Yoshio. Group Leader. Please, to the office, Li Ji said with an air of mystery. Upon entering Long Zhe Nancheng's office, Li Ji personally poured a glass of water for him, his mind racing with suspicion. There's a saying in China, no good deed goes unpunished. Group Leader, this is but a token of my appreciation. Li Ji presented 2 gold bars and a thick stack of yen, amounting to over 1,000. Aikawa-kun, what is the meaning of this? Long Zhe Nancheng inquired, his frown deepening. Group Leader, Oda-kun and Okawa-kun got themselves into a bit of trouble last night. It would be unbecoming to turn a blind eye to their plight. And I have come to seek your leniency, Li Ji explained. What happened to Oda-kun and Okawa-kun? Long Zhe Nancheng asked, his expression tightening further. They, inebriated, assaulted Zhang Yuqin last night, Li Ji replied. Baka. Long Zhe Nancheng exploded with rage. Who gave them the audacity? He had already reprimanded them and ordered them to abstain from alcohol henceforth. Li Ji continued, the deed has been done. For the greater good. It would be prudent to keep this matter under wraps. Zhang Yuqin was a pivotal asset in my dealings with the Shanghai station. If she harbors any resentment towards the Empire Group Leader, she is dead. Li Ji finally revealed the grim truth. Dead. Long Zhe Nancheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance one of shock. How did this happen? It is said that Okawa-kun and Oda-kun were too forceful, Li Ji responded ambiguously. Bakayuru. Oda-kun and Okawa-kun deserve to perish. They are unworthy of serving the Empire. Long Zhe Nancheng seethed with fury. Zhang Yuqin had been of great use to him. And now, she had been so brutally violated by his subordinates that it resulted in her death. The news had also left his subordinates in utter shock. Yet with the incident having transpired, they deemed the dignity of the greater Japanese empire paramount. Aikawa-kun, were you involved in this affair? Long Jinan fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Ji, aware that with the lecherous nature of Akikawa Yoshio, this matter could not possibly be devoid of his involvement. Although team leader Zhang Yuqin possessed some allure, she paled in comparison to Miss Ingzi. Li Ji shook his head, indicating his lack of participation in the affair. Long Jinan furrowed his brow. He had encountered Takeda Ingzi at the army hospital, and her beauty surpassed that of Zhang Yuqin by a considerable margin. Oda-kun had called me just past 4 a.m. Upon receiving the call, I rushed to the scene, only to find, regrettably, that Zhang Yuqin had already succumbed. To prevent this incident from spreading, orders had been issued for Oda-kun and Kohaken to dispose of Zhang Yuqin's body in the river. The team leader could publicly assert that Zhang Yuqin had fled in the dead of night, her whereabouts unknown. Li Ji understood that Long Zhenan would undoubtedly acquiesce. For if this matter were to leak, who would dare serve the Japanese henceforth? Akiko Akuin, you. Long Zhenan's eyes blazed with fury. Team leader. She was merely a Chinese woman. Her death will bear no consequences, Li Ji remarked. She was a trump card in my hand, if utilized wisely. She might have unraveled the intelligence network in Shanghai. Long Zhenan was incensed. Do you not find it disgraceful, as an imperial soldier, to speak thus? His anger was not directed at the dishonor brought upon Zhang Yuqin, but rather at the indignity inflicted upon her by Oda Masashiro and Kohaken Natsuru. Indeed, Oda-kun and Kohaken do exhibit a flagrant disregard for decency. How could they allow such humiliation to lead to death? Li Ji nodded in agreement. Long Zhenan snorted coldly. Reflecting on how Oda Masashiro and Kohaken Natsuru, once so steadfast in military discipline, had now become corrupted by the teachings of Akikawa Yoshio. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, as Akikawa Yoshio had asserted, for the sake of the dignity of imperial soldiers, this matter should remain undisclosed. After all, Zhang Yuqin was deceased, and a fallen intelligence operative held no value whatsoever. Akikawa Akuin, summon Oda-kun and Kohaken. I have inquiries to make of them, Long Zhenan commanded. Understood. Li Ji bowed slightly and exited the office. Chapter 85. The Queen CAF. Upon arriving in the office area, he summoned Oda Masashiro and Okawa Natsuru, imparting to them a series of instructions regarding what to say and what to refrain from mentioning. Furthermore, he emphasized that this matter should not involve Kuroki Nagamyan, as he was under the command of Nanzo Yuki. Should Nanzo Yuki become aware of this situation, the consequences for Kuroki Nagamyan would be dire. Oda Masashiro and Okawa Natsuru took Ikokun's counsel to heart and proceeded to the office of Rizawa Natsuru. A few minutes later, they emerged from the office, their faces bruised and battered. Although Rizawa had dealt them a severe beating, he agreed to cover for them, albeit with a stern warning to avoid associating with Akawa Yoshio in the future. Li Ji offered a few words of consolation to the two before retreating to his office, where he indulged in tea, smoking, and reading. As noon approached, he resolved to visit the dungeon to interrogate Yang Ziyu. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. He chose not to answer immediately, waiting until the phone rang 3 times before preparing to pick it up. To his surprise, after 3 rings, the call was abruptly terminated, only to ring 3 more times again, followed by another disconnection. The call was from Bao Xinyo, signaling an urgent meeting. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ji made his way to the dungeon, brought Yang Ziyu to the interrogation room, administered a dozen lashes, and ordered the military police to return him to his cell. Afterward, he exited the dungeon and noted the time. It was precisely lunch hour. Li Ji drove his second-hand car out of the military police headquarters and headed to the army hospital, where he engaged in a sparring session with Takeda Sakura in her office. Afterward, he changed into a Zhongshan suit in the car and proceeded to the public concession. The Queen CAF, established by the British, was situated in a bustling area. While the business was not exceptionally thriving, it also lacked a sense of desolation. Within the CAF, approximately 5 or 6 tables were occupied by patrons. At one table sat a woman dressed in a qipao, her porcelain doll-like visage exquisite, her figure graceful, and her demeanor elegant. Shortly thereafter, a handsome man wearing a newsboy cap approached and took a seat before her. What is it that you urgently seek from me? Li Ji inquired, pulling the brim of his cap low to obscure half of his face. Shopkeeper Su is looking for you, Yumaching replied, handing Li Ji a magazine from which a note had been discreetly extracted from the dead letterbox behind Su's restaurant. Li Ji glanced at the note, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Is there anything else? The owner of the dead letterbox at number 19 Beichuan Road has requested a meeting with you, Yumaching said softly. Understood. Li Ji's mind stirred with curiosity. What could Wu Yukuan want from him? Could it possibly pertain to matters concerning the Shanghai station? To be honest, he felt increasingly disinterested in the troublesome affairs of the Shanghai station. Today, it was one person apprehended, tomorrow another, all of it a source of vexation. He withdrew a banknote from his pocket, placing it on the table. Miss, today's coffee is on me. Please enjoy. With that, he lowered the brim of his cap further and rose to leave the CAF. He signaled for a rickshaw at the entrance and made his way to Su's restaurant. Upon arriving at Su's restaurant, he ascended directly to the private room on the 2nd floor. Su Jingyan entered from outside and closed the door behind him. Captain, the 2 brothers you sent to Jinling have returned, Su Jingyan reported. Upon hearing this, Li Ji felt a sense of relief wash over him. He instructed the 1st and 2nd action teams to move to a safe house, as he was concerned that these 2 might have fallen into the clutches of Nanzao Yunzi. Here are their surveillance records, Su Jingyan said, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket and handing it to Li Ji. Li Ji accepted the notebook and flipped through its pages. According to protocol, brothers returning from missions need to be assessed. You will handle this matter, he stated. Yes, Captain, Su Jingyan replied. They have worked hard on this trip to Jinling. Each will receive a reward of 200 legal currencies. Li Ji pulled out a stack of legal currency from his pocket and instructed Su Jingyan to pass it on to the two brothers who had completed the mission. Yes, I will express the brothers' gratitude to the captain on their behalf, Su Jingyan said. Feeling reassured, Li Ji declared, the brothers in the safe house can stand down. Understood, Captain. Su Jingyan then inquired, is there a task assigned from above? Li Ji looked up at Su Jingyan, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Japanese devils are wreaking havoc in Shanghai, and the brothers are feeling quite frustrated. They earnestly request that the captain lead a significant operation to decisively strike the Japanese and diminish their arrogance, Su Jingyan urged. Inform the brothers to hold on for now. I will notify you when a task arises, Li Ji replied. He had indeed been contemplating how to execute a substantial operation, yet he had not found the right opportunity. Yes, Su Jingyan nodded in agreement. Li Ji tucked the notebook into his pocket. With little time to spare, he felt it prudent not to linger further. After giving Su Jingyan a few instructions, he exited Suji restaurant and took a rickshaw to his parked vehicle. There, he changed his clothes and transformed his appearance back into that of Akagawa Yoshio before returning to the occupied zone. He parked a few miles away from the military police command and pulled out the notebook, meticulously reviewing the surveillance records within. The notebook detailed the high-ranking military and political personnel that Nanzao Yunzi had interacted with during her time in Jinling, mid-level staff from the military command's second hall, a major general from the general staff, and the chief of staff at the Jinling Military Police Command. Li Ji then turned the vehicle around and visited the mid-range apartment he had rented in the occupied zone, concealing the notebook within the wall's cavity. Despite its modest appearance, the intelligence contained within was immensely valuable. Once he secured the notebook, he set off for the Military Police Command. Following the incident involving Zhang Yuchen, Long Zenon was in a foul mood and had not called a meeting or assigned any tasks to him. This afforded him a rare moment of tranquility, allowing him to sit in his office for an entire afternoon. Before the end of the workday, he made another trip to the dungeon, where he subjected Yang Ziyu to a severe beating. Yang Ziyu's physical condition had deteriorated significantly. If not rescued soon, he likely would not survive much longer, having endured multiple electric shocks and severe lashings. That evening, Li Ji planned to meet Wu Yukuin to inquire about the Shanghai station's stance. Should they show no intention of rescuing Yang Ziyu, he would create an opportunity for a rescue. Of course, if rescue proved impossible, he would grant Yang Ziyu a swift end, allowing him to find complete liberation. Emerging from the dungeon, he made his way directly to the army hospital to pick up Takeda Sakura after her shift, followed by a meal and a few rounds of boxing. After several matches, Takeda Sakura succumbed to a deep slumber. Li Ji exited her residence, changed into a fresh attire, and took a rickshaw to the French concession. In the French concession, at Xia Fei Fong, Wu Yukuin presented a striking figure in well-tailored black suspenders, a crisp white shirt, knee-high boots, and a brown trench coat. Her silhouette alluring and her features breathtakingly beautiful. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of knocking echoed. Wu Yukuin recognized it was Li Ji and promptly approached to open the door. Chapter 86. The new task assigned by the boss. Li Ji swiftly entered the room, casting a glance at Wu Yukuin before making his way directly to the sofa. The headquarters has called. The task involving the covert operations of Zhang Xiaolin has been entrusted to you, Wu Yukuin stated clearly. All right, I shall take on this task, Li Ji replied affirmatively. His two action teams had been somewhat idle recently, and it was high time to assign them some work, for the essence of their existence lay in combating treachery. Zhang Xiaolin is a cunning individual, exceedingly shrewd. Even in Jingjiang fell short against him. Are you confident? Wu Yukuin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Whether I possess confidence or not, it must be attempted, Li Ji asserted, his willingness to accept the task indicating his assurance. Noticing his resolve, Wu Yukuin refrained from further objections. News from the Shanghai station indicated their inability to rescue Yang Ziyu. Additionally, an intelligence operative from Shanghai had been captured by the Japanese, and they sought to inquire about the situation of the detainee through our intelligence network, Wu Yukuin conveyed. Inform the Shanghai station that details regarding the captured individual are currently unavailable, Li Ji stated, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters than merely covering for the Shanghai station. As for Yang Ziyu, he would make an attempt to secure his rescue. I will relay the information to the Shanghai station, Wu Yukuin acknowledged. Then shifted the topic. A trainer from the Officer Academy has hinted that the Military Intelligence Department may be expanding. Li Ji's expression flickered with surprise. So, the boss is likely to be promoted? He inquired, though his astonishment was entirely feigned. Indeed, not only the boss will ascend, but many seasoned personnel who have been stagnant in their promotions will also experience elevation. Wu Yukuin glanced at Li Ji. Both had recently been promoted to captain, and according to the promotion regulations of the Intelligence Department, they would not ascend further unless they achieved significant merits warranting exceptional promotion. Being situated in the occupied zone, the headquarters expansion does not significantly impact US, Li Ji mused. He had contemplated returning to headquarters, but was wary of the intense factional strife within. A moment's misstep could render one a mere casualty of such internal conflicts. Many operatives from the occupied zones have been recalled by the higher-ups. Even in Xinjiang has received orders to return to Hankow. There is a possibility that you and I may also be summoned back to headquarters for debriefing, Wu Yuquan expressed. A foreboding sense stirring within her. She sensed that the boss would likely call her back, yet she harbored no desire to return. Though Shanghai was an occupied territory, she found refuge in the French concession, where the Japanese posed little threat. Returning to headquarters would be an entirely different matter. She knew the boss's temperament all too well. Furthermore, the internal power struggles regarding personnel appointments at headquarters had escalated, particularly the overt and covert conflicts between Boss Dai and the veterans of the Revival Society. Shanghai, being the economic and political hub of the Far East, was also the prime location for intelligence gathering. Having just established a foothold in Shanghai, being summoned back to headquarters would mean losing all their hard-earned progress. Li Ji had already formulated a plan should the higher-ups decide to recall him to headquarters. He would find various excuses to decline. If all else failed, he would assert that he had embedded a crucial operative within the military intelligence department, necessitating his continued presence in Shanghai to facilitate intelligence reception. Given Boss Dai's emphasis on intelligence, it was likely that he would be permitted to remain in Shanghai. As for Wu Yuquan, her situation remains uncertain. She is a trusted confidant of the boss and a graduate of a prestigious police academy, serving as an intelligence officer. To solidify his grip on power, the boss will undoubtedly recall her. The decisions made by the boss are beyond our influence. Yet I hope we can all remain in Shanghai, Wu Yuquan remarked softly. Li Ji nodded slightly, and then changed the subject, inquiring. The boss has reassigned the Xinjiang team back to headquarters. What will happen to the remaining anti-collaborator missions? The Xinjiang team has recently suffered considerable losses and requires a period of recuperation. Moreover, the boss greatly values Xinjiang's individual capabilities and may entrust her with significant responsibilities. As for the remaining anti-collaborator tasks, they will likely be assigned to the Shanghai station and your action team. Wu Yuquan could almost ascertain without speculation that Li Ji would indeed be involved in the remaining anti-collaborator duties, especially since his action team had been idle for some time. Eradicating traitors and punishing the treasonous is our solemn duty, Li Ji declared with conviction. Wu Yuquan wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Since the Japanese occupation of Shanghai, traitors have emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Despite ongoing efforts from higher-ups to eliminate them, their numbers continue to swell. If we do not persist in our efforts to root out these traitors and deter those with treacherous intentions, countless individuals may succumb to the allure of collaboration with the Japanese. After conversing for a while, Li Ji took the initiative to take his leave. Exiting Wu Yuquan's apartment, he boarded a rickshaw back to the international settlement. Upon his return, Takeda Sakura was still fast asleep. He shed his clothing and embraced her, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Li Ji awakened Takeda Sakura, urging her to prepare breakfast. As she roused from her slumber, her mind felt foggy and her body utterly fatigued, seemingly still in a state of sleep. This puzzled her. Logically, after such an extended rest, she should not be so drowsy. Contemplating the matter, she concluded that Kawakuin's boxing prowess had drained her energy. Takeda Sakura busied herself in the kitchen, preparing several Japanese dishes and simmering 2 bowls of thin porridge. Kawakuin, breakfast is ready, she called, tying on an apron and kneeling to neatly arrange Li Ji's slippers. Li Ji casually rolled out of bed, slipping into his slippers to join her for breakfast. Although the Japanese soldiers may not have been remarkable, the women of Japan were notably obedient and compliant. Much like Takeda Sakura, who, since being tamed by his formidable boxing technique, had become docile and obedient, when he commanded her to kneel, she would never dare to sit. After their meal, Li Ji drove Takeda Sakura to the entrance of the military hospital. Upon alighting, she bowed respectfully and only turned to enter the hospital after Li Ji's vehicle vanished from sight. At the garrison command, the atmosphere was bustling early in the morning, with soldiers escorting captured anti-Japanese activists toward the dungeon. After disembarking, Li Ji waved over a young lieutenant to inquire, "Sir, these individuals are the anti-Japanese activists captured by the military police in the streets," the lieutenant reported respectfully. Li Ji inwardly cursed. What nonsense about anti-Japanese elements. It was evident that the military police were unable to apprehend any genuine resistance fighters and resorted to capturing ordinary citizens on the streets to present as results. Judging by the ages and physiques of those detained, it was clear that the despicable Japanese sought to conscript these individuals as laborers, to construct watchtowers, dig trenches, and fortify positions. So the anti-Japanese fighters are dying in droves. With this remark, Li Ji turned and entered the office building of the Special Task Force. As he did, a female officer in a major's uniform approached, her tall stature and striking beauty unmistakable. She was none other than Nanzeo Yunzi. Referred to by the Japanese as the flower of the empire, Nanzeo Yunzi cast a quick glance at Xiang Chuanjisheng without uttering a word. Her hurried steps carrying her out of the office building. Li Ji observed her graceful silhouette, contemplating that this Eastern woman was not only experienced in boxing, but also a ruthless sorceress. Since her arrival at the Special Task Force, they had consistently dismantled the Shanghai intelligence network. Chapter 87. Deployment of action missions. Upon arriving at the office, he prepared himself a cup of tea and lit a cigarette, his demeanor deep in contemplation. The higher-ups had commanded his action team to execute a covert operation against Zhang Xiaolin. Zhang Xiaolin was not an individual to be trifled with. Otherwise, Jing Zhang would not have faltered. After careful consideration, Li Ji concluded that to eliminate Zhang Xiaolin, conventional assassination methods were inadequate. Unconventional strategies were necessary to address this matter. The term unconventional methods encompasses a broad spectrum, difficult to encapsulate in mere phrases. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped from the outside. Enter, Li Ji replied, extinguishing his cigarette and assuming an attentive posture. As the door swung open, Xiao Xianglong stepped inside, approached the desk, and bowed deeply, respectfully stating, Xiang Chuankun, Group Leader Longza has instructed me to deliver a confidential document to you. With this, he reverently presented the document with both hands. Li Ji hastily scanned the so-called confidential document. It detailed a significant shipment of firearms and artillery being transported from the homeland by the Japanese, amounting to the equipment for approximately 2 brigades. Set to arrive at the Shanghai docks tomorrow. The Shanghai Military Command would dispatch personnel to oversee the unloading, while the Military Police Command would be responsible for inspections and maintaining military discipline. What further instructions does Group Leader Longza have? Li Ji inquired, recognizing that Longza Nan's decision to share such sensitive intelligence was not made lightly. The group leader's intention is for Xiang Chuankun to represent the Special Operations Section in overseeing the docks, to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from profiting through arms trafficking. Xiao Xianglong replied respectfully, very well, please convey to Longza Kun that I shall exert my utmost efforts to supervise and ensure that no avaricious individuals are afforded any opportunity. Li Ji responded internally smirking. Should the chance arise, he would not hesitate to allow those driven by greed a reprieve. After all, in times of war, the National Revolutionary Army was severely lacking in weapons and ammunition, and if those motivated by profit were willing to engage in arms trading, it would undoubtedly benefit the National Army. Xiao Xianglong bowed respectfully once more, took the document, and exited. Li Ji sat in contemplation for a moment before he visited the dungeon, ostensibly to interrogate Yang Ziyu, but in truth, to assess Yang's injuries and contemplate how to rescue him. After all, a man of Yang Ziyu's unwavering character, proficient in assassination, could serve as an invaluable instructor for newcomers, even if he could no longer engage in covert operations. In the interrogation room, Yang Ziyu was dragged in by 2 military police officers. His complexion was a sickly yellow, spirit waning, with dried blood caked on his lips, and his clothing adorned with crimson stains reminiscent of plum blossoms. His hands and feet were shackled with iron chains. Li Ji gestured for the officers to secure him to a wooden post, initiating the daily whipping. Yang Ziyu's visage contorted in pain as the lashes struck him, old scars intertwining with fresh wounds, leaving him in excruciating agony, his cries echoing incessantly. Yet, even in such torment, his resolve remained unyielding. He had long since committed to the belief of martyrdom for his country, and even if he were to be tortured to death by the enemy, his conviction would not waver. Continue, strike harder. Li Ji commanded the officer wielding the whip. The officer complied, summoning all his strength to deliver merciless blows to Yang Ziyu. After more than 20 lashes, the latter was on the brink of death. Li Ji assessed the situation and commanded, arrange for a vehicle to transport this Chinese man to the army hospital for treatment. It is imperative that he survives. The gendarmerie officer bowed respectfully. As the deputy leader of the intelligence team within the Special Services Division, Akikawa Yoshio was regarded as a figure of authority among the ordinary gendarmes. His orders represented the division to a significant extent. Deploy additional gendarmes for protection to prevent his accomplices from attempting a rescue. Li Ji cast a glance at the barely alive Yang Ziyu, uttered this final remark, and turned to leave the dungeon. Upon stepping outside, he lit a cigarette and pondered a plan to rescue Yang Ziyu. At lunchtime, Li Ji, as usual, drove out from the gendarmerie headquarters. However, instead of seeking out Takeda Sakura, he ventured to a secluded spot, changed his attire, and transformed his appearance before heading to the Suji restaurant in the international settlement. Inside the restaurant, Su Jingyan, the proprietor, was deftly manipulating an abacus. In recent days, he had become quite skilled at using it, maintaining an accurate tally of daily transactions. Li Ji entered the restaurant hall without uttering a word and ascended directly to the private room on the 2nd floor. After finishing with the abacus, Su Jingyan promptly followed him upstairs. In the private room, Su Jingyan wore a look of surprise. The captain had been elusive these past few days, with communication limited to dead letter drops. Why had he come directly to the restaurant today? Captain, is there a mission? Su Jingyan inquired. The higher-ups have ordered us to rescue a captured agent held in the gendarmerie headquarters prison, who will be sent to the army hospital for treatment today. Please send 2 of your sharpest men to infiltrate the hospital and familiarize themselves with the layout. Once the agent's condition improves, I will provide you with the specifics of the rescue operation. Li Ji had a detailed plan ready, yet for the sake of confidentiality, he would not divulge anything, even to Su Jingyan. Understood. Su Jingyan furrowed his brow. Captain, do you have a photograph of the captured individual? Li Ji shook his head and proceeded to describe Yang Ziyu's physical characteristics. I will instruct my men to gather intelligence on the hospital situation, Su Jingyan affirmed. This operation may encounter danger. You should visit the safe house at number 3 in the international settlement to collect 10 grenades and 2 submachine guns. I will find a way to ensure you can smuggle the weapons in. Li Ji was aware of the army hospital's stringent security, which not only housed a small detachment of gendarmes but also had at least 6 guards stationed around Yang Ziyu. If the operation went awry, a firefight was inevitable, and their short firearms would put them at a disadvantage. Yes, Captain, Su Jingyan nodded. After giving further instructions, Li Ji departed from the Su Ji restaurant and made his way to the Fenglai dance hall in the French concession. In the dance hall, few patrons were present at midday, with only a handful of dancers idly chatting among themselves. The owner, Ma Peng, donned a tailored suit, amusing the dancers while sipping on foreign liquor, suddenly exuding an air of authority. Li Ji entered the ballroom, casting a hurried glance before settling into a corner on the southern side. He waved over a waiter and instructed, "Please bring mopping here." The waiter, a member of the second action team, recognized Li Ji immediately, nodded, and promptly went to fetch Ma Peng. Moments later, Ma Peng approached with a glass of red wine, taking a seat with a jovial smile. "Boss Li, what brings you here today?" he inquired. "How's business, ma boss?" Li Ji asked. "Thanks to you, Boss Li. Business is quite decent," Ma Peng replied, fully aware that the sudden visit from the captain signified an important mission. Otherwise, given the captain's cautious nature, he would never venture into a ballroom. Li Ji retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over, simultaneously passing a small folded piece of paper to Ma Peng. The latter accepted the cigarette and the note, lighting the cigarette with a lighter before stowing both the note and the lighter in his pocket. The note contained instructions to eliminate Zhang Xiaolin. This task was to be executed by Ma Peng's second action team. Li Ji had meticulously outlined the action plan on the note, assuring that if Ma Peng followed the plan, there was a 70 to 80% chance of successfully eliminating Zhang Xiaolin. Chapter 88. The weapons of the Japanese army on home soil emerging from the ballroom. Li Ji boarded a rickshaw, returning to the occupied zone. After retrieving his vehicle and changing his attire, he once again assumed the identity of Akagawa Shio. He made his way to the military police headquarters. A visit to the dungeon allowed him to inquire with the sergeant overseeing the prison about Yang Ziyu's situation. He learned that Yang had been transferred to the army hospital under the close protection of 4 military policemen. The sergeant fervently assured him that there were absolutely no concerns regarding safety. Li Ji surmised that the military police would deploy at least 6 to 10 personnel to guard Yang Ziyu. However, to his surprise, only 4 had been assigned, perhaps due to a lack of manpower or a diminished perception of Yang Ziyu's intelligence value. In any case, this presented a greater advantage than disadvantage for his rescue mission. At the Special Operations Department, upon entering the office area of the First Intelligence Group, Li Ji overheard discussions about the Second Intelligence Group, led by Nanzao Yunzi, capturing a pivotal figure from the Nationalist Army. He beckoned to Xiao Hixiang, who hurried over. "Hey Kawakoan, how may I assist you?" "What are they discussing, Xiao Hikoan?" Li Ji inquired. "The Second Intelligence Group has secretly apprehended a former high-ranking official from the Chinese government in the French concession. It is said that he was a general in the Nationalist Army but was forced to resign due to conflicts with the military hierarchy. However, recent rumors suggest he may be appointed as the Deputy Chief of Staff for the Wuhan Provisional Government's military command." Xiao Hixiang, though somewhat informed, could not provide extensive details as the capture had been executed by Nanzao Yunzi's team. Li Ji mentally noted this development, planning to have Wu Yukuan report it to headquarters in due time, recognizing its significance as a piece of intelligence. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Hixiang, he returned to his office to idle away the afternoon. Later that day, he visited the army hospital under the pretense of checking on patients, gaining access to Yang Ziyu's ward. Located on the right side of the 3rd floor, the 5th room was guarded by 2 armed military policemen, with an additional guard stationed at each end of the corridor. After consulting with a physician, he learned that Yang's condition was not overly severe, although he had lost considerable blood, and many of his untreated wounds had become infected. A minimum of 10 days to 2 weeks of rest was required for recovery. However, Li Ji could not afford to wait that long. He allotted Yang only 2 to 3 days of respite before instructing his subordinates to commence the rescue operation. Exiting the ward, he proceeded to Ms. Takeda Sakura's office, engaging in a brief yet spirited exchange before leaving the hospital together. They dined at a nearby restaurant before returning to Ms. Takeda's residence. The following day, early in the morning, a biting wind brushed against Li Ji's face, carrying a penetrating chill. He arrived at the military police headquarters and visited Long Zhe Nanjing's office to retrieve an authorized document from the military police headquarters. Accompanied by Xiao Hixiang and several officers from the intelligence group, he set out for the military dock in the Japanese concession. At the dock, several large transport ships were moored, their holds laden with weapons and ammunition. Soldiers from the Shanghai 2nd Garrison were tasked with unloading the cargo, while the military police maintained discipline and supervised the garrison personnel. As the representative of the Special Operations Section of the Gendarmerie Command, Akagawa Yoshio arrived at the dock accompanied by his subordinates, engaging in amiable conversation with the officers of the garrison. In no time, he found himself engrossed in a lively discussion with a major and a captain from the 2nd Garrison, both of whom shared his Japanese heritage. Their dialogue flourished particularly when he mentioned the eastern courtesans of the Miko Tavern, piquing the interest of the major and the captain as they conversed for a full 30 minutes on the shared topic. From their exchange, it became clear that the major was named Kirikawa Shur, the commanding officer of the 9th Infantry Battalion of the 18th Regiment of the 2nd Garrison, while the captain was called Imoto Saba, a company commander within the same battalion. The trio agreed to visit the Miko Tavern together that evening. After a lengthy discussion with them, Li Ji proceeded to the transport ship under the pretense of an inspection, meticulously examining the array of weaponry shipped from the homeland. Predominantly consisting of Type 38 rifles, submachine guns, Type 96 light machine guns, as well as 70mm mountain guns and 65mm infantry guns, among others. Following the capture of Nanjing, the Japanese forces grew increasingly audacious, devising a strategic plan to encircle and seize the vital city of Shuzhou, necessitating the frequent transport of arms and ammunition to support their troops in the Chinese theater. It must be acknowledged that, at this juncture, the Japanese military surpassed the nationalist forces in terms of combat morale, firepower, and tactical acumen. Observing the arsenal aboard the transport ship, Li Ji pondered the grim fate that awaited countless nationalist soldiers should these weapons reach the front lines. It was clear that he lacked the means to destroy such an extensive cache of arms, especially with soldiers stationed throughout the vessel. Commander, Xiao Xiaolang approached respectfully, stating, "Everything is normal. Please verify the quantity of weapons against the list meticulously. No discrepancies are permitted. Additionally, document where the weapons are to be stored." Li Ji instructed. Understood. Once he had given his directives, he exited the transport ship to continue his idle chatter with Kirikawa Shur and the others. Lunch was a rather meager affair at the dock, consisting of just 2 steamed buns and a small bowl of fish. In contrast to the fare of the Japanese garrison, the meals provided by the Gendarmerie Command were significantly more substantial, often featuring fish, chicken, and occasionally canned beef. After their midday meal, Li Ji conversed further with Kirikawa Shur, learning that this batch of arms was to be distributed between the No. 1 and No. 6 ammunition depots, both of which fell under Kirikawa Shur's jurisdiction. This revelation strengthened his resolve to involve Kirikawa Shur and Imoto Saba in his plans. As the saying goes, money captivates the eye, and beauty erodes the heart. Once Kirikawa Shur finds himself enamored with a life of indulgence, he is bound to entertain thoughts of arms trafficking. After all, in an era where the sound of gunfire equates to untold riches, arms dealing is a lucrative endeavor that tempts even the most steadfast, independent of ideology. By afternoon, only a fraction of the weapons and ammunition had been unloaded from the transport ship. With the consent of Kirikawa Shur, Lieutenant Tani of the Gendarmerie, and Akagawa Yoshio from the Special Operations Section, the hatches were secured, marking the completion of the day's unloading tasks. Upon the proposal of Li Ji, a group comprising Haikawa Shiro, Hebamoto Saburo, Captain Otani of the military police, and the intelligence officer Nakanishi Natsuru proceeded to the Miyoko Tavern for a meal. However, while they were ostensibly there to dine, their minds were as clear as a mirror. Upon their arrival at the Miyoko Tavern, the Mama-san joyfully greeted them, saying, "A Kawakuin. Esteemed gentlemen, please come in." Li Ji specifically instructed the Mama-san to summon the most exquisite geisha in the establishment. The Mama-san hurriedly complied, acknowledging that Ikawa Yoshio was the tavern's benefactor, and his requests were to be dutifully honored. Chapter 89, The Mischief of the Little Devil's Nighttime. Li Ji, accompanied by a group of rascals, indulged in extravagant revelry at the Meiji Tavern, lost in a haze of intoxication and delight. Major Kirikawa, his face flushed with drink, reveled in the company of women, exuding an air of lewdness. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have eagerly showcased a boxing match right there. Meanwhile, the other miscreants leaped about, singing raucous tunes while embracing geishas clad in kimonos. Li Ji entertained their antics until the early hours, ensuring that each of them was attended to by 2 geishas before finally departing the Meiji Tavern to return to the residence of Takeda Sakurako. He found little allure in the tavern's geishas anymore, for none could compare to the refined elegance of the noble Miss Takeda. The following morning, Li Ji savored the breakfast prepared by Takeda Sakurako before seeing her off to the army hospital. Subsequently, he made his way to the military police headquarters. In the Special Operations Division, Long Zhe Nanqing wore a grim expression, The traitor Aikawa Shio was a constant source of vexation. He had hoped that sending Aikawa to the docks to supervise munitions would keep him occupied, but within a day, the man had allied himself with Major Kirikawa and the garrison, forming a group that ventured to the Meiji Tavern for debauchery. Longzhe was well aware of Aikawa's nature. Anyone who grew close to him inevitably succumbed to corruption. Take, for instance, his subordinates Oda Masahiro and Okawa Natsutaro, once loyal officers of the empire. Now utterly transformed after a few nights of indulgence with Li Ji, their minds consumed with thoughts of carousing and courting women, devoid of any semblance of military decorum. Naturally, Longzhe felt discomfort but could hardly express his displeasure, as Aikawa had the backing of Commander Miura, who would dare to act against him. Team leader. Li Ji entered the office, inquiring, "What are your instructions for today?" "Aikawa, you shall continue your oversight at the docks, ensuring that this shipment of munitions is securely stored in the arsenal," Longzhe replied, suppressing his discontent. "Yes, sir." Li Ji bowed lightly, preparing to leave. "Aikawa, I've heard you severely injured Yang Ziyu?" Longzhe casually asked. "The bones of that Chinese fellow are exceedingly tough. He must face severe punishment," Li Ji responded. Longzhe furrowed his brow, saying, "A batch of truth serum has arrived from the homeland. Once Yang Ziyu's condition improves, we shall administer it to him." "Yes, sir." Li Ji silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to confine Yang Ziyu to the hospital. Otherwise, even a man of iron might not withstand the effects of the truth serum. "Aikawa, you may proceed with your duties," Longzhe slowly stated. "Yes, sir." Li Ji once again bowed lightly before striding out of the office. Once outside, he gathered Okawa Natsutaro and others to head to the military dock in the leased zone, continuing their supervision of the soldiers unloading munitions. Captain Ogata of the military police yawned, appearing disheartened. Major Kirikawa Shiro was no better, yawning repeatedly and looking drowsy. Last night, these rascals engaged in revelry until dawn, nearly exhausting the young women of Meiji Tavern rather than themselves. In particular, Major Kirikawa Shiro, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes and wobbling on his crooked legs, appeared as though he had suffered a stroke. Witnessing their disheveled state, Li Ji instructed the young riverman, Xiao Lang, to procure an open-top canvas truck and lay down some bedding in the truck bed, allowing Kirikawa and his companions to take a nap inside while he kept watch at the dock. Without hesitation, Kirikawa and the others scrambled into the truck bed. Snoring loudly like a chorus of contented pigs, Li Ji commanded the gendarmes to bring him a chair. Settling down at the dockside to observe as the Japanese soldiers loaded crates of munitions onto the truck for transport. At noon, he instructed Xiao Lang to remain vigilant at the dock while he made a visit to the military hospital, ostensibly to spar with Takeda Sakura, but in truth, to check on Yang Ziyu. Yang's condition had improved significantly since yesterday. Although he could not yet walk, he was no longer in imminent danger. Li Ji resolutely resolved to act the following day, knowing that any delay could lead to Dragon Zenin employing truth serum on Yang, rendering his meticulous plans futile. Upon leaving the hospital, he transformed his appearance and made his way to Suji restaurant, where he fully briefed Su Jingyan on the operational plan, urging him to summon the personnel for a rescue mission to commence the next afternoon. Li Ji decided not to participate or make an appearance, entrusting the entire operation to Su Jingyan's command. Without pause, he hastened back to the Japanese concession dock. Upon his return, he found Kirikawa and his companions still deep in slumber in the truck bed, with even his subordinate Xiao Lang having joined the ranks of the sleeping. Li Ji chose not to rouse them, allowing them to recuperate for another round of festivities at Meiji Tavern that evening. It is well understood that once one succumbs to the allure of indulgence, it is a challenging habit to break, akin to a gambler who cannot bear to go 3 days without rolling the dice. Fortunately, his purse was sufficiently filled, otherwise he would struggle to support these gluttonous companions. Of course, he understood the adage that one must risk something to gain something. By afternoon, Kirikawa and the others awoke, stretching and leaping down from the truck bed, rejuvenated from their day of rest. "I sincerely apologize, Aikawa-kun," Kirikawa bowed to Li Ji in his capacity as major. "You are too kind, Kirikawa-kun. We are friends and ought to assist one another," Li Ji responded heartily, patting his chest with a jovial laugh. "I am truly honored to count Aikawa-kun as a friend." Kirikawa had already discerned last night that Aikawa Shijun was no ordinary individual. Not only was he of noble birth, but he also had the backing of Commander Miura from the gendarmerie headquarters, possessing considerable connections within the dispatch command. To form a friendship with someone of Aikawa's stature was a privilege he cherished deeply. "I too am honored," Li Ji chuckled. "I heard from the matron of Meiji Tavern that 2 exceptionally beautiful young ladies have recently arrived and have yet to entertain. Shall we pay them a visit tonight?" "Indeed." Kirikawa's eyes sparkled at the mention of the 2 stunning newcomers. It is worth noting that he has not been with a woman for over a year. The last time was during his duty on home soil, when he secretly visited a local brothel. Upon hearing of such an opportunity, Captain Otajai and others eagerly gathered around, expressing their desire to join. Li Ji welcomed them with open arms, displaying a demeanor of warmth and camaraderie. After all, the Japanese were merely exploiting their own women, and he was merely spending a bit of money. Moreover, his finances were ill-gotten, derived either from rummaging through the traitorous coffers or borrowed from the Japanese. Tonight, I shall treat you all. Let us indulge and revel in merriment, Li Ji declared with a hearty laugh. Chapter 90. My backing is formidable that evening. Li Ji returned to the Meiji Tavern with a group led by Kurikawa Shiro, much to the delight of the tavern's Mama-san, who eagerly summoned the geishas to serve drinks and arranged for the most beautiful among them to keep the men company. As the revelry continued into the early hours of the morning, Li Ji tossed a bundle of yen to the Mama-san, instructing her to arrange accommodations for Kurikawa Shiro and his companions before he drove back to the residence of Takeda Sakura. The following morning, Li Ji did not report to the military police headquarters but instead made his way directly to the military dock to oversee the unloading of arms. Upon their arrival at the dock, Kurikawa Shiro and his men promptly climbed into the truck to catch up on sleep, exhausted from their indulgent night of revelry. And soon their snores echoed like thunder. Li Ji smirked coldly. At this rate, it would not be long before Kurikawa Shiro would be pulled into his schemes. Along with Captain Otani of the military police, seating himself on a chair by the dock, Li Ji reclined, crossing his legs as he smoked a cigarette while observing the soldiers at work. In his heart, he silently prayed for the success of today's rescue operation. After all, it would be a grave injustice for a man of Yang Ziyu's caliber to perish at the hands of the Japanese. In the afternoon, at the military police headquarters, the Special Operations Division was devising a capture plan when the shrill ring of the telephone pierced the air. Dragon Zenin grabbed the phone. Moshi Moshi. What has happened at the hospital? Nanny? Yang Ziyu has been abducted? Bakayaru, foolish. He slammed down the receiver, abandoning the capture plan, and hurriedly left his office with several subordinates, racing to the army hospital. In the courtyard of the hospital lay the bodies of 4 military police officers dispatched to the premises. These 4 officers bore no visible wounds. Upon examination by a surgeon, it was determined that they had all been killed instantly by a swift twist of the neck. Dragon Zenin, upon seeing the corpses, erupted in a furious tirade. Foolish, outrageous. Call Kawakuin and have him come to the hospital. I demand an explanation. His voice was stern. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Yang Ziyu had been securely imprisoned in the military police headquarters dungeon, but Aikawa Shurjin had sent him to the hospital in critical condition, only for Chinese agents to rescue him, resulting in the deaths of 4 valiant soldiers of the empire. If Aikawa Shurjin could not provide him with satisfactory answers. At the dock, a military policeman hurried over to report, Sir, the army hospital is calling for you to come at once. Li Ji nodded slowly. Surmising that Su Jingyan had completed his task, he promptly turned and drove to the army hospital. Inside the hospital, Dragon Zenin sat in a chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of barely contained fury, as if he would not relent unless Aikawa Shurjin provided him with answers today. A black sedan entered through the hospital gates and came to a halt in the courtyard. As Li Ji alighted from the car, he found Dragon Zenin glaring at him with an expression that was nothing short of menacing. He walked over with a measured pace and addressed, Group Leader, Akagawa-kun. I implore you to provide an explanation. Long Zhe Nancheng pointed to the 4 lifeless bodies of the military police on the ground, his voice icy as he inquired. What transpired? Li Ji wore a look of utter bewilderment. Yang Ziyu has been rescued by the Chinese, Long Zhe Nancheng stated coldly. How could this be possible? Li Ji hastily defended himself. I repeatedly instructed the military police to reinforce their ranks. How could such an incident occur? Akagawa-kun, you were entrusted with such a significant individual, yet allowed him to be abducted by the Chinese. This is a grave oversight on your part. Long Zhe Nancheng had resolved to leverage this incident to oust Akagawa Shijinobu from the intelligence unit. After all, with Akagawa Shijinobu around, who could fathom the extent of the damage he might inflict upon the imperial officers? Li Ji explained, Yang Ziyu was under the custody of the military police. His abduction by the Chinese was due to their negligence, and has no bearing on my responsibilities. Baka, Akagawa-kun, as a soldier of the empire, I feel nothing but shame for you. Long Zhe Nancheng retorted sharply. I have been stationed at the military dock these past few days, overseeing the soldiers of the garrison in unloading supplies, wholly unaware of Yang Ziyu's predicament. Li Ji silently scoffed. His superior could no longer restrain his ire. I entrusted Yang Ziyu to you to extract his intelligence value, not to relinquish him to the Chinese. Long Zhe Nancheng was well aware that this incident bore little relation to Akagawa Shijinobu. After all, Akagawa Shijinobu was executing his orders at the dock, supervising the transfer of munitions. Furthermore, according to pertinent intelligence, Akagawa Shijinobu had been engaged with Major Kurikawa of the garrison, leaving him neither the time nor the motivation to rescue Yang Ziyu. The fact that Yang Ziyu was saved by his accomplices bore no relevance to my responsibilities. Should the group leader insist on attributing negligence to me, shall we seek a judgment from Commander Miura? Li Ji invoked the name of his powerful ally, Commander Miura, knowing well that it would carry weight throughout the Shanghai military police system, including the dispatching army headquarters. Akagawa-kun. Long Zane and Cheng's eyes blazed with fury as the implications of invoking Commander Miura became evident. Group leader, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Li Ji felt a cold amusement. He had thoroughly acquainted himself with Long Zane and Cheng's background. If he were wise, they could coexist peacefully. If not, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. With that, he turned and strode towards his vehicle, starting it and driving out from the army hospital. Baka Yara. Long Zane and Cheng's face contorted in rage, his fists clenched tightly. The Japanese military hierarchy was rigidly stratified. Akagawa Shigenabu's audacious defiance was a blatant provocation, and this matter could not be left unresolved. Outside, Li Ji felt no sorrow over Long Zane and Cheng's outburst. Rather, his eyes sparkled with joy. Based on the recent events at the hospital, Su Jingyan's group had operated with remarkable success, managing to rescue Yang Ziyu without incurring any losses. He drove back to the dock, where Hekiko Ashiro and the others were stretching lazily. Such nights of indulgence, followed by days of slumber in the carriage, brought a true sense of comfort. Akawa-kun, thank you immensely for your generous hospitality. We are profoundly grateful. Hekiko Ashiro expressed his heartfelt appreciation. You are too kind, Hekiko-kun. This is nothing. If we have not yet fully enjoyed ourselves, shall we continue this evening? Li Ji proposed. This might not be appropriate, Hekiko Ashiro replied. A tad embarrassed. Akawa-kun, you are the most magnanimous warrior of the Empire of Japan. Lieutenant Otani unabashedly flattered, eager to curry favor. Indeed, Akawa-kun embodies the true nobility of the empire. Your grace and generosity command our respect, echoed Heiben Saburo. Though Kobayashi Natsuru remained silent, the longing in his eyes was unmistakable. Tonight, I shall treat everyone. Let us indulge in food and drink to our heart's content and embrace lovely companions, Li Ji declared with a hearty laugh, secretly smirking to himself. Pondering that if this continued, Hekiko Ashiro and the others would soon be entirely captivated by beauty. The group erupted in hearty laughter. Subsequently, they locked the hatch of the warship. After 2 days of unloading, approximately half of the munitions remained on board, and it was estimated that everything would be completely transferred by the following day. Chapter 91. Your feats are clear to me in the early hours of the morning. A biting cold wind swept through the air. Li Ji stumbled out of the mazy tavern, and the kimono-clad Mama-san assisted him into a vehicle, cheerfully advising, Akawa-kun, please take care on your way. Look after your friends. Li Ji, under the influence of alcohol, slurred his words. I will. The Mama-san smiled, assuring him, rest assured, Akawa-kun, I shall take good care of our imperial warriors. With that, Li Ji closed the car door and pressed down on the accelerator, the vehicle roaring away into the night. The Mama-san watched as the car disappeared around the corner, reflecting on the generosity befitting an imperial noble. On the street, Li Ji's slightly intoxicated gaze gradually regained clarity. He drove to a secluded location, changed his attire, and hailed a rickshaw to the public concession. At Safe House Number 4, Su Jingyan and 4 team members stood guard in the courtyard, their expressions tense with vigilance. Though this was a public concession, Eastern agents often roamed freely, compelling them to remain alert, especially after executing a significant operation at the military hospital, where they had rescued a colleague from beneath the Japanese's watchful eyes. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the gate. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, Su Jingyan and the others heightened their guard, drawing their weapons as if facing a formidable threat. It's me, came Li Ji's voice from outside. Su Jingyan's expression relaxed immediately, hurrying to open the door. Captain. Li Ji swiftly entered the courtyard, and Su Jingyan promptly secured the entrance. How is he? His condition is not good. He has multiple wounds, but his life is not in danger, Su Jingyan replied. Li Ji nodded. As long as his life was spared, it was already a remarkable feat to have extricated him from the jaws of the Japanese. Did any of the brothers sustain injuries? The plan devised by the captain was meticulous, allowing us to rescue him without any casualties, Su Jingyan whispered. Keep watch at the door. I will have a word with him, Li Ji instructed before striding purposefully into the room ahead. Inside the room, Yang Ziyu lay on the bed, his complexion pale yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Deputy Section Chief Yang, I am the head of the military intelligence group stationed in Shanghai. It was my team that extricated you from the hospital today, Li Ji stated, his tone devoid of any emotion. Although he was familiar with Yang Ziyu, the latter was entirely unacquainted with him. Thank you, Yang Ziyu replied, his voice hoarse. Was it the higher-ups who ordered your rescue? No, the higher-ups did not issue a command to rescue you. It was my informant at the hospital who reported that the military police had brought in a critically wounded operative. I inquired with my superiors and discovered it was you, Deputy Section Chief Yang. I will not report this rescue to the higher-ups. I trust you understand the implications of this. Li Ji's words were a blend of truth and deception. Although Yang Ziyu was a man of iron resolve, in these tumultuous times, human nature was unpredictable. No one could guarantee that, in due time, Yang Ziyu would remain the steadfast warrior he had always been. Yang Ziyu discerned a hint of suspicion in Li Ji's words. Was he being accused of treachery? A wave of desolation washed over him. He had been betrayed by his own, enduring relentless torment at the hands of the Japanese. Yet, his faith remained unshaken, steadfast as ever. Your temporary wife, Zhang Yuqin, has defected to the enemy, and thus, the higher-ups can no longer place their trust in you, Li Ji stated. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziyu fell into a contemplative silence. The betrayal of Zhang Yuqin was indeed difficult to elucidate, as she was his work partner, and her allegiance to the Japanese would naturally cast doubts upon his loyalty to the organization. If the higher-ups do not believe in me, why then do you wish to rescue me? Yang Ziyu inquired. Let me be candid. I am fully aware of your remarkable feats within the confines of the military police headquarters. Moreover, I have informed the Shanghai station of your innocence regarding defection, yet they have no intention of rescuing you. Hence, I have taken it upon myself to act independently, saving you from the heavily guarded army hospital, Li Ji revealed. His substantial efforts to liberate Yang Ziyu were not born from idleness, but stemmed from his recognition of Yang's considerable talents. What is your objective? Yang Ziyu questioned. For as a seasoned operative in the Military Intelligence Bureau, he understood the unwritten rules of the trade. The fact that someone had rescued him from the clutches of the Japanese certainly implied ulterior motives. I admire your valor in the prison, Deputy Section Chief Yang. If everyone possessed your fearless spirit, the Japanese would surely be vanquished, Li Ji proclaimed grandiosely, before shifting his tone. With Shanghai fallen, Nanjing besieged, and Suzhou on the brink of disaster, in this critical time for our nation, I hope you will join us in continuing to contend with the enemy on this isolated front. Yang Ziyu was no greenhorn, but rather an astute and experienced agent. Li Ji's rhetoric might sway impassioned youth, but Yang remained skeptical, as Li Ji's elaborate discourse failed to unveil his true intentions. How can I trust you? Yang Ziyu maintained a wary disposition towards Li Ji and his associates, a natural instinct for any operative who rarely placed faith in others, even allies. Time reveals character, and distance reveals strength. Li Ji regarded him thoughtfully and said, focus on your recovery, restore your health, and we shall converse in depth later. With that, he exited the room. In the courtyard, he instructed, leave 2 brothers to guard him, ensure his safety, and provide him with ample nourishment to restore his strength. Understood. Su Jingyan responded quietly. Captain, what about our identities? Speak only what must be spoken, nothing more, Li Ji replied. Yes, I comprehend, Su Jingyan nodded, assured by the captain's directive. After issuing a few more instructions, Li Ji left the safe house, walking a short distance before hailing a rickshaw to the Fenglai dance hall in the French concession. He had entrusted the task of assassinating Zhang Xiaolin to Ma Peng. Yet the lack of action on the latter's part left him somewhat displeased. After all, he had entrusted Ma Peng with the intricate details of the assassination plan for Zhang Xiaolin, and if they adhered to his strategy, there was an 80% chance of eliminating Zhang Xiaolin. The Fenglai dance hall was currently bustling with activity, as it was the peak hour for the establishment. Within the grand hall, dozens of men and women swayed gracefully under the dazzling lights. Typically, patrons of such modest dance halls were primarily drawn by the allure of illicit pleasures, indulging in flirtations and suggestive banter while dancing with the ladies. Li Ji settled into a corner seat of the hall and gestured for a server, instructing him to fetch Ma Peng. The server, aware of Li Ji's status, nodded promptly and turned to locate Ma Peng. Chapter 92. The inner circle of Nao Zhao Yunzi. After a short while, Ma Peng sauntered over, reeking of alcohol. Boss Li, my apologies for keeping you waiting, he slurred. Li Ji's voice turned frigid as he inquired, how much longer must I wait for the business we discussed last time? Boss Ma? A chill ran down Ma Peng's spine. He realized that the captain had come to reprimand him. He had his own difficulties. It was not that he was unwilling to proceed, but rather that he had dispatched someone to follow Zhang Xiaolin for 2 days, only to find that this treacherous dog was hiding at home, rendering him powerless. Boss Li, please remain calm. This deal will surely come to fruition. It's just that I'm currently facing some financial constraints. Permit me a few days to gather the needed funds, and the business will commence forthwith. Ma Peng lowered his voice, forcing a wry smile. You may not know, but the old man 1T step outside. I have someone keeping watch, and as soon as he ventures out, I will ensure he meets his demise. Li Ji furrowed his brow, but refrained from further comment. As long as it was not Ma Peng who faltered. Beware of the intoxicating allure of pleasure and wealth. Do not lose your essence or forget your initial intentions. Li Ji admonished him. Rest assured, I shall never forget my roots, Ma Peng quickly assured him. Li Ji chose to say no more, merely offering a gentle reprimand to prevent Ma Peng from becoming lost in the seductive world of indulgence and forgetting his purpose. He then retrieved a dance ticket from his pocket, requesting Ma Peng to find him a dancer. After all, it would be somewhat inappropriate to visit a dance hall without partaking in a dance. Ma Peng, being astute, dared not accept the captain's ticket. Instead, he pulled out a stack of dance tickets to present to Li Ji. He subsequently summoned the hall's top dancer to accompany Li Ji in a dance. Upon casting a glance at the so-called top dancer, Li Ji could only describe her as slightly above average in appearance and figure, inferior even to Lu Jiahui from the bailment. Of course, Feng Lai was merely a small dance hall and could not be compared to bailment. After dancing for a short while, Li Ji exited the hall and departed in a rickshaw. He returned directly to the Japanese concession, where, under the guise of Akikawa Yoshio, he visited the residence of Takeda Sakura. The next day, at the military police headquarters, in the Special Operations Section, the Section Chief's office, Longzhe Nancheng was lodging a complaint to Koizumi Kintaro. Section Chief, the Chinese agent Yang Ziyu was rescued by operatives from the Shanghai station. This is a grave dereliction of duty by Akikawa Yoshio. I request you remove him from the intelligence team. Koizumi Kintaro frowned and replied, Longzhe, I have already gleaned the details of the incident. This matter has nothing to do with Akikawa. It was the military police's negligence that allowed the Chinese to seize the opportunity. Section Chief, you must have heard of Akikawa Yoshio's actions. He is a complete disgrace to the empire. A person like him does not deserve to remain in the intelligence group. I implore you to reconsider. Longzhe Nancheng was resolute in his determination to oust Akikawa Yoshio. You are well aware of Akikawa's background. I hope you refrain from making such statements again. Koizumi Kintaro said slowly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, next month, Akikawa will be promoted to major, and at that time, Commander Miura will certainly arrange a favorable position for him. Upon hearing this, Longzhe Nancheng's eyes flashed with indignation. He had rendered countless services to the empire, yet he was merely a lieutenant colonel, while Akagawa Yoshio, adorned with a noble title, ascended to the same rank with ease. Longzhe Nancheng understood the section chief's implication. He was to endure a while longer, waiting for Akagawa Yoshio's promotion, after which Commander Miura would surely transfer him from the intelligence group. Longzhe-kun, do not allow yourself to be vexed by Akagawa-kun's situation. As a soldier of the greater Japanese empire, one must prioritize the interests of the empire. Furthermore, you should learn much from Gaiko, since her return. She has achieved numerous merits for the empire, admonished Koizumi Kintaro, gesturing for Longzhe Nancheng to leave. With a respectful bow, Longzhe Nancheng turned and exited the office. As he stepped out, he encountered the strikingly graceful Nenzeo Yunzi. With a cold snort, he ignored her entirely and walked past, leaving Nenzeo Yunzi puzzled, wondering if she had inadvertently offended Longzhe Nancheng. Shaking her head softly, she strode into the office with her long, elegant legs. Section Chief. Nenzeo Yunzi greeted with a bright smile. Gaiko has arrived, Koizumi Kintaro replied, beaming, please, take a seat. Nenzeo Yunzi pulled out a chair and sat down. Her voice clear as she reported, Section Chief, the gentleman surnamed Tang has been summoned. The Wuhan temporary government has indeed appointed him as the deputy chief of the military command. Koizumi Kintaro furrowed his brow and inquired, does he possess any willingness to serve the empire? With his entire family in our custody, he dares not disobey, Nenzeo Yunzi replied, her lips curling into a confident smile. Very well, Koizumi Kintaro nodded. Arrange for a journalist and prepare a press conference to publicly declare that the deputy chief of the military command of the Chinese government, Tang Yukai, has defected to the greater Japanese empire. As for Tang Yaokai's appointment, I shall report it to the military police headquarters for the higher-ups to decide. I believe that news of Tang Yaokai's defection will severely undermine the Wuhan temporary government. While Nenzeo Yunzi held differing opinions, her astute nature led her to refrain from expressing them openly in front of Koizumi Kintaro. Gaiko, you have accomplished a significant feat in this matter. The empire shall not overlook your contributions. Koizumi Kintaro expressed his admiration for her competence, nodding with a smile. It is an honor for Gaiko to serve the emperor, she thought to herself, reflecting on how her capture of Tang Yaokai had solidified her position in the Special Operations section. Now, she contemplated how to elevate her rank and position further. After all, given her numerous contributions to the empire, was it too much to aspire for the rank of major? Koizumi Kintaro continued, we must persist in our efforts to combat the Chinese intelligence forces in Shanghai. We cannot allow these vermin to jeopardize the sacred war of the empire. In a clear voice, Nenzeo Yunzi stated, my insider in Shanghai has relayed crucial information. The recent assassination incidents in Shanghai were orchestrated by an agent named Jing Jiang. And Jing Jiang? Who is she? Koizumi Kintaro inquired. According to insider intelligence, and Xinjiang is not affiliated with the Shanghai station, but is under the direct jurisdiction of the Military Intelligence Office, led by Dai Yunong. She is a skilled assassin, highly trusted and valued by Dai Yunong. And Xinjiang has no ties to the Shanghai station, thus my informants are unaware of her activities in the bund. However, rest assured, I will unearth this individual and sever Dai Yunong's influence in Shanghai. Nenzeo Yunzi has been lurking in the Tangshan hot springs for many years, utilizing her beauty and grace to weave a network of intelligence solely under her control. Although she has now returned to the empire, the web of information she has spun continues to operate, allowing her to receive intelligence regarding the temporary government in Wuhan. Yunzi, I hope you can dismantle the intelligence network of the Chinese and Shanghai in one fell swoop. These detestable rats have significantly impacted the security of Shanghai. As Koizumi Jintaro stated, Nanzao Yunzi already harbors a plan in her heart, though the timing has yet to be right. Chapter 93. The boss summons Wu Yukuan back to the concession military dock. Last night, Kirikawa Shiro and his companions toiled throughout the night, only to arrive at the dock in the morning, where they quickly nestled into their vehicle compartments, slumbering deeply. When Li Ji reached the dock, they were sleeping soundly as if in a stupor. He ventured inside the transport ship, discovering that only a fraction of the arms remained, mostly firearms and unassembled artillery. By the timeline's estimation, everything could be unloaded by this afternoon. After meandering for a while, he instructed the gendarmes to bring him a quilt and retreated to his automobile for a lengthy nap. As for the inspectors, what a farce. He would rather the Japanese soldiers pilfer from themselves. Upon waking from his slumber, it was already high noon. He dispatched a gendarme to procure 2 roasted chickens and a bottle of liquor, indulging in both. As for the slumbering figures in the compartment, he could surmise with the slightest effort that they would remain unconscious until the afternoon. Just as he was relishing his feast, a black sedan halted by the dock. A Japanese army colonel emerged, brandishing a katana, exuding an imposing presence. Li Ji turned to the gendarme, instructing him to remove the chickens and liquor. He signaled another gendarme to rouse the slumbering figures. Colonel, Li Ji approached briskly, offering a slight bow. Where's Major Kirikawa? The colonel inquired in a grave tone. Major Kirikawa has gone to the restroom, Li Ji replied. The restroom? The colonel furrowed his brow. And you are? I am Akizawa Yoshio from the gendarmerie headquarters, Li Ji stated. Upon hearing this, the colonel's frown deepened. For the Japanese field troops, the gendarmerie's role was to supervise them, even as a colonel. He remained under the gendarmerie's watchful eye. Bring Major Kirikawa here, the colonel commanded. Yes, sir. Just as Li Ji turned, he saw Kirikawa Shiro hastily leap from the vehicle, disheveled. The colonel witnessed this scene unfold. Commander, Kirikawa Shiro rushed over, frantically buttoning his uniform. Kirikawa, might I inquire what you were doing? The colonel's gaze was sharp, piercing through Kirikawa's pretense. Commander, I was feeling rather unwell. Kirikawa Shiro, catching Li Ji's discreet gesture, hastily concocted an excuse about an upset stomach. Baka. The colonel retorted with a sharp slap across Kirikawa's face. Yes, sir. Kirikawa Shiro bowed his head, standing at attention respectfully. The colonel snorted coldly. It was clear to him that Kirikawa had merely been slacking off. However, he chose not to dwell on it, considering it a trivial matter. Kirikawa promptly dispatched someone to transfer 1,000 Type 38 rifles, 20 light machine guns, and 10 boxes of grenades from Armory No. 2 to the 17th Regiment stationed at Zhoujia Town. The colonel produced a list from his pocket. This is the detailed inventory of arms and munitions. Please verify it carefully, and ensure that everything is delivered to Zhoujia Town by tomorrow evening. Yes, sir. Kirikawa Shiro accepted the list with utmost respect. Kirikawa, as a soldier of the Empire, it is a matter of great shame to be idle during daylight hours. The colonel uttered those words and turned to leave. Hekawa Shiro watched the colonel board the vehicle and depart before finally relaxing, for this colonel was his direct superior. I apologize for the inconvenience, Kawakuin. Hekawa Shiro said somewhat awkwardly. The colonel's arrival was rather abrupt, and I failed to deliver the message in time. It is of no concern to you, Kawakuin, replied Li Ji, maintaining a calm demeanor. Hekawa Shiro was not one to be oblivious to the situation. Eikawa Yoshio had treated them well over the past few days, indulging them with food and entertainment while overseeing arms transport at the docks. To him, Eikawa Yoshio had displayed considerable loyalty. How was the flower girl from last night? Li Ji inquired with a grin. Ah, she was truly delightful, Hekawa Shiro exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he gave a thumbs up. This evening, I shall take you to an even more entertaining establishment than the Mizuko Tavern, Li Ji whispered conspiratorially. At this, Hekawa Shiro's expression wavered with interest, but he regretfully shook his head. Eikawa-kun, I fear I cannot this evening. I must return to prepare for the arms delivery to the 17th Regiment. Such trivial matters could easily be delegated to your subordinates. There is no need for you to undertake it personally, Li Ji remarked, his expression unwavering. You may not be aware, but the outskirts of Shanghai are rather unstable, often plagued by rogue elements of the Chinese government. To ensure the arms are transported securely, I must oversee the operation myself, Hekawa Shiro explained. What a pity, Li Ji feigned regret, though internally he began to devise a plan for the arms shipment. It was essential to note that this consignment comprised 1,000 Type 38 rifles, 20 light machine guns, 10 boxes of grenades, and various ammunition. If he could seize the shipment, it would significantly bolster the anti-Japanese forces surrounding Shanghai. The journey from Shanghai to Zhoujia Town would take approximately 6 to 7 hours. If they departed tomorrow morning, they could return by the afternoon of the day after. In that case, I shall host a celebratory gathering for you, Eikawa-kun. Hekawa Shiro thought to himself. He was not one to be stingy. Eikawa-kun had treated him multiple times, and he felt compelled to reciprocate to maintain face. Agreed. Li Ji pondered whether he should indeed ambush this shipment. Naturally, prior to executing such a plan, he needed to extract specific details regarding the transport route and troop numbers from Hekawashiro. Ekawakuen. Bring along a larger contingent of soldiers and try to steer clear of any Chinese forces to avoid unnecessary conflict. I will await your return in Shanghai, Li Ji suggested. Moved by Eikawa Yoshio's sincerity, Hekawashiro replied, I will take a small squad of soldiers to Zhoujia town. As long as we do not encounter the main force of the Chinese military, we should be safe. A small squad. Li Ji seized upon this crucial piece of information. Typically, a Japanese squad comprises around 50 to 70 men, organized into 3 infantry teams equipped with grenade launchers and light machine guns. If it were merely a small squad, he was certain he could seize the armed shipment. Continuing, he subtly inquired a few more questions. Hekawashiro did not explicitly state which route he would take. Yet he remarked that the path he chose was remarkably smooth. Even if he encountered the main force of the Chinese army, he could summon nearby Japanese troops for assistance. The two shared a moment of mutual admiration before Hekawashiro departed the dock with his soldiers. Little River June, Li Ji waved to summon Little River Xiao Lang and instructed, I need to visit the army hospital. You are responsible for keeping watch here. Little River Xiao Lang bowed respectfully. Li Ji boarded the vehicle and drove away from the dock, heading to the army hospital to engage in a boxing match with Takeda Sakura. After completing a friendly bout, he excused himself, citing Takeda Sakura's work commitments as the reason for his departure from the army hospital. He drove to a secluded area, changed into a Zhongshan suit, and, concealing his true appearance, proceeded to the French concession. In the French concession, at a luxurious apartment in Xiaobei Fong, Wu Yuquan was dressed impeccably in knee-high leather boots, black suspenders, and a white shirt. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, accentuating her graceful figure and alluring presence. Her stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of inexplicable melancholy. Today, she received a telegram from her superior, ordering her to return to headquarters for a report. The seductive intelligence team, known as the Beautiful Serpent, would be taken over by personnel from headquarters. The concern she had dreaded had ultimately come to pass. The thought of the treachery at headquarters and her superior's avaricious and lascivious nature left her feeling somewhat conflicted. However, she could not refuse the directive from her superior. For the Military Intelligence Office upheld strict regulations, and defying a command could have dire consequences. Chapter 94. Finding Wu Yuquan to partner in business. Knock, knock. The familiar rhythm of knocking resonated. Wu Yuquan concealed the melancholy etched on her face and strode over with her gracefully rounded legs. The door swung open to reveal Li Ji. He swiftly entered the room and made his way to the living room, retrieving a map of Shanghai from beneath the sofa, which he then spread out on the tea table. There were 2 routes from the urban area of Shanghai to Zhoujia town. The first route traveled along the highway, which was smooth but monitored by Japanese sentry posts. The second route commenced from the southern bank of the Suzhou River, meandering through a labyrinth of rivers and lakes, occasionally beset by water bandits and the Loyalist army. What is it? Wu Yuquan inquired, a hint of curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. The Japanese garrison intends to deliver a shipment of arms to the 17th Regiment stationed in Zhoujia town. I am contemplating intercepting this consignment, Li Ji revealed candidly, placing his trust in Wu Yuquan. Intercepting arms? Wu Yuquan raised her delicate brows. This was a significant undertaking. Success would be a grand achievement, but failure would surely result in casualties, potentially implicating them as well. The intelligence indicated that this shipment comprised 1,000 Type 38 rifles, 20 light and heavy machine guns, 20 crates of grenades, and a substantial quantity of ammunition, escorted by a squad of Japanese soldiers numbering around 60 to 70. With the transport route following the highway from Shanghai to Zhoujia town, Li Ji's keen, penetrating gaze remained fixed on Wu Yuquan. This represents a lucrative opportunity. The action team is unable to manage it alone and seeks to borrow some personnel from you. Borrow personnel? Wu Yuquan frowned lightly. The intelligence group, known as the Sirens, was not an action team, and moreover, she had very few operatives at her disposal. If we can successfully seize this shipment, we will have the resources to recruit and expand our ranks. Li Ji's eyes glimmered with fervor. In times of chaos, possessing firearms equates to power. Recruiting and expanding? Wu Yuquan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Li Ji's audacity was staggering. The boss strictly forbade subordinates from expanding their influence without authorization. Should this come to the boss's attention, the consequences would be dire. Are you not planning to report this to headquarters? Wu Yuquan asked, her voice steady. No. Li Ji shook his head, setting aside the presence of Japanese informants within the headquarters. He reasoned that if their boss were to learn about the shipment of arms headed for Zhoujia town, he would undoubtedly instruct the Loyalist army surrounding Shanghai to intercept it, thereby claiming credit for the intelligence and receiving at most a commendation or a modest monetary reward. Thus, he sought to engage Wu Yuquan in this enterprise. Should the operation succeed, they would secure the means to establish a lasting foothold in Shanghai. You are aware of the boss's strict rules. This course of action could jeopardize your future in military intelligence, Wu Yuquan gently cautioned, dissuading Li Ji from hoarding the arms. Future? A sardonic smile played on Li Ji's lips. You, of all people in this line of work, should understand that historically, spies seldom meet favorable ends. What do you mean? Wu Yuquan sensed something unusual about Li Ji today, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Despite the current dominance of the Japanese forces, there would inevitably come a day of victory in the War of Resistance. At that time, those of us who risked our lives for the party and the nation in the occupied areas would not find a favorable outcome. For the authorities would not allow a spy organization to threaten their power. Historically, after the victory in the War of Resistance, high-ranking military officials united to pressure the president to dismantle the military commission. The president, recognizing the commission's overwhelming influence, decided to split it, leading to the establishment of the later Bureau of Confidentiality. However, Wu Yuquan did not contemplate such long-term implications, as she was unable to resolve the present predicament. I will act as if I am unaware of this matter, but regarding the personnel transfer, I am truly powerless, Wu Yuquan stated candidly. The beauty of the intelligence team comprised 5 lines, 2 of which were assigned to Li Ji, while the remaining 3 lay dormant. She could hardly deploy undercover agents to assist Li Ji in seizing weaponry, could she? Li Ji furrowed her brow, observing her expression that did not betray deceit. What should be done now? There was intelligence available, yet insufficient manpower. Would they simply watch as this batch of arms was transported to Zhoujia town? However, I do have a suggestion, though I am uncertain of its efficacy, Wu Yuquan mused thoughtfully. What suggestion? Li Ji inquired. There exists a civil militia in the suburbs, formed by the Green Gang, comprising around 200 to 300 individuals. During the Battle of Songhu, they engaged in combat against the Japanese forces. Though their combat prowess pales in comparison to the national army, they still possess a few hundred firearms, which could be of use. The leader of the militia is named Hong Sanyong, known as Third Master. He is quite formidable against the Japanese. If you could offer him an enticing incentive, Wu Yuquan whispered. Li Ji shook her head in refusal. This matter cannot involve outsiders. After all, there are too many instances of betrayal within the underworld. Upon seeing his refusal, Wu Yuquan gently shook her head, indicating her lack of further options. Li Ji pondered intensely, a sudden idea emerging in her mind. Since external assistance was unavailable, they would have to resort to some underhanded tactics. I will not be able to participate in this operation. You take action teams 1 and 2 to handle it. Once successful, I shall remember this favor, she declared. Having collaborated with Wu Yuquan since the Battle of Songhu, Li Ji had a degree of understanding of her character. The total number of personnel in action teams 1 and 2 barely exceeded 20. While the Japanese forces had an entire squad, presenting a nearly 3-fold disparity in strength. How can we possibly seize the arms? Wu Yuquan exclaimed, her brows furrowed in concern. I will coordinate with our inside man to poison the water bottles of the Japanese soldiers. At that moment, you need only to act and seize the arms. Li Ji replied. She pointed to Shuangjia village on the map. The Japanese convoy transporting arms must pass through here. You will lead the action team to ambush them, planting landmines along the roadside in advance. Are you confident? Wu Yuquan queried, aware of Li Ji's cautious nature, as she never undertook ventures without assurance. Would I allow them to take risks if I were not confident? Li Ji responded. Very well, consider this a favor I extend to you. Wu Yuquan retrieved a telegram from the bottom of her drawer and handed it to Li Ji. He glanced at the telegram, and his countenance immediately darkened. The boss had summoned Wu Yuquan back to headquarters for a debriefing, and the siren team would be taken over by personnel from headquarters. If Wu Yuquan were reassigned to headquarters, the new team leader would likely not be able to work in harmony with him. The boss's orders were not to be denied. Having assisted you with this task, I must now proceed to headquarters for my own debriefing. Wu Yuquan sighed deeply. Li Ji remained silent, aware that the military intelligence department was to be expanded into the military control bureau, and that Boss Dai's decision to recall Wu Yuquan likely indicated his intention to promote him. I suspect that it won't be long before the boss also requests your return to headquarters for a debriefing, Wu Yuquan said softly. Li Ji raised an eyebrow. He had painstakingly established himself in Shanghai and was reluctant to return, especially given the intense factional struggles at headquarters. He had no desire to become embroiled in such conflicts. These matters can be discussed later. The immediate priority is to gather personnel and utilize the smuggling channels of the Green Gang to transport people and weapons out of Shanghai. Li Ji stated. Ensure that the first and second teams are at the French concessions number 14 wharf by 10 o'clock tonight. I will arrange the vessels in advance. Wu Yuquan replied softly. Li Ji nodded, cautioning, we must be vigilant along the way. After seizing the arms, they should be transported to the nearby mountains and buried, with proper markers established. Chapter 95. Long Zijuan's fiancé. He paused momentarily, advising, the fewer people who know the location of the buried weapons, the better. Once the operation is successful, the first action team will remain on standby outside the city, while the second action team will return to the French concession. He meticulously briefed on the subsequent trivial matters. Understood. Wu Yuquan nodded gently, confident that she would manage these tasks. Subsequently, Li Ji reiterated some details before departing the apartment to the Zijiji restaurant in the public concession, where he entrusted Su Jingyan with several important matters, instructing him to retrieve all the arms concealed in safe house number 2. Soon after, he proceeded to the Fenglai dance hall to meet Ma Peng, recounting the incident of the looted arms and directing him to lead the second action team, following Wu Yuquan's orders. Captain, with such a large operation, do we not have a shortage of manpower with just the 2 action teams? Ma Peng cautiously inquired. Do you have a way to recruit additional personnel? Li Ji asked. Captain, you may not be aware, but within the slums of the public concession, there are numerous veterans who retreated from the Battle of Shanghai. Their current conditions are dire, living from hand to mouth. If you offer them sufficient compensation, they would be willing to undertake any task, Ma Peng explained. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's mind began to race. In his moment of urgency, he had completely overlooked this fact. When the National Army retreated from Shanghai, some injured soldiers and stragglers, seeking to avoid slaughter by the Japanese, had to shed their uniforms and abandon their weapons, resorting to survival in the slums of the public concession. Immediately send someone to make contact. Do not recruit too many, 20 will suffice. Do not divulge any details regarding the task and promise them a small yellow fish each. With an additional one upon completion, Li Ji instructed. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone at once and ensure the matter is handled properly, Ma Peng assured him. Once accomplished, under the guise of the Military Intelligence Office, incorporate these 20 individuals, allowing them to remain outside the city under Su Jingyan's supervision, Li Ji added. Understood. Ma Peng promptly nodded in agreement. With little time to spare, Li Ji offered a few more reminders before hastily leaving the dance hall and returning to the gendarmerie headquarters. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, a black sedan entered the premises, from which Captain Akikawa Yoshio emerged, donned in his military uniform. Akikawa-san. As Li Ji stepped out of the vehicle, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see the recently returned Oda Masaru. Oda-kun. You have returned? Li Ji greeted warmly. Oda Masaru approached swiftly, stating, Captain Long Zijuan has entrusted the task of protecting Ji Yinqing to Officer Yamashita of the gendarmerie. Ah. So this means we can enjoy drinks together again? Li Ji chuckled. Grateful for your consideration, I am willing to follow you closely, Oda Masaru replied. Though he possessed a somewhat brash demeanor, he was not devoid of intelligence. The entire gendarmerie headquarters was aware of Akikawa Yoshio's impending promotion to major. Surely he was cognizant of it as well. Oda-kun, as members of the Imperial Army, we must refrain from such remarks in the future. Li Ji imparted with a significant glance. Understood, Oda Masaru acknowledged, grasping the implication. This evening at Maisie Tavern, it's my treat. Li Ji gently patted the shoulder of Oda Masaru. At that moment, Oda's eyes sparkled with excitement. For the past few days, he had been residing at the residence of Ji Yinqing. Although the old man had been treating him to fine wine and delicacies, nothing compared to the pleasure of drinking with the empire's courtesans. While the two were conversing, Rizi Nanch emerged from the office building. He cast a cold glance at Akikawa Yoshio, then turned his gaze to Oda Masaru. If he could not handle Akikawa Yoshio, could he not manage Oda Masaru? Oda-kun. Rizi commanded sternly. How is the task I assigned to you progressing? Chief, I was just about to attend to it when I happened to run into Akikawa. Oda Masaru's explanation was abruptly interrupted as Rizi raised his hand and struck him twice across the face. After receiving the 2 slaps, Oda Masaru stood respectfully, bowing his head in submission. Oda-kun, I hope you do not disappoint me, Rizi coldly stated. Oda Masaru felt a deep sense of injustice. He had done nothing wrong, yet had been unfairly punished. Rizi-kun, Oda-kun is profoundly loyal to the empire. On what grounds do you strike him? Li Ji felt compelled to speak on behalf of Oda Masaru, for the man was his devoted subordinate in the intelligence division. If a master did not stand up for his loyal dog when it was mistreated, how could he expect loyalty in return? My disciplining of my subordinate has nothing to do with Akikawa-kun, Rizi retorted coldly. Rizi-kun seems to forget that I am the deputy leader of the intelligence team, and Oda-kun is also under my command, Li Ji replied. Baka, Akikawa Yoshio. Are you provoking me? Rizi snapped. Rizi-kun, you jest. As a subordinate, I would never dare challenge your authority. I merely speak a word of justice for Oda-kun, Li Ji said with a calm smile. Rizi stepped forward, issuing a challenge. Akikawa Yoshio, as a warrior, do you dare to engage in a fair duel with me? A duel? Li Ji scoffed. Rizi-kun, I am but a killer, not a duelist. Baka. Rizi clenched his fists tightly. Were it not for his concern about Commander Miura behind Akikawa Yoshio, he would have relished the chance to strike down this disgrace of the empire. Li Ji smirked coldly. Since joining the intelligence team, he had never wronged Rizi. Yet Rizi had persistently viewed him with disdain, especially after Yang Ziyu was rescued, when Rizi openly targeted him. Rizi leaned in closer, whispering fiercely, I will expel you, This disgrace, from the Imperial Army. I await your attempt, Li Ji replied, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He was Aikawa Yoshio, bearing the title of nobility and backed by Commander Miura. Not even the likes of Rizi Nanch, nor the head of the intelligence division, Koizumi Jintar, could claim to remove him from the Japanese army. With a disdainful snort, Rizi strode away. Aikawa-kun, I sincerely apologize. This is all my fault. The Tian Mengsher Lang was deeply moved by Aikawa-kun's principled stance. He etched this kindness into his heart. De Tian-kun. Long Zekuin may be feeling under the weather. Do not take it to heart, Li Ji consoled. The group leader might be in a foul mood due to Miss Sato's arrival, but I shall not let it trouble me, De Tian Mengsher Lang replied. Miss Sato? She is the fiancée of Long Zhe group leader and is employed at Mantetsu. Li Ji nodded and entered the office building. He proceeded to call the defense team member, Heiben Saburo. Heiben-kun, do you have a mission tomorrow? Oh, splendid. In that case, let us meet at Miko Tavern. We must drink to our heart's content tonight. After hanging up the phone, a glint of shrewdness flickered in Li Ji's eyes. To successfully intercept the shipment of arms, he had set his sights on Heiben Saburo. Chapter 96. Takeda Sakurako may be pregnant in the evening. Li Ji once again summoned Heiben Saburo, Kobe Natsutaro, Oda Morishiro, and others to indulge in a lavish feast at the Miyako Tavern. Naturally, the presence of oriental geishas was indispensable. To ensure Heiben Saburo, that wretched fellow, was thoroughly entertained, Li Ji instructed the Mama-san to bring in 2 top-tier geishas to attend to him. The group reveled in their drinks and laughter. As the evening progressed, Heiben Saburo, visibly intoxicated, embraced the geishas with a thoroughly lewd demeanor. Recognizing the opportune moment, Li Ji broached the topic of Major Kirikawa's arms transport. Heiben Saburo, like a bamboo shoot spilling its beans, divulged everything he knew. According to him, the 7th Squad was responsible for transporting the arms, with a total of 4 large trucks set to depart early the next morning. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves, Li Ji feigned drunkenness, laughing heartily. Upon hearing this, Heiben Saburo, Oda Morishiro, and the others lunged at the geishas like hungry wolves, filling the room with their moans. Li Ji staggered out of the private room and in the corridor. He playfully teased the Mama-san, only to find the middle-aged woman unexpectedly approaching him. Startled, he hastily fled the tavern and drove away. At the garrison, Li Ji transformed his appearance to resemble Heiben Saburo and swaggered confidently to the entrance. The soldier on guard, upon seeing him, saluted respectfully, Commander, take me to the kitchen. I need some water. Li Ji pretended to be inebriated. The soldier, noticing his apparent drunkenness, assisted him into the garrison courtyard. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Li Ji waved the soldier to wait outside and surveyed the 4 large vats filled with clear water, relieved that he had prepared ample amounts. He then retrieved a large bag of white powder from his pocket and poured it into the 4 vats. According to his dosage, not only would the frail Japanese soldiers suffer, but even a cow, should it take a sip from the vat, would be incapacitated for an entire day. Following the customary practices of the Japanese military, the soldiers of the 7th Squad would surely fill their water bottles the next morning. Exiting the kitchen, Li Ji swayed out of the garrison courtyard, proclaiming his intent to continue drinking. Once in his vehicle, he changed clothes and headed to the residence of Yu Maching in the international settlement. The following day, the sky was heavy with dark clouds, and flurries of snowflakes drifted down from above, blanketing the ground in a delicate layer of white. Li Ji and Takeda Sakurako stepped out from their residence, gazing at the swirling snowflakes, each lost in their thoughts. He contemplated the devastation of the year, with countless loyal souls buried on the battlefield, while Takeda Sakurako mused how the falling snowflakes bore a striking resemblance to cherry blossoms, stirring a sense of nostalgia for her homeland. As they entered the vehicle, Takeda Sakurako, who had remained silent, softly spoke, Kawakuin, I might be. Be what? Li Ji furrowed his brow, wondering if she was hinting at something significant. I may carry Kawakuin's bloodline, she murmured, her gaze lowered, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Yay, that would be splendid news. As Li Ji laughed heartily, he mused that Akikawa Yoshio's demise was not in vain, for at least it ensured the continuation of the Akikawa lineage. Upon hearing his words, Takeda Sakura's anxious heart gradually relaxed. The Akikawa family was a noble house in Tokyo, while the Takeda family, despite holding a noble title, had fallen into decline. If she could marry Akikawa-kun, the Takeda family would bask in reflected glory. Li Ji, oblivious to her thoughts, would have merely chuckled even if he had known. He escorted Takeda Sakura to the entrance of the army hospital before driving to the military police headquarters. Due to his strained relationship with Rizawa Nansei, he was unable to involve himself in the intelligence team's affairs. Nevertheless, he was aware of some of the team's activities. Thanks to the ever-watchful Uda Masashiru and Okawa Natsuru, no whisper of movement could escape his notice. Upon arriving at his office, he brewed a cup of fragrant hot tea as was his custom, opened the window, and gazed at the swirling snowflakes while contemplating today's big deal. As long as Wu Yukuan and his associates adhered to the established plan and arrived at the ambush site ahead of schedule, they would undoubtedly seize the shipment of arms. His only concern was whether Wu Yukuan and the others could reach the ambush site smoothly, given that they would need to circumvent Japanese military checkpoints along a lengthy detour. A knock on the door interrupted his reverie. "Come in," he called without turning around. "Akikawa-kun." Oda Masashiro entered the office and stated, "I have a matter to report to you." "What is it?" Li Ji turned around, pondering what this insidious creature could possibly have to report. "Have you heard of Tang Yukai?" Oda Masashiro inquired. "Tang Yukai?" Li Ji nodded. He was certainly aware of who that was, yet he shook his head, saying, "I have not heard of him. He is the deputy chief of the military command appointed by the temporary government of Wuhan and on his way to take office. He was captured by Miss Yunzi's intelligence team, according to reliable sources. He has defected to the empire and will soon hold a press conference to announce his allegiance to the Imperial Japanese Army," Oda Masashiro explained. "Oh, is that so?" Li Ji's astonishment was genuine. The deputy chief of the military command appointed by the Wuhan temporary government had indeed defected to the Japanese? This matter was entirely orchestrated by Miss Yunzi, Oda Masashiro added. Li Ji slowly nodded. If the news proved accurate, it was imperative to report it to headquarters promptly. For the deputy chief of the military command belonged to the upper echelons of the military. Once this information leaked, it would not only dampen the morale of the frontline troops, but also serve as a significant scandal for the military hierarchy. Oda-kun, I am far more intrigued by the fiancée of group leader Ryuzawa, the young lady from the northeast, Miss Sato. Li Ji intentionally shifted the topic, indicating his lack of interest in Tang Yaokai. Oda Masashiro, as if a floodgate had opened, began. Miss Sato's full name is Sato Koko. Her father is Colonel Sato of the 8th Mixed Brigade of the Kanto Army. Miss Sato works as an instructor at the South Manchuria Railway Company Harbin office, and it is said she has undergone training at the Mukden Espionage Agency's training course. Li Ji impatiently interrupted Oda Masashiro. Oda-kun, what I wish to know is whether Miss Sato is beautiful and where she resides. Miss Sato is exceedingly beautiful, as pure as cherry blossoms. Residing in room 308 of the Takahashi Hotel. Oda Masashiro responded hurriedly. All right. A sly smile flickered in Li Ji's eyes. Oda-kun, as a subordinate of Lungza-kun, shouldn't we extend a bit of local hospitality? Oda Masashiro momentarily struggled to comprehend. Please fetch a takeout of food and drink from the Miyoko Tavern and deliver it to the Takahashi Hotel, stating it is from Akawa Yoshio. Li Ji inwardly scoffed, intending to use this opportunity to thoroughly vex Longza Nanching. Understood, Oda Masashiro replied respectfully. I shall follow Akawa-kun's instructions after all. Akawa-kun is of noble lineage and will be promoted to major next month. It is paramount to cling to Akawa-kun's favor. Chapter 97. Wu Yukuan's arms heist at Shuangjia village. Wu Yukuan, clad in knee-high leather boots and a black trench coat, led a contingent of over a dozen operatives, along with 20 seasoned veterans hastily recruited from the slums, totaling 40 individuals, who lay in ambush on either side of the road. She had ordered explosives to be planted along the roadside and had dug pits to ensnare vehicles. All preparations meticulously executed in anticipation of the Japanese convoy's passage. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a Japanese military convoy approached, moving at a sluggish pace. A glint of cold determination flashed in Wu Yukuan's beautiful eyes as she commanded, prepare. Understood. All personnel assumed their combat positions. As the lead truck advanced, a thunderous boom erupted. The left tire plunged into a deep pit, nearly toppling the vehicle. Fire! Wu Yukuan ordered with icy resolve. The concealed light machine guns and submachine guns opened fire in unison, a hail of bullets piercing the canvas sides of the truck, transforming the Japanese soldiers within into mere targets. The following trucks halted, and soldiers leapt from the cabins, yet these troops appeared feeble and pale, some unable to even steady their weapons. Fire fiercely, Wu Yukuan shouted, wielding a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down like hail. The Japanese soldiers who had disembarked became sitting ducks, unable to raise their heads under the relentless fire. Throughout their journey, the Japanese troops had suffered from severe intestinal distress, with some on the verge of collapse, lacking the strength to fight back. Explosions from several grenades erupted among the Japanese ranks, claiming a substantial number of them. The cacophony of gunfire resonated across the open landscape. Despite being a woman, Wu Yukuan exhibited no fear, standing resolute with her submachine gun, embodying the spirit of a valiant heroine. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, a considerable portion of the Japanese squad had been decimated. The remaining few, cornered and defiant, succumbed under the flanking assault of the operatives within less than 2 minutes. Charge! Wu Yukuan commanded her team to advance, executing the wounded Japanese soldiers with rifles, and dispatched personnel to inspect the vehicles. Shortly thereafter, an operative exclaimed with delight, Commander, it's all munitions. At this revelation, Wu Yukuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed. Li Ji's intelligence had proven accurate. There were indeed several trucks laden with arms. Su group leader, proceed according to the established plan, Wu Yukuan instructed. Yes, ma'am, Su Jingyan responded, turning to shout, everyone, unload the boxes from the vehicles, and do it swiftly. Understood. The operatives began to unload the munitions, and soon, the truck stood empty. Wu Yukuan directed her team and the recruited soldiers to transport the arms to a secluded forest several miles away, personally selecting 4 locations for the munitions concealment and assigning the task to Su Jingyan. Ma Peng's second action team was responsible for covering their tracks. 2 hours later, a Japanese patrol stumbled upon the scene, discovering the vehicles designated for transporting arms had been ambushed. The escorting Lieutenant Kirikawa lay riddled with bullets, prompting the immediate report of the incident to the military command in Shanghai. The snow blanketed the ground, creating a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. The esteemed Shanghai Bund, often referred to as the first city of the Far East, welcomed its first significant snowfall of winter. Li Ji, clad in a woolen overcoat, gathered with the Tianming Shilang and Xiao He Xiaolang, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Suddenly, a military policeman rushed over. Sir, Chief Koizumi requests your presence for a meeting. A meeting? Li Ji felt a slight stir within. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Chief Koizumi Jin Taro's sudden summons must indicate some pressing matter. He speculated that perhaps Wu Yukuan and others had succeeded in their endeavors, though other possibilities could not be discounted. De Tiankuan, Xiao Hikuan, let us attend the meeting first. We shall visit Maisie Tavern in the evening. Li Ji declared as he led his 2 companions into the Special Services Bureau building. In the conference room, Koizumi Jin Taro's face was ashen, his demeanor seething with rage. Just 10 minutes prior, Commander Miura had summoned him and delivered a scathing reprimand, for the munitions sent to Zhoujia town by the garrison had been intercepted, resulting in the demise of Major Kirikawa and a unit of Imperial soldiers. Moments later, the attending officers arrived one after another. Koizumi Jin Taro slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Gentlemen, right under our noses, the Chinese have seized the munitions meant for Zhoujia town. And Major Kirikawa along with our elite Imperial troops have met with collective destruction. This is a disgrace to you all, and indeed, a disgrace to our Special Services Bureau. After venting his frustration, he addressed Longza Junhai. Longza Nanchang, came the prompt response. The investigation into the munitions theft will be conducted by Intelligence Team 1. Commander Miura has given me a 3-day deadline. I grant you 2 days. Should you fail to resolve this case by then, you are to commit seppuku. Koizumi Jin Taro's words were laden with fury. Longza Nanchang's expression turned grave. The prospect of seppuku was no trifling matter. Following another outburst, Koizumi Jin Taro announced the adjournment of the meeting. Upon exiting the conference room, Longza Nanchang summoned De Tianming Shilang and Xiao Xiaolang to his office, excluding Li Ji from the call. Li Ji smirked internally, contemplating how to displace Longza Nanchang from his position as head of the intelligence unit, and an opportunity had just presented itself. Back in his office, he meticulously retraced the details of the munitions theft, uncovering a small but critical flaw. Heibei Saburo. The previous night, he had infiltrated the garrison's mess hall under the guise of Heibei Saburo, while the genuine Heibei Saburo reveled at Maisie Tavern. If Longza Nanchang were to discover this discrepancy, he would deduce that the Heibei Saburo who entered the garrison was an impostor. Li Ji resolved to take the initiative and eliminate Heibei Saburo, shifting the blame for the compromised garrison's transport route squarely onto him. He swiftly devised a plan in his mind to carry out this operation. After a while, he exited his office and visited the workspace of Intelligence Team 1, only to find its members packing their belongings. Upon inquiry, he learned that the foolish Longza Nanchang intended to lead a team to the site of the munitions theft for an on-site investigation. Without delay, he departed from the Special Services Bureau, driving away from the Military Police Command as if it were any ordinary day. The captivating Nanzao Yunzi is currently analyzing the case of the stolen arms. Section Chief, I contacted the garrison, and it seems the soldiers are suffering from a collective bout of diarrhea today, likely due to something unwholesome they ingested. Coincidentally, on this very day, the arms under Major Kirikawa's escort were seized. I suspect that someone from the garrison has been in collusion with the Chinese. Furthermore, I have learned that Captain Aikawa of the intelligence unit has been closely associating with Major Kirikawa and Captain Kimoto in recent days. Nanzao Yunzi's words were deliberately vague. After all, Aikawa Shio's prestigious background cannot be overlooked, and she would not make baseless accusations without concrete evidence. Are you implying that Aikawa-kun is involved? Keizuki Kintar found Nanzao Yunzi's suspicions somewhat frivolous. Aikawa Shio is of imperial nobility, hailing from a prominent family, and having only been transferred to Shanghai from the homeland a mere 2 months ago, it is implausible for him to consort with the Chinese, let alone betray the interests of the empire. Chapter 98. The cleanly woman under normal logical inference. One cannot assert that Aikawa-kun is problematic. Nanzao Yunzi would certainly not admit her suspicions regarding Aikawa Yoshio, for if such words were to reach the ears of Commander Miura, how could she maintain her standing in the military police headquarters? Henceforth, such baseless conjectures must cease. Although Akawakuin possesses a somewhat wayward disposition, his loyalty to the Empire is unwavering, stated Koizumi Kintaro with a grave expression. Understood, Nanzao Yunzi responded gently, bowing slightly. To my knowledge, the Special High Police are also investigating the case of the stolen arms. Keep a close watch on them, Koizumi Kintaro instructed. This is an internal military matter. They may investigate, but their reach must not extend too far. Yunzi comprehended fully. She nodded lightly. She understood Koizumi's intent well. The arms theft could solely be attributed to the Chinese guerrillas and had no connection to the army. Koizumi Kintaro slowly nodded and proceeded to discuss another matter. By decision of the military high command, Tang Yokai is appointed as the deputy director of the Shanghai Municipal Hall and military advisor. Understood, Nanzao Yunzi replied, her voice clear. I will announce this news publicly at tomorrow's press conference. It is sure to cause a sensation. The greatest value of Tang Yaokai lies in undermining the morale of the Chinese government. Thus, it is crucial to arrange sufficient personnel to ensure his safety. For he represents our efforts against the Chinese government, Koizumi Kintaro ordered. Understood. Nanzao Yunzi nodded lightly. She had dispatched 20 capable guards from the military police to protect Tang Yokai closely. Even if the Chinese agents possessed extraordinary abilities, they would not be permitted to approach him. In the Japanese concession, at the entrance of the Meiji Tavern, Li Ji sat in his vehicle, rolling down the window to smoke while observing the pedestrians passing by. He had already called Heiben Saburo, inviting him to the Meiji Tavern. Heiben Saburo had repeatedly declined, claiming he was unwell, but Li Ji deceived him into coming out under the pretense of an important matter to discuss. After a while, a rickshaw halted at the entrance of the Meiji Tavern. Heiben Saburo, forcing himself to disembark, staggered slightly, his face pale and his gaze somewhat vacant. He had made numerous trips to the restroom throughout the day, nearly exhausting himself, feeling so weak that even a gust of wind could topple him. Had it not been for Aikoa Yoshio's insistence that he had urgent news, he would never have ventured out. Heiben Saburo, Li Ji exclaimed in surprise upon stepping out of the vehicle. What has happened? Have you eaten something bad? I have an upset stomach, Heiben Saburo managed to say weakly. Heiben Saburo, my partner is a doctor at the army hospital. Let me take you there, Li Ji urged, assisting Heiben Saburo into the car. Despite Heiben Saburo's insistence that he had already seen a doctor and taken medicine, he could not resist the persistent concern of Aikoa Yoshio and reluctantly got into the vehicle. Once inside, Li Ji quickly drove the car, accelerating towards the army hospital. In the passenger seat, Heiben Saburo spoke feebly. Aikoa-kun, what urgent matter is there to discuss? Huibin-kun, nothing is more important than your well-being. Li Ji hurriedly handed over the prepared kettle. Huibin-kun, this contains hot water. Please drink a bit more. We will soon reach the army hospital. Thank you, Akikawa-kun. Huibin Saburo, unsuspecting, uncorked the bottle and took a deep swig of the hot water. Huibin-kun, the military police headquarters has received notification that Kirikawa-kun has met with disaster outside the city. The arms have been seized, Li Ji stated solemnly. What? Huibin Saburo's garrison had not been informed of Major Kirikawa's misfortune, leaving him utterly astonished. Hearing of Kirikawa-kun's demise pains me greatly. Just a few days ago, we were drinking together, and we connected splendidly. Li Ji feigned sorrow, appearing as if he had lost a close friend. Uffed. Huibin Saburo felt a sweetness in his throat as blood gushed forth, splattering the interior of the vehicle with crimson. Akikawa-kun, you. Huibin Saburo's eyes widened in disbelief. Huibin-kun, with Kirikawa-kun gone, how can you continue to live? Li Ji parked the car, a sinister smile crossing his lips. Why? Blood poured from the corners of Huibin Saburo's mouth as he struggled to draw breath, teetering on the brink of collapse. Because, before Li Ji could finish, Huibin Saburo's head tilted, and he drew his last breath. Li Ji drove furiously to a secluded area within the occupied territory, retrieved a burlap sack from the trunk, placed Huibin Saburo's lifeless body inside, added a few stones, and cast the sack into the river. Subsequently, he found a cloth to wipe the blood from the vehicle, ensuring not a trace remained, before heading to the army hospital to pick up Takeda Sakura after her shift, then dining at a restaurant, and finally returning home to exchange boxing techniques with Takeda Sakura. French concession. Zafbang. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Wu Yukuin returned to her residence in the French concession via smuggling channels from the Qing gang. She was a woman of immaculate cleanliness. Upon arriving home, she immediately took a bath, changed into a golden yellow nightgown, and poured herself a glass of red wine, languidly reclining on the sofa. Knock, knock. Wu Yukuin, with a graceful sway of her waist and hips, approached the door. Li Ji entered, clad in a black Zhongshan suit. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich fragrance and caught sight of Wu Yukuin, whose beauty was beyond compare, alluring and captivating. He settled onto the sofa, his expression radiant, and said, "This operation has been a resounding success, and your contributions are invaluable. Feel free to express any requests. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." How do you know the operation was a resounding success? Wu Yukuin arched her brows. Messages from the inside. Li Ji replied nonchalantly. Wu Yuquan, understanding the unspoken rules of their profession, refrained from probing further. As per your instructions, the arms have been buried in 4 locations, each marked accordingly. Su Jingyan has led the first action team and recruited personnel. They are temporarily stationed at Longtugu. With the arms secured, the next step is to gather scattered troops and expand our forces. Certainly, the expansion of the military necessitates not only armaments, but also sufficient funding. I shall manage the remaining matters. Li Ji cast a glance at her. When do you intend to set off? I shall depart within the next couple of days. Wu Yuquan's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. After your departure, I will proactively contact the boss to resign from my position as deputy leader of the beautiful Snake Intelligence Group. However, I must retain Lao Wang and Bao Zinior. Li Ji was unaware of who the new leader appointed to the beautiful Snake Group was, and adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, he would willingly relinquish his role as deputy leader. Very well. Wu Yuquan responded without a trace of hesitation. Bao Zinior was her own discovery, and Lao Wang was an experienced intelligence officer. They would undoubtedly fare better under Li Ji's guidance than with a new leader. Please expedite the resolution of your current affairs. I have a premonition that the boss will surely summon you back for a debriefing, Wu Yuquan cautioned. Her certainty was not unfounded. As the military intelligence department was set to expand, and the boss urgently required a cadre of capable military academy graduates to assume critical positions, Li Ji, with his exceptional intelligence skills and operational prowess, was undoubtedly a prime candidate. Moreover, he was not only a military academy graduate, but also a veteran of the Songhu campaign, where he had rendered significant service. I will give it due consideration. Li Ji nodded in acknowledgement of his intent to ponder the matter. Chapter 99. Sato Kyoko is quite fragrant. Subsequently, Li Ji spoke of another matter. Tang Yikai had defected to the Japanese and was poised to assume a significant position. Prompting the boss to be notified immediately, Li Ji solemnly asserted that this situation was of grave importance. If mishandled, it would not only dampen the morale of the troops on the front lines, but also obscure the glimmer of hope for the civilians in the occupied territories, potentially leading more fence-sitters to side with the Japanese. The ramifications of Tang Yaokai's betrayal were unimaginable. Wu Yuquan's exquisite and enchanting face reflected a moment of shock. Tang Yaokai was no ordinary individual. During the warlord era, he was a prominent figure, and although he had since retreated from public life, his influence remained formidable. The negative impact of his defection would be substantial. This matter must be reported to the boss post-haste. Li Ji reiterated the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence. If action were to be taken, it must be done swiftly. Otherwise, once the Japanese convened a press conference to announce Tang Yaokai's puppet appointment, it would be too late. Even if Tang Yaokai were to be eliminated at that point, the public's confidence in resisting the Japanese would be irreparably damaged. I will contact the radio station to send a telegram to the boss immediately. Wu Yuquan nodded gently. Li Ji glanced at Wu Yuquan, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but he merely sighed softly, recognizing that in such chaotic times, they were both powerless. After a brief exchange, Li Ji took his leave. Wu Yuquan also had words she wished to share with Li Ji, but she understood that the military intelligence office was governed by strict rules, and the boss was capricious in his moods. Anyone who entered the military intelligence office relinquished their body and soul to the organization. Upon exiting Xiafifang, Li Ji made his way directly to the Fenglai dance hall, where he met with Ma Peng to thoroughly understand the day's operations. Upon learning that the 20 conscripted stragglers had accomplished significant feats, he began to formulate a plan. Presently, he possessed a cache of arms but lacked manpower, and recruiting anti-Japanese forces in the occupied territories was a formidable challenge. However, the impoverished alleys of the concession concealed a multitude of soldiers from the nationalist army, battle-hardened individuals with first-hand experience against the Japanese. If he could recruit these men and arrange for their clandestine exodus from the French concession, he could swiftly assemble a formidable force. Captain, recruiting the scattered soldiers from the concession is not difficult. The challenge lies in their exorbitant demands. Ma Peng's face expressed concern. The stragglers in the impoverished alleys lived in dire conditions, having little concept of loyalty to their country. Recruiting them would require a considerable sum of money. I empathize with them, Li Ji acknowledged. He truly understood these soldiers who had retreated to the concession. They had fought for their country. Yet when the government issued retreat orders, they were abandoned as if they were worthless, left to fend for themselves. How could they not feel indignant? Just send someone to recruit. I will do my utmost to raise the necessary funds. Gather as many as you can, he instructed. This endeavor must remain clandestine. We must avoid attracting the attention of both the local powers within the concession and the Japanese spies. Li Ji was not overly concerned about the financial aspect. If necessary, he could borrow a little more from the Japanese. His primary concern was the recruitment of personnel. In these times, possessing firearms lent one a sense of authority. Rest assured, Captain, I will dispatch capable subordinates to enlist the soldiers from the impoverished alleys. Ma Peng nodded slightly, for he understood that with sufficient funds, attracting individuals would pose no challenge. It is crucial to recognize that the soldiers in the impoverished alley scarcely managed to fill their bellies, making recruitment a straightforward endeavor. Once the personnel were secured, they would be dispatched through the secret channels of the Green Gang to the French concession, to be placed under the management of Su Jingyan. Li Ji instructed. Understood, Ma Peng replied eagerly. Li Ji proceeded to issue a few more directives before hastily departing the French concession and returning to the Japanese concession. However, he did not return to the residence of Wu Tianxi. Instead, he made his way directly to the Takahashi Hotel in the Japanese concession. Before entering the hotel, he once again altered his appearance, transforming into the likeness of Long Zhe Nansheng, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, and arrived at the door of room 308. A cold smile graced Li Ji's lips as he reflected on the foolishness of Long Zhe Nansheng, who had taken the intelligence team to the site of the arms theft, leaving Sato Kyoko to guard the empty room alone. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal a young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years old, standing at about 1.60 meters. She wore a loose-fitting robe, her round face exquisitely delicate, with eyes that sparkled like spring water, radiating countless charms. Long Zekuan, what brings you here? Sato Kyoko inquired, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of confusion. She had received a call from Long Zhe Nansheng earlier that afternoon, informing her of an important matter that required him to leave the city for the night. I finished my business and came to see you. Li Ji knew that the more he spoke, the more openings he would create, so he chose to act directly. Long Zekuan, please don't be like this. Sato Kyoko stepped back, her eyes flickering with a touch of shyness. Upon witnessing the blush on Sato Kyoko's face, Li Ji felt a genuine surprise. As Long Zhe Nansheng's fiancée, had she truly remained untouched? If that were the case, his interest was certainly piqued. Kyoko, as my fiancée, you must fulfill your duties, Li Ji declared, proceeding without hesitation to embrace Sato Kyoko and carry her toward the bed. Long Zekuan, have you forgotten our agreement? Sato Kyoko's expression shifted to one of alarm. Of course not. Li Ji tossed Sato Kyoko onto the bed and descended upon her like a ravenous tiger. An hour later, Sato Kyoko lay breathless, resting her head on Li Ji's arm. Long Zekuan, you are incredibly powerful. Li Ji chuckled inwardly, finding the Japanese woman rather cheap. Initially, she had feigned innocence, but after being subdued, she presented herself as a delicate and dependent creature. However, he mused, if Long Zhe Nansheng discovered that his fiancée had been intercepted, would he not faint from rage? He then mounted again, engaging Sato Kyoko in a sparring match. There is a saying that just because others hesitate to tread upon something does not imply he would do the same. After all, Sato Kyoko was no ordinary woman but a female operative from the Fengtian Secret Service, serving the South Manchuria Railway. The following morning, Li Ji, invigorated, donned his clothes and stepped outside with a spring in his step. In contrast, Sato Kyoko, sporting dark circles under her eyes and an expression of fatigue, collapsed into bed after bidding farewell to Li Ji. Exhausted from a night of sparring, her entire body ached, feeling as if it might fall apart. At the entrance of the restaurant, as Li Ji just entered his vehicle, he caught sight of Long Zhe Nansheng standing before the establishment, clad in a lieutenant's uniform, holding a lunchbox in hand, seemingly there to deliver a meal to Sato Kyoko. A flicker of amusement crossed Li Ji's eyes. How would Long Zhe Nansheng react to the current appearance of Sato Kyoko? Observing Long Zhe Nansheng as he stepped through the restaurant's grand entrance, Li Ji pressed the accelerator and departed. At the door of room 308, Long Zhe Nansheng straightened his military attire and gently rapped on the door. Kyoko. It is I. I have brought you breakfast. Please, open the door. Chapter 100. The man who dares but cannot accept it. Silence lingered in the room, and Long Zhe Nansheng felt an unsettling urgency, pondering whether something untoward had transpired. He stepped back and forcefully kicked the door, which flew open with a resounding bang. What met his eyes was a scene of utter chaos, a torn nightgown and scattered tissue strewn across the floor. Xiangzi. Long Zhe Nansheng's eyes widened in horror, the sight striking him like a thunderbolt, igniting a furious blaze within him. He bellowed, why? On the bed, Sato Xiangzi lay in deep slumber, oblivious to his furious cries. Baka. Long Zhe Nansheng, consumed by rage, seized Sato Xiangzi by the throat, driven by a singular desire to see her perish. A wave of suffocation washed over her, and as Sato Xiangzi opened her weary eyes, she beheld Long Zhe Nansheng, who had seemingly transformed into a madman, gripping her neck with a lethal intensity. Long June. Desperately, Sato Xiangzi struggled, unable to comprehend how the man who had been so tender with her just the night before could now appear so monstrous. Xiangzi, repent before Amaterasu. Long Zhe Nansheng's grip tightened, his expression grotesque. No. Sato Xiangzi, instinctively unwilling to meet her demise, frantically retrieved a handgun from beneath her pillow and struck Long Zhe Nansheng's forehead with the butt of the gun. He let out a piercing scream. his eyes alight with ferocity, and he tightened his grip even further, as if intent on crushing her throat. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced Long Zhe Nancheng's arm, causing blood to spurt forth profusely. Baka, you wretched woman. Long Zhe Nancheng was taken aback, incredulous that this woman had dared to shoot him. Long Zejun why? Sato Xiangzi held the gun firmly, her eyes filled with confusion. Wretched woman. Long Zhe Nancheng, his face contorted with rage, raised his hand to strike her. In a moment of desperation, she fired again. Bang! The bullet found its mark in his other arm, blood gushing forth. Baka! Long Zhe Nancheng's eyes blazed with fury, both arms injured, gritting his teeth in agony. If looks could kill, Sato Xiangzi would be a lifeless corpse. Long Zejun, why? Why the drastic change? Sato Xiangzi found herself bewildered. Mere moments ago, they had exchanged tender words, yet now he seemed an entirely different person. Wretched woman, this is your doing. Long Zhe Nancheng's eyes burned with fury. He had believed Sato Xiangzi to be unlike the other women of the empire, and they had agreed to wait until their wedding day for their consummation, only to discover she was nothing but a shameless harlot. Long Zejun, Sato Xiangzi was at a loss, unable to fathom why he refused to take responsibility for this turmoil. Enough, Sato Xiangzi, you are a complete harlot, and I shall end your life. Long Zhe Nancheng's face was a mask of rage as he lunged at her, even with both arms injured, intent on strangling Sato Xiangzi, the wretched woman. Baka. Coco Sato was enraged. She struck Long Zhe Nancheng at his injured spot with a powerful fist, then delivered a swift kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. Without hesitation, she donned a coat and leapt from the bed. Long Zekuan, I cannot fathom where I went wrong to provoke such vile insults from you, even to the point of wanting to take my life? Despite her typically amiable disposition, the gravity of the situation ignited a murderous intent within her. After all, she was no ordinary woman. She was a trained operative, equally adept in combat as Long Zhe Nancheng. Wretched scoundrel, he muttered, his arms incapacitated, struggling to rise. His injured arm slowly reached for the holster. Yet, Coco Sato perceived his furtive movement and swiftly shot him. The bullet struck the palm of his hand, eliciting a scream of agony from him. Long Zekuan, please enlighten me as to why you seek to kill me? Coco Sato inquired coldly. You vile creature. What good deeds have you ever performed? Long Zhe Nancheng, drenched in sweat and pallid from blood loss, was painfully aware that, although not life-threatening, 3 gunshot wounds had rendered him weak and disoriented. Long Zekuan, how shameless you are, refusing to acknowledge your own deeds. Coco Sato inwardly berated him as a hypocritical coward, too proud to admit his own actions. Baka, what deeds have I committed? Long Zhe Nancheng cursed silently, feeling unjustly accused by this woman who not only placed blame on him, but also insinuated infidelity. Have you so soon forgotten, Long Zekuan? A smirk of derision crossed Coco Sato's lips. While his boxing prowess was commendable, his character left much to be desired. Baka, Long Zhe Nancheng fumed, wishing he could silence Coco Sato with a single bullet. Long Zekuan, I shall forget everything that transpired last night. From this moment forth, we shall have no further ties. Ultimately, Coco Sato refrained from delivering a fatal blow, cognizant that Long Zhe Nancheng was an officer of the empire. To kill a major would inevitably lead her to a military tribunal, regardless of her connections within the Kanto army. Thus, the wisest course of action was to sever ties with Long Zhe Nancheng and swiftly depart Shanghai, returning to the regions beyond. For this was the domain of the Southern Army, not that of the Manchurian Railway or the Kanto Army. Coco Sato hastily packed her belongings, dressed meticulously, and carried her suitcase to the door. Before departing, she cast one last glance at Long Zhe Nancheng. Without immediate medical attention, he would surely bleed to death. She made her way to the hotel front desk, using the phone to summon an ambulance to room 308 for the injured officer. After hanging up, she exited the hotel and headed directly to the Shanghai railway station. At the military police headquarters, the intelligence division, Li Ji visited the intelligence team's office area, only to find the personnel on duty sprawled across their desks, resembling lifeless corpses. Baka, wake up and get to work, Li Ji shouted. Kawakuin. They haven't slept a wink all night. They are utterly exhausted, explained Oda Tekishu, who, too, bore the marks of sleeplessness with dark circles under his eyes. Oh, what transpired? Li Ji inquired, maintaining a facade of calm. Long Zejun led us to the site where the arms were seized, now blanketed in heavy snow, leaving no clues behind. Detian Mingshi Lang shook his head in resignation. It was then that Li Ji patted Detian Mingshi Lang's shoulder, suggesting that everyone, exhausted, should take a good rest. Detian Mingshi Lang felt a wave of relief. Indeed, Kawakuin was magnanimous. As Li Ji turned to return to the office, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Long Zhe Nancheng had found nothing at the arms scene, and next, he would undoubtedly turn his attention to the defense team. At that moment, Hui Bin Sanlang would likely flee in fear of prosecution. Chapter 101. Ikawa takes the helm. Approximately an hour later, the office telephone rang. Li Ji lifted the receiver to his ear. Yes, I'm on my way. After hanging up, A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. The call was from Section Chief Kazumi Kimitaro, whose tone was grave, instructing him to report to his office immediately. Li Ji could not help but speculate whether his superior's stern demeanor indicated a lapse on his part or if something else had transpired. He mentally reviewed the situation surrounding the arms theft case. His greatest suspicion stemmed from having indulged in a few nights of revelry with Kurikawa Shiro and Hebamoto Saburo. However, such associations alone could not incriminate him. After all, enjoying such nightlife could render anyone suspect, creating an atmosphere of paranoia. He adjusted his attire and proceeded to Koizumi Kimitaro's office. "Come in," came the voice of Koizumi, tinged with irritation. Li Ji opened the door and stepped inside. Stealing a glance at Koizumi, who wore a mask of fury, "Chief," Li Ji bowed slightly in respect. "Ekawa-kun. A grievous incident has occurred within the territory of the Imperial Japanese Army. Long Zhe Nanchong, the leader of the intelligence team, has been shot in both arms and palms in room 308 of the Takahashi Hotel. He has lost a considerable amount of blood and is currently being rushed to the Army hospital for urgent care. According to the hotel staff, his fiancée, Sato Kyoko, who was staying in room 308, has mysteriously vanished. You are to immediately assemble the intelligence team and dispatch a squad of military police to thoroughly investigate the docks and stations. Locate Sato Kyoko and bring her back at once." Koizumi's anger was palpable. Long Zhe Nanchung was his subordinate, and failing to clarify this situation would leave him with no explanation to provide to his superiors or subordinates alike. "Yes, sir," Li Ji replied respectfully. Though inwardly he was elated. Long Zhe Nanchung was injured? The perpetrator was Sato Kyoko. The intricacies of the situation began to unfold in his mind. It was clear that Long Zhe Nanchung discovered some untoward scene in the room, suspecting Sato Kyoko of infidelity, leading to a confrontation that resulted in her shooting him. The severity of Long Zhe Nanchung's injuries remained uncertain. Should he meet his demise, it would be fortuitous indeed. "Ekawa-kun. I hereby appoint you as the acting leader of the intelligence team during Long Zhe-kun's convalescence. You will have full authority over all matters pertaining to the team." Koizumi Kimitaro was aware that Ekawa was a notorious libertine, adept at indulgence and pleasures, but when it came to serious affairs, he could not measure up to Long Zhe Nanchung. However, as the deputy leader of the intelligence team, it was only fitting that he step in during Long Zhe Nanchung's absence. "Yes, sir," Li Ji thought with a cold smirk. Acting as leader. If Long Zhe Nanchung were to perish, he could seamlessly ascend to the position of leader of the intelligence team. "Go now, and be swift. It is imperative that we retrieve Sato Kyoko." Koizumi's voice was filled with fury. He had already made inquiries and learned of Sato Kyoko's connections with the South Manchuria Railway, but that mattered little. This was the domain of the Southern Army. "Yes, sir." Li Ji turned and exited the office. Stepping outside, a smile graced his lips, an expression of joy that words could scarcely convey. Koizumi Jintaro had tasked him with apprehending Sato Kyoko, yet he secretly wished for her swift return to the northeast. After all, as Long Zhe Nanchung, he had shared many tender moments with Sato Kyoko. Should she divulge their affair, it would be all too easy for others to suspect that a master of disguise had assumed his appearance to entrap her. While such concerns were secondary, the primary issue lay in the certainty that from this moment onward, the Japanese intelligence agency would be vigilant against infiltration by those skilled in disguise, jeopardizing his long-term covert operations within the Japanese military. However, should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to personally escort Sato Kyoko. As a gesture of gratitude for her devoted service the previous night, arriving at the intelligence division's office, Li Ji summoned Oda Takeshiro and Kagawa Natsuru, announcing that he would temporarily assume the role of leader in light of Long Zhe Nanchung's grave injuries. Oda and Kagawa were quick to offer their compliments. In their eyes, Kalkun ascending to the leadership position was fortuitous, as he was indeed one of their own. "Oda-kun, gather everyone and dispatch a squad of military police to the docks and train stations to search for Sato Kyoko," Li Ji instructed. "Understood," Oda Takeshiro replied, promptly turning to make the necessary arrangements. Moments later, Li Ji led a contingent of around 100 personnel from the military police headquarters to inspect the docks and train stations within the Japanese concession. He assigned Oda to the docks, Kagawa to search near the Takahashi Hotel, while he himself would investigate the train station. He surmised that if Sato Kyoko intended to leave Shanghai for Fengtian, she would undoubtedly travel by train. At the train station's hall, Sato Kyoko had made some subtle alterations to her appearance, donning a black trench coat and a black hat pulled low over her brow. Having secured a ticket to Jinling, she planned to board a transport plane from the Guangdong Army upon her arrival, thus ensuring her safe return to the northeast, beyond the reach of southern forces. At that moment, a group of military police armed with rifles burst into the station hall, commencing a brusque inspection, their focus singularly on the women. Sato Kyoko's heart raced as her hand instinctively gripped the pistol at her waist. Li Ji, too, entered the waiting hall, his keen gaze methodically sweeping over the travelers. At this juncture, Two military policemen were in the midst of inspecting a woman when their hands wandered inappropriately, resulting in a slap from the offended lady, causing a considerable commotion. With purposeful strides, Li Ji approached the scene. "What is happening here?" he inquired, his authoritative demeanor evident. "Sir, she refuses to be inspected and has assaulted us," one of the policemen pointed at the lady. Li Ji assessed the woman, who appeared to be in her 30s, and surmised from her kimono that she was likely of Japanese nobility. After all, an ordinary woman would not dare strike a military policeman. "Madam, my men are executing orders to inspect for anti-Japanese elements. What is your intention in obstructing them?" Li Ji asked coldly. "Sir, your men are being quite discourteous," the noblewoman replied, her tone composed and unyielding. This piqued Li Ji's curiosity. Her calm demeanor suggested she possessed a significant background. After a moment of contemplation, he slightly nodded and said, "Madam, you have no concerns." With that, he turned and instructed the gendarmes to continue their inspection. Suddenly, he noticed a passenger in the sixth seat to his left, clad in a black trench coat, the brim of her hat pulled low, revealing only half of her cheek. It was her. At once, Li Ji recognized her as Sat Kai Ko through the glimpse of her exposed cheek. However, he feigned ignorance and walked past her. Sat Kai Ko felt an intense surge of anxiety. Her hand had already reached for her pistol, ready to retaliate without hesitation if the gendarmes attempted to search her. Chapter 102. What concern is your fiancé? To me, Li Ji, accompanied by the gendarmes, conducted a thorough search of the waiting hall. Yet he could not locate Sato Kyoko. He instructed his men to establish checkpoints outside the station for further inspection. Approximately half an hour later, Sato Kyoko boarded the train, unaware that a pair of icy eyes were fixed upon her until she stepped aboard. Li Ji withdrew his cold gaze and turned to exit the station. At this moment, in the East Asia Hotel, a press conference was underway. Journalists from various nations, including America, Britain, the Soviet Union, and France, had gathered for the event. The host of the press conference was the Japanese military command stationed in Shanghai, represented by Major General Akamatsu. "Esteemed colleagues, I am Akamatsu Masanobu. I have summoned you to the Far East Hotel today to announce a momentous occasion," he began. Upon hearing this, the journalists began to murmur among themselves, speculating that the joyous news might pertain to another victory for the Japanese forces on the battlefield. Since the onset of the Sino-Japanese War, the Japanese military had achieved numerous triumphs, well known across the globe. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Tang Youkai, our most loyal friend of the empire, to the stage. As Akamatsu's voice faded, a man in a suit, over 50 years of age, strode confidently onto the platform. Immediately, the room was abuzz with chatter. "Isn't Tang Youkai in disgrace?" one journalist remarked. "That scoundrel has allied himself with the Japanese as a traitor. A few years ago, he was resolutely advocating resistance in the newspapers. Who would have thought he would betray his country? Here was a man we believed to be a paragon of virtue, yet he has proven to be a coward," another added. "If even someone like Tang Youkai has defected to the Japanese, it is evident that the defeat of the Wuhan Provisional Government is inevitable. No, more accurately, the Japanese will soon conquer the entirety of China." As the discussions intensified among the journalists, Tang Youkai took to the stage, stating, "Distinguished friends of the press, I am Tang Youkai. It is with great honor that I have been invited by our friends of the Greater Japanese Empire to serve as the Deputy Director of the Shanghai Municipal Hall and Military Advisor. I must inform you of a recent development. The Wuhan Provisional Military Government appointed me as the Deputy Director of the Military Command. However, after much contemplation, I have concluded that the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, championed by our Japanese friends, represents the most prudent course for national salvation. The ragtag assembly of the Wuhan Provisional Government is no match for the might of the Imperial Japanese Army. It will not be long before they are utterly crushed beneath the wheels of our war machines. I implore the hardliners within the Wuhan Provisional Government to lay down their arms and allow our great land to achieve true co-prosperity in East Asia." Upon concluding his remarks, the journalists offered a token applause. Hongjing Jingxin continued, "The purpose of our great Japanese Empire's holy war is to aid the Chinese populace in achieving the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. We welcome all friends who are close to the great Japanese Empire." The security for this press conference is managed by Minami Zao Yuko, who paid no heed to Major General Hongjing's speech. She understood it to be mere deceptive rhetoric, sufficient only to fool the Chinese masses. Following the customary procedure, once the press conference concluded, she was responsible for ensuring Tang Youkai's safe return and, in the days to come, would assign personnel to safeguard his personal safety. A figure like Tang Youkai aligning with the empire would inevitably attract assassination attempts from the Chinese government, given that the Chinese Military Intelligence Bureau specializes in covert eliminations. Noon. Army Hospital. Li Ji, representing the intelligence unit of the Special Services, visited Longzhen. Of course, the visit was a pretense. His true intent was to gather intelligence. Should Longzhen injuries prove severe, he would devise means to exacerbate them. Conversely, if his condition were not grave, he would still seek methods to inflict lasting disability. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to ensure Long Zinanchen's suffering. After all, when dealing with the Japanese, one must strike while they are vulnerable. Li Ji, carrying a bag of fruit, arrived at the second floor of the hospital, standing before a patient room. 2 armed military police stood guard at the entrance. Sir, the military police, familiar with Aikawa Yoshio, greeted him respectfully. You two may take a break, Li Ji instructed, tossing a pack of cigarettes to them. The sentinels accepted the cigarettes and retreated to the far end of the corridor. Li Ji pushed open the door to the patient room. On the bed, Long Zinanchen appeared extremely frail, his complexion ashen, with his arms and hands bandaged, his eyes vacant. Long Zikuan, I have come to visit you, Li Ji announced, placing the fruit down and pulling up a chair to sit. Long Zinanchen ignored Li Ji, his mind consumed with thoughts of why Sato Kyoko had betrayed him. Long Zikuan, as a warrior of the Empire, I find it disgraceful that you have been so severely wounded by a woman. It truly tarnishes the honor of the Empire's brave. Li Ji mocked. Long Zinanchen continued to disregard Li Ji's provocations, aware of his weakened state and the imprudence of engaging in conflict. Long Zikuan, weren't you seeking a duel with me a few days ago? Li Ji scoffed. How is it that you now lie in a hospital bed? Aikawa Yoshio. Do not push your luck, Long Zinanchen retorted, a flash of rage igniting in his eyes. Had he not been injured, Aikawa Yoshio would hardly dare to be so audacious. Too much? Li Ji mused, thinking this was merely the beginning. He then pressed down on Long Zinanchen's gunshot wound with force. Long Zinanchen let out a desperate roar, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How do you feel, Long Zikuan? Li Ji thought with a cold smile. Remembering the countless innocent civilians Long Zinanchen had slaughtered during his tenure in the Northeast Intelligence Agency, he would ensure that this blood debt would haunt Long Zinanchen until his dying day. Aikawa Yoshio. Long Zinanchen exclaimed in fury. I forgot to inform you that Section Chief Koizumi has appointed me as the leader of the intelligence group, said Li Ji. What? Long Zinanchen's face contorted in shock. He had just been injured and hospitalized when Section Chief Koizumi appointed Akizawa Yoshio as the head of the intelligence group. Was this a complete replacement of him? A worthless man who had been shot by a woman had no right to lead the intelligence group, Li Ji scoffed. Akizawa Yoshio. You fool, despicable. Long Zinanchen cursed vehemently. Despicable? Li Ji chuckled inwardly. If only he knew that he had slept with his fiancée, Sato Kyoko, would he still be able to curse? Long Zai, as a colleague, I should treat you well, Li Ji said, rolling up his sleeves and cracking his knuckles. What are you going to do, Akizawa Yoshio? Long Zinanchen panicked. Was this guy really going to take advantage of his injury to deal a lethal blow? Of course, I'm just going to help you stretch your muscles, Li Ji replied with a cold smirk, raising his fist to strike down fiercely. Chapter 103. The excitement of the brave warrior. A few minutes later, Li Ji emerged from the hospital room, his demeanor refreshed and a gentle smile gracing his lips. In stark contrast, Long Zinan, confined to his bed, was in dire straits. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, his palms drenched in blood that stained the bandages. And his complexion was ghastly, as if he were on the brink of death. In the corridor, Li Ji instructed the military personnel guarding Long Zinan, saying, during Long's recovery, please prevent any unnecessary visitors from disturbing him. After giving his orders, he discreetly slipped 10 yen into the soldier's hands as a token of gratitude. The soldier, of course, did not dare to defy his wishes. Subsequently, Li Ji paid a visit to Takeda Sakura's office, seeking her assistance in a delicate matter. At noon, he wandered the streets for a while. In a secluded spot, he swiftly entered a public telephone booth and dialed a number. It's me. To keep it brief. Does the boss have any updates? After a brief pause, he continued. Oh, the shipment has been entrusted to someone else? Understood. Upon hanging up, Li Ji raised an eyebrow, realizing he had underestimated the intelligence capabilities of headquarters. Wu Yukuin had just informed him that the assassination mission against Tang Yaokai had been assigned to another. He hoped that the individual tasked with the assassination would succeed, otherwise, allowing this man to serve as a lackey for the Japanese would severely undermine the morale of the national army. Exiting the telephone booth, he lingered on the nearby streets, ostensibly in search of Sato Kyoko, while in reality, he was scouting for an opportunity to borrow some funds from Japanese merchants. After all, recruiting soldiers would require a substantial amount of money, and future military salaries, provisions, and supplies would necessitate a considerable financial outlay. The quickest way to acquire funds was to seek assistance from Japanese businessmen. Since the Japanese occupation of Shanghai, many merchants in the concession had profited immensely, particularly the Yamaguchi Trading Company, which was exceedingly wealthy. The establishment he had set his sights on was the Yamaguchi Trading House, a subsidiary of the Yamaguchi Company, where he estimated there to be a cash reserve of hundreds of thousands of yen. Having gathered sufficient intelligence about the Yamaguchi Trading House, he planned to take action that very night and borrow a sum of money. In the afternoon, at the military police headquarters, Li Ji returned from outside and immediately headed to the office of Section Chief Koizumi Kimidaro. The old man was leisurely sipping tea in his office. His expression clouded with irritation, clearly agitated by Long Xenon's injury. Chief, Li Ji approached the desk, bowing slightly. I have dispatched personnel to the docks and stations for a thorough search, but we have not located Sato Kyoko. I suspect she may have already left Shanghai or, realizing her grave mistake, could be hiding within the concession. No, Koizumi Kimiyaro shook his head. Sato Kyoko would not conceal herself in the concession. Then she must have departed Shanghai, Li Ji replied. At Kawakuin, patience is essential in all endeavors, including apprehending suspects. Do not be disheartened by a lack of leads. Continue the rigorous search, leaving no stone unturned. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the earth, we must locate her, Koizumi Kimiyaro admonished sternly. Li Ji spoke firmly. Continue to arrange personnel for the search. We must capture Sadako. He inwardly scoffed, knowing that she had already arrived in Jinling. And even if they turned Shanghai inside out, finding her would be impossible. Koizumi Kintaru's expression softened slightly as he said, Ekoken. I heard you visited Ryuzawa-kun at the army hospital? Li Ji was not surprised. As the head of the special section, Koizumi Kintaru had many informants and was aware of his whereabouts. After all, hospitals are crowded places where one can easily encounter spies. Kawakuin. I must remind you that as an imperial soldier, your enemy is not Ryuzawa-kun. He is your comrade, a warrior of the empire. You must not take advantage of his injury to humiliate him. Koizumi Kintaru's tone carried a hint of severity. He was aware of the grievances between Ryuzawa Nanshin and Aikawa Yoshio, but Aikawa's actions in exploiting Ryuzawa's serious injury were rather unsporting. Li Ji had indeed gone to the hospital to visit Ryuzawa, not to humiliate him. He certainly would not admit to it, as there were no eyewitnesses to the event. Ryuzawa Nanshin's words alone were insufficient to condemn him. Moreover, he had merely given Ryuzawa a beating. It was not as if he had taken his life. Ryuzawa-kun has served the empire well. You should refrain from visiting him in the future, Koizumi Kintaru said, furrowing his brow. Feeling the need to assign Aikawa Yoshio some tasks to prevent any further trouble at the hospital. The second group of the geisha is fully engaged in dismantling the intelligence network in Shanghai. Aikawa-kun, take a portion of your men to assist them. Furthermore, the arms case must continue to be investigated, he commanded. Li Ji frowned inwardly at the thought of being ordered to assist that woman, Nanzo Geisha. It was not a pleasant task. Her instincts were sharper than a dog's, and she could detect the slightest disturbance. Go, Koizumi Kintaru waved his hand. Li Ji bowed once more and exited the office. Outside, he scoffed softly. Koizumi Kintaru's directive to cooperate with Nanzo Geisha was not something he intended to pursue too enthusiastically, lest she caught wind of his actions. At this moment, the most pressing matter was to expedite the gathering of military funds. After all, those 1,000 rifles outside the city were procured at great risk, and they had to be armed. In the evening, he gathered Uda Masashiro, Kohara Natsuru, and others to the Miko Tavern for drinks. After several rounds, he posed a few questions, and Uda Masashiro answered candidly. Regarding the arms case, the Special Hire Police had already dispatched personnel to investigate the garrison. At Kawakuin, a fellow from the Special Hire Police mentioned that Haiban-kun from the garrison has gone missing. The Special Hire Police suspects he may be a member of the anti-war alliance, and the arms transport route could very well have been sold to the Chinese by him. Uda Masashiro stated. Oh, Li Ji feigned outrage, exclaiming, shameless. As an imperial soldier, instead of alleviating the emperor's burdens, he joins the anti-war alliance. This is a disgrace to the imperial army, a disgraceful traitor. Kawakuin is right. One knows a person's face but not their heart. Who would have thought Haiban-kun could be such a person? Uda Masashiro replied. Li Ji secretly chuckled, hoping that the personnel from the Special High Command would cease their inquiries upon reaching the matter of Hiramoto Saburo. Otherwise, should they persist, there would be no need for him to intervene, as the higher-ups of the gendarmerie would undoubtedly step in to halt the investigation, considering it a military affair that should not be probed further by the Special High Command. By the way, the section chief instructed us to assist the intelligence team under Nanzo Yuzuko, and this task has been assigned to Oda-kun. Tomorrow morning, you shall take a group to meet with Nanzo Yuzuko and heed her instructions, Li Ji stated. Uda Masashiro instantly felt an invigorating rush of energy, as if he had been electrified, and the mere thought of being in close proximity to Nanzo Yuzuko stirred within him an overwhelming excitement that was difficult to contain. Chapter 104. The scheme of Nanzo Yunzi. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Oda Takashiro and his companions were flushed with drink. With a grand gesture, Li Ji instructed them to escort the Oriental women back to their rooms before he departed from the Meiji Tavern, driving towards the Yamamoto Trading Company. He parked his vehicle at a corner several hundred meters away from the establishment, changed into a new attire, and disguised himself as the manager of the trading company. Half an hour later, the trading company displayed its closing sign. The manager, clad in a black suit with a briefcase tucked under his arm, exited the building and proceeded in the direction of Onping Street. Observing the manager's retreating figure, Li Ji emerged from his vehicle, retrieved a briefcase from the trunk, and mimicked the manager's leisurely gait as he entered the Yamamoto Trading Company. Inside, A Japanese clerk was preparing to extinguish the lights when he was startled by the return of the manager. "Mr. Yamamoto, do you have any instructions?" he inquired. "You may step aside," Li Ji waved dismissively. The clerk, without further questions, retreated to the back. Li Ji approached the counter, extracted a slender wire from his pocket, and deftly manipulated the lock to open the cash drawer. Inside lay stacks of yen in cash. Li Ji opened the briefcase and filled it with the bundles of yen, also taking several gold bars and some foreign currency, including pounds and dollars. All were to be exchanged for yen, totaling approximately several 100,000 yen, which, in terms of French currency, differed by several tens of thousands. Since the outbreak of war, the legal currency of the party state had been in continuous decline, and the Japanese yen had similarly depreciated, dropping from a previous rate of 60 to 100, aligning with the equivalent exchange ratio. Even with the Japanese occupation of the bund, the legal currency remained the predominant medium in Shanghai, irreplaceable by the yen, which was only utilized in Japanese commerce, diplomacy, and military affairs. Having filled the briefcase, Li Ji stuffed several bundles of pounds into his pocket and swaggered out of the trading company. He returned to his vehicle parked at the corner, tossed the currency-filled briefcase onto the back seat, and pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring as he drove away. He arrived at a public concession telephone booth and placed a call to the Joyous Bird, instructing them to meet him at dock number 13 on the bund. Half an hour later, at dock number 13 on the bund, the area was exceedingly remote and shrouded in darkness. Li Ji parked his car by the riverbank, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke leisurely. Shortly thereafter, a small car with its lights on approached from behind and gradually came to a stop behind his vehicle. A woman in a cheapao exited the car, her high heels clicking as she approached. Yumaching opened the back door and took a seat. Her delicate porcelain doll-like face bore an expression of deep melancholy, feeling uncertain about her superior who had summoned her to such a desolate location in the dead of night. "Sir, what are your instructions?" Yumaching inquired directly, without any preamble. "Two matters," Li Ji commanded. "First, there is a bag in the back seat containing yen and pounds. Take it and exchange it all for silver dollars. Exchange as much as you can for small yellow fish and convert the remainder to legal currency. Ensure that the channels for this exchange are secure, as the origins of this money are dubious, to avoid drawing the attention of those with ill intentions." You withdrew 50,000 francs from the funds and deposited it into the dead letter box of the Feng Lai dance hall, leaving a note instructing them to proceed as planned. Additionally, allocate 2,000 francs to Lao Wang, urging him to unearth more patriotic youths within the school. The remaining funds shall remain in your possession, and I will reach out should the need arise. Upon concluding the first matter, he transitioned to the second. The siren must depart, and you and Lao Wang shall henceforth sever all ties with the siren group. Reporting directly to the Special Operations Team stationed in Shanghai, you will henceforth be responsible for the dead letter boxes at Shouji Restaurant and Feng Lai Dance Hall. My contact information remains unchanged. In the event of urgent matters, signal thrice. Furthermore, regarding the individual you mentioned previously, how is the investigation proceeding? Li Ji now seeks to re-establish the framework, expanding the armed forces while simultaneously enhancing the intelligence network under his command, for his own strength is limited. Only through collective effort can one ignite a conflagration in the bustling metropolis. Indeed, Yumaching replied softly, the investigation is satisfactory. She is proficient in radio communication, fluent in 3 languages, and possesses a patriotic spirit. Her sole shortcoming is a lack of operational capability. A lack of operational capability? Li Ji understood her implication. The person in question might merely be a delicate socialite. However, in the realm of intelligence, extraordinary physical prowess is not a prerequisite. Possessing a particular skill is sufficient. Provide me with her detailed profile. I shall dispatch someone to assess her within the next few days. Li Ji would not heed Yumaching's single perspective. The recruitment of intelligence personnel would await a thorough evaluation before any decisions were rendered. Yes, Yumaching murmured. Li Ji nodded slightly, committing her words to memory. He continued, should Lao Wang's assessment be successful, I shall arrange for them to leave the concession and undergo training in the outskirts. Indeed. I shall convey this to Lao Wang. Urging him to expedite the evaluation and selection process, Yumaching affirmed. The two conversed a while longer. After a moment's hesitation, Yumaching quietly inquired, is the siren returning to headquarters? That is not a question for you to ask, Li Ji replied, his tone laced with a hint of admonition. Understood. Yumaching's expression flickered with a trace of melancholy. Her path was inextricably linked to the siren. Now that the siren was departing, she could not help but feel a twinge of personal sentiment. Depart from the vehicle. Li Ji's voice was devoid of emotion. Yes, Yumaching said, exiting the car with her briefcase. Li Ji waited for her to drive away before changing the license plate and returning to the rented concession. Morning dawned. Within the office of the intelligence division, the roar of Koizumi Jintaro echoed throughout. Baka. Foolishness. Just yesterday, I announced the appointment of Tang Yaokai. And now he has been murdered. How am I to report this to the military? Nanzu Yuzuko stood respectfully, inwardly incensed. She had arranged for 10 gendarmes to protect Tang Yaokai, yet a Chinese assassin had still found an opportunity. Chief, we can only play along for now and publicly declare that Tang Yaokai sustained minor injuries but is in no mortal peril. As for the family of the Tang clan, I shall dispatch someone to communicate with them. Nanzao Yunzi pondered that the news of Tang Yaokai's demise must not be disseminated, at least not at this juncture. Otherwise, it would not only portray her as inept, but also thwart the plan to boost the morale of the nationalist army. Koizumi Jintaro let out a cold snort. Tang Yaokai was highly regarded by the army's upper echelons, and with his sudden death, if the Special Operations Division failed to provide a reasonable explanation, his position as division head would be in jeopardy. Yunzi, I have always held great trust in your capabilities. Now that Tang Yaokai has died, how shall we account for this to Commander Miura? Nanzao Yunzi raised her delicate brows slightly. Division Chief, it is well known that Kawakuin shares a close relationship with Commander Miura. If we were to request Kawakuin to intercede on our behalf, I believe Commander Miura would not be overly harsh with us. Request Kawakuin to intercede? Koizumi Jintaro furrowed his brow. As an imperial colonel, how could he lower himself to implore Kawashio, who was, after all, his subordinate? If the division chief finds this too embarrassing, why not leave this matter to Yunzi? I am certain I can persuade Kawakuin. Nanzao Yunzi's sensuous lips curled into a smile. Very well. Koizumi Jintaro nodded slowly. Chapter 105, My affection for Miss Yunzi. A black sedan gracefully entered the courtyard of the gendarmerie headquarters, coming to a halt beneath the office building of the Special Operations Division. Lieutenant Li Ji alighted from the vehicle, adorned in his captain's uniform. Upon disembarking, he raised his gaze, his expression subtly shifting. Before him strode Nanzao Yunzi, clad in the uniform of a major, her long black leather boots clicking against the pavement, her face illuminated by a charming smile. Li Ji inwardly frowned. How had she found him? The alias he was currently employing bore no connection to Nanzao Yunzi, leaving both parties unaware of each other's depths or strengths. Yet, at the Tangshan Hot Springs Resort in Jinling, he had engaged in profound discourse with Nanzao Yunzi, who had assumed the name Liao Yaqi. Mr. Xiangchuan, Nanzao Yunzi greeted, her captivating visage radiating an affable charm. Li Ji regarded her with a cold smile. Despite their frequent encounters over the past few days, she had never once initiated a greeting. Miss Yunzi, he replied, making no gesture of deference despite her higher rank. It was essential to remember that his promotion to major was imminent, at which point he would stand alongside Nanzao Yunzi as a fellow officer in the Imperial Japanese Army. Did Mr. Xiangchuan hear about the significant event that transpired last night? Nanzao Yunzi inquired gently. Oh, what significant event? Li Ji feigned ignorance. Tang Yaokai has been killed. As she spoke, her expressive eyes scrutinized Li Ji's reaction intently. Tang Yaokai has been killed? Li Ji's expression morphed into one of astonishment as he pressed on. How did he meet his end? By the hands of Chinese operatives. Disappointment flickered within Nanzao Yunzi. There was no indication of distress in Xiangchuan's demeanor. Nanny? Li Ji exclaimed angrily. Those Chinese operatives deserve to perish. Mr. Xiangchuan, the assassination of Tang Yaokai implicates our Special Operations Division with undeniable responsibility. I implore you to intercede with Commander Miura on our behalf, granting us a chance to redeem ourselves. Nanzao Yunzi deftly shifted the blame onto the Special Operations Division, knowing that Xiangchuan Jixiong was part of their ranks. Upon hearing her words, Li Ji comprehended the true intention behind Nanzao Yunzi's overtures. She sought to leverage his connection with Commander Miura to plead her case, for she bore a significant burden of responsibility in the matter of Wu Yaokai's assassination. Miss Yunzi, while the Xiangchuan family shares a certain rapport with Commander Miura, I am not particularly well acquainted with him. Li Ji politely declined. I have heard that Mr. Xiangchuan has a fondness for beautiful geishas. I have several stunning beauties at my disposal. They are sure to captivate your fancy. Nanzao Yunzi had thoroughly investigated the preferences of Xiangchuan Jixiong. In her view, appealing to his taste was the most straightforward and effective means to win him over. Oh. A look of delight brightened Li Ji's countenance, his demeanor betraying eagerness. Nanzao Yunzi smirked inwardly. Should Xiangchuan Jixiong's lust be merely a fade, it would undoubtedly indicate a deeper issue with his identity. If his lasciviousness were genuine, it would merely indicate that he is a debauched nobleman, one who would not disappoint Lord Akawa. Nanzao Yunzi arched her elegant brows, presenting an enticing demeanor that seemed to beckon him into her snare. Li Ji chuckled appreciatively, remarking, Miss Yunzi is decidedly to my taste, though I wonder. Upon hearing this, Nanzao Yunzi's exquisite visage blossomed into a radiant smile. While Akawa Shio was rather forthright, daring to speak plainly, she was acutely aware that many within the confines of the military police headquarters coveted her beauty. However, few could capture her interest. After all, she held the rank of major and bore the title of the Empire's flower. Typically, junior officers failed to pique her interest, unless they hailed from the upper echelons of the military police or were young men of substantial pedigree. I hear Lord Akawa frequents the Miko Tavern? Nanzao Yunzi teased lightly. The geishas at the Miko Tavern are indeed beautiful, yet they pale in comparison to Miss Yunzi. Li Ji, while offering compliments, regarded Nanzhao Yunzi with an assertive gaze that scrutinized her from head to toe. In a playful manner, she cast him a flirtatious glance and coyly remarked, "If Lord Aikawa could speak a few kind words for me in front of Commander Miura at the Special Operations Division, I would certainly indulge him in a merry drink. Is it a promise?" Li Ji exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "A gentleman's word is his bond." With those two sentences, Nanzhao Yunzi turned, swaying her alluring figure as she walked away, leaving Li Ji gazing at her graceful silhouette, his eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. From their earlier conversation, he sensed her subtle probing, and he hoped her curiosity stemmed from professional instincts. Otherwise, to maintain his long-term cover, he might have to consider disposing of her in the Huangpu River, feeding her to the fish. While such an act would be rather brutal, in tumultuous times, captivating appearances were abundant. Furthermore, despite Nanzhao Yunzi's alluring visage, her reputation was tainted. She had used her beauty to charm the esteemed and powerful Jinling for the sake of intelligence gathering. However, the assassination of Tang Yukai was a matter for celebration. After all, this individual held considerable sway, and allowing him to serve as a lackey for the Japanese would have dire consequences. Nonetheless, this incident revealed the hidden machinations of headquarters in Shanghai. Of course, these matters bore little relevance to him. In the Special Operations Division's office area, Oda Masashiro radiated an exuberant glow, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. "Lord Aikawa," he exclaimed, his spirits unusually high after a night of revelry. "Oda-kun, is there something amiss?" Li Ji glanced at the overly enthusiastic man, suspecting he had not exerted himself much the previous night. "Miss Yunzi has instructed me to send personnel to the garrison to investigate the disappearance of Haiban Saburo." Oda Masashiro lowered his voice. "In truth, Miss Yunzi has tasked me with keeping an eye on the special high police personnel at the garrison to prevent them from escalating matters and bringing disgrace upon our army. The case of the garrison's arms theft is already quite clear. It is undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Haiban Saburo in collusion with the Chinese. After you joined the garrison, you kept a close watch on those from the special high school. If they dare to unjustly accuse our army, regardless of who it may be, apprehend them all." Li Ji thought to himself that those wretched individuals from the special high school were indeed quite irksome. Dai Tian Morishiro chuckled and said, "Miss Yunzi has also instructed us to dispatch 2 intelligence agents to the French concession to monitor a steam bun shop called Oldley." "Why are we surveilling a steam bun shop?" Li Ji feigned ignorance. The subordinate was also somewhat unclear, but judging by Miss Yunzi's expression, it seemed she regarded this establishment with great importance. Dai Tian Morishiro continued, "Oh, since it is Miss Yunzi's directive, cooperate fully and report to me promptly if anything arises." Li Ji replied. Chapter 106 Farewell to Lan Yin at the